About a century ago, the heavens opened and dungeons began to appear in the world. The monsters that emerged from them could not be defeated with conventional weapons. The only ones who could fight them were people in whose bodies supernatural abilities awakened at the same time as the dungeons appeared. These people came to be called awakened. Thanks to them, the world regained stability. As monsters, mana, and a new civilization took root, some of the awakened became hunters, whose job it was to destroy these creatures. However, decades later, after the discovery of terrifying dungeons, it became obvious that there were many hunters. Once the secret mechanism was revealed, it became possible to artificially awaken people so that anyone who had enough money could take advantage of it. The number of people wanting to become hunters naturally also increased, so the great era of hunters began to flourish. However, at the same time, such unforeseen changes in the world order led to obvious problems, so governments instituted a professional exam. Only those who passed were allowed to become active hunters. Of course, educational institutions emerged to prepare students to pass this exam. They provided all the necessary information and also trained students. Eventually, private institutions emerged to train future professionals in their field. These institutions came to be known as hunting academies. Kim Seo-jun was the one who did his best to adapt and succeed in this new world order. He awakened naturally and, at birth, was granted more power than ordinary people. However, to pay off the debts of his parents, who died in a secret accident, he has been transporting dead monsters for 9 consecutive years. There is only one thing that helps him endure so much hard work and the psychological pressure of debt. Naturally, we were talking about his childhood dream of becoming a professional hunter. Such a status would give him not only financial freedom, but also some influence. Naturally, his co-workers, who didn't include these young men, were skeptical of his goals. When asked how he was becoming a hunter, the man calmly replied that he was looking for a good gym, but there weren't many cockroaches among them. The argument between the two old men boiled down to a misunderstanding about why a young awakened man couldn't become a hunter simply because he had innate talent. Of course, the fact is that attending the academy was mandatory to become a hunter 50 years ago. Most academy instructors are active hunters who share their experiences and teach you all sorts of cool tricks you need to know before risking your life. Because of this, a huge gap has formed between the uneducated and the academy graduates. The time has come when, to become a hunter, you must study at the appropriate institution. Kim Seo-jun was genuinely happy about this day, as he had finally waited for the moment when his account would raise a large enough amount to cover a year of studies at the academy. His joy was hard to shake. He would have liked to move to a better establishment, but they were too expensive, so he settled for the place he'd saved up for after so many years of hard work. At the same moment, a recruitment ad for the Transcendence Academy suddenly appeared on his cell phone. It was the first he'd heard of it, but the promotion promised individual assignments for each student, from teachers over 10,000 years old. It all seemed like some kind of unfortunate joke, as did the inserted interview of a student who managed to pass the 9th grade Swordmaster exam. Shocked by what he saw, Seo-jun couldn't believe something like that, and thought what kind of crazy person created this ad. The Academy's website was the same as that of other institutions, but the list of professors' names read more like names from history than a list of current prominent hunters. The basics of staff and spear use were taught by a professor nicknamed the Great Sage. It turns out this sage was a kind of monkey, whose real name was Sun Wukong. To the guy who watched this ad, it seemed like such lessons seemed quite normal, given the teacher's concept. However, just a moment later, Sun Wukong decided to demonstrate a deflection movement, one of the basic skills of a spear master. Using a spin and grab, he attacked with a sharp movement towards the nearby mountain. Seo-jun was shocked by what happened in the video because as soon as the monkey attacked, the enormous mountain disappeared. It seemed like this was nothing more than some kind of hoax, as none of the famous hunters were capable of something like that. The guy stood up shouting, saying that this was impossible even for S-class hunters. The ad ended, and a window popped up on his phone asking if he wanted to sign up for this class. When he jokingly decided to accept the offer, it turned out that to do so, he needed to create an account and pay for a subscription. He couldn't believe they were demanding $40,000 for it, the exact amount he'd earned after years of hard work. screaming that they were some kind of charlatan. The man closed the advertising window. Returning to work, his older colleague, noticing the young comrade's good mood, asked if the young man was really going to enter the Hunter Academy. Always smiling, Kim replied that we were talking about an academy called ARC. He'd heard the teachers there were very good, although this institution wasn't considered advanced compared to others. Happy for the young man, his colleague asked him not to forget him when he became rich as a hunter. In response, the man, laughing, suggested he deal with the captured monsters and promised he could even get a real dragon. Having carried the remains of the destroyed monster on his back, Kim So-jun promised that one day he would give his friend the opportunity to play soccer with the skulls of the rarest monsters. Someone once said that life seems like a comedy from afar, but a tragedy when you look closer. In fact, this proverb describes what happened that day, because when Kim So-jun passed under the crane, the chain broke and a heavy load fell on him. To truly laugh, you have to embrace your pain. Due to an accident, the young man was taken to the hospital, where doctors reported that his condition was critical, as the awakened man's regeneration only aggravated the body's restoration process. Furthermore, when the boss learned of the compensation claim, he shouted that it wouldn't happen. He feared his reputation would be ruined if the world found out what happened at his factory. The operation cost him $40,000, leaving him with nothing. He knew he needed to be able to look far into the future, so he looked to it constantly while enduring a hellish 9-year labor. All his savings were spent on the operation, leaving only the $3,000 he received from Mr. Manchul. Deeply devastated, the man wondered if he could go through this long and difficult journey again. Suddenly, a message from the same Transcendence Academy arrived on his cell phone. It said that the past of all transcendental masters is insignificant and meaningless, so they have a special offer for new students in the form of a free pass. While in the hospital, he couldn't find the website for the second time, but the gym found it on its own. To his surprise, the website informed him that the application fee had been calculated taking his situation into account. Now the application fee was $3,000, and that was once again all he had available. The worried guy wondered if this was a scam, because the mysterious gym was actually trying to take all his funds for the second time. With a smile on his face, the positive So-jun decided to try his luck despite the difficult situation. He wasn't afraid of losing money, as there was nothing in his bank account. But as soon as he signed the cash contribution, the bills in the envelope started flying out the window. After that, he saw congratulations on his admission to the Transcendence Academy, and a strange magic was released in front of him, and an unusual creature appeared. A little man got out of the phone and asked if the guy in front of him was the one who had become a new student at the gym. So-jun was shocked to learn that this creature was his mentor, responsible for primary education at his academy. A strange boy with mysterious magic who continued on the phone said his name was Mentor. Confused, So-jun couldn't understand what was happening. The little creature again happily said that he was the mentor of his new student. Trying to defuse the tense situation with an absurd joke, Kim So-jun suggested that in front of him was none other than the mentor, who was the teacher of Odysseus, the hero of Greek mythology. In response, the proud little man said that, in this case, ideas were unnecessary. The mentor said that Odysseus was the first student he had ever mentored. He further added that much time had passed since Odysseus became a transcendental master. Proposing to get straight to the point, the mentor said that the Academy of Transcendence trains those who want to go beyond the limits of their race. Suddenly, So-jun screamed in panic. He actually applied to study at the Academy for Transcendence and not Hunters. Sighing heavily, Mentor said he didn't understand how they could be compared because they were on a completely different level. The confused guy started to say something about the S-class hunters, but the mentor didn't hear him and, interrupting his speech, replied that his instructors could handle the hunters with one finger. After that, he handed the phone to the new student and asked him to fill out the Transcendental Aptitude Test. The first question asked about an area in which he wanted to succeed. This way, their academy could see exactly what kind of master he wanted to become. The test also allowed them to determine his current level and inclinations. This was necessary to give you the best recommendations, so the mentor asked you to answer as honestly as possible. So Jun chose combat as his direction. However, upon seeing the second question, he struggled to choose an answer. The question asked about his skill level, but the answers were simply insane, asking if he could clear an entire plain or split a mountain with one blow. The mentor admitted with a laugh that many people are skeptical about this topic, so it's worth choosing something that truly reflects your abilities. Afterward, he cheerfully asked if Seo Jun could clear the plain with his strongest strike. As with the previous question, he answered negatively to the question of whether he could split a mountain in two with one push. The mentor was genuinely upset when he realized that the young man couldn't even lift an entire mountain out of the ground. Realizing he was a true incompetent, mentor mentally wondered how he managed to enroll in his excellent academy. Winking at the young man, the mentor clarified that there was nothing wrong with that. The young man really didn't need to worry, as Transcendence Academy doesn't exclude its students. Once a member of this institution, they remain a part of it forever. After some time, Kim Seo Jun, choosing the weakest options possible, finally finished the research. He was seriously exhausted by this test and asked his mentor why the academy asked 108 questions to newcomers. As Seo Jun tried to gather his thoughts, the mentor said he'd like to recommend some mandatory lectures for the new free pass holder. He offered to discuss this after they reviewed his profile. Based on the test results and information from the academy's headquarters, Seo Jun's preferred fighting method is a spear. After some thought, the mentor suggested that to wield a spear rather than cultivating mana, it would be better to choose the Eastern Ki technique. The great celestial sage was best suited to learn the basics, but considering the clumsy fellow couldn't even lift a mountain, the mentor decided it would be too difficult for him. Furthermore, he realized that in addition to his injuries, Seo Jun also has mental problems, which worsen his performance. Jumping on the student's shoulder, the academy representative invited him to begin with a lecture by instructor Siddhartha Gautama. Upon hearing this name, Seo Jun cried out in shock, wondering if he was talking about the Buddha himself. The mentor replied that this was true, and although the instructor denies using such a title, all his students address him this way. Thanks to his lectures on psychology, he is one of the most famous instructors. His subject is required for the Transcendence exam. Normally, attending this lecture requires a huge amount of money, but Siddhartha Gautama is so insistent on saving the poor that Kim Seo Jun was granted permission to study his teachings for free. The Academy's website stated that upon completing the class, one would receive an unwavering heart, an SSS-ranked skill. The mentor clarified that this is why the instructor's lecture is considered necessary. An unwavering heart will help a person succeed in almost any direction of transcendence. Winking positively, the mentor said that even if the young man thought he was going crazy, he should definitely watch the lecture until the end. Disappearing without answering any questions, the mentor finally said he would contact the student after reviewing his profile in detail. The confused man was left alone again. He realized that having lost all his money, he had no choice but to see what he had paid for. The instructor's first words were a question to the student about whether his world really exists. Upon seeing him for the first time, Seo Jun was surprised, realizing that this man truly looked like a living golden statue of Buddha. The Buddha himself answered his own question by saying that the word I did not exist. Therefore, he himself does not exist. The lecture turned out to be very difficult, as the instructor's comparisons and reflections on existence were at the level of a kind of deep philosophy. Remembering the mentor's words, Kim Seo Jun, continuing to study the lecture, only convinced himself that the instructor's words could put him into a state of shock and drive him crazy. After a few minutes of listening to this teaching, he was so exhausted he couldn't continue. The lecture was less than 0.1% complete, and yet he had plenty of free time, so he continued studying the doctrine throughout the week. The result was simply incredible. The doctor was astonished to see the young man's incredible speed of recovery. In his 30 years as a doctor, this was the first time he had seen anything like it, even though he worked constantly with the awakened. During this time, Kim So-jun recovered significantly and became convinced that thanks to Siddhartha Gautama's lesson, his heart knew peace, which increased the speed of his body's recovery. Every time he listened to the lecture, it felt like his mind was leaving him. However, although he only completed 1.5% of the lesson, the effect was truly astonishing. Reviewing the research results, the doctor hesitantly said that you never know what might happen, so Seo-jun would be in the hospital for at least another week. Seo-jun didn't mind, just wondered what would happen when he finished listening to the lecture. He accepted the doctor's offer with a smile, realizing that the Transcendence Academy wasn't some kind of joke, as he'd previously believed. Now he could move his body and contemplated attending Chiron's lecture at the same time. The reward for studying this lecture was Metamorphosis Class A. Compared to Unwavering Heart, this skill's rating was quite low, but even so, it was far from a low-level skill. Remembering the mentor's words that with an unwavering heart, most instructions would become a breeze, he decided that this skill was simply too powerful. After turning on the video playback, Seo-jun saw the face of the instructor named Chiron. It turns out that Chiron is a centaur, a creature with a human torso and a horse's lower body. He was the teacher of nearly every hero in Greek mythology, so the importance of this speaker is incredible. First, the hero teacher stated that the purpose of this lecture is to prepare students for the stage from which they can move on to the initial levels of transcendence. The relaxed Kim Seo-jun, with a satisfied expression, thought that such a legendary figure was standing before him. However, the instructor emphasized that this course would cover military techniques superficially. When Chiron spoke about the first step to becoming transcendental, he began to pause unnaturally long. At one point, he angrily shouted at the student that the bastard should quickly get up and go train. With such a terrible scream, Seo-jun jumped out of his chair and the phone fell from his hands. The guy suddenly found himself on the floor, and a message appeared on his phone about a task in which he had to perform a certain number of repetitions of 5 exercises. Looking thoughtfully at his phone, he wondered if he would really take this test literally every day. The doctor warned him that he should try not to overexert himself during the week, so he wasn't very interested in starting the exercises. Yawning lazily, he pressed the skip button to move on to the next class. During his hospital stay, he planned to simply listen to lectures. However, not everything was so simple. With a smile forced by the situation, he learned that it was impossible to continue classes until he completed the assignment. No matter how he clicked this button, the result didn't change. The guy panicked and wondered how the gym knew he hadn't done anything on this list. He had no choice but to start studying. Even so, he had no intention of going against his doctor's advice. As soon as he went to the page with the Buddha's lectures, he saw a message that the free pass to the teachings would end in 83 days. With tears in his eyes, he rushed outside to begin completing his tasks. He couldn't waste time resting, as the loss of knowledge due to limited time could play a nasty trick on him. Initially, he was given 90 days, but only a week later did he discover such a structure existed. After all, this is an academy, and of course not everything is free. Although Seo-jun didn't know exactly how the academy worked, he assumed that to progress, he had to absorb the knowledge until he understood it. After reaching a certain level of understanding, he did not progress in listening until he noticed something new. Buddha's talk turned out not to be so easy, so when he performed Chiron's task, he doubted that he could complete these free courses in just 83 days. To tell the truth, until that moment he hadn't seen any point in training, but afraid of losing the opportunity, the guy went to the training camp. For the opportunity to study at this academy, he had carried monsters and killed hunters for 9 full years. Now he couldn't afford to miss the chance to become a worthy hunter. The monsters he carried on his back weighed about 70 kilograms, so he didn't need any additional exercise. Although he doesn't know how to use magic yet, he was confident in his physical strength as he is one of the awakened. After completing all 300 push-ups in one go, the man stood up with a cheerful expression and, wiping the sweat from his forehead, said that compared to years of hard work, this was nothing. To keep up, he glanced at his phone to see what his next task was. However, at that moment he became confused, as he saw that he was only credited with 81 of those push-ups. Having trouble repeating the exercise, he realized that only perfect push-ups counted. Even so, with a trembling body, he completed this part of the workout. The following tasks were no less difficult, including squats, abdominal exercises, and pull-ups on the horizontal bar. He was simply shocked, because it turned out that even running depends not so much on the distance covered, but on the quality of the movement itself. At dusk, despite the people around him, he fell to the ground and cried out that he could take no more, and yet the day's tasks were completed. So several days passed. The guy constantly left the hospital at a certain time and already caught the attention of some patients. A grandmother who was watching him said with surprise that the young man was getting more handsome every day. He worked as hard as he could, making his grandmother proud of the younger generation. At that moment, they heard the urgent news on TV that at 5 o'clock in the morning, a level 4 giant had been discovered in Seoul. According to the journalist, the Hunters Association claims he was hibernating, which the Monster Transport Service apparently didn't know. Thus, the giant ended up in the city center, where he awoke from his slumber. Many could have died, but by pure chance, an awakened being was nearby and repelled the monster's attack. Kim Seo-jun watched this news closely, as this incident could one day happen at the company where he previously worked. The awakened man who found himself in that place in time was a student at Gaon Academy. Jung-hyun Yunwoo, an S-class hunter, managed to prevent the tragedy. Upon hearing the news, Grandma said the hunters had saved their lives again. By saying that hunters are great people, she demonstrated extraordinary observation, suggesting that the young man was also one of the awakened. Taking his hand, she suggested that he was a hunter, so one day he too would be featured on TV. The confused man didn't even know what to say. At that moment, a disgruntled man sitting nearby chimed in. He asked the grandmother if she really believed the news was being shared with just anyone. A man with a newspaper in his hands said nervously that it is very difficult to become a hunter now because the chance is literally 1 in a million. As Kim So-jun stood behind him, confused and with a gentle smile, the surprised grandma said that everything had changed, because in her time, everything was a little different. Looking at the young man, the unpleasant man asked what he was trying to achieve. He said that if the guy wasn't already studying at the academy, it meant he was wasting his time training. He bluntly stated that he wasn't going to become a hunter, so it was best to just give up. The stranger advised him not to waste his youth on unrealistic dreams, but So-jun disagreed with his words, as he could not give up on the path he had dedicated his life to. Despite the stranger's arguments, Seo-jun resolutely said that he would decide what to do himself, while the man should mind his own business and not touch other people's dreams. The stranger fell silent in surprise, as he had not expected such words. Even so, he jumped out of his chair and shouted that the young man had revealed himself to be a rude man who didn't know he should listen to the advice of his elders. Kim Seo-jun didn't intend to continue the conversation and quietly left. To him, the talk of an impossible dream was nothing more than the delusion of someone who hadn't achieved their goal. Now, he could safely consider becoming a student at the academy. In just a week, he felt the results and was confident he could become a professional hunter. Going into his next workout, he promised himself that he would never stray from the path and achieve his goal. On the night of the same day, another event occurred when the monster ended up on the streets of Seoul. This time, the incident was also avoided thanks to the work of the girl, who was a hunter with a sword. Ultimately, she fell on hard times, not in battle, but in her career. She was exhausted from working at her useless gym, which had no students. A few days later, he finally returned home. His own bed was what he'd been missing all this time. He'd been in the hospital for 2 whole weeks, so he really missed his small rented apartment. He had 1 more year to prepare before the hunter exam. However, even admission to the exam costs money. At that moment, he had absolutely nothing. The next morning, he decided to check the academy's website, as he had already completed the assignment. But he didn't check the progress of his lecture. He never had time to attend the lectures because the next day started after he finished training. This time he was able to regain access to training and even received praise from his mentor. However, he was a little upset by Chiron's words that he had now learned to walk like a baby. Now he was invited to take the first steps towards the mastery of transcendence. The first step discussed was to control his feelings. The next morning, Seo-jun returned to the construction site again. Everyone was surprised by his appearance, as they had already heard he needed some kind of serious surgery. The boss even said he was deprived of his intelligence, as he decided to return to work for him. He warned that the man wouldn't leave easily if this happened again. Of course, Kim wasn't particularly eager to return. However, he had no other choice. Furthermore, he realized that, apparently, his boss felt guilty, even if a little. We were talking about a situation where he refused to pay severance pay because he was afraid of protests. Disguised as a great thinker during his work breaks, he continued to think that all his plans depended on money. On the one hand, if he didn't work, he wouldn't have enough to eat. However, if he worked, he wouldn't have time to study. His thoughts became increasingly deep and restless, for if he did not complete his daily task, he would not be able to hear Chiron's lectures, which would slow his progress. It seemed worthwhile to him to begin reviewing past lessons that he had not yet fully mastered, especially those related to mastering his own feelings. Chiron mentioned that the 5 human senses play a fundamental role in combat. Regardless of the feeling, we first perceive the stimulus, then recognize it, and then draw a conclusion. However, it was very slow. The mentor said he would teach the student how to speed up this process as much as possible. What he meant was that Seo-jun would experience something completely different from these 5 senses, the 6th sense hidden within him. It seems that Kim So-jun has gradually mastered this feeling, which is familiar to us as intuition. When his friend entered the locker room, he tried to slap him on the head with a friendly laugh and said he was happy to see them. To his surprise, the guy was instinctively able to dodge the blow. The man, and even Seo-jun himself, couldn't believe how he managed it, as it seemed like eyes appeared on his back. At that moment, the conversation was interrupted by a disgruntled boss who shouted that they should not shirk work. When they returned to work, Ajoshi couldn't believe his eyes because Kim So-jun decided to lift up to 200 kilograms of weight at once, even though he had recently been in the hospital after a major operation. But the guy was fine, and with a kind smile confidently asked to carry a little more. With a heavy load on his back, he looked very happy as always. The boys couldn't believe that such a young boy was capable of carrying so much weight on his back, even though he had recently been in the hospital. The fact that he was so playful let them know he was okay, but that didn't make them any less worried. Meanwhile, the break began, but Kim had no intention of stopping. He experienced a strange sensation, feeling strength fill his body for the first time, despite the long workload. Taking advantage of his free time, he decided to start exercising with weights on his back to complete his daily task. After doing a few squats, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at his phone to see if he was maintaining correct form and if his reps were counting. He was indescribably shocked when he saw his own results. 1 squat was counted as 3. Seo-jun suggested that efficiency increases with the amount of additional weight. While the man tried to calculate the number of repetitions needed to complete all the tasks, his friend encouraged him to rest a bit. However, Seo-jun, enchanted by his knowledge, would not be distracted from the process. He grabbed some more cargo from Ajoshi and ran toward the material loading area. The cheerful man realized that now it doesn't matter how he works, as the system only evaluates the results. He was happy with the news that he could exercise while working. With such an incredibly heavy load on my back, even push-ups were used. The day ended up being very productive, but the exercise combined with work left him more exhausted than ever. Combining work and classes proved to be very effective, but very difficult. Laughing, he said he didn't even know who else would think of training and carrying fallen monster parts at the same time. As a result, he not only saved time training, but also earned some money. He also found time to listen to lectures that interested him. He did this so quickly that he began to feel like he was wasting his time. Repeatedly attending lectures was no longer making any progress, so he decided to enroll in another course. Among the free lectures, he took a closer look at the lecture by Professor Xiang Yu, who was nicknamed the Hegemon King because he could even lift a mountain with his bare hands. The hegemonic King Xiang Yu is the legendary ruler of Western Chu, known for his superhuman strength. When it comes to fighting against numerical superiority, these daredevils are said to be just like him. As soon as Seo Jun signed up for this free course, he was given access to the lecture. As soon as he opened it, he saw Mr. Xiang Yu, who laughed and said that since he wants to learn spearmanship, he's probably just a loser who doesn't even know the basics. Kim Seo Jun really felt insignificant with these words from the great master of the past. And yet the hegemonic king would not refuse him and declared that all narrow-minded people could be free in their choices. After that, for some reason, he decided to insult the monkey known as the Great Sage of the Academy, saying there was no need to listen to him. To the man's surprise, the mentor told him he should simply wave the spear and feel it with every cell in his body. Before relearning the basics, he had to complete a daily task of 5,000 spear strikes. Seo Jun was depressed because he expected a lot from this lecture, but in the end, the mentor only said a few sentences and gave him some kind of primitive task. The next morning, he went to work again. This time, they were visited by an important woman in charge of this department. The boss tried every possible way to flatter her, saying there was absolutely nothing to worry about, as they hadn't suffered any workplace accidents thanks to his competent management. However, B-class Hunter Park Seo-yoon came with another question. She asked if her boss had heard about the giant who had awakened the other day. She witnessed his death firsthand, but she still wanted to do a thorough check in case they missed something. The boss continued to please her in every possible way, causing some condemnation and even laughter from his pupils. When the workers started talking about who this hunter was, Seo-jun decided to listen to the conversation. Ultimately, they discovered that Park So-yoon is the granddaughter of the master known as the Star Sword. Even Seo-jun had heard of the man's fame. Park Ming-chul, nicknamed the Star Sword, is a true legend. 100 years ago, he was one of the awakened ones who received his power the moment the gate opened. At that time, virtually nothing was known about the awakened, and the monsters were more vicious and could roam the streets unhindered. There was no complete confidence that humanity could survive. Star Sword was among those who grabbed the weapon without hesitation, mastering its new power. He was one of the few awakened people in Seoul, one of those who prevented our civilization from disappearing. The true savior of the world, a hero in the flesh. A lot of time has passed since then. He is already quite old, but he is still a heavyweight in his field, capable of competing with any hunter of the highest level. Of course, Kim Seo-jun aspired to reach his level of fame. However, he was not interested in such stories now because he was completely focused on his training. Noticing what he was doing at work, So-yoon asked her boss what he was doing. The confused boss told her to ignore him, saying he'd been acting like he'd lost his mind for a week. The girl decided to stop by, believing that he was simply not right in the head since he was exercising a lot at the construction site, also with so much weight on his back. Minchul was also not happy with what was happening. He was very concerned about his young friend's condition, but still behaved strangely. Approaching the young man, he asked when he would finally calm down and have a proper attitude toward work. His productivity didn't really suffer, but it was crazy to see him pushing himself with so much weight on his shoulders, as if it were the right thing to do. After finishing the next exercise, the man happily said that these exercises actually make sense. Minchul didn't understand his behavior at all, because Seo-jun was constantly looking at his phone with the screen off. In response to his comrade's words that he would soon be piling up, Kim cheerfully said that everything was fine and that he could bring a little more cargo. This way, he not only trains but also makes the work easier for others. In fact, Minchul was happy to see him so energetic and happy. Suspecting nothing, he didn't notice how the body behind him regained consciousness. The young man's sixth sense made him understand that something was happening, so he looked around worriedly. Within a moment, a huge monster began to loom above his friend, who split into parts, reunited his body. His terrifying scream sent shivers down the spines of everyone nearby. Such a dangerous situation caused real fear in Seo-jun, and he worriedly shouted his friend's name. Meanwhile, Seo-yoon, who is the only hunter around, finally found a quiet place. She fled the scene to the building of this project. She was more friendly in the office than with her boss, who she didn't like. Her patience was exhausted, but she could not leave irresponsibly without making sure that the monster was truly dead. At that moment, she heard the conversations of the workers nearby. They tried to speak in a whisper so she wouldn't hear them, but her hearing was too keen. The guys were really surprised and thought it was a shame that her being a Class B hunter didn't live up to her grandfather's fame. For many, the Star Sword is a true hero, but for her, that name was a true burden, a label she couldn't shake. From birth, her grandfather taught her to be a hunter, but the standard he set was too high. She simply couldn't live up to it. Throughout her life, she was compared to her grandfather's hero, but she didn't strive for it. Her true dream is to teach people. She told her grandfather this several times, but he wouldn't listen to her. Each time, he backed away from her request and asked her not to bring up the subject again. As Star Sword's granddaughter, she hadn't been able to enjoy a normal life all this time. However, they reached an agreement, and she still founded the Hunter Academy. However, this did not go smoothly. All the children who came and wanted to become huntresses expected to be taught by the same Star Sword. As soon as they learned that the Star Sword had nothing to do with it and that his granddaughter would be doing the training, the guys turned around and left. No one stayed here for long, no matter how much she begged. Everyone immediately lost interest as soon as they learned that the Star Sword had nothing to do with their granddaughter's academy. Furthermore, even the few that remained left the academy after threats from their grandfather. So now your gym is still empty and unknown, even though it is listed as an educational institution. All this time, she had hoped to have at least one worthy student. At the moment of his dreams, a frightened company employee ran nearby and, in a panic, asked everyone to run as far away as possible. What Ms. So-Yun had feared so much had happened. The monster had regained consciousness. Akjoshi, fearing the terrible monster, fell to the ground. This monster is a manticore. Its sudden rebirth has put everyone in a terrifying situation. Turning to his young comrade, Minchul shouted and begged him to run as far away as possible. Seo-Jun understood that if nothing was done, his friend would die at the hands of the monster. Adding tension to the situation was the well-known fact that an ordinary person would never defeat a monster, as well as an awakened person who is incapable of using magic. The manticore is a fourth-tier monster that even a professional will have difficulty dealing with. Wondering if there was a hunter nearby, Seo-Jun immediately thought of So-Yun, but she suddenly disappeared. The guy understood that she wouldn't have time to save her friend, and that in the end, the monster would bite him to death. Faced with a terrifying monster, the guy saw no other option but to start acting at that moment. Someone had to do something quickly, otherwise there would be no way to save him. It was a moment of determination. Seeing no other option, Seo-Jun grabbed the metal pipe that was behind him. Grabbing such an unreliable weapon, he shouted and rushed towards the fourth-level monster. When he attacked, he missed the manticore, but caused it to jump back. Looking around, he asked Minchul to run away immediately. Standing up, he declared that he would not leave him alone, but So-Jun shouted that in that case they would both be devoured. As soon as Minchul trusted him and rushed to help, Seo-Jun was left alone. His body began to tremble as he realized the difference in their strength. He needed to hold out until the hunter arrived, but this terrifying monster terrified him. Seo-Jun had no experience in battle, and this was the first time he had held anything resembling a weapon. However, at that very moment, he remembered the words of his mentor, Buddha. Exploring the world and its essence, he felt true peace and gained control over the situation. The monster began to slowly approach to find the strange but determined young man's weak spot. Seo-Jun was completely focused on his surroundings, rejecting all emotions. In a moment, the manticore advanced towards him, but the guy remained unmoved in place, moving his metal pipe to the side. His wildly beating heart calmed down in an instant, and he even rushed towards the monster. Approaching the inexperienced guy, the fourth-level monster swung hard to attack him. Hearing Chiron's teachings, Seo-Jun gave up thinking and moved so it wouldn't be too late. He had to trust his instincts and sixth sense. Within a moment, he deftly dodged the monster's blow, whose claws were aimed at his neck. The next point-blank blow was so strong, the cautious guy jumped back. Without further thought, he broke through the surface and found himself above the monster. The manticore tried to find him, but Seo-Jun, who jumped into the air, ended up in its blind spot. All this time he had relied only on his feelings, so now he had no idea how to continue the battle. As he considered a surprise attack, he remembered the words of his mentor Xiang Yu, who said that strength alone is not enough. A fighter needs courage and zeal. Trusting in them, Seo Jun believed he could defeat this terrifying level 4 monster. The guy was more determined than ever. He thought that not only would he be able to separate it, but he would have to do so to save his colleagues. Within a moment, his body began to release a massive amount of magical energy. A blow from a metal pipe of incredible power was directed at the monster's body. A sudden burst of energy raised a huge column of dust, and all the surrounding buildings began to shake. Hearing the explosion, So Yun began to break through the crowd of workers, looking worried, heading towards the scene. Ahead, she saw only a huge column of dust that was slowly dissipating. First, a guy appeared in a worker's uniform with a metal rod in his hands. Everyone was shocked when they saw a defeated level 4 monster behind him. As soon as he realized what had happened, he began to laugh awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. The B-class hunter couldn't believe that some porter, who hadn't even studied at the academy, could deal with such a monster with a metal rod instead of a normal weapon. Thanks to these efforts, Seo Jun performed significantly better in some lectures, and his progress increased by as much as 10%. When he came to his senses, he remembered what was really worth worrying about. Ignoring the daughter of the Star Sword, he walked past her and headed towards his colleague, who was almost injured due to the monster's sudden revival. He tried to make sure his worried friend was okay. The girl was deeply alarmed that even after such a shocking event, this young man remained calm and, above all, concerned for others. In his defense, Seo Jun said he trained constantly, which is why he managed to survive the sudden battle. Meanwhile, the boss tried to assuage his guilt by saying he was checking on the manticore, but it turned out he was a bit mistaken. However, So Yun didn't even pay attention to this old sycophant, as all her attention was focused on the strange guy with unimaginable potential. With a surprised look, she said that someone who could become a worthy student had appeared before her. After this incident, work continued, and when night fell, everyone went home. A free minute came up, and So Jun immediately decided to take a look at the progress. The increase surprised him greatly, as he'd never seen such numbers before when he'd listened to the lectures. It became clear that it was all due to his defeating the manticore. He then concluded that it's better to see once than hear 1,000 times. Practice turned out to be the best way to improve progress in the classes, but to fight monsters, he must at least obtain a temporary license, which can only be obtained at traditional state academies. You can't enter the dungeon without it. He came to the conclusion that he needed to save up for his studies again. At that moment, Seo Yun was silently following him, interested in his potential as a hunter. Suddenly, she turned to him, apologizing for wanting to distract him for a few minutes of conversation. Kim So-jun immediately recognized the granddaughter of the Star Sword, the Huntress, who was collaborating with his company. He didn't know what she wanted from him, but he decided not to refuse the conversation. The girl suggested going straight to the conversation and started with trumps, asking if he wanted to meet her grandfather. With his indifferent response, he shocked the old woman behind him as he refused her without hesitation. The girl, without waiting for an answer, replied that she had no doubt about what he wanted. However, as soon as she realized he had refused the offer, she, shocked, asked him to stop. What he really wanted was to go home and listen to all the lectures as quickly as possible. It was the first time Park So-yoon felt so strange, because in her entire life she had never seen anyone refuse such an offer. She eventually told him what had really driven her to pursue the company employee. She was taken aback by his tone and indifference, as the guy was interested in knowing why he should join a gym where there wasn't a single member. Everything she knew about him seemed a mystery. Before her eyes, he performed some strange exercises with monster-shaped weights, and also dealt with a manticore. Even though the manticore was greatly weakened, it was still a level 4 monster, and he cut it in half with a metal pipe. She was betting he wanted to become a hunter. The girl, on the verge of despair, said they had everything he needed, including good equipment. She admitted she was the only one among the teachers, but promised she would dedicate all her time to his training. However, he still refused. This was the first time in her life that it was so difficult for her to get a student. His last convincing argument on the verge of collapse was the offer to become his grandfather's student. However, even so, he still refused. Yun was surprised because all hunters dream of learning the star sword, while this strange fellow would easily miss out on such an opportunity. She couldn't just let him go, so she yelled that without academy membership, he wouldn't be able to pass the written portion of the hunter exam. Even with this argument, Seo-jun replied that he could somehow handle it on his own. Continuing to follow him, she shouted nervously that he should consider the advantage of dungeons, as he was already in such good shape that he could make a raid, but to do so, he needed to be a student at the academy. She claimed he was just wasting his time now. In response, Seo-jun nonchalantly stated that only government-approved gyms have the right to issue licenses. Discouraged, So-yun said they had already been approved, and if he agreed, he could enter the dungeon tomorrow. These words made the guy think, and he stopped. Seeing the doubts that arose in the promising student's mind, the girl decided she couldn't back down. She promised that if he truly didn't need teachers, she wouldn't interfere and would give him a place to train alone. The most powerful argument that actually worked in this situation was the phrase that she wouldn't take a penny from him for training. At that moment, the guy turned and asked if he could actually join their academy. He didn't really believe it was possible, so he said that free cheese only comes in a mousetrap. He wanted to know what her real intentions were behind such an act. With her hand on her heart, So-yun sincerely promised that until he became a hunter, he would only be required to represent the academy in competitions. She also wanted him to tell everyone that he was a member of her organization. In response, the man asked why. Seo-jun understood perfectly well that this was an extremely advantageous offer, as it would solve all his problems at once, while practically nothing was required of him. When asked why she chose him, So-yun stated that she saw great potential in him. With a gentle smile, the shrill guy decided to trust her words. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, so he cast a gentle look in her direction, saying his full name. In turn, Park So-yun also introduced herself properly and shook his hand happily, showing that she was ready for the collaboration to begin. The next day, he received a sudden call from Mr. Manchul. His colleague was visibly agitated, asking if Seo-jun was behind his boss's dismissal. In fact, yesterday, before he left, he suddenly asked So-yun to inform their company that she disliked their boss and, as a result, no longer wanted to cooperate. He didn't expect to be fired immediately, but it was still a positive outcome for his former colleagues. In response, he said he had nothing to do with it, and believed his boss had left to avoid responsibility for what happened to the revived monster. Meanwhile, he arrived at the meeting place. So-yun was already waiting for him at the academy building called Dream. Once they were inside, she handed him the temporary license. She was right, as the license began the day he killed the manticore. This way, he could avoid punishment for hunting without a license. Although he hasn't yet become a professional hunter, he's already taken the first step toward his dream. He was so excited by his success that he immediately asked So-yun how to perform attacks. The girl replied with a smile that there was no need for such a story. The man didn't understand what we were talking about, so Yun took him to the inventory area and presented him with 3 spears to choose from, after which she told him that when he decided, they would immediately go to the dungeon. The prudent teacher expected his desire to fight, so she prepared everything in advance. She signed a contract for a location near Seoul. A low-level dungeon recently opened there, suitable for beginners who aren't yet experienced in fighting monsters. As expected, So-jun easily dealt with the local monsters, which looked like mutants of ordinary rats. Another splinter fell into Donatello's hands without much resistance, so the spear-wielding man asked So-yun why she followed him, even though she promised not to interfere. In response, she replied with a smile that she had no intention of interfering with him. She believed she couldn't leave her academy's only student unattended. With a mischievous expression on her face, she suggested he consider private lessons, an opportunity only available to the most capable students. Seo-jun considered it an honor. Moving on, she assumed it was his first time in the dungeon. That's why she wanted to accompany him. Even though only kobolds lived here, she urged him not to let his guard down. Kobolds are second-level monsters, ideal for training beginners with no combat experience. Fortunately, it easily penetrated his magical armor, just like in the fight with the manticore. However, what was strange was that attacks that weren't imbued with mana should simply bounce off the defense of a monster of any level. It just meant he was using it unconsciously. At that moment, one of the monsters suddenly attacked him. Yun shouted worriedly that he should be careful, but the man skillfully dodged the attack, relying only on his own feelings. In a moment, he easily shook off the monster, which was trying to capitalize on the surprise. And yet, the boy continued to wonder why his attacks were so effective even without the obvious release of magic. As soon as he was distracted by his phone, which seemed to be switched off outside, he shouted with joy as his progress continued to slowly increase. Yun then stood there with a look of surprise on his face, not understanding what was happening to this strange student. Seo-jun realized his progress in the lectures wasn't growing as quickly as he had when he killed a manticore, but it was still better than simply continuing to study the material he'd learned long ago. Plus, he hadn't forgotten that there was good money to be made in the dungeons. Turning to So-yun, he said with a gentle smile that he would speed up a bit. Destroying monsters one by one felt similar to how players cultivate experience in video games. When they finished clearing this newbie dungeon, they returned to the academy. So-yun was still disheartened by his behavior. She immediately understood that something was wrong with him, but this time she was already afraid that he would continue looking at the switched-off phone and talking. Ever since they returned from the dungeon, he'd been staring at his switched-off phone constantly. This went on for several hours, and the entire time he seemed devoid of common sense. This was just the beginning of the strangeness, as during the process of this strange meditation he was constantly surprised by something he saw on the screen of his switched-off cell phone. She couldn't understand the sight she saw. Seo-jun looked like a newbie entering the dungeon for the first time, but he immediately began attacking kobolds like a trained professional, after which he began performing strange exercises with the dead monsters. Furthermore, he had carried the bodies of the dead monsters himself instead of calling a special service. Such savings seemed very strange. Still, she was more concerned about not being able to hide the appearance of a new student from her grandfather forever. This continued until midnight, the guys shouting about some kind of lecture made. So-yun wondered if she had made the right choice. Upon returning home, he received a message that made him beam with joy. He'd managed to win 9.5 million won, though he had no idea he could earn so much in one day. Although he carried and cut the carcasses himself, it was not easy, but all his efforts were worth it. However, the problems didn't disappear because all of this still required a lot of time and effort. He didn't even have time to listen to the lectures, as he had previously planned. Upon returning home, he even considered asking Manchul to work with him. He trusted him, so he decided that this way they could stay in touch. Besides, if he started his own business this way, they'd both be in the black. Seo-jun decided he would write to him as soon as he had free time. However, the issue of money was still relevant. He could start saving again, but he thought it would be better to spend it wisely. By defending dungeons and earning money, he simultaneously increased his progress in completed lectures. But everything went somewhat slower than he expected. They didn't give him anything for the last kobold he killed. This made him wonder if there was a faster way to become stronger, to become as strong as the great celestial sage Sun Wukong. At the same moment, an unexpected realization of the exit came to him, and he shouted with joy, while startling the man behind. He didn't have a penny before, so he forgot another lecture on the basics of stick and spear fighting. But as soon as he tried to join, he was shocked by the 27 billion won application fee. Such a sum befitted the Academy's name and seemed simply transcendental. The man plunged into the abyss of despair, for even an S-class hunter couldn't earn that much. Faced with this terrible information, he decided to postpone studying this art until later, believing that he would have something to do anyway. Still, he wondered what else was for sale at the Academy. Realizing that there was no money for lectures, he decided to take a look at the equipment that could be obtained on the gym market. Looking at the Transcendence market, he couldn't believe his eyes, as there were legendary items on display, including the Shield of Zeus and the Spear of Longinus, which is one of the weapons of passion. Even if they were replicas, they were still legendary things that cannot be found not only in Korea, but probably all over the world. The man couldn't believe the Academy called these items training equipment. Even he, who didn't understand weapons, understood that this was something incredible. This was equipment made by Academy members, which meant it was all made by true transcendent-level masters. But as soon as he tried to get an individual price, he had to forget his intentions and fall into despair again. The next morning, he arrived at the gym early. Then Yoon, watching him during another training session, noticed he was working much harder than before. She assumed there was some reason for this that he hadn't yet revealed. In truth, he was just trying to distract himself from the shock. He knew the spear would be expensive and even assumed that even a copy could cost several million. Although aware of the risk, he still didn't expect them to ask for up to 100 million won. After the exercise, So Jun stood up and said sadly and indistinctly that everything once again comes down to money. Even 100 million was a complete steal for the poor guy. So he couldn't imagine that one day he would save 27 billion to listen to the great sage's lectures. So Yoon distracted him by asking if he had heard about the Academy tournament. Seo Jun had actually heard about it, but didn't know the details. So Yoon explained that it's an event where different academies compete against each other, each trying to prove themselves superior. This tournament assesses the Academy's level. These competitions are very versatile. Dream Academy is currently in the 4th level, but if Seo Jun performs well, they will advance to the 3rd level. The higher the level, the better the Academy is considered. Thanks to this, they will be able to receive greater support from the government. That's why all academies send their best students. Seo Jun understood perfectly what she meant. And yet, his teacher said she wanted Seo Jun to represent her academy. It was actually quite tempting, as Kim was simply wondering if participating in the competition would affect her progress in the lectures. Besides, it was clear that the tournament was also a martial arts practice. Without further thought, he nodded in response and admitted it was a good idea. Yoon was surprised that he had agreed to her proposal so quickly. In response, Seo Jun reminded him that they had initially agreed to such mutual relations. After that, he asked for clarification on how these tournaments are run. The director and at the same time professor of the academy responded thoughtfully that everything was kept secret until the beginning of the competition. However, as far as everyone knows, whoever scores the most points in the attack and in the duel wins. Thoughtfully, So Jun concluded that all his combat experience was limited to kobolds and manticores. He had no idea what it was like to fight people. At that moment, he wondered how he could perform at his best without that experience, and whether there would be anyone who would agree to spar with him in a duel. It didn't take long to find the right person, because right next to him was a true hunter. Jun turned to her and said that if she wasn't busy, it would be nice if she became his training partner. Although she wanted to refuse, she had no choice as Seo Jun began to mock her, saying that she was just a coward. With the help of childish taunts, Seo Jun achieved his goal, but the real test lay ahead. This was a great opportunity to practice, but he shouldn't forget his opponent's level. So Yoon is a B-class hunter, and while she's far from the pinnacle of the peaks, she was taught by the Star Sword itself. Sure, he was just a beginner who couldn't objectively judge true hunters, but he had no doubt it wouldn't be easy. And yet he was truly delighted with such an opportunity, because he had long wanted to find out what his teacher was capable of. Before starting, So Yoon asked if he knew she was an active B-class hunter. In response, the determined guy prepared for battle and said that in that case, she should give him a slight advantage. Sighing heavily, she invited him to attack whenever he was ready. Such an offer could not be refused, and the guy rushed to the attack with great enthusiasm. Seeing his speed, Seo Yoon was a little disappointed. Easily dodging his attacks, she thought she expected something more from him. In fact, their movements were quite fast but extremely sloppy, so they were very easy to read. Recalling her recent battles, she assumed she had simply overestimated her abilities. With a hint of sadness on her face, she thought he was just an ordinary beginner. Swinging a blade brimming with magic, she wondered how he had the confidence to fight her. Having lost interest in her abilities, she decided to end the battle with a light strike, enough for a beginner. To her surprise, the result was not at all what she expected. Seo-jun somehow miraculously managed to block his wooden training sword, overflowing with magic. It wasn't easy for him at all, but the very fact that he withstood that pressure was incredible. Now, So-yun completely forgot his recent thoughts of being an ordinary beginner, because it was hard to understand how he managed to block her strike with magic. In this situation, the weapon should have jumped out of his hands, and her sword should have been at his throat. Moreover, having withstood such pressure, he even began to resist and tried to attack. Still, Park So-yoon couldn't let him get away with it and threw him aside with one blow. Now she looked at his strength in a completely different way. The determined student was still full of energy and had no intention of backing down. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he said he would also fight seriously. Now he was even faster. He rushed into battle and his movements changed visibly, and his attacks became much clearer. This couldn't even compare to what happened before. If Seo-jun had fought like this from the start, So-yoon wouldn't even have thought about whether he was worthy of becoming their academy's representative. Ultimately, he simply listened to his mentor Chiron, who told him the battle should begin with obvious attacks. He followed the plan all along and began to turn the tide with feints, divergent attacks. Her opponent was very tough, and by delivering numerous common and normal strikes, he ensured that she, assessing the situation, could change tactics depending on the level of threat. Without giving her a chance to move, he continued to attack, distracting her attention. In response to her blows, he used the same obvious blocks to relax her attention. However, as soon as his next strike was repelled, he swung his spear back. He repeated this until So-yun opened himself up to his real attack. As soon as that moment arrived, he prepared to put all his strength into the strike. Seo-jun was more focused than ever to take advantage. Seeing his enormous blow and truly serious attitude towards battle, So-yun felt his danger for the first time. Within a moment, there was a powerful explosion due to the collision of their blows. As expected, So-yun not only blocked his blow, but also knocked it aside. Still, she couldn't believe Seo-jun was actually capable of something like that. However, when she saw that she had overdone it a bit and thrown him against the wall too hard, she screamed in panic. She hit him with all her strength without even thinking, then immediately ran towards him to make sure he was at least alive. Standing up as if nothing had happened, Seo-jun began to scratch the back of his head awkwardly and, laughing, admitted that he had indeed lost in the end. In response, Seo-yun couldn't hide her expression of surprise as she realized that all this time Seo-jun had been hoping to defeat her, even though he knew he was fighting a B-class hunter. The girl didn't know how to react, while Seo-jun, continuing to scratch his ridiculous head, acknowledged the hunter's power. Still, he couldn't face her like a monster, and this made him realize that the approach to fighting humans needed to be a little different. However, he did not lose his positive attitude, as he knew that if we talk about his difference with professionals, then it is important to emphasize that he still has everything ahead of him, as he is just beginning his journey. As he'd expected, albeit slightly, his stats still increased. Now he realized he needed to develop in different directions, just like he did in video games. So-yun couldn't believe that after such a beating, he'd decide to ask if they could somehow repeat it. With a stupid grin on his face, he suggested she do a few more duels before heading to the academy tournament. That would be really helpful, but his zeal seemed odd, given how much he'd suffered in battle this time. Still, So-yun concluded that she didn't mind his awkwardness if he tried so hard. She'd already promised to hone her skills every night, so she enthusiastically replied that she'd have no problem doing anything he asked. She also mentioned that she would give him all the prize money. When he heard about the money, he was surprised, as he hadn't even imagined there would be a reward beyond the academy qualification. After thinking for a bit, the girl tried to remember exactly what amount we were talking about. As soon as she remembered and said the reward would be 100 million won, the man immediately jumped, realizing that was exactly what he needed to buy a spear from the Transcendence shop. Another coincidence indicated he couldn't miss this opportunity. Suddenly, the professor, with incredible fervor, asked when this tournament would be. There were only 2 weeks left, so Seo-jun was determined to gain as much experience as possible before he could earn the much-needed 100 million won. With incredible fervor, he began training and began bombarding the teacher with many questions about whether she had sandbags and whether it was possible to use improvised objects as waiting agents. As a result, he, without listening to Seo-yun until the end, picked up a huge rock and began squatting on it to improve his progress in the lectures. Seo-yun still didn't understand what was going on in her head, but she didn't mind not asking herself unnecessary questions if Seo-jun really proved to be a worthy student. 2 weeks later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. A large crowd gathered at the tournament venue, among them several contenders for victory. The huge crowd made the awkward, insecure guy with the big glasses and green plaid shirt feel confused. Everyone around him came to the conclusion that he was suffocating, as this guy immediately started talking about the fact that there were many more people awakened and the interest in his battles had increased, which is why so many people gathered in front of the arena to watch the tournament. When he finally found the entrance, he hesitantly followed the instructions and walked towards the room where the participants were. He was very nervous because he came alone, and he was also so scared he couldn't move. This wasn't surprising, because compared to the insecure guy, all the other participants seemed like true warriors. Students from different gyms gathered in one place surprised him with their equipment, confidence, and large muscles. All the guys looked really strong, and this guy with the ridiculous glasses admitted that it shouldn't be a surprise since the gyms send their best students. And yet in the midst of this crowd of outstanding students, he managed to notice a calm guy sitting on a bench with an old gun and a spear pouch made of clothes. Everyone around was whispering that Seo-jun was some kind of backwoods hick. It seemed to them that he was simply trying to isolate himself so as not to attract unnecessary attention. In fact, Kim heard everything perfectly and even understood that on the outside he looked like an idiot. But that didn't bother him. However, among all these guys, only the guy in the plaid shirt had a different opinion about the strange participant. He was inspired and touched by the idea of having managed to find a poor guy like himself. It reminded him of the past and the feeling you get when you arrive in a new class where you don't know anyone and try to pretend you're busy by being glued to your phone. Seo-jun seemed exactly like that. The camaraderie began to grow, even though Seo-jun wasn't even aware of it. Still, the modest and shy boy decided to greet someone who felt like a brother to him. This is Lee Mingi, 19 years old and also awake since birth. He asked permission to sit next to him. Meanwhile, the guys in the background started to get agitated and things started to escalate into a fight before the tournament even started. Lee Mingi, like a true choker, knew perfectly well who they were dealing with. Pointing his finger at a guy with a ridiculous helmet and an axe who relies solely on brute strength for everything, he said this was Jang Dak-chul, a promising student at Gochuri Academy. It was unclear what this conflict was about, but the long-haired man remained calm and tried to calm the disgruntled Gochuri Academy student, although he did not shy away from ridicule, saying that Dak-chul's brain was swollen with muscles. The bold speech came from a very strict student at Mint Academy, a man with a scar over his left eye named Lee Cheol-min. It was no wonder he was confident, as he was known to be the best student at his school. Lee Mingi continued the story by saying that Cheol-min is very unusual and fights with twin daggers. In fact, Seo-jun only looked up from his phone at that moment, wondering why this obsessive guy was telling him such unnecessary information. At a certain point, the situation became much more interesting, because a redhead in a black tuxedo intervened in the conflict. After telling them to be quiet, everyone around them looked around and fell silent. This man's words meant a lot because he was Lee Ju-hwan, a student at Revenant Academy. Seo-jun, unaware of who he was only surprised at how quickly he managed to pacify the angry students. This time, Lee Mingi shared some truly important information. He explained that Lee Ju-hwan is a talented student at Revenant Academy, and for everyone present, he's been the winner of this tournament from the start. Seo Jun asked if he meant the contender for victory. However, it turns out this guy is so strong that he usually avoids such events. However, something happened at the academy, and he was forced to join. Now, the outcome of the tournament was obvious to everyone who knew him. After that, he even mentioned that the granddaughter of the Star Sword invited Lee Ju-hwan to her academy, but he refused. His refusal gave Lee Mingi reason to believe he was overconfident and hiding something. In fact, he had no idea that Miss So-yoon invites literally everyone she sees to her gym. At one point, Ju-hwan shouted loudly and furiously that he didn't understand why he had to compete with such non-entities. Ultimately, their academy was forced to send him to this tournament because his uncle had previously prevented them from advancing to the 3rd level. Lee Jung-hwan was furious, thinking that winning such a primitive tournament wouldn't bring him recognition. The situation surrounding his Revenant Academy haunted him, and he even began to regret turning down So-yoon's offer. In fact, he refused, because he didn't want to study at some unknown academy. Only now, realizing that So-yoon was the granddaughter of the Star Sword, did he think he could simply use her for his ascension and then simply get rid of her. Looking around, he noticed Seo Jong, the only guy, looking at him with curiosity and some confusion, as if he wasn't afraid of his presence. In fact, he saw him as a simpleton, which only reinforced how bad things were for him. While Lee Mingi excitedly asked his new friend how to avoid a conflict with Lee Jun-hwan, Seo Jun thought deeply about how much money he could get if he fought a man with such a reputation. Even so, there was no time for discussion, as the first stage of the Academy tournament had been announced. For the past 2 weeks, Seo Jun has been trying to reach 30% according to Kiron and Xiang Yu's lectures, but he hasn't noticed any significant changes in strength or anything else. Previously, the difference in progress was more noticeable, but even then he was still not afraid to move forward. Compared to the others, he lacked experience, and he understood this perfectly. Still, he tried to make up for it by training with So-yoon and fighting in the dungeons during those 2 weeks. Now, it didn't matter to him who stood before him, a man or a monster. Seo Jun was confident that he could get the 100 million won he desperately needed. Meanwhile, the speaker said it was time for the first test, which would be a maze with monsters. The audience was thrilled, having never seen anything like it before. Those who hadn't yet managed to take their seats simply rushed to the arena to get there in time for the race to begin. One of these spectators, who was a little late, barked angrily at his friend for choosing seats in the corner. He was so furious about the situation that he didn't even notice how he shoulder-butted the girl next to him. Realizing he had acted rudely, the man began apologizing to somehow make amends. The girl dismissed this as excessive rudeness and said it was okay. As the man approached and sat down, his friend asked if he knew the girl he always looked at. He replied that he didn't know who she was, but for some reason he kept thinking she reminded him of someone. Having missed this moment, the cameraman told him that the first stage of the Academy tournament would be a maze race. Participants must escape the maze without attacking other participants while eliminating monsters to obtain clues. Although it was a 4th-level competition, those present doubted that the organizers had created a common maze that would be overcome by the luckiest. The 2 spectators believed that the judges wanted to test whether the competitors had all the necessary skills to raid the dungeon. Lost in thought, the man in the purple shirt said that this year all the students are very blue. At the same moment, his companion with the camera shouted enthusiastically that he should pay attention to how the main contender for victory was fighting. Jong-hwan was simply amazing. He was already an excellent master of magic and could easily destroy level 4 monsters with just 1 attack. Such a test seemed like a trifle against the backdrop of his incredible brute strength and cold prudence. The audience was delighted because this guy's level was undoubtedly superior to that of the other students. As soon as the conversation turned to the fact that this guy was none other than Lee Ju-hwan, So-yoon realized who they were talking about. She ran off, realizing he was someone who could one day become her student. Then Yoon began to wonder what such a monster would forget in such a tournament. As soon as she left, the man in the purple shirt looked around, again thinking she reminded him of someone. In fact, So-yoon was trying to hide her identity, so she immediately turned around because she didn't want anyone to know who she was. Meanwhile, Seo-jun hasn't made much progress in the labyrinth. However, after several spear strikes, he came to the conclusion that it was simply impossible to break through the walls and thus escape. Now he's come to the conclusion that he should take the test like the others. He even begins to regret not attending the lecture by Theseus, the hero of Roman and Greek myths, famous for defeating the Minotaur and escaping the labyrinth. After a few dozen meters, he reached a fork in the road where he had to choose the right path. Leaning against the wall, he decided he would follow the basic rule of maze navigation. He should have stayed to the side and eventually found his way out. However, the problem was how long it would take to navigate the entire maze this way. The outcome of the test depended on speed. Not wanting to hesitate, the guy went left. However, after a few steps, he felt an indescribable sensation. He still didn't understand why, but it seemed to him that instead of staying to the left, he should take a different path. He suggested that this was the sixth sense, the intuition that Chiron spoke of. There was no other choice, so he began to walk slowly forward. By relying on intuition, he was able to experience the true value of the sixth sense. Meanwhile, the challenge host continued to report that some academy students were withdrawing from the tournament. Seo-jun assumed that they were all constantly fighting monsters stronger than them. However, unlike the others, he was the only one who never encountered a single monster in this labyrinth. As he thought about it, he suddenly realized that his intuition wasn't just telling him how to find a way out, but also how to avoid the monsters. Kim wondered if he'd be able to predict the future if he got 100% of the lecture and mastered shapeshifting. In a moment of sweet dreams, he was suddenly distracted by a sad, pitiful voice coming from behind. Somehow, Lee Mingi managed to find him. The frightened man, calling Seo-jun his brother, warned him that a monster could be waiting around every corner, one that had already dealt with a dozen students. Looking around fearfully, worried he might encounter a monster, Mingi said, "So-jun walked with such confidence as if he knew the way." To avoid attracting unnecessary attention and prolonging the conversation, Kim justified himself by saying he would go wherever he wanted. Lee Mingi was simply stunned by his irresponsibility and shouted that he couldn't go wherever he wanted, as it might end badly. Then he said he would help him, as he knew how to get out of the maze. Demonstrating his incredible intelligence, he boasted that he'd heard the maze's exit was easy to find, using either the left or right-hand method. In response, Seo-jun said it was too long, so you should just trust your gut. When the guy in the plaid shirt, denying the proposal, said they might get lost, So-jun suggested they split up. He had no idea why Lee Mingi decided to tag along like a stray dog. Adjusting his glasses, Mingi shouted that they should stick together since they were brothers in misfortune. Seeing Seo-jun's misunderstanding, Mingi awkwardly said that he didn't come from the academy, but from himself, and looking at him, he decided he was a loner too. Only after these words did So-jun realize why this strange and absurd guy had decided to talk to him. His world was turned upside down by the words that weak people are better off sticking together. Seo-jun didn't consider himself weak and couldn't understand why Lee Mingi decided he was. To his incredible surprise, he suggested that he might actually be that way from the outside. As Seo-jun tried to recover from such an unexpected and unpleasant compliment, Lee Min-gi, feeling confident in his personality, reached into his pocket and said he would make an exception for him and show him something amazing. The cheerful and ridiculous guy's cheeks turned red as soon as he showed his new friend a picture of his younger sister, who looked exactly like him. Even this trick didn't work, and Seo-jun decided to go alone. He turned and walked on, saying he was happy to talk, but that he had to deal with the labyrinth passage. At that moment, Lee Mingi dropped his sword and grabbed his leg through tears, begging him not to leave without him. Seo-jun felt he was in a very unpleasant situation. Lee Mingi was very annoying, but Kim understood that even an awakened person could be frightened in such a place. He believed he himself would be frightened if he had ended up in such a place at 19. On the one hand, Lee Mingi was a talkative and annoying person, but in the waiting room, he still had plenty of useful things to say. But even that wasn't enough. Seo Jun considered him a rival, as there was about 100 million won at stake. Remembering his words about being alone, Seo Jun asked why his sister and parents didn't come to the arena to support him during the tournament. After lowering his eyes, Lee Mingi paused briefly and said sadly that his parents had passed away, so he had no one but his sister. These words brought understanding to Seo Jun. He too was alone in life because his parents died in a car accident. Seeing that Seo Jun was starting to feel awkward about this, Lee Min-gi became worried and asked him not to worry about it, as it was a long time ago. He just wanted to say that his sister was still young and couldn't support him. Suddenly, Lee Min-gi found support from a very cold and indifferent participant. Seo Jun said he was right when he said they were brothers in misfortune. With a gentle smile, the Dream Academy representative said that they could go further together and that he wouldn't mind. However, he didn't forget to warn that this doesn't mean they are now a team, as the first-place prize should go to him. After these words, Seo Jun stepped forward and Lee Mingi hovered in place, not understanding his friend's unexpected behavior. Within a few minutes, they passed a few more curves, Seo Jun moving so fast that his new friend couldn't keep up with his pace. Seo Jun recalled the words that he wouldn't wait for him, and if Lee Min-gi didn't want to become a burden to him, then he should speed up a bit. The man in the plaid shirt found this behavior very strange. He couldn't understand why Kim was so confident in her decisions and didn't hesitate at all, despite the danger of the maze. His friend, who was ahead, didn't even think about choosing a path. It seemed like Seo Jun knew where they were going beforehand. In fact, during this entire time, they never encountered a single monster. At one point, they reached a dead end. Seo Jun stared at the wall while Lee Min-gi, tired of rushing, told them they should move on before someone found a way out. However, Seo Jun was in no hurry. Leaning his hand against the wall, he said that they were already close. It turns out there was a hidden door in front of him that led to the exit of the maze. Lee Mingye couldn't believe his eyes, but this way they actually ended the test. Within moments, the host of this stage of the tournament announced the winner and even managed to set a new record for completing the maze. Seo Jun completed the test in just 27 minutes, while the current best time was over an hour. The audience was simply shocked when the winner was announced. Plus, everyone was watching Lee Ju-hwan. He continued to fight, and everyone realized he somehow failed to take first place in the maze. So Yun was simply in shock. She couldn't believe that her ridiculous student was capable of such a miracle. In fact, Kim Seo Jun didn't consider this a great victory, because all this time he was hoping to make at least some progress fighting monsters. At the end of this test, Lee Min-gi took a long time to come to his senses and accept the fact that he had actually come in second place only thanks to luck. Everyone in the waiting room couldn't believe that a new record had been set by a student at the rundown Dream Academy. This was the first time they'd heard of this educational institution, so they assumed this unassuming young man was probably the son of some influential figure. The whispers of the other students prevented Seo Jun from concentrating on the lecture. At one point, he noticed Jung Hwan suddenly approaching him. Seeing him approach the incredible newcomer, everyone present instantly fell silent, afraid to make a sound. Despite the tension, Seo Jun remained calm. Looking into the eyes of the tournament's most promising participant, he wondered why he was looking at him so much. Lee Jung-hwan was clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of the first stage, but he didn't feel any threat from the Dream Academy student. Walking away with a self-confident smile, he asked the others why they believed so much in that loser. The redhead believed that Seo Jun only managed to set a new record in the maze by luck. While everyone was distracted by conversations about Lee Jung-hwan's words, Seo Jun decided to return to studying the lecture, but at the same moment they were interrupted by the appearance of the tournament representative. A guy in a blue tracksuit with stripes in his hands was going to explain what awaits them in the second stage. This time, the participants had to fight each other in one-on-one battles. Since they were all at the 4th level, to ensure everyone was on equal footing, they were forbidden from enhancing their weapons with mana. However, they still managed to strengthen their bodies. Not everyone was happy with this news. Seo-jun remained calm, extremely interested in who would become his opponent. 32 students had advanced to the second round, and in this case, there would be 5 rounds of duels. However, as soon as the tournament representative announced that they would begin drafting the tournament bracket, he was suddenly interrupted by one of the participants. Suddenly, to Seo-jun, the guy announced that he would abandon the duel and leave the tournament. Meanwhile, So-yoon decided to leave the arena for a more secluded place, where she wouldn't risk being discovered. She almost revealed her identity the moment she cried out in surprise at her student's victory. Being in a very isolated place, she didn't expect to hear loud conversations. Looking around the corner, she saw a spot where spectators had begun placing bets on the winner. It turned out that the second round would begin right in the semifinals, as most of the students had declined to participate in the tournament. It seemed like there was no point in betting now because everyone present firmly believed Lee Ju-hwan would win. Because of this, the chances of his victory were quite slim. Just as the guys started talking about how no one in their right mind would bet on another contestant, a crazy guy came up to the table and said he wanted to bet 100 million won on Kim Seo-jun. The man in the dark robe shocked everyone present with his statement. The men convinced him it was a rash decision because this student was simply incredibly lucky, and no one had ever heard of his academy before. Seo-yun, watching this event from the side, became interested in the stranger's identity. The mysterious man in black robes, who emitted very strong magic, seemed very mysterious and unpredictable. Meanwhile, Seo-jun himself was bored as he waited for the duel lists to be formed. A few minutes ago, a sudden event occurred. Many students began to refuse to participate in the second stage. Excitedly, Lee Mingi explained in a whisper that he had heard that in fourth-tier tournaments, this was not uncommon because the same people always win here. This behavior was due to everyone's fear of Lee Ju-hwan. The participants spread rumors that he didn't care about the rules, so after a battle with him, you could be crippled for life. However, not only Ju-hwan, but also the guy with the helmet on his head, as well as the participant with the scar on his left eye, seemed to be very impressive opponents. Doubts spread with incredible speed. One by one, the participants left the waiting room. Lee Mingi would have also run away, but he was so scared that he literally stuck to the bench. And so, only 5 semifinalists remained. An hour later, the dueling pairs were announced. In the first fight, Kim So-jun and Jang Dak-chul were supposed to fight. In the second fight, Lee Ju-hwan and poor Lee Mingi would fight. Since there were only 5 participants, Lee Chol-min got an automatic victory. Seo-jun began to think that if he won the first round, then he would most likely win the tournament if he reached the final, regardless of the result. At some point, he noticed his teammates' excitement. Lee Mingu was trembling with fear, and when Seo-jun noticed this, the guy in the plaid shirt whispered in panic that he couldn't believe he was going to duel Lee Ju-hwan. Despite his incredible fear, he still had enough energy to shake his new friend. With a gentle smile, Seo-jun said that Lee Min-gi was acting stupidly as he called himself a loser, even though his fight hadn't even started yet. Seeing his friend's condition, he suggested that he withdraw his candidacy, as with such an attitude, nothing would really happen for him. With his eyes downcast, Lee Mingi said sadly that he couldn't just leave the tournament. Meanwhile, a tournament official entered the room and announced that Kim Seo-jun and Jang Dak-chul should prepare to enter the arena. Rising from the bench, So-jun offered some friendly advice at the end, saying that if Mingi decided to fight, then he should fight until the end. After all, who knows? Maybe he'll get lucky and even win. After these words, Lee Mingi grabbed his hand in surprise. He asked, confused, why So-jun wasn't worried before such a difficult battle. With a confident smile, Seo-jun replied that he only cares about how much experience he will be given for this fight. This answer naturally didn't satisfy his friend's interest, but Seo-jun simply left, motivated by the opportunity to win 100 million won. As soon as he entered the stage, the presenter announced the continuation of the tournament and the beginning of its second stage. The first to be introduced was the new maze race record holder, who managed to avoid all the monsters. Seo-jun was introduced as a participant shrouded in mystery, as no one could say for sure whether he was talented or simply lucky. At the moment of thunderous applause for Seo Jun, he suddenly heard from his opponent that luck would not help him here. Jang Dak-chul was so self-confident that he didn't even hide it. Furthermore, he was portrayed as someone against whose overwhelming power any tricks and gimmicks were useless. With a loud laugh, an arrogant guy with a ridiculous helmet on his head said that student Kim used up all his luck in the first stage, where he managed to set a new tournament record. In response, Seo Jun said it was too early to judge which of them was unlucky. These words seriously angered his opponent. As soon as the referee announced the start of the battle, Dak-chul attacked furiously, shouting that he would make Seo Jun regret his bold words. However, these threats did not bring any results, as the Dream Academy student was more determined than ever, as a prize of 100 million won was at stake. As soon as Lee Mingi learned that his friend's battle had already begun, he began to worry even more. Looking at his opponent, who was standing to the side with an angry expression on his face, he decided that now was a bad time to worry about others. He had to face Lee Ju-hwan, which seemed scary from the start. Even though he was trembling with fear, Seo Jun's words were what kept him in control. But just as he thought that he and Seo Jun were no match for these guys, those in the waiting room cried out in surprise at the shocking news. None of those present could believe that the duel would end in the blink of an eye. The winner of the second-round semifinal of the tournament was Kim Seo Jun of Dream Academy. In response to the result of the first fight, the redhead, who was previously considered the winner of the tournament, arrogantly said that scum should have a place among scum. Despite his words, Lee Mingi felt much better when he learned that his fellow sufferer was able to defeat his opponent. Looking at his future opponent, he said he would also be a winner. As expected, the first couple's fight started with an aggressive attack from an offended guy wearing a ridiculous horned helmet. One would expect nothing less from Chan Dak-chul. His strength was truly overwhelming. However, Seo Jun also surprised everyone present because instead of blocking the blow, he easily dodged it. Furthermore, the Dream Academy student continued to maintain a frenetic calm, which caused doubts on the part of the enemy. Dak-chuk attacked relentlessly and even managed to lose his breath, while his morale dropped due to the fact that all this time, Kim seemed not to be taking him seriously. Enraged by the situation, the axe-wielding opponent was unable to control the situation and, wondering why his attacks weren't working, continued advancing. At one point, he seemed to go mad. Then he strengthened his body with an aura and rushed to attack with a powerful swing of the axe and shouted that now the vile Seo Jun would not be able to dodge. However, at that very moment, the games ended, as the Dream Academy student took the matter seriously and easily knocked the heavy axe from his opponent's hands. Dak-chul couldn't believe what had happened. His body trembled as he realized his axe was behind him for the first time in his life. It was simply incredible. No one expected it, and no one imagined that the battle would end in the blink of an eye. The muscular fighter was desperate, unable to accept that he had lost to someone he considered nothing more than a lucky fool. He proved weaker, and the first victor of the second round was Seo Jun, who had barely utilized his fighting potential. As expected, he was deeply disappointed with this fight. His progress in the lectures only increased slightly, as the actual battle never took place. Previously, he thought that by fighting with other students, he could easily reach a new level of understanding of the arts. Furthermore, there will be far fewer fights than expected, as most participants simply dropped out of the second stage. The battle pass was almost expiring, and Seo Jun feared he wouldn't have time to master the basics in 50 days. He needed to tighten his belt to at least save up for a spear and renew his Transcendence Academy pass. He couldn't afford to lose this tournament. When he returned to the waiting room, he couldn't understand why Mingi was so nervous. Ultimately, his friend was simply captivated by the battle and remained amazed at how strong Seo Jun was. There was never a long conversation, as a few minutes later a tournament representative entered the waiting room and said that the participants of the second fight should prepare to enter the arena. Lee Ju-hwan was the first and pushed his opponent out of the way. The already trembling Lee Mingi considered this insolence normal behavior and, instead of being indignant, decided to remember the moment when, together with Seo Jun, they managed to face the first stage. He admitted that as soon as he saw him, he felt a kindred spirit And so, upon defeating a formidable opponent, he was as happy as if he had defeated himself. He felt a bit jealous at that moment, but more importantly, his friend's success gave him at least some motivation to fight. Pouring out his soul, Lee Min-gi even mentioned that he never has luck and doesn't have the talent or strength like Seo-jun. All that drove him was the insatiable desire to please his younger sister. He hoped that one day she would be proud of him. When he was asked to hurry up, he ran towards the exit, and Seo-jun asked him to give it his all. As soon as Lee Min-gi entered the arena, he began to feel nervous due to the large number of spectators eagerly awaiting the start of the battle. As soon as he began to reassure himself that he could handle the situation, Ju Huan began to grow angry. He despised his opponent, whom he considered a common weakling, so he nervously told him to shut up and stop mumbling under his breath. In that tournament, the arrogant redhead was enraged by absolutely everything. He even felt humiliated for having been forced to participate in such an event, where he was surrounded only by losers. Looking into his eyes, he wondered how he got to the point where his opponent would be trash. To him, Lee Min-gi was nothing more than prey, a useless nobody who lived only to be eaten. Considering his opponent his prey, Ju Huan decided that in this fight, he just needed to remind the scum where they belonged. He was even more furious that he hadn't taken first place in the first round. He believed he was far above everyone else, so he had to prove himself in absolutely everything. Although Lee Min-gi was visibly trembling, he would not give up and pointed his blade towards the tournament's winning candidate. The redhead was extremely irritated to learn that his ridiculous opponent believed he had at least some chance of winning. He couldn't wait to end this fight. A few minutes later, the referee announced the start of the fight. Lee Min-gi continued to say he could handle it, as could his brother Seo-jun. Considering what was happening as a true humiliation, Ju Huan just thought that there was no point in this tournament in the first place. As soon as the fight began, Ju Huan charged furiously to end the fight with just one blow. To his surprise, this was not enough, and Lee Min-gi miraculously managed to resist. Lee Ju Huan continued his attack, unleashing a barrage of furious and precise blows on his opponent. Trying to resist his opponent's stubbornness, poor Min-gi seemed bound hand and foot, and the audience doubted he could hold out any longer. His opponent had already started to lose his composure and even managed to say that he couldn't believe his opponent was such a pathetic brat. After these words, he struck the poor fellow a heavy blow in the stomach with the handle, shouting that he should not have put his head out of his village. Such a strong blow threw Lee Min-gi aside. Crouching on his knees, he began to writhe in pain. Sensing the difference in their strength, he still admitted he had no chance of winning. The realization that they were on completely different levels sent tremors through his body again. However, he couldn't leave like that, because all this time he was only thinking about the fact that he wanted his sister to be proud of her older brother. At that moment, he remembered his brother and his success. Unexpectedly to all the spectators, Lee Min-gi began to get up despite the pain. He knew there was no point counting on victory. But now his task was to hit this vile bastard at least once. Putting all his strength into the strike, Lee Min-gi rushed into the attack to at least catch the enemy with the tip of his sword. He couldn't count on more, but they were on completely different levels. In a moment, the fight was over. The crowd began to cheer. As predicted, the winner of the second battle was Lee Ju Huan of Revenant Academy. The audience was delighted, confirming that the remaining participants in this tournament aren't even suited to such a monster. Ju Huan didn't make it to the fourth-tier competition, as everyone knew this brute was a master of his craft. However, Lee Min-gi still managed to achieve his goal as, albeit slightly, he still injured his opponent. Furthermore, the audience also noticed a small cut on the invincible Ju Huan's face, which was left on him by a completely ordinary boy. The arrogant, red-haired student of Revenant Academy was beside himself with rage. Considering himself elite, he was furious when he realized that some ignorant weakling had managed to hook him. Then suddenly he turned to the referee and announced that he was withdrawing from the tournament. The man in the yellow shirt was shocked by the words of the leading contender for victory, then asked in surprise how to understand this. Everything came to a head at that moment when the unsuitable redhead approached his already defeated and losing opponent and furiously kicked him in the face. Addressing the audience, he shouted that this tournament was a bunch of losers. He accused the organizers of accepting anyone, after which he stated that they would therefore not be able to obtain anything above the 4th level. The tournament officials immediately rushed to the arena, saying that the fight was already over and that if he didn't stop, they would be forced to act. However, in response, the arrogant Ju Huan said he was tired of seeing this pitiful spectacle of losers trying to become hunters. With these words, he completely stamped on the poor guy's head as he lay on the ground. Within a moment, Seo Jun burst into the arena and rushed to attack the arrogant, inadequate bastard who had completely lost his fear. Afterward, he said he was tired of this, and if Ju Huan was so insistent, then he would beat him right now, without waiting for the end. When a Dream Academy student asked his cheeky red-haired opponent to take his foot off his head, he refused. The guy with the spear's patience was already at its limit. In response to the self-confident words, he swung his spear furiously, and the insolent man was forced to jump back. As soon as he scared off the enemy, he immediately sat down next to his companion to see if he was conscious. Li Mingye was injured and could barely speak. Seeing this photo, the arrogant Ju Huan said it was very moving. Seo Jun couldn't stand still. Looking at the bold opponent who considered himself an elite, he sternly asked if he really enjoyed looking down on people. Until the end, he couldn't understand what was wrong with him, because no one in their right mind would put their foot on another person's head. In response, the arrogant Revenant Academy student said he was disgusted that some country bumpkin forgot his place and even dared to enter the arena to fight him. Seo Jun still didn't understand his behavior and asked if they really couldn't even dream, since they were worse than him. Ju Huan took his words as a joke and started laughing, saying he didn't know anyone still believed in such fairy tales back then. It seemed strange to him that anyone would think that if they trained hard, they would succeed. The audience couldn't understand how the judges could allow something like this to happen. It turns out that the judges simply couldn't interfere in this conflict, because this was an order from above. They could only observe what was happening. The fight was inevitable, and So Yun was well aware that her student was weaker than his opponent. Yet she didn't interfere, simply watching enthusiastically, trusting her student. Meanwhile, Ju Huan had already begun to lose his temper, and angrily calling his opponent a non-entity, declared that he would now show him how the world works. He believed that people without talent were nothing more than scum, and to succeed one must rise above one's own head. Seo Jun couldn't accept his words. Ju Huan truly believed that there was no place for dreams in this world, and all awakened people were divided into the worthy and the losers. And yet he couldn't bring himself to hate him, because in truth, he thought so himself. During those 9 painfully long years, as he endured everything just to become a hunter, he constantly faced a harsh reality. He hated himself because he had no money or talent. He hated himself for his helplessness. Work had only helped him stay afloat, but he couldn't do it anymore because most of his money went to paying off loans. In his reflections, he came to the conclusion that there's probably nothing more pathetic than clinging to something that can't be achieved with hard work. He often wondered what his life would have been like if he had given up and chosen a different path. However, after a while, he shook off these doubts, and even now he remained determined in the face of a formidable opponent. Turning to the referee, he asked him to look after Mingi. Seo Jun took a few steps toward the enemy, thinking he wouldn't repeat his mistake. Previously, he constantly succumbed to fear and self-doubt. This is how many people fall into despair. However, now he was ready to tear his opponent apart to erase his arrogant smile and the opinion that talentless people are nothing more than scum. With a cold look, he said he would teach a lesson in manners to someone who never felt superior to the common guys. After these words, Seo Jun rushed to attack, and the referee started yelling that he had to stop, as this was against the tournament rules. Those words no longer meant anything to him. The Dream Academy student began to spin his spear to deliver a swift, unexpected attack. Seeing this, Ju Huan sighed arrogantly. After that, he angrily said that Seo Jun must be joking since he dared to challenge him. Seo Jun landed a powerful spear strike with a high jump, while Ju Huan was able to block using his massive two-handed sword. The redhead didn't feel the least bit threatened by him and said, laughing, that the pathetic creature would regret having decided to appear in front of him. He then swung his sword with ease, throwing Seo-jun aside. Without losing speed, he attacked furiously, gripping the sword with both hands. The madman tried to attack at high speed, but Seo-jun managed to jump back. He was forced to constantly block furious blows, and several small cuts appeared on his face. Kim recognized that his opponent was very strong, so it was no surprise that everyone thought so highly of him. In the fight against Dakchul, he never doubted his victory. Now the situation changed, and Seo-jun felt overwhelming pressure from the enemy. Realizing this thought, he immediately decided to heed his mentor's advice. Seo-jun trusted his feelings and began to simply go with the flow so as not to burden himself with unnecessary thoughts in a responsible battle. Within a moment, he threw his opponent aside. Naturally, the arrogant Ju Huan was furious at such insolence. When the judge told them they had to stop immediately, the redhead yelled furiously at them not to interfere. Anyone who considered themselves a predator, the top of the food chain, couldn't tolerate resistance from their prey. However, in this battle, his opponent was different from the others. He couldn't understand why someone he considered trash was looking at him as if he himself were a predator. Now Ju Huan was very angry. He mockingly said that dreaming isn't harmful, but the pathetic non-entity should see for himself what will happen to his dreams when faced with a cruel reality. Within a moment, he closed the distance with incredible speed. Then he launched a furious blow, which Seo-jun managed to block. The impact was so strong that the arena's surface began to crumble. Although Seo-jun began to tremble from such incredible pressure, the fact that he was able to block the blow only angered his opponent even more. As Ju Huan continued to throw punches, he noticed something strange. He realized that his pathetic opponent was getting stronger with each blocked blow, like a monster growing right before his eyes. Within a moment, Seo-jun himself rushed to attack, and this time they exchanged blows. Ju Huan became furious and began to lose his temper, unable to accept that some brat had managed to push him away. Just as Li Mingyi gave him a small cut, Seo-jun also did something that completely scared the redhead. Enraged, Ju Huan went berserk and began unleashing mana against his weapon. Seo-jun didn't expect his opponent to break the tournament rules and start using aura. He himself didn't yet know how to control his own mana, so he had nothing to counter. The judges and other tournament officials began to panic and ran into the arena screaming, realizing the crazed redhead was going to kill his opponent. Seo-jun himself understood perfectly well that escape was the best option. However, at that very moment, he began to have an internal struggle, realizing that if he ran away, he would betray everything he had learned. At that moment, he began to remember his teacher's words and had the impression that he was nearby. One day, Xiang Yu, as his student, entered a battle, the outcome of which was a foregone conclusion. He lost, and there was no way to change that. Then, for the first time, he felt despair because he feared defeat. However, he rushed into battle and fought, because this is the true spirit of a warrior. Xiang Yu taught him that even if everything points to his defeat, he must continue to fight like a beast and believe in his victory, no matter what. Remembering his mentor's words, Seo-jun resolutely clenched his spear, as he did not intend to turn his back on the enemy. The force that tears mountains from the ground will erase all barriers, and the spirit that can turn the whole world will dominate it. As soon as Seo-jun attacked, he unconsciously began releasing his mana, and a blue aura surrounded his spear. Seeing how much his opponent had changed, the enraged Ju Huan, who believed only in talent, shouted that he was the only predator here, while the rest of the students were just trash that he would continue to wipe his feet on. Tournament officials rushed to stop them, but it was too late. A moment later, two furious fighters attacked each other with a wild cry. There was a powerful explosion of energy, which raised a column of dust and made it difficult to see what the result of this collision was. But as the heat began to dissipate, the audience saw that the fight had resulted in a winner. An inexperienced fighter, considered an ordinary and lucky newcomer, had managed to win this battle. Ju Huan lost consciousness and fell to the ground, while Seo-jun silently tried to get up, supporting his trembling body with a long spear. The audience was shocked by what had happened and began to shout the name of the winner of this fierce battle. Seo Yun couldn't contain her surprise either. She was shocked to see how quickly her student had developed. 2 weeks ago, he could barely block mana-soaked strikes, but now he was able to use aura himself. It was simply amazing, and now she was thrilled to know that she had made the right decision when she decided to choose him as her student. Looking around, she saw the mysterious man in a black robe again. Previously, she'd found him suspicious after seeing that he'd bet on Seo Jun at an underground gambling den. The stranger himself cried out in surprise. He was excited about what had happened because he couldn't believe that someone at the 4th level could suddenly master the aura technique. So Yoon was also surprised, but still not as surprised as this stranger. It seemed that before his eyes, Kim So-jun had violated the laws of the universe. At that moment, she only remembered one important detail, that the stranger had bet a large amount on Seo Jun's victory. However, when she looked around again, the mysterious guy had disappeared from sight. The tournament ended after Seo Jun's incredible triumph, but he returned home without a winning mood. Unfortunately, his victory over the tyrant brought him nothing but applause and recognition from the public. For not listening to the judges, he was disqualified. Tournament officials admitted that Lee Ju-hwan behaved inappropriately, but at that point he withdrew from the tournament, and Seo Jun stepped in as a participant. The referee warned him of the consequences, but he ignored them and did as he pleased. Seo Jun broke the tournament rules and couldn't even argue against it. But the fact that no one tried to stop his opponent before he intervened remained in question. Although Lee Ju-hwan withdrew from the tournament at that time, he was also punished because enhancing a sword with an aura was considered attempted murder. Despite this, he will not go to trial, but the Hunting Association will definitely ban him from taking the exam for the next 5 years. Lee Chul-min automatically became the winner, even though he never fought in the second round. Second place went to Lee Mingi, and third place went to Jang Dak-chul. Among the good news was that Seo Jun himself made good progress in his lectures thanks to the last battle. According to Xiang Yu's lectures, he achieved 56% mastery of the information, while Chiron's lecture was closer to 49%. After some thought, So Jun concluded that the incomprehensible power he felt in battle might have manifested precisely because he had already made halfway through his progress. Based on his improved level, he decided it was worth looking at the course list to choose another path. However, at that moment, he was distracted by So Yoon. She was very worried about his condition and decided to see him after the tournament was over. Fortunately, Seo Jun was completely fine and said in his defense that although he looks weak, he is actually a tough cookie and doesn't mind such a battle. After making sure everything was okay, So Yoon breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, to his teacher, Seo Jun decided to apologize. When asked what he was talking about, he said guiltily that he could have won if he had not intervened where he was not asked. Seo Jun was surprised to learn that there was actually nothing wrong with it, and she just wanted to know if he was okay. After his words that he initially counted on a cash prize, Seo Jun was speechless when he realized the main problem with the disqualification. The poor guy grabbed his head and started screaming because he really forgot that the main reason for participating in this tournament was the money for a spear from the Transcendence shop. He plunged into despair, and when asked what he wanted to spend the money on, he admitted he liked an amazing spear. Despite the failure, he quickly recovered from the moral trauma and got up, saying there was nothing wrong with it. With a gentle expression on his face, he admitted he'd be lying if he said he didn't regret it. But on the other hand, if he hadn't intervened, he would have regretted it much more. Their moment of sincerity and discussion about financial problems was suddenly interrupted by Lee Mingi, who was already feeling much better and could even return home alone. As soon as he approached his friend, So Yoon decided to lower the visor of his cap so as not to draw too much attention to himself. Holding his head, Lee Mingi shyly thanked his savior. After a brief silence, he finally decided to ask if he could become as strong as his brother if he trained hard. Seo Jun was genuinely surprised by this trembling man's words. Seeing his hopeful look, he couldn't bring himself to disturb him. To support the poor man, he warned him that anything is possible, but this won't be an easy path. Still, he realized that Mingi clearly didn't have the talent to become a hunter. However, they say anything is possible if you work hard enough. However, the world is cruel, and you can't get far with dreams alone. To support him, I told him he shouldn't focus on becoming a hunter, as he could do something else, since he was still young and had plenty of time. Lee Mingi wasn't the least bit upset by such remarks, and even admitted that So-jun was right about something. Perhaps he could become an excellent journalist, as he's already demonstrated his ability to accurately gather information about others. Even so, he didn't want to stay long and decided to say goodbye, thanking his friend for everything he did for him. Finally, Seo-jun urged him never to let anyone tell him what to do, even if it was his own words. He even warned him that he would be told more than once that he had no talent and that he couldn't handle it. Therefore, he asked him not to forget that no one's opinion should become his reality, because if he really wants something, then he must achieve it, and everything else does not matter. His brother's sincerity moved Lee Mingi so much that he couldn't hold back his tears. As he said goodbye, he promised that one day he would visit with his sister. Caring for Lee Mingi, So-yun said she was pleasantly surprised by her student's behavior. Seo-jun, walking awkwardly toward his home, replied that he constantly blames himself for always sticking his nose in other people's business. With a gentle laugh, the mentor said she saw nothing wrong with that, as now her student had his first devoted fan. In response, Seo-jun surprised her by saying that it would be better if he became her second student, not just her fan. He believed he should have seized the moment and invited him to the gym. So-yun really didn't expect such words from him. She was happy thanks to his support, because now he said this was their gym. Now she was definitely not alone. Overcome with joy, Seo-yun caught up with Seo-jun again and cheerfully told him that since he had done such a good job, she would buy him a new spear. When asked why she had suddenly decided to do this, she asked him not to worry and to consider it a scholarship. Meanwhile, one of his pupils came to visit the Star Sword Master. He was told that the master was meditating and could not be disturbed at this time, but the guest said that the matter did not require delay. So Moonchul, a one-armed guy considered one of the Star Sword's most loyal subordinates, still troubled his master. In response to his sudden intrusion, the old man said menacingly that he thought he had made himself clear when he asked him not to be disturbed. Releasing his incredibly powerful aura, he asked his subordinate how he dared to ignore his orders. The master's pressure was simply monstrous, and even a seasoned hunter couldn't move. He barely managed to summon the strength to report that Lady So-yun had participated in the academy tournament. These words interested the old man very much, as he couldn't wait for this, knowing that So-yun had no students. Moonchul, seeing the master's uncertainty, confirmed his words. In fact, they gathered some information about what had recently happened at Dream Academy. No one expected that after all her failed attempts, So-yun would still decide to try her old business again. Realizing the importance of the matter, the old man stood up and said he would personally take care of the problem. With a thoughtful look, Star Sword Park Min-chul said that he should personally see what his granddaughter's new student is like. The next morning, Seo-jun went back to Dream Academy, where he wasted no time refining his spear skills. The next daily task of 5,000 spear strikes was completed, but So-yun, as usual, didn't understand what was going on. The student's strange behavior all this time put her in an awkward position, but all this time she never managed to figure anything out. Noticing her intense gaze, Seo-jun asked why she was looking at him so dissatisfied, but the girl replied that he just imagined it. In fact, she still held a grudge against him because he was so eager to raise money for a new spear. But when she offered him a lucrative gift, he was so meticulous in his selection that he ended up leaving with nothing. In response, Seo-jun said he simply wasn't worthy of the gift. Pointing a condemning finger at him, the girl demonstrated that she saw right through him and said with disgust that he was a liar, because he clearly wasn't one of those who would simply refuse such things. She was willing to bet that the problem was something else. She was indeed right. But Seo-jun didn't know how to explain to her that ever since he saw the beautiful weapon from the Transcendence shop, he couldn't even look at an ordinary spear. Things got even worse because the price had increased to 120 million won due to a recent recalculation. Money not earned through honest labor wasn't counted, so So-jun was now afraid to do anything. Seo-yun, as expected, was furious with the situation regarding her student's refusal, even though she said she would pay for everything. Naturally, when the granddaughter of the greatest hunter makes such an offer, It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And yet there was one more pressing matter they didn't have time to discuss. So Yoon asked what mana enhancement technique his student had used in the battle with Ju Hwan. Seo Jun had no idea what he was talking about. So Seo Yoon explained that without the technique, he wouldn't be able to use magic. She noted that she'd personally seen him pierce monster armor, but judging by how he'd fought in the tournament, his technique was clearly not low class. At the same time, her interest was even stronger because she had never seen him train her. At that moment, Seo Jun thought, why doesn't he really know how this happens? He's never studied any techniques to increase mana. The mana enhancement technique is a technique that allows you to use your mana more effectively. There are many different types of this technique. Depending on its effectiveness, it is divided into lower and higher class equipment. Each hunter has their own mana-boosting technique. Some even patent it. In fact, Seo Jun wanted to enter the Elite Academy precisely to acquire effective, high-level equipment. Therefore, he asked his mentor if she taught the Star Sword mana-increasing technique. In response, the girl sighed deeply and said her grandfather had forbidden her to do so. Still, this wasn't surprising, because otherwise there would have been crowds of students at this academy. But in the end, So Yun herself had created her own technique and was ready to teach him. She'd always wanted to teach, so she had to do something like this. Seo Jun was surprised, having thought she had no talent, but he discovered that she lives in the shadow of the Star Sword, and yet she pushed him toward the idea that a hunter truly needed mana control skills. In the fight with Ju Hwan, he experienced the difference in strength between those who know how to use mana and those who don't. Yun didn't understand why he was thinking so deeply, because she was simply asking if he was interested in learning her technique or not. In fact, Seo Jun was thinking that he had a window for a new lecture. Now he could take some course on the study of mana mastery. After a few minutes, So Yun got tired of waiting for an answer from him, so she decided to keep silent and left, wishing him good luck in his strange training. When asked where she was going, the girl replied that she had her own business. When Seo Jun started laughing at how busy she was, Seo Yoon replied that if he left before she returned, then he should close the gym door. In fact, she simply couldn't stand being in the same room with him anymore. She really had nothing to do and just wanted to escape, so she was surprised to see that she really didn't seem to have anything else to do besides the gym. As soon as she left, Seo Jun chose the mana course. Discussing what mana is, the teacher said it's something located in a world subject to the law of cause and effect, but capable of destroying the laws of this universe. Of course, such words proved difficult to understand, and so Jun became convinced that Archmage Merlin was someone similar to the Buddha himself in terms of the complexity of teaching his skill. It seemed like these words were just the beginning of the lecture, but after a moment the old man said that with that, he had said everything he wanted. Seo Jun felt like he was going crazy again because of his studies. The training period was over, and the Archmage suggested starting practice. Seo Jun was given a daily task, to create 1,000 mana spheres. Wasting no time, the man began trying to make at least one sphere. Now he could say that sensing and controlling mana wasn't so difficult, and all thanks to Chiron's sermons. However, it still wasn't easy, because although he sensed mana, he couldn't give it form. The Archmage mentioned that he should use mana to connect his mind with the outside world, transfer the fruit of his imagination into reality, deceiving it and convincing it that everything happens according to the laws of nature. At a certain point, the student concentrated so much that he began to feel how he could give form to his energy. In the most striking example of how this can be done, the Archmage Merlin described a force that truly exists nowhere in nature. It was about the mana aura that Seo Jun had once used. A few minutes later, the guy saw a small accumulation of energy in the palms of his hands, which actually came out of his imagination and into the real world. The crumb between his palms was actually a sphere of mana. He was surprised that all his efforts had yielded such insignificant results, for it was unlikely that the Archmage would consider this a properly executed exercise. Despite this, he was proud of himself because it was a true achievement. He understood that with time he would do better. He just needed to constantly hone his skills. At that moment, Park Min-chul suddenly entered the gym and addressed the stranger with a dissatisfied tone. Seo-jun, holding a small sphere in his hands, was surprised by the appearance of a gentleman he had previously only seen on television screens. Min-chul actually came to the academy to see who had become his granddaughter's student. He didn't expect to see something like this, as he sensed a clot of mana in the man's hand. What was suspicious was that something like this wasn't easy to create. This meant this guy was talented. However, this only deepened his understanding of the situation. The old man began to suspect something was wrong, thinking there was only one reason such a talented young man had come to So-Yun Academy. He feared that Seo-jun was one of those who wanted to take advantage of his granddaughter. Unleashing his terrifying energy, he sternly repeated his question. Shocked by the situation, Seo-jun was forced to obediently introduce himself. He was truly frightened, as he hadn't expected Grandpa Starsword to visit So-Yun Academy so suddenly. Addressing him without any formality, Seo-jun mentioned that he had only seen him online, so it was amazing to him that he finally got to meet the greatest hunter in person. He even suggested that the distinguished guest had come to see So-Yun, after which he said that, unfortunately, she had left to attend to some business. The man didn't understand what had happened, but the old man suddenly became furious when he heard him call his beloved granddaughter by name. His reaction wasn't strange. He treated Park So-Yun with great care, while in Korea they only address people you have a close relationship with by name. But at that moment, another issue began to worry him. After releasing his terrifying energy, he exerted incredible pressure on the student, but for unknown reasons, he remained standing. Seo-jun didn't understand what he was talking about, so Park Min-chul said that his desire to kill, hovering in the air at that moment, usually paralyzes anyone below the S-class of hunters. After these words, the student understood what was happening, and the only explanation for why he was standing was the action of an unshakable heart. Silence fell on his part, and the old man asked again what the guy had forgotten at Park So-Yun Academy. Seo-jun didn't really understand what he was talking about, so he looked very confused. In response, Mr. Park began to slowly walk towards him and took out his sword, saying that with such and such talent he would have been accepted into any academy, but for some unknown reason he decided to approach So-Yun. Unleashing his menacing power, the old man threatened that the guy would regret it if he decided to lie to him. Sensing danger, Seo-jun began to panic and beg him to stop, shouting that it seemed like they had misunderstood each other. However, Mr. Park would not hear him out and sternly said that he did not think he would receive an honest answer so easily. Within a moment, he brandished his sword, and Kim, sensing terrible danger, was forced to fall to the ground to avoid being struck. He only miraculously managed to avoid being seriously injured, which greatly surprised the old man. It turns out Seo-yun was going to visit her grandfather when she decided to go out on business. When she arrived at his house, she discovered he wasn't there. The lady who worked there said she should ask the president what Mr. Starsword is doing now. In fact, she just wanted to tell her grandfather about her new student. The moment she wondered where her grandfather could have gone, Seo-jun was in a mortally dangerous situation. The old man continued to apply incredible pressure and repeatedly asked what goal he was pursuing. So-yun had no idea what was going on at that moment. However, she understood that something was wrong here. She wanted to keep everything a secret for as long as possible, but after participating in the tournament, it was no longer possible to hide Seo-jun. So she decided to deal with the problem by revealing the truth to her grandfather. At that moment, the president approached her. The president was a one-armed man whom the Starsword trusted deeply. He greeted the young woman with a sincere smile, saying he was pleased to meet them. Then Yun admitted that she arrived just in time because she was looking for him. As soon as she told him that she had gone to her grandfather, she was shocked by the truth that Mr. Park had just come to her gym for a visit. At the same moment, she ran back, realizing that during this time something terrible could have happened. The lady in the purple jacket didn't understand why So-yun was so scared by the news, but the president already guessed what it was about. So Yun was in a hurry like never before. She was already blaming herself for letting her guard down. Even so, she knew that her grandfather would come to the academy sooner or later, but she didn't think it would all happen so soon. She had to hurry so that Seo Jun and Mr. Park wouldn't meet without her. Unfortunately for her, the battle had already begun. This was the first time Seo Jun had been in such danger, even though Master Starsword hadn't even taken his sword out of its sheath. However, this detail worked in his favor, because it was now clear that the old man was not trying to kill him, but simply wanted to calm him down and get an answer to a strange question. Surprised by the young man's resilience, Park Min-chul asked who he really was. Soo-jong again began begging him to stop, saying he truly didn't understand what he was talking about. He tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. However, the image in the old man's head was completely different, as he could not understand how his granddaughter's student could demonstrate such incredible skills. He said that the guy was clearly hiding something, as he knows how to control mana, moves well in battle, but still continues to claim that he didn't understand something. All of this made him furious because he thought the little shit was blatantly lying to his face without even thinking. Flying to the side after another blow, Seo Jun stood up and shouted that he had no idea what So Yoon said to him, but in this situation he needed to calm down. In response, the old man yelled that he was a scoundrel. Seeing the furious energy of the Star Sword, Seo Jun realized he'd only made the situation worse by saying something wrong. He hadn't yet realized he'd actually been calling his granddaughter by her name. With a serious and threatening tone, the old man, releasing his bloodlust, said that he was originally going to discuss everything, taking into account the circumstances that brought him here. But now he had no other choice. Being in this situation, Seo Jun thought that it was just a lie and that the old man would not have a friendly conversation with him from the beginning. Seo Jun decided to keep fighting, understanding that such a large hunter wouldn't listen to him. He wasn't afraid of dying, knowing from the enemy's movements that no matter what he said, he wouldn't kill him. If the Star Sword truly wanted to kill him, it would have done so the moment Seo Jun sensed its presence. One who stands above the stars themselves, Park Min-chul's Star Sword was on a completely different level. Seo Jun didn't think that during his first encounter with the person closest to his ideals, he would have to fight. In fact, he was delighted to have had an incredible chance to gain an incredible amount of experience in battle with the greatest hunter. Of course, Mr. Park was not particularly happy with this behavior on the young man's part. He considered him a real scoundrel. Seo Jun's attitude has changed. He even enhanced his own body with an aura, showing that he doesn't deny the fact that he is ready to fight. During his life, Mr. Park had seen many hunters, but only one had ever met his eyes without fear. Seo Jun looked exactly the same, so you'd think he was strong enough to actually try his luck. Rushing to attack, the old man struck the first blow, thinking about what this young man needed from his granddaughter. Seo Jun could hardly withstand such pressure. He still couldn't handle his opponent's speed, nor could he sense his attacks. His face was covered in cold sweat from every movement of the great hunter. He couldn't even perceive the simple strikes made by the Star Sword. The old man's power was beyond his comprehension. However, Seo Jun continued to try to resist and avoided the attacks in every possible way, with incredible interest in how long he could hold out against such a monster. At one point, he himself rushed to attack. However, Star Sword sensed no danger from him. He was surprised by the young man's self-confidence and decided to teach him a lesson, stabbing him in the stomach with incredible speed with the hilt of his sword. Seo Jun flew to the side with a scream, and Mr. Park looked away and said that his pathetic attacks were a ridiculous banality. Despite his despair, Seo Jun didn't give up and tried to gain as much knowledge as possible from this fight. He couldn't allow the battle to end quickly and tried to learn at least one more thing. Rising to his feet, he realized that trickery wouldn't help. However, although the enemy wasn't yet serious, he felt he still had a chance to surprise the old man. Park Min-chul didn't want to waste too much time on this matter, so he rushed to attack again. Seo Jun felt he needed to impress him, but he didn't know how. However, as soon as he stopped thinking about it, he trusted his feelings and surprisingly managed to escape his opponent's sword. He then desperately swung his spear to attack at close range. Subjugating the mana to his will, he forced it to fill the spear, empowering the counterattack. The old man was unexpectedly surprised by what the young man, who didn't even have a hunter's license, was capable of. He couldn't figure out what kind of mana technique he was using, but it seemed extremely interesting. Seo-jun directed his punch with a furious shout, putting all his strength into this attack. A powerful wave of energy directed at the old man limited visibility at that moment. However, the result was a foregone conclusion. He failed to even capture a powerful enemy. After Seo-jun used his aura, Mr. Park shouted that the young man had finally shown his true cruel face. In response, Seo-jun said with displeasure that Mr. Star Sword was the first to attack him. After these words, Seo-jun, who didn't understand the old man's feelings, said again that he couldn't wait for his teacher to return, calling the granddaughter of the Star Sword by name. The greatest hunter began to lose control. Demonstrating his terrible strength, he said that if the young man wanted it so much, then he would personally send him to the other world. Just as Kim was beginning to say goodbye to life, luckily for him, So-yun entered the training room and shouted that enough was enough. The fight stopped, and So-yun started shouting that she wanted to know what was going on here. She was incredibly angry with her grandfather for starting to scare her students again. Looking at Seo-jun, she began to get angry at her grandfather, accusing him of beating the poor guy until he had bruises all over his body. Kim tried to make light of the situation, saying he wasn't seriously injured, although he was already in pain. Looking away, the old man said that such a mattress shouldn't dare call itself a man. In response, Seo-jun allowed himself the audacity to tell the Star Sword that it doesn't matter if you're male or female, anyone would get hurt if beaten by a big game hunter. As soon as he said he wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Park didn't care who he hit, the old man immediately jumped out of his chair and shouted that the young man would soon regret his words. Seo-jun, taking advantage of the situation, cleverly hid behind the granddaughter of the Star Sword, asking if he would continue to beat him. Yun didn't understand what was happening. She had never seen simpletons who would speak to her grandfather like that. Continuing to communicate with the great hunter as if they were some kind of kin, the dissatisfied Seo-jun asked if it was possible to find out why the Star Sword met him so hostilely. Then Yun understood that sooner or later her grandfather would run out of patience, so she asked everyone to be quiet. Then she awkwardly apologized to her only student for what happened. But So-jun didn't hold a grudge against her and said that she wasn't to blame for anything, and he himself escaped with only bruises. Despite her words, Ms. Park again respectfully apologized, saying she was sorry but could explain the situation a little later. Now Seo-jun began to understand what was happening. Seo-yun really needed a heart-to-heart talk with her grandfather, who apparently treated her with great care and controlled her in everything she did. At that moment, it was necessary to leave them alone, so the guy said it wouldn't hurt to go to the emergency room. After these words, he left the academy building, and So-yun looked at him smiling, thinking that she was lucky that he treated her with understanding. After that, she looked at her grandfather with a stern look. They had to have a very serious conversation about what had happened. Although she had decided in advance that she would tell him everything, when the time came, she found it difficult to utter a word. Grandpa himself initiated the conversation by saying that Seo-jun seemed suspicious, so she should stay away from him. Then Yun started to get nervous, and hesitantly replied that he was not suspicious at all. She asked how he knew what Seo-jun was really like. Throughout his life, his grandfather had completely ignored his opinion. The academy ended up being a compromise between all his decisions, but even his grandfather constantly interfered in his activities. He scolded each new student and they all left, unable to bear such pressure. Still, she understood why her grandfather behaved this way. Previously, students came to her academy because of its great name, so she couldn't stop them when they wanted to leave after learning Grandpa didn't teach there. Not wanting to discuss this, Park Min-chul said that So-yun should kick this guy out of her gym. He didn't even expect that So-yun would dare to contradict his words. Refusing his instructions, she said that Seo-jun is not exactly as he sees him. When her grandfather asked her to repeat those words in a stern tone, So-yun shouted that she wouldn't do that and that she shouldn't always listen to him. Unwilling to put up with her grandfather's next intervention, she shouted to remind him that this was her academy, and only she could decide what to do with her students. She had almost nothing to remember during the time she communicated with her student, but when she looks at him, she feels something strange. She wants to stay with him as long as possible, because in those moments she feels happy. Now she wanted to take matters into her own hands. Then Yoon showed his character for the first time, although it was more like a desperate cry from the soul. Turning around, she apologized softly for allowing herself to yell at her grandfather, and yet she said again that this time she would do what she decided. It was actually the first time Mr. Park had seen her so emotional. A few years later, a tragedy occurred that shook his life and turned it upside down. That day, he heard about an incident with a monster appearing on the streets of Seoul, but he was busy with his own affairs, leaving them to the young hunters. However, at one point he was interrupted by the president with the terrible news that his only son had died in that incident. When he lost his son and looked at So-yoon, who had no one left, he decided he should teach her how to defend herself. The girl's life had changed a lot, and she could no longer enjoy the things children her age used to enjoy. The old man couldn't do otherwise because he had to protect her, which is why he was so strict with her. She didn't like swordsmanship, but he was persistent in his training and wouldn't let her give up, saying that if she continued like this, she would never become a huntress, much less reach A-class proficiency. As she grew older, she began to express her dislike for being a hunter. She talked about wanting to be a teacher, but her grandfather refused to accept her desires, saying that wasn't what he was teaching her for. He was afraid of her own decisions and desires, so he constantly yelled that she should just do what he told her. Park Min-chul understood perfectly well that all this time he had been oppressing his granddaughter, even though he was aware that sooner or later she would turn against him. In fact, that's what happened, because he once agreed to a deal when he gave him some freedom, allowing him to found his own academy. Sighing heavily, he accepted the situation, realizing he couldn't take away the only thing that brought him joy. As expected, So-yoon had reached her limit and still rebelled. Meanwhile, Seo-jun has already completed his examination and treatment at the emergency room. Now he felt new and naively thought that another conversation with the Star Sword would no longer be a problem. Recalling the encounter with a smile, he realized that at that moment he had thought he was no longer a tenant. He understood perfectly well that he had escaped with only minor bruises because the old man had restrained himself. However, if So-yoon had been late, things could have ended much worse. Now he understood how difficult it was for So-yoon to be under his strict supervision all the time. That night, So-yoon called him and told him everything. She spoke about her difficult relationship with her grandfather and what happened to former students. Despite such revelations, Seo-jun was still sure that she kept silent about many things, but this was enough to understand how she felt and why the Star Sword treated him this way. Returning to the gym, he couldn't shake the situation, thinking that even though he understood the old man's motives, it was still wrong because even such experiences aren't grounds for beatings. Returning to the training room, he doubted he'd hear an apology. On the other hand, he still learned a valuable lesson, as he made little progress not only in his skills but also in his mastery of lectures. Opening the doors with joy, he suddenly heard a low male voice. He couldn't believe that this time he would be greeted again by the Lord of the Star Sword. Park Min-chul sat calmly on the floor and, seeing the young man's indecision, asked him not to stand in the doorway. The guy started to tremble, realizing that the old man probably wanted to hit him again, but the Star Sword offered to sit next to him. During a calm conversation, Mr. Park discovered that So-yoon and his strange student had entered into some kind of mutually beneficial agreement. Even so, he remained suspicious and, with a stern look, asked if Seo-jun was hiding anything else. Kim was as impatient as the Star Sword itself, so he nervously replied that he had expressed everything and had nothing to hide. Observing the young man's calm flow of magic more closely, the old man admitted he wasn't lying. However, the question of where he had obtained such talent and strength still remained a mystery to him. In his entire career, Park Min-chul had never seen such power in an ordinary academy student. Even more questions were raised the moment they met, and So-jun, seeing his anger, was not only unafraid, but was somehow inspired and did not back down. When Seo-jun said he wanted to leave to begin his training, the old man decided this would be a great time to learn more about him. He wanted to see how this scoundrel trained to see what he might be hiding. However, after several hours of careful observation, he was only sure of one thing, that young man was clearly not himself. He couldn't believe that what Seo-jun called training was constantly staring at his phone, which was turned off, with a blank screen. At the same time, Seo-jun was very emotional and sometimes even shouted strange things. Distracting the young man from the strange teaching method, the old man suggested that he was meditating this way. Seo-jun didn't know how to explain his training, so he decided to simply agree. In response, the experienced hunter agreed that meditation is an excellent exercise, but noted that it shouldn't be overdone. He wanted Seo-jun to understand that meditation strengthens the mind and spirit, but not the body. Seo-jun simply nodded and continued staring at his phone, so Mr. Park was surprised that he wasn't the least bit interested in what he was saying. The old man decided to play trumps and said that if the young man wanted, he could teach him something. Seo-jun pleased his pride because he was actually distracted by the surprise that the Star Sword itself had decided to take care of him. The old man hadn't expected a different reaction, but the young man had hurt his pride, so he blurted it out. To keep things simple, he didn't mind showing off some of his moves. However, his pride was trampled moments later as the ridiculous boy refused, saying he was happy with everything anyway. He also asked if he could be alone during practice so they could talk later. The great hunter's moment of trampled pride could have ended in tears, but So-yun visited the training room at just the right time. She was shocked to see her grandfather standing next to the student he had recently nearly beaten to death. The old man was happy to see her and immediately approached her, saying he needed to discuss something. Yoon was afraid he was up to something, so she warned him that she wouldn't forgive him if he laid a finger on her student. However, in the end, he just wanted to talk about Seo-jun's shocking behavior, saying that he wasn't right in the head. They couldn't understand that there was anyone in the world who could refuse training with the Star Sword itself. Instead of getting some lessons from the greatest hunter, Seo-jun continued to act like he had a headache. The guy looked at his switched-off phone, which seemed pretty crazy. So-yun understood her grandfather's feelings, but she had already accepted these oddities of the student and therefore said that this was still normal behavior on his part. Even so, she agreed with every word he said, saying that she had also thought exactly the same way before. After that, she turned to the student, saying that she was now free. Seo-jun immediately looked away from the lecture and looked at her with a smile and began answering questions about her well-being. However, the old man was still suspicious, as he could not find answers to all his questions. From his observations, he could definitely tell that Kim So-jun isn't particularly smart. But even so, So-yun always smiles when she looks at him. He found it hard to believe she actually enjoyed talking to him. It reminded him that he'd never seen her smile like that before. In conversations with her grandfather, she was always stiff or sad. He often saw her offended, but not so genuinely happy. Realizing this might be their mutual affection, the old man began to get angry again, worried about his granddaughter, thinking So-jun had dared to hit on her. As soon as he took the first step to teach the impudent boy another lesson, he was interrupted by the president, who hurriedly burst into the training room. He immediately apologized for distracting them, but said the matter was urgent. Ultimately, the Order of Truth invited Mr. Park to visit them. Star Sword was surprised that these wonderful men wanted him. In response, he said that if they want something from him, then they should come themselves, because he doesn't care. However, this time the matter was very serious, because after all, Sir Kalia himself wanted to see the master of the Star Sword. Even more shocking was the addition that the Order of Truth had another request. Everyone was literally speechless when they heard that Kalia wanted Mr. Park to bring a man named Kim Seo-jun with him. Hearing his name, Seo-jun was surprised that someone actually knew of his existence. The old man immediately thought the stranger was somehow connected to the cunning Order of Truth, so he assumed it was Sir Kalia's faithful dog. Even So-yun believed this assumption, so Seo-jun replied, brazenly and dissatisfied, that he himself was interested in knowing how they knew his name. Everything fell into place when Mrs. Park remembered a strange man in a black robe at the academy tournament. She assumed the stranger hiding his identity was somehow connected to the Order of Truth. But even after these words, the old man still found it somewhat strange, as Kalia was unlikely to be interested in any ordinary person. Turning to So-Yoon asked if he knew this person, but his student replied tensely that he didn't remember anything like that. After that, he put the boys in a completely awkward position when he confusingly asked if he could refuse the request. He'd been far from such things his entire life, having dedicated himself to working at the company. Yun then said that the Order of Truth is an organization comprising 7 apostles who are on par with the heads of major states, so it's unreasonable to refuse his request. Kalia is the successor to the Apostle of Chastity, and people like him don't normally arrange personal meetings. Even after hearing this, Seo-Jun couldn't help but be surprised and said he had nothing to do with it, as to him he was just some unknown foreigner. He was more interested in continuing his training. In response to these words, Mr. Park's chairman said that he now fully understood why everyone thought so highly of Kalia. When Starsword asked to clarify what he was talking about, Seo Moon-chul replied that Kalia knew beforehand that Kim So-jun would refuse his offer. The young academy student froze when he heard the foreigner ask to convey that if Seo-jun agreed to come, he would give him 100 million won. The mere mention of such a large sum triggered neural activation in the monkey's brain, and Seo-jun immediately smiled reflexively, agreeing to the offer. Furthermore, he wondered how the stranger knew he needed that exact amount. The Order of Truth is a religious organization, but it does not serve human gods, because its God is truth. This mysterious man in a robe is the Great Voice, and the organization is led by 7 apostles. They convey God's will, the truths of humility, diligence, gratitude, mercy, and patience. A century ago, the Order of Truth was considered a simple cult, one among many. But when the cataclysm struck, they joined forces with the forces of the heroes. Largely thanks to them, peace returned to the land, and thus the Order's following increased significantly. But most importantly, the giant monster Berserker was destroyed thanks to his power. Just when everyone thought the problem was over, Berserker suddenly appeared. He was so powerful that not all the heroes combined could face him. The situation was so desperate that it was called the Second Cataclysm. Only the Great Voice and the 7 apostles were able to confront it, thanks to which the earth was saved. Recently, one of them made a surprise visit to Seoul and stayed in a hotel on the outskirts of the city. The place seemed very nondescript for a representative of a world religion. When Park and Seo-jun arrived at the scene, the old man told the cult member that he had personally come to Kalia, after which he began introducing the guy next to him, calling him a fraud. In response, the man in the robe, without listening to the end, looked at the young man with interest, and, anticipating something interesting, said that he knew very well that in front of him was Kim So-jun. Without delaying the guests, he invited them to come in and informed them that Kalia was already waiting for them. Following the robed man, Seo-jun thought that if Mrs. Park was right, then someone from the Order really was at the tournament, and perhaps they had decided to lure him with the same amount he could earn for winning. It was still unclear why the man was watching him and why he had called him. The boys approached the meeting room, and Kim concluded that Kalia might know something about him or the Transcendence Academy. Besides the money for the meeting, he planned to find out why he'd caught their attention. One of the followers of the Order of Truth led them to a beautiful waiting room, where he asked them to wait a little while until Kalia came to them. As soon as they sat down, the old man sighed in discontent, saying that he knew Kalia would not sit and wait for them. In response, Kim asked if he personally knew Kalia. The old man surprised him with his answer, because after all, this was their first meeting. Seo-jun had previously thought she was pretty close. It turns out Kalia called him a few times, but they never met in person. Even during the cataclysm, he met his mentor, the Apostle of Chastity, but he had not yet met his successor. These words reminded the young man that Mr. Park was one of the heroes who saved the world. To him, all this time, he was more like So-Yun's grandfather, but once again, he thought that he was still a star sword, and that shouldn't be forgotten. When it came to the cataclysm, So-Jun decided to ask about the Great Voice. He shared that he'd heard it only appeared in public once, during a fight with a berserker. The curious man asked the old man if he had ever met such a great man in person, and Mr. Pak wondered what the Great Voice sounded like. He replied succinctly that there was no such thing. With some consideration, he nevertheless clarified that he had once seen it from afar. At that moment, they heard the door open and Sir Kalia himself entered. When mentioning that he was happy for their first meeting, Mr. Park replied with a stern look that Kalia himself called them here and ended up making them wait. Kalia, the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, who looked more like a pretty girl, finally appeared before them. He justified his delay by saying he needed time to purify his body and mind before preaching the word of truth. Sighing deeply, Mr. Pak said he had never heard such heresy before, while Kalia himself approached the interesting young man, apologizing for the delay in meeting him. He introduced himself properly, and just as the young man was about to respond, he interrupted him with words he already knew about him. Kalia specifically thanked him for agreeing to the meeting, even though it was extremely unexpected and incomprehensible for a newcomer among the hunters. When asked how the apostle's successor knew about him, Kalia replied that they needed to clear up some misunderstandings beforehand. He said that when So-Jun participated in academic competitions, he was watched by one of his followers. He praised the promising hunter so much that he wanted to see for himself just how strong and incredible he was. In response, So-Jun asked shrilly and incredulously if that was really the reason why such a big and busy man decided to take the time to make such a friendship. He supposed it was unlikely she'd want to see him for that simple reason. In response, Kalia said with a tight smile that he just wanted to talk about it, but first he should ask permission to sit with them. It turns out we were talking about dungeon crawling. That's why the busy heir of one of the apostles decided to gather them for a chat. He sincerely hoped to cooperate with Mr. Star Sword in dungeon exploration. The dissatisfied and impatient old man asked why he should do this. In response, Kalia said with restraint that she knew better than anyone that this was far from the end. These words sounded mysterious, and Mr. Park asked what they were talking about. Kalia reported receiving a report of corruption in one of the dungeons in Korea. He decided to meet with the Star Sword, believing he was the best person to know about the incident. The old man didn't want to talk about it, as he believed it to be a common coincidence, but the apostle's heir said that this was a decision of the Order of Truth, so they should definitely check the state of that dungeon. Now Mr. Park could safely assume that this was why Kalia flew to Korea. A penetrating observation was also the words that in this way the young master of the Order of Truth would be able to consolidate his position. With a heartfelt laugh, Kalia admitted he couldn't be fooled and was truly shrill as always. In response, Minchell said it was arrogant of them to declare this a decision of the Order of Truth, not their personal interest. Kalia realized that Mr. Starsword wasn't particularly interested in doing her a favor, so she decided to touch on her personal life and said that she knew it was unlikely he lacked anything, but that she might be interested in their help for her granddaughter in the development of the Hunter Academy. As soon as Park Min-chul heard the mention of his beloved granddaughter, whom he was trying to protect from too much attention and danger, he immediately showed his determination and released his true form of terrifying bloodlust, which left So-Jun's body numb. With a stern look, he threateningly said that if Kalia tries to involve So-Yun in something like that again, then he won't let him live. Kalia didn't even flinch in the face of such a powerful force, but admitted his mistake and calmly apologized for mentioning Ms. Park. In his defense, he said that beyond that, he had nothing to offer the Star Sword. Having no other choice, he offered to grant one of his requests and help him with this matter. In response, the old man said this was simply ridiculous, because Kalia could say tomorrow that there was no agreement. He had no reason to trust the apostle's influential heir. Kalia understood his words and said that if the Star Sword wished, he could swear an oath to him in the name of the Order of Truth. That was more than enough, but Mr. Pak didn't understand if that would be enough for Kalia to determine the apostle's place. But this wasn't particularly important to Kalia, because that way he couldn't claim there was no agreement between them. When it came to the right of swearing the oath of truth, Mr. Park couldn't refuse to help him. Once they had concluded the agreement, Sir Kalia decided to talk to the academy student. With a satisfied look, he said he'd speak directly. They from the Order of Truth suddenly wanted to sponsor his future as a hunter, seeing incredible potential in him. They wanted to sponsor various activities that the academy couldn't handle. Seo Jun remained calm and asked what he would do if he received their sponsorship. Kalia replied that they did not demand anything in return, because it would be enough for them that Mr. Kim and the Order of Truth were nearby and could contact each other. It all seemed strange, and so Jun understood they would still want payment for their services. In response, he decided to satisfy his own interests and said that if Sir Kalia answered one question honestly, he would consider the proposal. Of course, Seo Jun wanted to ask about the Transcendence Academy, but he knew it would be suspicious if he asked directly about it. He was not sure that Sir Kalia would answer his question honestly, and if he walked away or avoided answering altogether, he would no longer be able to find out the details of the Order of Truth's interest in him. In this case, he decided there was only one way to check if Sir Kalia knew anything about the academy, thanks to which he acquired incredible power. With a sudden and not entirely formal movement, he took a cell phone out of his pocket and brought the screen close to Sir Kalia's face. After that, he asked the Apostle's heir what he saw on the screen of this smartphone. This question was very sudden. Sir Kalia looked closely at the screen. At that moment, Seo Jun began the Buddha's lecture on what the soul, death, and reincarnation are. However, Sir Kalia calmly replied that the question seemed very strange and difficult for him. Taking the phone away from the Apostle's heir's face, Seo Jun said that in this case he could not do anything with his decision if Sir Kalia did not want to answer. A moment later, the Apostle's heir laconically replied that he saw only a black screen. When asked if he was satisfied with the answer, Seo Jun said that was enough. After that, he finally made a final decision about the sponsorship offer and announced that he was declining. This conversation haunted the Apostle's heir even after they said goodbye. His pupil, Kalkos, was the one who performed some important tasks. He was also the one who noticed Kim Seo Jun. This time, he had to uncover the distortions, but he couldn't find anything. When Sir Kalia asked in a threatening tone if he was sure, Kalkos swore in the name of the Order of Truth that he was completely certain of his observations. As for Kim Seo Jun, Kalia concluded there was nothing special about him. He believed that even though he was special, he was now just an ordinary student. The question of what he saw on his smartphone screen took him by surprise, but all he actually saw was a dark screen. But in truth, for a long time he was haunted by the nagging feeling that lingered in his chest. Kalkos then said he was forced to report to another apostle. In response, Kalia said it was worth observing now, as the priority was the distortion in the dungeon and the situation surrounding the other heroes. Aside from the Soul Blade and the Sword of Darkness, he summoned them all. As for these two, no one saw them, so communication was never established. Returning home, Seo Jun wondered if Kalia had actually opened anything of his. He was distracted by Mr. Pak's question about why he had turned down Kalia's offer. The man replied that it seemed very suspicious to him. He didn't know what the Order of Truth really was, but he was still certain that Kalia was clearly not associated with the Academy of Transcendence. He didn't want to make a nearly free deal with suspicious individuals. When asked if he was embarrassed by the studentless academy he belongs to, Seo Jun replied that he had never met a more honest person than Ms. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to ask Mr. Star Sword what the concept of dungeon distortion meant. Park Ming-chul seriously replied that it means the magic within is distorted. The magic wave within the dungeon is distorted, making its difficulty different from the value measured when the dungeon was formed. These distortions have many side effects, but most notably, they result in a sudden increase in difficulty and the dungeon breaking earlier than expected. Seo Jun had never heard of this before, so the Star Sword explained that they had actually observed this paranormal phenomenon many years ago, and now you really don't see such a thing. The words that such a phenomenon usually occurs during a cataclysm interested Seo-jun greatly. At that moment, he said that in this case, Kalia meant that it might mean that the previous incident had not ended, but had merely weakened. In response, the old man asked him not to worry, saying that the heir must have made a mistake, as the cataclysm had long since ended. They were heading to Seo-yun's gym, but the old man suddenly turned around and left, saying that Seo-jun didn't need to know about his affairs. Finally, he sternly warned the young man that if he tried to do anything strange to Seo-yun, he wouldn't survive. In response, the insolent boy said this meant the Star Sword had recognized him, but the old man disgustedly explained that this meant he was still following him. With an absurd laugh, Seo-jun once again crossed the line and, asking the old man to be honest, suggested that this was precisely why Seo-yun was distancing herself from him. Seeing the rage and bloodlust on the part of the great hunter, the ridiculous one said that he did not want to be beaten again, after which he hurriedly left towards Dream Academy. Returning to the academy, Seo-jun came to the conclusion that it wouldn't hurt him to get stronger as quickly as possible, so as not to be afraid that one day the Star Sword would decide to beat him to death. When he walked in, Seo-yun wondered why he was alone. The student explained that she and her grandfather were going to the gym, but he suddenly changed his mind and went in the opposite direction. When asked by a worried Seo-yun what was being discussed, he replied that nothing terrible had happened and that she didn't need to worry. Fearing that another unpleasant exchange might occur between them, Seo-yun said that Grandpa has a bad character, for which she sincerely apologizes, as she should have said so earlier. In response, Seo-jun said with a gentle smile that the way the Star Sword expresses itself is obviously wrong, but there is nothing wrong with it. With a strange laugh, he said the old man could change even now. Still, he admitted he would still suffer some serious blows if he did something terrible. After these words, he began to apologize for saying something nonsense, but at that moment, a blush appeared on Seo-yun's face and a glint in her eyes. After a bit of awkwardness due to genuine emotion, she decided to change the subject and reminded him that he needed money and was trying every possible way to make as much as possible. He couldn't deny it, because all of the 100 million he'd received from Kalia had gone to pay off debts. While Seo-jun was immersed in his financial problems and shortcomings, Seo-yun took it upon herself to fix the situation and, looking at her phone, said that while he was away, she found a task that was ideal for him. As it turned out, she was very interested in dungeon clearing competitions. When Seo-jun saw that the first-place prize was a whopping 300 million won, he screamed with joy, making Seo-yun happy with his reaction. The girl clarified that this competition is like some kind of dungeon raiding competition that no one can control. Ultimately, these were the dungeons that hunters didn't really want to go through due to their low profitability. Seo-jun recalled that it was true that while those awakened during the cataclysm had a sense of responsibility, hunters now only pursue profit. In turn, Seo-yun clarified that unprofitable and abandoned dungeons are mostly low-ranked and more difficult to attack. However, if the dungeons are not cleared quickly, after a while they explode, releasing monsters, so no matter how low the monster's rank is, they still pose a threat to society. Initially, these dungeons were monitored by government hunters, but sending them to such a degraded place was ineffective. Ultimately, the government solved this problem in a different way. This is why so-called dungeon clearing competitions were created. The dungeons are just the right level for the average student to tackle. The student's strength is now more than sufficient to handle them, and they also said the results will be reflected in the Hunter Academy rankings. Upon hearing this, Seo-jun admitted that only a true genius could have invented this. Yun was certain she could handle it, so she asked him what his answer would be. The 300 million prize and the opportunity to increase the pace of the talks as the attack progressed gave him no reason to refuse. With cheerful smiles, they agreed to participate, and Seo-yun said she would submit an application soon. Seo-jun had no idea how hard she worked to satisfy her needs. He assumed she was probably looking for information on how to increase her gym rating and found something similar. As for the competition, he already knew that, based on his experience from the last game, it wouldn't be easy. However, this time he promised himself he wouldn't make any mistakes and would definitely get his money back. After that, he decided to clarify exactly how the competition was held. It lasts for a week, and when it begins, the government will send participants a list of dungeons. Participants can then review the list and reserve the dungeon they want to clear through the app. To prevent monopoly, dungeons have 10 hours to complete, and you can only reserve one at a time. In extreme cases, the reservation will be automatically canceled. In this case, speed is life, so whoever completes the most dungeons the fastest will win. In response, Seo-jun suddenly said it was difficult. Ultimately, he meant that after the attack, they needed to get rid of the bodies. Then Yoon grabbed her head and said there was no need to do that because they wouldn't pay much for it. She was shocked to realize he wanted to do it again. The gains were unimaginably greater and more important, but Seo-jun stood firm, saying that if you collect all the corpses, you will get an impressive amount. That's why he said it would be difficult. Seo-jun continued to shake her head from side to side, showing that she didn't agree with such madness. Lost in thought, he remembered that he had already thought of tactics to clear dungeons quickly. After that, he immediately picked up the phone with energy. He wanted to clarify the rules of the competition to see if the trick he had in mind could be used. A few days later, the day of the competition began. Seo-jun had downloaded the Dungeon Crawler app in advance, so it seemed they were ready. However, they were waiting for one more person, whom Seo-jun had called as his assistant. Seo-jun happily said that the person in question would soon find them, because if finding the way was a skill, then even the Star Sword wouldn't be able to compare to it. Within a moment, Mr. Ajusi came to them. With a gentle laugh, Seo-jun said that this time there would be no penalty for being late. Ajusi Minchul was the assistant that Seo-jun decided to take with him on the raids. A few days ago, he suddenly pulled him away from work with an offer to join the same team. He invited him to carry the monster corpses left after the competition and also to be his driver. The man promised he'd pay well, because no one else could do such delicate work, where every second counted. Slicing monsters requires some skill, and when it came to his uncle's skills, Seo-jun could attest to that. A few minutes after the meeting, they received a message informing them that the dungeon clearing competition had begun. Ajushi and Seo-jun began the task and quickly got into the truck they would use to transport the monsters from the dungeons. Just in case, Seo-jun reminded them of their strategy again, saying that whoever clears the most dungeons wins. Victory depended directly on speed, so in this competition, he needed two things. The first is the high speed of dungeon clearing, and the second is the fast movement between locations. Basically, all the dungeons were either first or second level. Depending on the level, the attack time would also vary, but Seo-jun was ready for any dungeon. All Minchul needed to do was get from one location to another as quickly as possible. After that, he handed her the phone with the app. It had a list of dungeons and their locations. Seo-jun hoped that Mr. Anjosi could plan a route that would minimize the travel time between these dungeons as much as possible. The old man was confused, but Seo-jun happily praised him, saying that he was much faster and more accurate than any navigation system. Without wasting time, they accelerated and drove to the first stop. At the dungeon they were headed to, Inspector Go Soo-jin was in charge. She'd never heard of Dream Academy before, so she didn't expect anything special from them. She assumed that since Kim Seo-jun was from some unknown academy, then he was probably a weak student who would need at least an hour to clean up. When she saw Minchul, she initially thought Dream Academy was going to cheat, but the gentleman in the white t-shirt remained waiting outside, so she was no longer worried. After that, she assumed he was just an ordinary driver who, for unknown reasons, was driving a truck. At one point, she saw that the dungeon started making a strange noise. The gate suddenly opened, and a student appeared, turning to his friend and saying that he was finished, after which he asked him to get ready. Anjosi was surprised because he hadn't even had time to have breakfast. Madame Gu didn't understand what was happening, so she hurriedly said that according to the rules, outsiders were forbidden from interfering in the dungeon raid. Seo-jun didn't understand the reason for his excitement and calmly replied that he knew that, but the attack had already been completed. As expected, the nervous inspector couldn't believe it, so she hurriedly entered the dungeon. What she saw simply shocked him. A student from some unknown academy had completed the dungeon in less than 5 minutes. While she was trying to realize that this was true, Seo-jun got to work. The confused girl asked what he was doing. In response, the guy she thought was crazy started carrying the monsters outside while he exercised. Mr. Anjosi, who had just prepared the table for carving the monsters, was also surprised to see that the cheerful young man continued to engage in madness in the form of exercises with monsters on his shoulders. To put it simply, Seo-jun replied that in addition to his main mission, he also has secondary objectives in the form of exercises and selling monsters in dungeons. When asked how long it would take, Mr. Anjosi said that since they are low-level monsters, they have few profitable parts, so cutting down a goblin would take no more than 15 seconds. While Mr. Anjosi prepared for the cut, Seo-jun would move the rest of the monsters to the work site. The inspector was simply shocked to see such an image before her eyes. Despite her dissatisfaction, she couldn't say a word about it, as the rules didn't exclude the possibility of slaughtering destroyed monsters. There were no complaints, so the guys got to work. Once they finished, they immediately clarified what the next path would be. As a result, Ms. Gu, who saw something crazy, was released from her work in just about 10 minutes. The inspector of the next dungeon was enjoying himself in nature after another hard day of work on the computer, when suddenly a truck passed by him, blowing away the butterfly that was in his hand. Within a moment, Seo-jun and Min-chul ran past him, preparing to pass through the gate. Inside were low-level undead that Seo-jun had never encountered before. However, he saw no particular problem in fighting such monsters. With a powerful swing of his spear, he created a wide area attack, destroying everything around him. Another batch of bones completed Mr. Anjosi's work. In front of the confused inspector, he began to extract all the bone marrow, which was the only valuable thing from this undead creature. In just 5 minutes, the guys were done and hurried out of this dungeon. Mr. Inspector found himself alone with nature again, realizing that his great moment had ended so quickly that he was forced to return to work in the office. Towards the end of the day, the deputy of the dungeon management team of the Ministry of Public Administration and Security finished his report on the first day of competition and left it on his boss's desk. The office manager began analyzing the highly anticipated results and first came across the statistics of East Academy and its representative Lee So-yeon, who managed to once again surprise him with the incredible statistics of 16 dungeons completed. He expected her to come in first, but was surprised to find her in second. He hoped that in this case, someone would be found who could handle the task, likely clearing 17 dungeons. He was simply shocked when he saw that Kim So-jun managed to clear as many as 32 dungeons. Not understanding these results, he distracted his deputy to clarify the results. Showing him the documentation, he wondered if they had made a mistake, indicating that someone had achieved the impossible by clearing as many as 32 dungeons in one day. The head of the office was simply surprised to learn that, according to the inspector, those guys moved between the dungeons very carefully, without wasting a second, finishing all the raids in a maximum of 10 minutes. The entire office couldn't believe it, but after a thorough investigation, it was discovered that Kim Seo-jun had not violated any rules of participation in the competition. To understand who we were talking about, the office manager decided to ask which academy this mysterious student belonged to. As soon as the congressman mentioned that he was from the academy, which is near Seoul in the Yunpenggu area, the boss immediately realized he was talking about Dream Academy. Remembering that that organization belonged to Star Sword's granddaughter, they immediately realized that this was quite possible. The guys looked at each other in surprise, thinking that this would only be possible if the Star Sword itself intervened in the dungeon clearing process. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon, a student at East Academy, was forced to apologize for the fact that she somehow miraculously failed to win the championship on the first day of competition. The academy director threatened that she wouldn't survive with a simple apology, as they would suffer huge losses if she didn't win first place this time. In response, So-yeon promised she would do everything possible to win. However, in response, she heard a question about whether an ordinary person could handle the dungeons in the same way as the winner of the first day, because we were talking about up to 32 cleared locations. Lee, So-yeon thought this would require completing raids every 10 minutes, but even then, given the distance between the dungeons, that's simply impossible. Rising from the table, the principal surprised her with his opinion, saying that it is possible but only if someone helps this student. Walking toward the window, he suggested So-yeon do what she had done before. When he said he would handle the rest himself, her reaction suggested he was going to follow the path of deception. This vile man is her father, as well as a former A-class hunter who now serves as the headmaster of Vostok Academy. Lee Seok-man, addressing his daughter, asked her not to put such methods in her head, because in the end, this is the law of life, where the most cunning survive, and what matters is who wins, not who is right. Despite the internal conflict, she could not go against her father's words, as she fully agreed with such a true truth of the modern world. After leaving her father's room, she remembered his words that he believed she wouldn't act as stupidly as that idiot Jin-soo. Jin-soo remained in her memory as the guy who said that in the heart of a professional hunter, there must be something she should never compromise with. His words seemed absurd, because everyone knew that in this world, money decides everything. However, the naive and simple man insisted that if money darkens his heart, the world will never be the same. He promised to become a professional hunter, which would make people's hearts tremble. His words gave her false hope. She felt better around him. This guy turned her life upside down, as he inspired in her that she had hope of freeing herself from the heavy shackles of such reality. However, now that he was dead, she tried to forget his words that were so firmly in her memory. The workday was finally over, and the boys could sit down to rest. As for earnings, without taking into account costs and taxes, they managed to earn around 8 million won. As expected, Kim Seo-jun offered to split this profit equally. Despite this, Min-chul called himself a miserly driver who would be satisfied with 30% of the total amount. After a long negotiation, Seo-jun, although he didn't want to, still agreed to such a deal. The uncle couldn't hold a long conversation anymore, so he didn't even care that the wretch still added a little money before his reward. Suddenly, Seo-jun asked why he didn't seem to be surprised by anything. He wasn't even talking about money, but about how quickly he managed to clear the dungeons. The uncle unexpectedly replied that he had actually seen him in action in academic competitions, but did not want to burden him with calls. Seo-jun was very happy to be able to work with such a person. For him, his uncle is a very direct person, but always encouraging. After the loss of his parents, the boy had to pay off his debts himself, and Mr. Min-chul took care of him, becoming a great support. Continuing the pleasant conversation, Seo-jun, aware of his recent success, asked if his uncle would like to start a transportation company. Min-chul didn't understand what they were talking about, as it was a lot of money, but Seo-jun promised that one day it would be possible for them. By the second day of competition, the sensational dungeon robbers had already begun to be recognized. They were called dungeon cutters because they could not only attack but also cut through monsters. In fact, they were much talked about now, and it was hard for the next inspector to believe until he saw them with his own eyes. Now he was convinced that there was no problem with their work, and he didn't mind them continuing to look after the dungeon he was responsible for. On the second day, the gap to second place widened significantly. The gap between them and Lee So-yeon reached 20 completed dungeons. At this rate, victory wasn't far off, and it would even be strange if they started losing ground. Seo-jun enjoyed every minute working with his uncle and was glad he was the one who asked to come to his rescue. There were still 5 days left until the end of the competition, and during that time Mr. Min-chul worked tirelessly, trying to keep up with the young students' incredible pace. To cheer his uncle up a bit, he promised that if they won, he'd treat them to something delicious. Min-chul assumed he could afford it, because as a promising student, he probably eats food fit for the rich. Things were going very well, and the young man said he had a good feeling, and now they simply needed to win the jackpot. However, On the third day of competition, the situation suddenly changed. The unexpected oddity put Mr. Minchell in an awkward position, and he suggested that the student take a look at the changes to the dungeon map. Seo Jun couldn't believe his eyes. Every dungeon in the area was reserved. The nearest available seat was at least an hour's drive away. It was clear that the fact that only the seats next to him were reserved was no coincidence. A suspicious change in his competitors' activity indicated they were trying to impede his success. This wasn't according to the rules, so the uncle expected the competitors to withdraw the reserve soon. His instincts told him this was no coincidence. Seo Jun replied that they weren't sure yet, so they should go to the nearest dungeon first. However, even after the next dungeon, the same thing happened. As a result, they only managed to clear 10 locations, while Lee So-yeon began to quickly approach first place with 25 successful attacks. Seo Jun understood that something very strange was happening, so it would be impossible to go without help. They approached So-yoon with this question, believing it was the work of the second-place members' academy. You can use the app to find out who reserved dungeons, but not these ones. That's why Ms. Park decided to contact the competition organizer. Seo Jun was still in first place, but he understood that at this rate he would quickly give way to his competitors, as this was only the third day of competition. Turning to his uncle, he said that now they would be forced to change their strategy a little, because there simply wouldn't be enough time to cut down the monsters. The gain was much more valuable, but even so, no matter how quickly he cleared the dungeons, the distance was inevitable, and even his uncle's talent couldn't overcome this obstacle. Suddenly, Seo Jun announced he had a clever plan to neutralize them. A clever idea popped into his head, surprising So-yoon and Manchul. Its implementation should render the competitors' efforts futile. The next day, Vostok Academy representatives met again to begin reserving dungeons. The Academy representative asked everyone present to stay alert, as once Seo Jun appeared on the map, they would have to reserve the dungeons around him. The boys didn't take their eyes off their phones, anticipating that they would be able to repeat the trick that worked last time. While all the participants in the cunning scheme were discussing the situation, a representative of the Vostok Academy noticed activity on the part of its main competitor. He yelled that everyone should be prepared to reserve everything at his location. Like last time, he asked them to book in batches so as not to appear too suspicious. The boys knew the essence of their business very well and asked the gentleman not to worry, but to pay for their services on time. However, as soon as they logged into the app, they saw that Seo Jun had reserved a dungeon next to Lee So-yeon, which could hinder their success. Also, they couldn't reserve dungeons near it, because according to the rules, you can't cancel a reservation within 10 hours if you haven't completed the raid. The Vostok Academy's cunning plan collapsed with unprecedented speed, and its representative suddenly felt a tremor. Meanwhile, as always, the cool and unflappable Lee So-yeon cleared the next dungeon without a hitch. Returning to the chauffeured car, she surprised him by completing the task in less than 15 minutes. However, as soon as the driver looked at the map to select the next location, his face broke out in a cold sweat. They couldn't believe their competitor would reciprocate and reserve all the dungeons around them. Using the same approach, the competition's top players finished Day 4 with nearly identical results. Seo Jun managed to stabilize the standings with this approach and, taking advantage of the advantage he gained in the first 2 days, managed to win this competition comfortably. Ultimately, the headmaster of Vostok Academy was not too thrilled with such a move on the part of the competitors and came up with another way that would allow his daughter to get first place if she continued to clear the dungeons in the same spirit. On the 5th day, the two sides vying for first place were forced to meet due to their dungeons being close to each other. The inspector, sensing some tension, said in advance that fights between participants were prohibited and that violation of the rules would result in disqualification. When the two students approached to meet, Kim Seo Jun said that no matter who wins, everything must be fair between them. He reminded them that this competition was started with good intentions. Lee So-yeon wouldn't even admit that she was the first to cheat to slow down her competitor. And yet, looking at Seo Jun, she thought of his words and remembered a friend who also constantly spoke of good intentions. She believed that such a thing did not exist in this world, so she would not even believe his words. Throughout her life, she learned that people are inherently selfish, no matter what they do, and that their actions are based on personal gain. This is why people only help when it's beneficial to them, so they can abandon you when the time is right. In this cycle, she saw no room for good intentions, so she, with her mind once again cool, continued to exterminate the monsters in the dungeon. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he saw the surprised inspector who couldn't believe that the rumors about Seo Jun's madness were true. At that moment, something unimaginable was happening that even attracted Lee So-yeon's attention. The madmen separated the monsters right before their eyes and then loaded them into their truck. The girl was surprised, while Seo Jun, with the dead monster on his shoulder, noticed that she finished the attack even faster than he expected. He then caught her off guard by asking if he could also take the monsters from the dungeon she had just cleared. Seo Jun couldn't pass up the chance to make such a profit, while Lee So-yeon didn't mind. Even so, she felt a little strange about the way this strange student, who was her main competitor, behaved. After catching the monsters from his dungeon, he began to walk happily towards his uncle while doing exercises, noticing Lee. So-yeon's attention, he explained that he was just exercising to save time. As for the monsters, he explained that they also bring a lot of money, so he wouldn't want to leave them in dungeons that would soon close. In fact, Lee So-yeon quickly regained her sanity, saying it was a waste of time. She hasn't changed her opinion that there's no place for good intentions in this world because Seo Jun only does it for the money. Her brother, who tried to force her into this idea, once said that she would reach the level of a professional hunter, which would make people's hearts tremble. However, in an age where anyone can become a professional hunter, she saw it as nothing more than a common profession, which is also practiced by selfish people. Meanwhile, Star Sword and Mr. Kalia went together to the 6th-level dungeon, where they suddenly discovered a 10th-level monster. Mr. Star Sword dealt with it without much difficulty, but the reason for the dragon's presence remained a mystery. Lady Kalia mentioned that when measured, this dungeon was definitely level 6. She assumed the idiot had appeared here due to a possible distortion. Mr. Park dismissed this as absurd, saying the distortion couldn't appear this way and was more likely the work of the Order of Truth. Furthermore, he also said that it reminded him a lot of events that occurred 30 years ago. In response, Lady Kalia admitted that she fully understood their concerns, but swore on the honor of the Order of Truth that they would not do so. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Young Jimin, the Star Demon's disciple. She said she would investigate this phenomenon instead of her master, because unlike the Star Sword, old age had not spared him. After a brief examination, Ms. Chan said she definitely felt an anomalous flow of mana from the destroyed monster, but it didn't feel like a distortion. Despite this, Mr. Park said unhappily that a level 10 monster was a mere trifle, and therefore he hadn't noticed anything strange. And yet, this hadn't happened since the Berserker's appearance. In response to such a conclusion, Ms. Kalia asked what would happen if a similar mutation occurred to the rest of the dungeons. Naturally, we were talking about the increased danger to ordinary hunters. Even though the chance was low, Young Jimin still said this case couldn't be ignored. To find out the source of these changes, she suggested gathering more information by asking the head of the Hunters Association to remeasure all the low-level dungeons. Meanwhile, something unexpected happened in Seoul. Experts discovered a very rare phenomenon. Up to 3 dungeons appeared in one place. This was the first time they had seen something like this in real life. The last few days have been simply terrible for the Dream Academy team. Wherever they went, the seats were filled. Furthermore, they were now haunted not only by the hunters, but also by the inspectors themselves. Returning to the academy, Mr. Minchell couldn't contain his dissatisfaction with the inspector's corruption. However, the second method proved more effective, and it was simply impossible to win this case with a counterattack. Seo Yoon literally exploded because of this. She screamed that she wouldn't do it anymore, and now she would rebel even if she had to use her grandfather's name. With this, they were still able to take advantage of their connections and interrupt such activities by inspectors and hunters, as a new decree was issued regarding the competition rules. The past couldn't be returned, so Seo Jun was counting on a few days of peaceful work, but it turned out that not everything was so peaceful. This time, competitors began blocking their path, creating fake incidents that blocked their path. Everything returned to normal, and now Lee So-yeon even took first place by a 1-point margin. Dream Academy reconvened to discuss strategy. Those who prevented them from proceeding insisted they had nothing in common with Lee So-yeon. The dungeon's head of administration promised to deal with the matter directly. Seo-yoon also revealed that she recently discovered that Lee So-yeon's father, Lee Seok-man, is actually the principal of East Academy, where she belongs. Furthermore, according to her, Lee Seok-man is a former A-rank hunter, one of the few people her grandfather recognized. In fact, it wasn't really that this professional hunter was so strong. He just had a lisp, which is how he managed to acquire such connections. Because of these details, the director of Dream Academy feared that they would not be able to conduct an investigation, because even if they discovered his involvement in the case, it would be too late. The tension of the desperate situation took hold and plunged the boys into a kind of temporary despair. Then Yoon, sighing heavily, apologized to the student that this was all she could do to help him. In response, the confused guy asked her not to blame herself, as all this time she had been helping them, supporting them, and giving them the chance to continue in this competition. Minchul, in turn, supported his nephew's words, saying that So-yoon had truly done everything she could. The rest was up to them. Noticing that Seo-jun had remained silent, Mr. Minchul angrily asked him to say everything that was on his mind so that So-yoon would stop worrying. Judging by his mischievous smile, he really was up to something crazy. The cheeky Seo-jun caused trouble for Vostok Academy once again, as he managed to overtake them once again. Reportedly, he only started booking dungeons when he was already close to them. Therefore, it was simply impossible to predict where he would go next. Furthermore, they decided to abandon the heavy truck. The competitors were shocked that it took them only 5 minutes to reserve and clear the dungeon. It was no longer possible to bribe the inspectors because Dream Academy complained about their work, and therefore the dungeon management department placed additional surveillance on this process. Lee Seok-man couldn't believe how they managed to get the board involved so quickly. In response, the board said that Dream Academy is an institution led by the granddaughter of the Star Sword herself. Naturally, upon hearing this, the headmaster of the Vostok Academy decided that there was no point in engaging in direct conflict with him, so he ordered them to find another way to win definitively. The final day of competition began, and Kim So-jong slowly began to regain her position. There wasn't enough time to win, but in the end, he at least managed to score as many points as Lee So-yeon. The competition organizer's office was forced to convene a higher commission. As expected, having met face-to-face, Seo-yoon and Seok-man began making complaints against each other, in which the East Academy principal still continued to deny the fact that he was cheating. The argument nearly escalated into a fight, and the director was forced to end the conflict. He said that, firstly, the committee concluded that there could be no draw. Furthermore, they had no solid evidence that Lee So-yeon cheated, so disqualification was impossible. Therefore, the commission decided that it would have to resolve this situation with a competition, which would eliminate the possibility of cheating. The next day, an additional stage of the exam began, in which Shin Young-seok, leader of the dungeon management team, was in charge. Kim Seo-jun was determined to get his 300 million won amulet. Of course, Lee So-yeon would do her best to live up to her father's expectations. After meeting the contestants, Young-suk said he will first explain how the final round will go, after which the winner will be determined. The rules were simple. They had the opportunity to choose one of 3 dungeons. At the end of the clearing, whoever completed the task first would move on to the second. The winner would be the one who completed 2 dungeons. In response, Seo-jun asked, what was the point of raiding the second dungeon if, in fact, the one who completes the first one the fastest wins? It turns out they originally wanted to do this, but couldn't find a suitable location where only 2 dungeons were connected. So they chose this location because they couldn't leave this gate unattended. Plus, the winner must have completed more dungeons. He also said that all 3 dungeons are 2-star difficulty, so they can discuss which dungeon and who will go. Seo-jun doubted they had agreed on anything this time, but just in case, he decided to choose first. Lee So-yeon didn't mind. As a result, Kim So-jun chose the right gate, while Lee So-yeon went to the left. Once the dungeons were chosen, the group prepared to begin the test. Before Yeon Seok announced the start, Lee So-yeon addressed her opponent and coldly said that after the end, they should not show their tears due to defeat. Seo-jun was surprised by her speech because he didn't think she would be so hostile towards their academy. As soon as Yeon Seok announced the start, the two students ran into their dungeons. Seo-jun entered and began to advance at a fast pace. He still continued to think about So-yeon's words, not understanding what she meant. Still, victory was far more important than her brutality, so he put those thoughts aside for later and focused on the presence of monsters. Initially, he thought he would encounter ordinary kobolds, but let alone them. He hadn't even heard a single sigh from the monsters, despite it having been 5 minutes since the test began. This dungeon seemed a little suspicious to him, as it seemed like the monsters were simply hiding from him. And yet, he never considered that this might be another trick from his competitors. However, within a moment he froze in place, feeling the monster's terrible bloodlust. The terrible scream spoke of one thing. That was not the monster we were talking about. Within a moment, a 4th-level monster, Manticore, whom he had already fought once, furiously charged at him, but by then she was extremely weakened. Seeing such an opponent, he could only assume that there was an error in the dungeon's measurement. However, there was no time to think, so Seo-jun rushed forward with incredible speed and dealt a fatal blow to this monster. The Manticore was easily destroyed. Although he completed it in a matter of seconds, completing this dungeon took a long time, so Seo-jun ran towards the gate, believing that Lee So-yeon had probably already completed the raid. Within a moment, he was outside, waiting for his rival to have already passed through the second gate. Turning to the inspector, he shouted nervously that he had met a Manticore. Pointing his finger at the gate, he asked the inspector to make sure it couldn't be a 2nd-level dungeon. As expected, Yeon Seok was surprised that this man could handle such a monster alone. So-jun, considering this unfair, demanded revenge. Even so, the inspector understood his request perfectly, but there was one caveat. It was difficult for them to cancel the competition at this time. When asked what was going on, Yeon Seok unexpectedly replied that member Lee So-yeon had not yet come out of his dungeon. The girl who entered through the sinister gate, where there should be nothing worse than kobolds, had already been there for more than 10 minutes. Her dungeon had also been corrupted, and a monster even worse than her competitor was waiting for her, Lee. So-yeon, although she was a strict older sister, always took care of her brother. Still, she didn't understand his kind soul and such behavior, so she wondered why he didn't listen to his father. Jin-soo wasn't stupid, but he seemed naive, saying that he didn't want to cheat for his own gain, even if he had to go against his father's words. He always idealized the job of a hunter and insisted that if you are a professional, then there must be something in your heart that you must never compromise. His sister couldn't accept his gentle nature and constantly reminded him that his people called him a reckless fool. She believed that all the troubles in this world come only from kindness, and therefore, those who can't take care of themselves shouldn't try to jump over their heads. But no matter how much she scolded him for the fact that the age of heroes he spoke of had already passed, he still looked at her with kind eyes, full of hope and sincerity. Despite all his sister's attempts, Jin-soo did not agree with such a true world. With a gentle smile, he continued to repeat that there are as many heroes as there are conscientious and incorruptible politicians. One day, on a cold, rainy night, a terrible event occurred. What Lee So-yeon feared most happened. Jin-soo died while protecting a stranger. The tragedy that shocked the girl did not bother her father much, who raised them with cold blood, ready for the realities of this world. Lee So-yeon promised that she wasn't like her reckless brother. She believed he died trying to help others, not knowing his place. The news that the contestant had not yet left her dungeon haunted So-jun. Based on this, Mr. Yeon Seok stated that the Dream Academy student had won even under these circumstances, so he shouldn't demand revenge. They had no right to refuse, but the offer still felt strange. Lost in thought, the man realized something was clearly wrong here. He was certain the dungeon's measurement error wasn't just an accident, but likely another trick by Lee So-yeon. However, it has now become clear that she too had similar problems. The deputy head of dungeon management, who arrived to measure again, suddenly reported that his device started producing some strange results and suddenly showed the fourth difficulty level of the dungeon that Seo-jun had cleared. At that moment, Seo-jun was lost in thought, remembering the conversation with the Star Sword about distortions. The conversation between Mr. Yong-seok and Representative Kim only confirmed their dire assumptions, because during their 20-year career together, the device for measuring the danger level had never failed. The situation was quite dangerous, so they decided to call professional hunters to investigate the incident. But the moment Mr. Yong-seok wanted to inform Seo-jun that they had identified an error that would force the postponement of the competition, the guy disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Lee So-yeon was already seriously injured and lost her left arm in the battle. She couldn't believe there was such a terrible monster in this dungeon. On the verge of death, she asked her brother if this was the same poetic justice he always told her about. His level was not enough to survive the battle with the dangerous 6-star monster Mercure. Within a moment, Mercure shouted furiously and rushed to attack Lee. So-yeon couldn't even move. She just thought that in this terrible world, there is no place for justice, because that only happens in fairy tales. When the monster ran towards her, she had already said goodbye to life and closed her eyes. With a smile on her face, she said that at least she wouldn't die as stupidly as her reckless brother. However, within a moment, she heard a sudden hiss and a repeated scream from this terrifying monster. Opening her eyes, she couldn't utter a word. A student who was her main competitor suddenly appeared in front of her. Seo-jun struggled to hold back the monster's heavy paw as it tried to kill Lee So-yeon. Holding a trembling Mercure, Seo-jun asked in a weakened voice if she could move. Although the shocked girl couldn't utter a word, he shouted that time was running out and that she should hurry. His strength was running out, but with such a monster it was impossible to relax for a minute. By pushing the monster forward, he only convinced himself that it was far more powerful than Manticore. In that case, he decided he should attack it relentlessly, giving it no opportunity to counterattack. Running towards the monster, he tried to distract it to get it away from the wounded So-yeon. This trick worked perfectly, and the monster switched to him. In a moment, Mercure closed the distance and delivered a strong blow, which Seo-jun barely managed to block. The man understood that if he made a mistake, the wrong blow would be fatal. Still, the monster's movements seemed somewhat familiar to him, so he hoped that if he continued to inflict damage, he would eventually defeat it. However, within a moment, the monster pierced him with its horn with incredible speed. Seo-jun was shocked by such speed, as he didn't even have time to notice the attack. With a nod, the monster threw the injured Seo-jun aside. Seo-jun fell next to Lee So-yeon. His body began to tremble in pain, but he couldn't give up. Meanwhile, Mercure began to rage, spreading a massive amount of terrifying magic. Standing up, Seo-jun, remaining calm, said that the monster was more agile than he thought. Keeping his spirits up, he suggested that the fight wouldn't end anytime soon, so So-yeon should hurry. The confused girl, holding back her bleeding, asked in a weakened voice why he was doing this, and what benefit he would get from it. She yelled that he could have simply cleared the last dungeon and won the competition, because after all, he came here for the money. Seo-jun, pointing his spear at the monster, agreed with her words that he came to the competition for a lot of money. In response, the girl shouted that in this case, he must leave this dangerous dungeon to win. To save him, she even mentioned that he was well aware of everything she had done. She called him an idiot for thinking she would thank him for saving her. However, Seo-jun disagreed with her words. He didn't deny that what she did was definitely wrong and that he didn't want to forgive her for it. Like his deceased brother, he said that even so, this is not a reason why he should allow his death. Then Yeon remembered Jin Su's words that one day they would definitely meet again. It seemed to her that the man in front of her was the embodiment of the ideals her brother pursued. Seo-jun didn't think So-yeon's dishonesty was the reason he shouldn't help her. Looking at the stupid girl, he shouted in displeasure that there is no reward in the world more valuable than saving a person. As they talked, Mercure became much more serious and rushed to attack again. Seo Jun wouldn't run away to protect, so he once again focused on fighting the monster. At that moment, Chiron's words about intuition being part of the mind suddenly came to mind. He said that most students don't quite understand the meaning of his words because the part of the mind means evaluating what's happening. He once said that evaluating what's happening is a waste of time, and he didn't deny it, because if you evaluate the situation, you won't have time to make a decision. However, most people misunderstood his words and began to refuse to evaluate and think. At that moment, he said that he had been saying all along that intuition should be part of the transcendent mind. As soon as Seo Jun focused on the monster with that thought, he unconsciously connected his mind with his feelings. The true form of intuition he awakened gave him a clearer view of the situation. Even before the monster attacked, he reflexively began to move backward. Nurkur's claws almost touched him, but he managed to dodge. Having dodged the fatal blow, he escaped with only a small scratch on his face, realizing that he now clearly saw what was happening. The terrible monster's subsequent attack was blocked by the spear. Now Seo Jun could even notice every muscle movement of the monster, immediately understanding what attack it was going to deliver. Jumping, he managed to avoid the monster's long horns, which once pierced his body. At this rate, he could hold out until the professional hunters arrived, as the inspector had most likely already called them, so they would soon come to his aid. But on the other hand, time was running out, because So-yeon was seriously injured and her strength was running out. Seo Jun didn't know how long she could hold out, so he had to hurry. There was no time for inaction, so Seo Jun, pushing off the nearest wall, rushed to attack. Attacking was the only correct decision, and he, releasing an aura of mana, aimed at the terrifying monster. The monster didn't have time to move, but its mana armor was on a completely different level, so it didn't sense the danger yet. Approaching the monster, which was using even more magic to strengthen itself, Seo Jun began to instinctively sense his advantage. Even though his entire body screamed that he would not win, he still had no intention of retreating. By spreading the aura into his spear, he strengthened his weapon many times over. With a furious shout, without changing his trajectory, he delivered a powerful blow to the 6th-level monster. Looking up, Lee So-yeon couldn't believe how much effort Seo Jun put in. As he stood in front of her, he received another serious wound, but remained standing, leaning on his spear. The girl couldn't believe that this terrifying 6th-level monster was defeated by the forces of a student. Seo Jun succeeded and surpassed his limits. Thanks to this intense battle, in which he initially had no chance, he was able to significantly improve the flow of Chiron's lecture. Taking the injured So-yeon by the arm, he hesitantly said that he didn't know if he would die of shame trying to help her. Seeing her condition, he asked if she was alive. He was truly worried that he had tried so hard in vain. With a weakened voice, So-yeon replied that she was still conscious. Hearing her voice, Kim Seo Jun breathed a sigh of relief. As So-yeon looked at the defeated monster, Seo Jun asked her to focus on her well-being, as they no longer had time to delay her condition. As soon as they left the dungeon, Mr. Soyek immediately called an ambulance, horrified by the student's condition. Then Yeon, lying on the ground, suddenly said that despite what had happened, she still did not consider Seo Jun her benefactor, because she still considered his action a mistake. Sighing heavily, student Kim said he didn't care because he didn't want to save her. As soon as news of the dungeon clearing competition broke, the community went crazy. The fact that a 6-star monster appeared in the 2nd-level dungeon was not a measurement error, because there had never been a single case before where the difference in levels was so great. This situation attracted the attention not only of ordinary citizens, but also of the association and the government, who, in turn, were naturally surprised. The news that Dream Academy student Kim Seo Jun had defeated Nurkyura spread with incredible speed and surprised everyone. Meanwhile, Mrs. Kalia learned that the Apostle of Temperance was expecting her visit. His assistant suggested that this was probably related to the curvatures originating in Korea. Jung Jimin, who is investigating these distortions, was genuinely surprised that the person who dealt with the monster was from So-Yoon Academy. Mr. Star Sword hid his true reaction in her presence by calling Seo Jun an ugly dwarf. After some time, Seo-jun came to his senses and guests began to seek him out. But all the while he continued to complain about the loss of earnings. Minchul didn't understand the reason for his worries, as he barely knew how to fight a 6th-grade monster in a dungeon. It turns out that at the end of the competition, the committee decided to hold a draw, dividing the prize in two. Seo-jun became irritated, saying that in that case they could decide the winner through a game of mukjipa, but he left out the detail that So-yeon lost her left arm. The cunning Seo-jun was counting on this. His uncle said in surprise that because of his mania for money he had lost his humanity. The ridiculous dialogue about how to determine the winner was interrupted by So-yeon. Looking at Seo-jun, she excitedly asked if he was okay. Uncle Minchul answered for him, saying he was just crying because of the draw. Hearing this, So-yeon was surprised, asking why they decided this. She revealed that Seo-jun was the only winner. Ultimately, Lee So-yeon personally gave up her first place, and including that, she also revealed all the fraud committed during the competition and blamed her father, the principal of East Academy. Seo-jun couldn't believe that Seo-yeon, who said she made a mistake in saving her, would suddenly act so honestly. It turns out that So-yeon had already visited her competitor, who even conveyed her words to them. She still believed that Kim Seo-jun had done something wrong when he saved her by breaking into her dungeon. But in the end, she admitted that this was her personal mistake. To So-yeon, these words seemed like a mystery, but it was a direct message to her student, who wondered if she had suddenly changed her mind. With a joyful expression on her face, Seo-yeon concluded that their academy now has every right to receive 300 million won for first place in the competition. Furthermore, the government took responsibility for that unforeseen event, so it offered him benefits. And if we talk only about the most important ones, it is the tax exemption for Seo-jun on prize money and 100 million won as a bonus. Seo-jun cried out in joy, never expecting that, in addition to the grand prize, he would suddenly receive another large sum. Then Yoon remarked that this was just a bonus in words, but in reality, it was compensation for damages caused by his oversight. As Seo-jun tried to calculate his total balance, which already exceeded 400 million won, the director of Dream Academy said there was more to come. Thanks to their victory in the competition, their academy was finally promoted to the 3rd grade. Thanks to Seo-jun's earnings, they met the evaluation criteria and now have several privileges at their disposal. Most importantly, Seo-jun is now able to clear level 4 dungeons. Seo-jun couldn't hide his sincere joy. In previous competitions, he was worried about being promoted to the 3rd class of the academy level and rewarded for first place, but now he received a decent payout for his efforts. Things suddenly got better, and this difficult week was totally worth it. With a gentle smile, Seo-jun said that now they can slowly recruit other students for themselves. Distracting his cheerful nephew, Minchul admitted that the young man's business was rapidly deteriorating. In response, Seo-jun, now wealthy, finally regained his humanity and treated them to a lavish dinner at his own expense. The opportunity to deny himself nothing turned out to be temporary because So-jun remembered why he needed such an unimaginably large sum. When he re-entered the Transcendence shop, he saw that the spear's price had risen to 400 million won. Only recently, the spear of Longinus was worth only 100 million. The problem was that he didn't know how cost calculations worked and how he could wait for the most favorable price. He wondered if there was a way to calculate it, or if the price would continue to skyrocket. Such thoughts made him worry that if the price continued to rise, he would not only fail to save money, but would also lose a lot of money. He didn't want to be left penniless again, so he had to make a decision. In this case, he decided to look for other options, and first of all, he liked Aphrodite's belt, which could attract the opposite sex, as well as the Gleipnir, a chain that helped defeat the dragon Fenrir. The product looked good, but he was wary of buying blindly because he hadn't interacted with the market before. Furthermore, the price was suspicious, because such things would cost billions of won in the normal market, not millions. It was also interesting that the store didn't provide detailed product information. Because of this, He had to guess the gun's advantages or disadvantages based on the brief description. Interacting with the market felt like buying a pig in a poke. It was only after purchase that you could know for sure whether the product matched the description. While he was thinking, he had the brilliant idea to visit the community store's website to find customer reviews. For some reason, he didn't have an ID and couldn't comment, but he could still see other people's comments. To his surprise, he immediately came across a huge post from some anonymous student stating that he had purchased up to 100 different weapons and created ratings for each of them, mentioning important characteristics. The first was the Aegis Shield, also known as the Aegioch Shield. According to him, it's complete crap and you should consider buying it. While it's capable of blocking any strong attack, the shield has a jellyfish-shaped sun head, which causes problems. Well, because of this head, it has the ability to turn a target to stone if the subject looks at it. However, the owner is also exposed to this risk, and there's simply no way to control this ability. Overall, because of this ridiculous feature, an anonymous student called this shield trash and gave it only a 2 out of 10. There was even room for a joke in this comment, and the author noted that this shield would be quite suitable as a gift for a close friend. As he read further, Seo Jun started laughing because he initially thought the author was joking, but in fact he bought up to 100 items and made a very long list. Seo Jun became interested in an item called kibisis, which at first glance appears to be an ordinary bag for carrying light items. It turns out that this bag possesses spatial magic that helps expand the space within and halt the flow of time within it. The author also believes it's better to buy this type of product as a replica than an expensive original that doesn't even match its price. Being a replica reduces the weight by only 70%, and the internal size isn't infinite, but it's quite large. This was the first review in which an anonymous student was willing to give a 10 out of 10 points, passionately recommending the item and promising that if you bought it, you certainly wouldn't regret it. Seo Jun recalled that kibisis shares its name with the bag of the goddess Hera from Greek mythology. She gave it to the hero Perseus, who, with the help of this item, managed to defeat the jellyfish. When he went to the market to calculate the individual price, he was surprised to see that it was only 100 million won. Considering this, he found it quite useful, as when he launched attacks, he could immediately place monsters and weapons inside. The only downside is that it doesn't completely reduce weight. However, after a moment, he realized that this minus could work in his favor. Kibisis will be very useful even without total weight loss, as he can fit everything into this bag to make exercising even more convenient. Seo Jun decided he simply had to buy this item. 3 days later, he left the hospital and prepared for a raid with new gear. In his hands was his new spear, which even in life looked simply incredible. As with the kibisis, he still needed to test the effectiveness of the new items, but he could already sense an unusual aura emanating from the spear. And yet, his savings account was empty again. Despite this, he wasn't upset, as he had bought what he wanted. He hoped these items would be worth the investment, which he could cash in on at any time. Standing on the street, Seo Jun was suddenly noticed by Seo Yoon, who realized he was going on a dungeon raid, so she excitedly told him it would be best for him to take a short break. He replied that he was fine, and there was no need to worry about it. He admitted he couldn't just sit back, knowing he needed to earn more money. Then Yun was surprised and said that he had actually only recently received a large cash prize. She was simply shocked when she learned that he had already spent every last penny. Looking at his gun, she understood without words how he managed to spend such a huge amount of money in such a short time. Seo Jun decided to buy a spear and a strange bag despite complaining about his empty pockets, but he seemed happier than ever. When Seo Yoon found out he'd spent it all again, she was furious, but it was his personal responsibility, so she refrained from enjoying it. The guys headed to the nearest 4-star dungeon. Seo Jun asked So Yoon to be careful and stay close, as if it got dangerous, it would be easier for them to fight off sudden monster attacks. Taking a few steps forward, they noticed that the statues suddenly came to life. As he twirled his spear, Seo Jun thought that since this was a 4-star dungeon, the monsters here should have the highest defense level. Rushing to attack, he decided that in this case the gargoyles would be ideal to test the strength of Longinus's spear. At first, he decided to use it without investing magic to see what damage his new weapon did. No matter how strong a level 4 gargoyle was, he was certain that Longinus's spear would definitely be able to inflict at least some damage. In case of danger, he would bolster his attacks with magic to deal with the monsters without any problems. However, what happened next simply shocked him. Upon contact with the monster, the spear easily tore it in two. Seo-yun and Seo-jun immediately looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. The mentor did not understand at all why the student was asking him this, if he himself had delivered that incomprehensible blow which, without investing force, cut that monster in half. Seo-jun decided to check the spear again, and as it turned out, his own aura was more than enough to not sense such monsters. Trying to keep a smile on her face, shocked by what was happening, So-yun thought that it seemed to her that after all her accomplishments, she would no longer be surprised by any surprises. It turns out that this is far from the case. She couldn't believe how the hell a gargoyle cut through it as easily as tofu. However, that wasn't the end, because when enough monster bodies were collected, Seo-jun took out his bag, saying that the loot was worth collecting. Yun didn't understand what they were talking about, as he could barely fit 2 fists into his bag. However, within a moment, Seo-jun began stuffing entire monster bodies into him. Seeing this, she was speechless, and Seo-jun started jumping up and down, saying that even though the bag reduces the weight by 70%, it still feels a bit heavy. After checking the properties of the new item, he threw out a mountain of monsters from his bag to use it at the end of the raid. When Seo-yun came to her senses, she awkwardly asked if the prize was 400 million won or $400 million. She couldn't believe how he managed to acquire such incredible things with so much money. Seo-jun found himself in a difficult situation and began to become visibly worried because the academy director wanted to know where he got these things. He hesitantly replied that he had bought them at a hunter's shop he had passed by. Then Yoon's face began to shine with incredible joy, and she cried out that she wanted to know where this place was. Seo-jun replied that the shop was in a dark alley next to her house and was for academy students. Yoon was surprised to see that such cool things could actually be bought for only 400 million, after which she quickly asked for the exact address. The lie had completely worn off, and Seo-jun was forced to disappoint her by telling her that she couldn't go there because the last time she shopped there, the owner told her he was planning to close and travel. Looking at the ridiculous expression on her student's face, Mrs. Park knew perfectly well that he was trying to lie. Despite this, she sadly said that if he said that, she would be forced to believe him. After a moment, they had no time to talk. They felt the dungeon begin to shake violently. It was clear that this was due to the approach of a large number of gargoyles. Then Yun, grabbing her sword, said that she would take care of them herself, but her student quickly asked her to stop. He asked to be given the opportunity to deal with them with his own hands, since he had not yet fully tested his new weapon. The spear of Longinus was indeed stronger than he expected, as it cut through the gargoyle like tofu without any magic invested. Furthermore, having sensed the aura of this weapon, the monsters were afraid to attack alone, and always tried to do so only in the middle of a crowd. Now Seo-jun decided to find out what would happen if he put the magic he recently learned into the spear. When a whole crowd of monsters appeared before him, he decided to put into practice the teachings of Chiron, the enormous power that tears mountains from the ground, erases all obstacles in the path, and dominates enemies. Focusing on his spear, he poured his magic into it. After that, he started using complete destruction. A huge sphere-like aura of magic formed around him. Seo-yun felt the powerful power she first saw her student use. The terrible power the magic spear possessed gave him chills. The monsters that were already several meters away, feeling the incredible power, wanted to run back. But it was too late. Seo-jun had already swung his spear, releasing a terrifying energy towards them. A moment after that blow, they disappeared in the blinding blue glow of his magic. The area in front of them was destroyed and part of the dungeon began to collapse. There was no longer any trace of the monsters, so Yun couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't even utter a word. This incredible power shocked even the spear's owner, as he didn't even think he would overdo it, and the gargoyles would simply disappear without a trace. Still, this is the sacred spear with which, according to myth, Jesus was pierced while hanging on the cross. Despite the weapon's history, Seo Jun thought it would be a mediocre weapon and hoped it would be at least somewhat effective, considering it was a replica. However, after using it in the dungeon, he was completely beside himself, realizing that with such a weapon, it was worth holding back in most of his battles. Even so, he was glad he hadn't bought anything else, because although the price was enormous, the weapon was truly worth the expense. Kibisis also pleased him, so based on student feedback, he wanted to buy more weapons to recoup the cost. Meanwhile, he only had 25 days of free travel, so he planned to attend as many lectures as possible. As soon as they returned to the gym, the inspired man began to do grueling physical exercises. However, So Yun at one point distracted him with the words that Sister Jimin, a star spirit student, really wants to see him. Seo Jun had never heard of her, and Seo Yun was at a loss for how to describe the strange magical scientist. Without hesitation, she decided that he would better understand who she was if he knew she was the student of a man nicknamed the Devil. After that, Seo Jun concluded that if this were true, then we're talking about a girl who couldn't be compared to anyone except the professor himself. He'd already heard that we were talking about a very scary person. Based on these assumptions, he awkwardly asked why she wanted to meet him. Seo Yun explained the obvious, saying she wanted to ask him about the penultimate dungeon conquest that made headlines across Korea. Jimin was interested in how he dealt with the 6th-level monster in the Twisted Dungeon. Yun warned him that he still had the right to refuse, and she wouldn't let his sister pressure him too much, so she could easily refuse, citing her poor health. Hearing that it might be difficult to communicate with her, Seo Jun fearfully suggested that she might act like her grandfather. Seo Jun immediately explained that not everything was so bad, and that her sister was nowhere near the Star Sword, so he didn't need to worry about their encounter. After these words, So Jun saw no reason to refuse, so the cheerful So Yun decided to write to her sister to tell them the time and date of the meeting. When the academy director left and sent a message to her sister, a glow of powerful energy suddenly appeared beside her. She was simply shocked that Jimin's sister responded to her message so quickly. Looking at Sister Jin, a confused Seo Yun assumed that she was still planning to show up regardless of her student's answer. Calling her sweetheart, Jimin replied that she had only anticipated that Seo Jun would not refuse such a meeting. After that, with an interested smile, she asked where the boy whom Grandfather Star Sword had praised so much was. As soon as she saw Seo Jun, she couldn't contain her emotions. She was surprised to see that the person in front of her was actually a high school student. When Seo Jun asked who she was, the girl, not hearing his words, asked in amazement where he got such amazing things. Pointing her finger, she shouted her question again. Seo Jun was taken aback and said with displeasure that she should first clarify what she was asking about. With his hands folded importantly in front of him, Jimin asked him not to play dumb, as he understands perfectly what we're talking about. Seeing her sister's anger, So Yun tried to restrain her, saying that her student really didn't understand what she was talking about. However, Jimin couldn't stand still, and trying to break free, shouted that she simply had to find out where he got such an incredible magical thing from. Only at that moment did Seo Jun realize that in front of him was Jimin's sister, with whom he hadn't even managed to arrange a date yet. As a result, So Yun sat her sister down on a chair in the corner of the room and explained that she doesn't normally behave this way, but when she's really interested in something, she starts talking like a tank until she figures out the answer to her question. Looking at his sister Jimin again, Seo Jun asked why she looked so young. He'd heard she was already over 40. Seo Jun explained that she was actually around 40. She just uses some kind of magic on her appearance to look forever young. Seo Jun was surprised that something like this was possible. Of course, Sister Jimin overheard the conversation and explained that it was thanks to the magic of imprinting, which allows him to constantly maintain the appearance of his youthful body based on her memories. From the outside, it may seem like a fairly easy technique, but in reality, it wasn't easy for her to master magic at this level. Even so, the results were worth it, and even at 40, she looked incredible. After shouting that she answered the young man's question, Jimin again impatiently asked where he could get such a magic bag, after which he pointed his finger at Kibisis. As soon as Seo-jun picked up this magical artifact, Jimin ran toward him with shining eyes to take a closer look. She wondered how such a miracle could be created and how it contained such a vast space. Seeing Jimin's behavior like this, Seo-jun awkwardly asked the director what else she had managed to tell him. As it turned out, So-yun hadn't mentioned her incredible artifacts. She herself, as an incredible magician, was able to easily perceive such things. When Seo-jun said sickly that he himself didn't see anything in Kibisis that could charm her, the devil disciple shouted nervously that he must have fallen from the oak tree, because this is the coolest thing she could only dream of before. Calling this item an incredibly rare treasure, Sister Jimin began to talk so much about its incredible properties that Seo-jun's ears began to fall off, and he became afraid to think what would happen if a blacksmith saw his spear of Longinus. Within a moment, Jimin started shouting that she wanted to buy it. At first, she said she was willing to pay up to 500 million won for it, but then she completely doubled the price to 1 billion. Seo-jun and Seo-yun were simply shocked. The student wondered if that was too high a price. In a calmer tone, Sister Jimin said that considering the value of the bag, it was worth it, especially because if she had seen something similar in the store, she would have paid many times more and would not have been able to return the money in installments. When she started to rush Seo-jun to make a decision, he thought that if she found out that he bought it for only 300 million, since it was just a replica, she would hardly have offered such a thing. He understood that she actually had a similar amount, and it would be very useful to him because with 1 billion won, he could solve the problems of buying a lecture. Despite this, he was forced to respond with a dejected expression that the bag wasn't for sale. Yun was surprised, as he'd recently said he desperately needed money. After hearing his proposal rejected, Sister Jimin couldn't stand it and demanded to know why. She couldn't believe that even 1 billion won wasn't enough, but she was willing to listen to his counteroffer. Sighing heavily, Seo-jun knew he had no choice but to let her try using this item to see what the problem was. As soon as he grabbed the bag, he felt that its energy did not match that of his master, so he began to launch a defensive technique that struck it with a powerful electrical charge. Jimin's sister couldn't understand what had happened, so Seo-jun calmly explained to her that no one else could use the item except him. Since no one else could touch his things, reselling them was out of the question. When purchasing Kibisis, the Academy system informed him that reselling this product to a non-Academy student was strictly prohibited, as it was developed by previous students for the next generation. Even though Jimin had given up trying to get the bag, she was still fascinated by the simple fact that Kibisis had 5 different types of magic spells, including a protective one. She began to obsessively wonder where he'd gotten this item. She was willing to pay up to 10 billion for information on where such items could be found, but as expected, the obvious lie from Seo-jun's mouth made it clear to her that an honest answer was out of the question. Considering his situation, she told him he should help her with something. Since she couldn't use Kibisis, she asked him to help by participating in her venture. She promised there wouldn't be anything difficult about it, and besides, it would be for money. Of course, we weren't talking about 1 billion, but So-jun wasn't against any amount. He was surprised that even when Jimin discovered she couldn't buy or use his item, she decided to resort to a very cunning method, hoping for help. She understood perfectly well that if someone just wanted to touch the bag, the protective magic would work. However, it will be different if the owner of the bag himself helps in this matter. There was little time to make a decision, but Jimin looked at him so much that he couldn't refuse. Seo-jun didn't mind helping if she paid him decently. The cheerful sister jumped, anticipating an incredible exploit. He immediately said that he's sometimes very busy, so it's best to let him know in advance when to start. Jimin replied that it would be a little later, and she would let him know the date and time in advance, and then they would go to the lab together. After that, she finally remembered the reason for her visit. Seo Jun immediately assumed she was interested in the dungeon's penultimate achievement. Jimin was ready to hear a detailed account of what happened that day. Having a cup of coffee, she discovered that Nerkura had somehow ended up in the dungeon, but the magic cast there had failed to detect him. It seemed strange to him that the academy student could defeat her, but Soo-jun, without looking away, said she was lucky. Jimin couldn't accept this answer, as this was a 6-star monster we were talking about, and even a high-level professional fighting against it had been crushed and taken away a few times. Still, anyone would have suspected something was wrong, as even a professional couldn't defeat him. He was unstable with just the magic he used, so Seo-jun understood that it would be scary to imagine what the outcome would have been without Merlin's training. Remembering Merlin, he wondered if the theory discussed in the lecture could be applied to his world and this particular situation. Jimin was already eyeing him suspiciously, but Seo-jun, unwilling to discuss the battle with the monster, asked if he could express a theory that was firmly ingrained in his mind. Jimin was surprised, but still willing to listen to the strange young man. In response, he mentioned that everyone knows that magic and aura are directly dependent on mana. He wanted to address the topic of how mana is used and how it relates to their world. He warned in advance that this might sound absurd, but perhaps there was some truth to his words. After these words, he suddenly surmised that the warping of the dungeons was somehow related to the influence of mana. Hearing this, Jimin jumped and asked him to elaborate on his theory, without missing a single detail. Seo-jun began by assuming that magic and aura still tend to be distorted. He wondered if the warping was related to these distortions. Merlin often mentioned in his lectures that after using one magic or another, one could even distort the space of their world, so the student considered that based on this, the assumption was valid. Applying the knowledge acquired in the lecture, he further suggested that the deformation of the dungeons could be caused specifically by someone's will, and all because the deformation is not a natural phenomenon, which could mean that it could only be the result of external interference. Seeing how Chin-min suddenly fell silent, Seo-jun began to get nervous, thinking that it was in vain that he brought up such a stupid topic in front of the brilliant magician who would probably simply laugh at his words. To lighten the mood, he started scratching the back of his neck awkwardly and said that this was just a theory, which probably sounded too absurd, so you shouldn't pay attention to his words. However, as it turned out, Jimin was simply shocked by his assumption and even thought that he was also a magician. Seo-jun was confused and replied that he was just an ordinary novice hunter. In response, Jimin impatiently shouted that she didn't understand how he could come up with such a theory. She even suspected he didn't want to reveal the truth to them because no one would think of such a thing without being skilled in magic. After these words, she suddenly held her head, looking closely at the magical object on the student's belt. Pointing her finger at Seo-jun, she asked in disbelief if he created this thing with his own hands. Then she began to blame him for the fact that he decided not to attract too much attention to himself as a brilliant mage, so he decided to hide behind the title of a novice monster hunter. Confused, Seo-jun didn't know how to respond. He didn't understand how their conversation suddenly took such a turn. Jimin decided to schedule a real interrogation, and with a surprised look asked how he managed that. Seo-jun looked thoughtful, unable to say that he had simply taken Merlin's knowledge and supplemented it with his own thoughts. He hadn't expected it to provoke such a strong reaction from his sister. With a confused look on his face, he apologized, saying he didn't know how to explain and just wanted to get back to training. However, Jimin decided to move on to the next question, which concerned the origins of mana and aura. Seo-jun hadn't expected anything different, as the lecture had indicated their knowledge was beyond the ordinary. In any case, he's an ordinary student dreaming of becoming a professional hunter, with no knowledge of magical science. This superficial knowledge should have been enough to ward off suspicion, but in such an environment he seemed to be behaving like a professor. However, at the same moment, a brilliant idea occurred to him that if knowledge is considered a commodity, then one can charge a fee to teach people. Jimin's brainstorming continued, and she looked at him, expecting interesting answers, but Seo-jun remained silent as a fish. He thought that even though he had promised to lend kibisis, the knowledge could be traded. He considered some of the knowledge to be wisdom, acquired through his own efforts rather than through shop equipment. Based on this, it was logical that he himself would decide how to apply it. True, to teach others, he lacked the talent for his own interpretation of understandings. Besides, he wasn't sure what he would find who would be willing to learn from someone as suspicious as he was. Sighing heavily, Jimin still relaxed the situation by saying he could see Seo-jun wasn't at all familiar with the concepts of magical teachings. The man was relieved, as he felt insecure about the fact that his progress in the magic course had only been 18%. Rising from her seat, Jimin stated, however, that she never expected to hear such incredible opinions from him, as he had mentioned at the beginning. She couldn't wait to study his theory in detail. Then Yun, returning with a snack, didn't understand where Jimin was going. She began to say goodbye, saying she had done everything she had planned. As a result, only the two of them lost their Pokemon breads. When they were alone, Seo-jun said with admiration that his sister Jimin was an unusual person, different from the media's portrayal. Yun agreed, realizing she was even beginning to doubt that Jimin was truly the next demon in the magical world. Seo-jun was sincerely happy to have the opportunity to meet these people, because if he hadn't entered this academy, he would hardly have had the opportunity to see Lady Kalia, the Star Sword and heir to the Star Spirit. As he savored the fresh pastries, he even assumed that at this rate, one day he would have to meet the Great Voice. After a snack, he returned to training, but after just an hour of watching the lectures, he realized his progress was slowing. Thanks to the increased efficiency with kibisis, he began to quickly tackle individual course assignments. And yet, there was very little time to complete them within the allotted time frame. He hoped to be able to take at least one course before his free admission expired. All that was left was to earn enough money for a free pass or significantly increase the course progress over the next few days. He decided to enter So-yun's office to clarify a doubt, but saw that she was completely absorbed in her thoughts. The atmosphere here was overwhelming, and the principal wondered aloud that she couldn't teach new students alone, so she needed to hire a teacher. She couldn't just hire anyone, and she couldn't imagine how much money she would have to spend to hire someone. When Seo-jun approached and spoke to her, she was so scared that she almost tore up the piece of paper she was holding. The student, who didn't understand what was happening, immediately asked what she was thinking, and even heard him calling her name. Then Yoon admitted that he would recruit new students, but some difficulties arose. This meant that even she, as principal, was having a difficult time. And yet he turned to her with his question. Seo-jun wanted to know if there would be any competitions happening soon, like the previous academic competitions or the recent dungeon clearing competition. He was more interested in the next 20 days. Then Yoon, looking at the schedule for the next month, said sadly that there are no such events. Seo-jun was upset that at the end of the trial period of the lecture, he still wouldn't have the opportunity to practice his skills. The next interesting event will be the Hunter Training Exam, but it won't take place for another month. As the name suggests, this isn't a real exam, but rather a preliminary exam. Since the Professional Hunter exam is only held once a year, if you fail, you'll have to wait until the following year, so the pressure is immense. Therefore, all educational institutions have introduced practice exams to prepare students in advance. Among these institutions, 3 academies stand out: Huntermill, Eiley, and Kaon, which are included in the top 3 rankings. Because the practical exams at these academies are comprehensive and allow everyone to participate, the scores obtained are considered close to the exam scores. Seo-jun was confident that all students above Lee Ju-hwan would participate and receive a huge sum of money as a scholarship. He couldn't miss this opportunity, because this way, his financial and progress problems would be solved at once. It was a shame that the mock exam was going to take place next month, as that was when the free period ended, but above all, it was worth trying anyway. Returning home, Seo-jun continued to study Chiron's lecture, where he talked about how witchcraft is not perfect and can be distorted and fail at any time, because under the influence of sudden changes in the situation, witchcraft also changes. Chiron said that in these moments, fighters will need intuition and asked them to remember that intuition itself can exist as a pattern. Seo-jun, hearing his words, said aloud that transcendents are simply incredible. Unexpectedly for the student, the lecturer said he knew the date of the transcendental practical exam was approaching. The only thing he wanted to advise was not to focus on grades, because in any case, this is just a preliminary exam. Seo-jun didn't even expect that the transcendent exam would also have a preliminary test where you could try your luck. This was a unique innovation from his academy, which included an in-depth analysis of the exam questions in each subject. In fact, he hadn't even believed such an exam existed before, and that it was even possible to obtain a license for it. It turns out that, like the Hunter exam, they had their own standards, and someone evaluated the student's work. Then he remembered that the advertisement included an interview with a rank 5 Celestial. There was also a personal interview with a student who became a level 9 swordmaster. Seeing this, Seo-jun thought it was just someone's joke, but it turned out to be serious. Scratching the back of his neck, Seo-jun wondered if there was any point in taking the training exam for a transcendental if he wasn't yet at the level to even stutter about such a level. Still, he hoped this would improve the progress of his courses. The curious man decided to play the first video. At one point, Xiang Yu, with a joyful expression on his face, offered to sign up for the training exam because he could now freely control enormous power. However, after so much praise, he asked them not to take his words seriously, calling the students trash. Then he cheerfully said that he could repeat his words 100 times, but no one would understand him, so you should just sign up to experience firsthand the insignificant level they are at. Seo-jun was surprised for the second time, having assumed all the lectures were old recordings. Chiron and Xiang Yu mentioned the exam in the video, though they couldn't have known in advance when it would come to that. To test his theory, he attended lectures by Shakyamuni and the magician Merlin. Like the previous speakers, they also talked about the upcoming exam. Hanging up the phone, Seo-jun, leaning against the bed, sighed heavily, saying that there were more than enough oddities in the Transcendence Academy. This kind of attention in the lectures made him wonder if this practice exam was really that important. To learn more, Seo-jun decided to see the academic community's reaction. The situation turned out to be similar, and, as expected, everyone advised moving up a level first. However, among the monotonous messages, there was a guy nicknamed the Ruler of the Forest who advised even beginners to try the simulation without focusing on grades, as this will help them significantly increase their progress in the courses. This student's opinion gave him the idea to take the risk of participating. Fortunately, the first attempt was completely free. Although he regretted wasting a free opportunity, he still decided to take the risk, thinking that he could still make money, but it was worth studying the lectures before the trial period ended. Having chosen the 9th level sword skill as his subject, he received his first combat-related task. The first question asked him to find the correct answer to a 15-step task. Within moments, he received a message that the first stage had begun forming. Seo-jun was confused, as he didn't even know how the exam would be conducted and that it would actually take place in the same location. He was told he would have 15 stages in total. Considering the level of the transcendence, he expected that even in the first stage it would be worth waiting for a monster with at least a 6-star rating. In this case, starting with him, in stage 15 he will have to encounter at least a 20-star monster. Within a moment, his phone began to emit a strong energy. Something suddenly jumped out of the phone. It was the monster from the first phase. Seo-jun was determined and looked at the monster that was landing, seeing that it was not yet fully formed. As the monster grew larger and larger, Seo-jun was unable to start the first phase of the training exam. He was simply shocked when he realized that the monster continued to grow. even though it had already far surpassed the size of the 6th-level monsters. Within a moment, he saw it in full growth. It was a dragon with terribly powerful magic, making it look like nothing more than a small, weak man. The Dragon of Destruction. Fafnir wasted no time and began gathering incredible magical energy before attacking. Seo-jun didn't even have time to move before this terrifying force approached him. As expected, he instantly failed in the first half and had only 29 minutes and 58 seconds to use the free pass. He was crushed with such incredible speed that he grabbed his head and began rolling on the ground, screaming that this was simply madness. This was only the first stage, but he already had to fight a dragon monster whose combat power was simply at an incredible level. Seo-jun was simply desperate, screaming and pounding his fists on the ground, thinking that in stage 15 he would have to fight God. Then he had a logical question about whether the Transcendents would be victorious in the battle with the gods. At that moment, he remembered that his lecturers were already demigods. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, he decided to think about how to get out of this situation. Initially, he thought the building would collapse at the mere appearance of such a monster, but it remained intact. This meant the examination hadn't affected anyone but himself. At least he was happy because after the first time he still had 10 chances to complete the stages. Although he was afraid that even after these 10 attempts nothing would change, he would still see if he could make any progress in such a crazy fight. When he got out, he made 4 more attempts, but each one ended in the same failure and he could not last even 5 seconds in the battle with Fafnir. He once again dried up and again began to roll on the ground, holding his head, not understanding how to fight such a monster. Sitting on a bench, he cringed, thinking he was still far from being a hunter and was trying to pass the transcendental exam. Still, he needed to do something to improve his progress. He was losing before he could even move, so he saw no point in continuing. It was too late to refuse or change my assignment to something else. Suddenly, he heard a message from Transcendence Academy. Looking at his phone, he saw an offer to attend an explanatory lecture on a relevant topic. If he agreed, points would be deducted from his grade. Seeing such a proposal, Seo-jun immediately picked up the phone, thinking they would tell him how to defeat this beast. He had 3 lectures to choose from: the Great Sage Siegfried and the Divine Blue Dragon. What he counted most was the lecture of the Great Sage, equal to the sky. He hoped that his lecture would somehow help him in this battle. As he began the lecture, he heard that Sun Wukong knew that the task of the first stage of the training exam was the battle with the Dragon of Destruction, Fafnir. With a gentle smile on his face, he said that this is actually an attention task, so it causes some difficulties, but if you look deeper, everything turns out to be much simpler than it seems at first glance. He expected many students to be amazed by his first installation in the form of a breathing technique, but as it turned out, this is both the beginning and the end of Fafnir because there is simply nothing else at his disposal. Seo-jun hadn't seen him for a long time, so he listened carefully to every word to find at least some clue. In the end, the Grandmaster boiled it all down to the fact that just dodge the breath of this monster, and the matter is in your pocket. After that, he suggested seeing how it is done in practice. His first advice was not to try to stop breathing. He didn't say it was impossible, but he believed it simply wasn't necessary, so he should just avoid it. Having dodged the attack, he calmly said that by expelling his breath, Fafnir would not be able to use it again for some time. With a malicious, bestial smile, he suggested that at that moment, Fafnir was no more dangerous than a common lizard. Naturally, in this case, he suggested simply beating her like a common monster. With these words, he struck out with incredible power, the first form of his spear technique, meteorite fall. Naturally, Fafnir instantly vanished under such pressure, and the old man said that it was actually quite simple. Such a demonstration was not at all what Seo-jun expected. Calling this step easy, the speaker said the task was only intended to test the ability to understand the situation. Seo-jun couldn't believe that this was actually an expository lecture. He plunged into severe despair and literally lost his own identity when he realized that he was unfamiliar with the concept of enlightenment used by transcendental-level masters. The second lecture was no less useless, as the divine blue dragon simply stopped Fafnir's attack with a lightning breath. Naturally, Seo-jun wasn't a dragon and had no idea what to do with this information. At that moment, he felt completely disappointed with the lectures and thought it was the end. There was only one lecture left, but he no longer believed he would find answers to his questions. After spending his precious free coupons, he thought it would be a shame to back out now. The last was Siegfried, a hero who wields the famous sword Balmung and is the strongest dragon slayer. The dragon that helped him earn this title was none other than the dragon of destruction named Fafnir. The lecture title mentioned the characteristics of this dragon, which wasn't surprising, as Siegfried truly is the most knowledgeable on the subject. Seo-jun hoped to be the first stage's compiler, as in that case he would at least have some chance of a decent explanation. Siegfried began his lecture by saying that the key to defeating Fafnir depends on whether or not you can dodge his breath. He said the student only needs to be able to dodge the flames to achieve the goal. As soon as Seo-jun heard these words, he immediately lost hope and decided to stop the lecture. However, he immediately changed his mind when Siegfried said he was probably listening to this lecture because dodging the dragon's breath wasn't so easy. Ultimately, he was the only one who could understand Fafnir's characteristics and show him the second way to achieve the goal. Firstly, he clarified that Fafnir spits his breath where he is summoned, so if you call him and quickly jump away, the breath will run in that direction. It was pure cheating. But knowing this, inexperienced students might have a chance to escape the breath. Still, Siegfried took into account that there would be students who would have difficulty handling the dragon's speed. Therefore, he said he has an additional method for these students. It turns out that for this, it was necessary to prepare a gold bar. Siegfried admitted that Fafnir became the dragon of destruction precisely because of the gold, which clouded his vision. Actually, it doesn't have to be a solid gold bar, because something similar would do. After calling Fafnir, he offered to drop the gold right under his nose. In this case, the brat will not use his breath immediately, as he will be afraid that the gold will melt and mix with the dust. When asked if this was a violation of the rules, he replied that it makes no difference whether the student uses a trick or his own skills, because the main thing is to find the right solution and a way out of the situation. That was all he could say about this stage. The information turned out to be quite valuable, and he even said that if anyone is interested in how to defeat other dragons, his lectures on dragon-defeating swordsmanship are worth watching. Sighing heavily, Seo-jun resigned himself to the fact that he would have to spend money at the bar. Now he had some knowledge of how to fight this dragon, so with some hope he started the first stage again. As expected, the dragon immediately began preparing its fire breath towards the student. At the same moment, Seo-jun threw a gold bar towards the dragon. The dragon was just a moment away from turning everything into dust. However, as Siegfried said, as soon as he saw the glint of the gold bar, he immediately stopped, afraid of losing it due to the high temperature of the fire breath. Within a moment, he turned into an obedient pet, whose gaze was fixed on the ingot that flew past him. Seo-jun was already extremely happy that he had managed to escape the dragon's breath. However, he had to hurry, because as soon as Fafnir received the ingot, he knew that it was not completely golden, but only coated with gold. Realizing the student's cunning, he ran towards him with a furious look. He still couldn't breathe, but his massive claws were enough to tear the poor, confused guy to shreds. Finding himself under a massive wave of destruction, Seo-jun shouted that the great sage was a scoundrel, as he said that after breathing, Fafnir turns into a useless lizard. After making an incredible noise, Seo-jun still managed to hold out for just over a minute, which was already incredible. He only had 4 attempts left. He still didn't understand how to defeat this monster, but he was already satisfied with the message that he had made some progress on Chiron's path. There was little time left, so he decided to use his attempts until the end. The second time, he managed to avoid breathing even without the fire ingot. Despite this, a powerful blow from the dragon's tail caused him to lose his balance. It was extremely difficult to dodge, not to mention the opportunity to attack. The speed of the dragon's tail far exceeded the speed at which Seo-jun was moving. A moment before the collision, he, realizing that it was too late to dodge, decided to cunningly avoid the blow. Once again, a gold bar was used, which distracted the greedy dragon's attention. Thanks to this, Seo Jun gained seconds of peace by dodging the blow. However, this trick did not work for long because in a moment the dragon rushed to attack again, this time even with a furious scream. Seo Jun understood that his anger was because he was angry again because the bar was gold-plated. A moment before Fafnir attacked, Seo Jun reached into his pocket again. This time, the cunning man vomited as many as 5 bars. The dragon, seeing this flash in the air, again turned into an obedient pet. As he tried to grab the same gold-plated bars, Seo Jun was already above. Pouring a large amount of mana into his spear and enhancing his body with aura, he aimed it at the dragon's back. Hoping to pierce this monster, Seo Jun attacked using the spear skills Xiang Yu taught him. With a happy face, he shouted that the attack worked. It worked, but only a little, so the dragon remained largely unharmed. Within a moment, Seo Jun felt a cold breeze coming from the dragon's nostrils and discovered a flea on its back. Another attempt did not bring the desired result. Each time, Seo Jun felt pain from the blows, but they didn't have much effect on his real body. And yet, there was a positive aspect to this attempt, as Qiron and Xiang Yu's progress in the course increased significantly. This was to be expected, as this time he managed to combine their teachings to deliver a powerful blow. Watching the progress of the lectures, Seo Jun realized that if this continues, by the end of the free trial, he will complete at least 1 course, and if he tries, even 2. Finally, a smile appeared on his face with the hope that he was doing this for some reason. After exhausting his 3 remaining attempts, he returned to the academy to continue studying the lecture. Seeing him, Seo Jun asked why he hadn't been participating in dungeon raids lately. Yoon was surprised by her response, saying she didn't have time for that, having decided to focus on individual training. To avoid another awkward conversation, Seo Jun replied that in that case, she would simply go back to organizing paperwork in her office. Seo Jun, feeling awkward, agreed to her proposal, realizing that it was strange for him to talk about lack of time, since in his workouts, it seems like he is looking at his smartphone all day. As a result, he only received 4 out of 100 points for combat strength, which was expected, as Fafnir proved to be very strong. Failing the training exam with such a poor score in the first subject was a bit offensive to Seo Jun, but he didn't expect anything else. The problem was that progress through the course was slower than he expected. Real combat was the only way to quickly grasp the courses, as putting skills into practice demonstrates excellent progress. 3 days later, it was time for the second subject, basic endurance. Seo Jun had no idea what format the exam would take this time. As the task took shape, a red orb suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting powerful magic. Taking one look at the magical step, he assumed it would grant wishes. And yet he didn't have time for that, because a warm breeze miraculously began to lift his hair. Looking around, he realized that the breeze was the breath of the evil dragon Kanchori. The task was to escape the dragon while preventing it from obtaining Yeju, the pearl he held in his hands. It was useless to fight him, as he is immune to damage from any attack. Escaping such a terrifying enemy for an hour seemed simply unrealistic, even though this was only the first stage of this discipline. Although Seo Jun failed this stage, he managed to bring Chiron's course and Xiang Yu's course closer to the 90% mark. After 3 more days, it was time for the third discipline, which dealt with adaptability. Their 5 senses were blocked, while the task was to destroy the Sphinx or survive. Seo Jun didn't understand what was happening, so he simply looked at the majestic Sphinx in incomprehension. He thought he was going to play a word-guessing game with him, so all 10 attempts were wasted within minutes. The fourth discipline tested mana-related abilities. The first stage involved curbing Pulgasami's appetite within the allotted time. Seo Jun was forced to feed this elephant-shaped monster his mana, but his city was simply immeasurable. After a few minutes, the student exhausted his small supply. With a scream and tears in his eyes, he fled in horror from the monster. The fifth discipline turned out to be where he excelled. In the first stage of the mental strength test, he had to endure 30 minutes while listening to the siren's song. Surprisingly, this test, which should have driven him mad, turned out to be quite pleasant for him thanks to Shakyamuni's shaking ataraxia. Having completed the first level for the first time, he hurriedly moved on to the second with a cheerful face, expecting to easily overcome all 15 stages. As expected, he couldn't last the allotted time listening to the requiem from the underworld. Despite this, he managed to make small progress in the Buddha course, reaching a 15% comprehension rate. As a result, both Chiron's course and Xiang Yu's course surpassed the 95% mark, and So Jun was already close to complete mastery. He was happy, knowing that if he continued like this, he would be able to fully complete them in the next 2 courses. There were 2 subjects left to choose from, but he didn't know what they would contain. In those first 10 responses, when he chose 9th place, nothing was mentioned about the subjects to be chosen. Seo Jun thought about what he should simply choose on the day of the exam. After 3 days, he still hadn't received the message to continue the practice exam, and he started to get nervous. Seo Yun couldn't help but notice the change in his behavior, but Seo Yun tried to deny it, saying that everything was fine. He was literally sweating cold sweat because he hadn't been able to complete the courses, as he only had 5 days of free trial left. When he stopped looking at his phone, he thought the only way out of this situation was to break into the dungeon. It was better than sitting around waiting for something unknown. But at that moment, his phone started to release some magic. As soon as he looked at the phone, a mentor suddenly appeared in front of him and said with a cheerful look that he was waiting for the meeting. The mentor appeared at the right time, as I had many doubts. Trying to lighten the situation with his sweet smile, he realized he was a little late, as the last time they saw each other was right at the beginning of the free course. When Seo Jun regained his senses a little, he, without noticing Seo Yun behind him, shouted dissatisfiedly to the mentor about what he had been doing all this time, that he only showed up at the end of the course. Seo Yun was a little startled, thinking he was talking to her. Hearing her voice, Seo Jun hid the phone behind his back and awkwardly tried to justify himself, saying that due to fatigue, he was starting to talk nonsense. After these words, the stranger simply ran out of the gym and into the street to continue the conversation with his mentor. Once away from the crowd, Seo Jun began the interrogation by asking what had made the mentor arrive so late since their last meeting. When the mentor said he thought the student could live just fine without him, Seo Jun nervously replied that those were just excuses. Seeing the student's dissatisfied expression, the mentor, feeling he was still at fault, said he would continue to be honest. He admitted he would check his profile and return immediately, but after seeing it, he became very upset. Seo Jun didn't understand what he was talking about and asked him not to hesitate and explain what he meant. Ultimately, the reason for this was his level. At that point, the mentor wanted to at least offer some advice, but realized it wouldn't really help his level. So he decided it was best to let the student focus on the 2 recommended courses. The fact is, the free trial period is short, and the consultations only become useful once the student has reached a specific level of knowledge. Seo Jun didn't know what to say, because the mentor seemed convincing, and there was no point in getting angry. Still, he apologized for disappearing without warning. Then the mentor decided to check whether he had missed classes and whether he had made at least some progress in his studies. Not expecting anything from the student, the mentor could not believe what he saw and thought that some kind of error had occurred. His intense gaze made Seo Jun a little worried. When asked if he had any questions, the enthusiastic mentor hesitantly replied that it was nothing special. But he didn't understand why the system showed up to 4 courses under study and what usually happened to their progress. Seo Jun simply confirmed that this was current information and that he did indeed teach all 4 courses. The mentor couldn't believe what he was hearing and hurriedly began to verify the information, thinking perhaps there had been a karmic error. Upon hearing that the information on the screen was correct, he made an expression of shock, showing the unexpectedness of the situation. The fact is that Seo Jun's level was previously terribly low, and the mentor could not believe that in just 3 months it was possible to achieve such progress, because even though they are just introductory courses, they usually last 4 times longer. He was no less surprised the moment he learned that Seo Jun had already started studying for the Transcendence Training exam, which greatly helped his progress. With a gentle smile, the mentor admitted that his presence was not actually necessary, though not for the reason he expected. Taking the opportunity, Seo-jun said that since they were talking about leveling up, he'd like to ask a question about the exam. He was interested in the electives and how they should be chosen. Looking at the screen, the mentor was surprised because despite the training exam being in full swing, for some reason Seo-jun was displaying that no subjects had been selected. The student assumed this was because he didn't have a Transcendence Academy ID. The mentor couldn't understand how this was possible since one is usually created during registration. In response, Seo-jun said he simply missed this step. To confirm his words, the student simply showed a screen where it was written that he could not create topics for discussion in the academy community without having his personal identification document. Nothing like this had ever happened before, so the mentor didn't even know what to say. Nothing came to mind, so he decided he needed to address this issue directly to the academy director. When he said he needed to leave for a while, Seo-jun fearfully stated that he would likely disappear again for several months. In response, the mentor promised to leave just one request and return immediately. Returning the phone, he said that he had already resolved the issue with the electives, and now Seo-jun could safely choose to continue the mock exam. As he disappeared, he promised again that he would return before his free pass ran out. The mentor disappeared again before Seo-jun could ask all the questions he wanted to. Still, he hoped he wasn't lying and that they would meet again soon. After several attempts to complete additional courses, Seo-jun finally completed Xiang Yu's course, achieving 100% progress in his classes. Now the system reported that he had completely mastered the spear, whose power could move even mountains. Seo-jun couldn't believe that this was actually the case, so he decided to test his skills in practice. Filling the spear with magic, he made a small thrust and felt the destructive power emanating from it. At that very moment, he received an offer to hear the epilogue lecture by speaker Xiang Yu. With a joyful laugh, Supreme Ruler Xiang Yu said he never thought the day would come when the student would graduate from the course. He truly thought he would never see it. Xiang Yu was sincerely confident that students who completed the course had undergone profound changes and could now freely wield unlimited power that could move even mountains. However, he questioned whether it was foolish to be proud of such trifles, because this is merely the foundation of learning, which gives the right to move forward. To cheer the students up a bit, he said they'd already gone from being common trash to being recyclable, which still doesn't change the fact that they're useless teachers, far from transcendent. Despite these words, the congratulations brought a smile to the student's face. Finally, he warned that this path would be extremely thorny, and that students would probably still want to give up and doubt whether this was the right choice. He urged them to remember that in transcendence, as with everything in this world, there is no right answer. Therefore, he advised them to trust that they had made the right decision to safely follow this path to the end, regardless of the speed of progress. Xiang Yu's course was completed, and Seo-jun fully mastered the power that moved mountains. When he returned to the academy, So-yun was already waiting for him with an interesting offer. She'd already mentioned the hunter training exam, and this time she said applications were just beginning and would last a week. Seo-jun was about to ask about it, so she agreed to participate. He failed the Transcendence training exam, and his grades made him want to cry. Yet he wasn't upset, realizing that Transcendence and Hunter were completely different levels. Xian Yu's training helped him gain incredible strength, and he now wields a sacred spear. Registration was complete, and there were still 10 days of training left for the exam. Unexpectedly, So-yun suddenly approached and embarrassed her with his gaze. He just wondered what would happen if they fought a duel now. Still, he understood that this was unlikely to affect progress, so there was no point in distracting her. Awkwardly apologizing for his behavior, he asked how the student search was going. Seo-yun replied that this question actually bothered her a lot. She was worried about how her grandfather would behave with the new students. Seo-jun was an exception, but she doubted things would continue to be so successful. Seo-jun understood her, as he had no doubt that when a new student appeared, the sacred sword would surely come to the academy to defeat him, asking why the stranger had chosen to approach his granddaughter. Remembering his grandfather, he wondered if it would be possible to train with him. In fact, that wasn't the only problem, as a compromise was reached with her grandfather. She was more concerned about which teacher to invite to the academy. The problem was that her strength wouldn't be enough to teach everyone at the same time, as each student takes time. When Seo-jun heard about the need for a professor in each field, he was very interested, as it was about money. Then Yoon argued that hiring just anyone was a bad idea and that the academy simply didn't have the money for famous professors. With these words, the student had a logical question about the annual salary of famous teachers. Seo-jun replied that it depends directly on the teacher themselves, but famous ones earn hundreds of millions of won per month. Seo-jun was shocked when he heard that, in the case of those at the top, it could be worth several billion. Now he understood that professional hunters don't just go to academies because there's actually no less money there than in the dungeons. 3 days later, the Transcendence Practical Exam concluded, and Seo-jun scored a total of 29 points out of a possible 700. However, he wasn't expecting anything more, and was happy to have completed at least one of the 4 courses. It was a shame for the Kiron course, which was missing 5%. In a moment, the mentor suddenly jumped out of the phone and again surprised him with his appearance. However, this time, Seo-jun didn't show surprise, but rather displeasure. He remembered that his mentor himself had said he would return before the end of his free pass, so he assumed he would show up after he completed at least one course. Upon hearing that Seo-jun had completed the course, the mentor cried out in surprise and opened his mouth wide. He was so happy for his student that he admitted he couldn't even find the right words to congratulate him. Still, Seo-jun would like to hear more about what the director said about his situation with the academy's student ID. From the mentor's reaction, it was immediately clear that not everything was as simple as we would like. In response, he shouted that it looked like they were in trouble. Seo-jun didn't understand what could have gone wrong. He was surprised to learn that as soon as the mentor decided to check his personal information, he realized it was simply not there. Transcendence Academy had no information about student Kim Seo-jun. He wasn't even listed on the academy's applicant list. Seo-jun, holding his head, said that this means he is not a student at the academy. On the other hand, he couldn't accept this as truth, because all this time he had been studying his lectures and had even completed one of them. The mentor truly shared his feelings, as this was the first time in his entire career that he had seen anything like it. The Transcendental Academy strictly controls membership, and if someone is not a student, they will not be able to attend lectures or be able to contact a mentor. When asked how the academy director reacted, the mentor said he also didn't understand how it happened. Although Seo-jun didn't know the academy director, it was easy to assume he was someone very impressive. Even if the director doesn't understand what's happening, it's hard to imagine who will explain the situation to him. Seo-jun suggested that perhaps this was a system error, but the mentor replied that this doesn't happen unless karma is changed. However, karma remains the same no matter what. Even so, the principal noticed some signs of someone else's intervention, but he couldn't even guess who it was. The only question that worried the student was what would happen to him next. He feared that because of this news, he would be forced to leave the academy altogether. Noticing his excitement, the mentor quickly asked him not to worry, as one way or another it was just a misunderstanding. The problem arose from their side, and the student had nothing to do with it. Ironically, he actually had nothing to do with it, so when he spoke of problems, he was only referring to the academy itself, because as mentioned earlier, those who become members of the academy remain members forever. And yet, the words that the lack of identification wasn't a simple system error gave him pause. Signs of someone's interference meant his joining the academy was completely intentional and even had its own agenda. But Seo-jun had no idea why his life had been specifically affected. Even so, he believed there was nothing special about him, as he was a simple worker who dreamed of becoming a professional hunter. His mentor assured him that this situation would not affect his further studies in any way, so he could safely do what he had done before. Returning to equally emotional questions, So Jun asked what he should do next, since his free pass was almost over. The mentor decided to explain a particular feature of his curriculum, namely that it can be divided into 4 phases. Seo Jun had just completed the university entrance exam. It turns out that even after overcoming the final stage, he won't become transcendental. Once the advanced stage is over, he'll simply no longer need your guidance and will continue to train independently according to his characteristics. The true beginning will be the advanced stage. Thanks to the free pass, Seo Jun even advanced to the second initial level of training. He didn't mind continuing to use the spear as his primary weapon, but first he needed to purchase a new free pass. The mentor advised him to take individual courses immediately, and above all, he advised him to pay attention to the lectures of Hercules and Zhang Sanfeng, who would teach him incredible physical strength and how to walk on air. It turns out that the techniques of mana concentration and spear wielding weren't taught here, as they're included in the intermediate-level curriculum, but So Jun could still study them. The mentor recommended that you master the basics first so that you won't have difficulty with more advanced lectures later. Seo Jun agreed to her proposal, as he was sure he had reasons to insist on it. In the end, the cost of the free pass was so impressive that Seo Jun couldn't even count the number of zeros in it the first time. The mentor just laughed and explained that this is why he must diligently accumulate karma. Hearing about karma, Seo Jun was a little confused and even asked what it was. The mentor explained that for the academy, this is a motive, but for the students, it's a consequence that can be influenced. In short, it was a commitment to each other. Seo Jun didn't understand what the academy was gaining from this commitment. The mentor replied that his sole role was to help students become transcendent. When Seo Jun asked why the academy was pursuing this goal, the mentor initially remained silent. After a brief pause, he said that at this point, this was the most he could allow him to interfere, so this was the most he could tell him. And yet he asked Seo Jun not to give up, because when he reaches great heights, he himself will understand what his words mean. Diffusing the tense situation, he cheerfully said that until then, he would actively support him and help him in any way he could. Seo Jun wanted to ask another question that had been bothering him all this time. He asked if they had any other students besides him. The mentor noted that this isn't difficult to understand just by looking at the academic community. After these words, he assumed Seo Jun was actually asking if they were in the same dimension as him. After some thought, the mentor said that the answer to this question would be ambiguous. And yet, he clarified that among all the dimensions that use his academy, the place with the largest number of transcendent students is 4 people. Returning to the Hunter Academies, it is worth mentioning that in Korea, there are 3 largest organizations. They are Isle, Gaon, and Hunter Mill. Each academy has different specializations, and based on that, people often say the following. If you want to learn magic, go to Ale Academy, and if you want to learn weaponry, go to Gaon. As for Hunter Mill, they welcomed everyone, even those who knew nothing. The lack of any resources also means no downsides. Since Hunter Mill is one of the top 3 gyms in Korea, we can safely assume what they're like. So, the day of Hunter Mill Academy's professional hunter training exam finally arrived. Seo Jun and Seo Yoon arrived early to avoid the long line, but it was still very crowded. The student immediately noticed the differences between this event and previous ones he'd attended. Compared to competitions, the scope of a practice exam and the money involved are on a completely different level. Furthermore, the participant with the best scores will receive a 1 billion won scholarship. The new pass costs 500 million won, so the prize was quite substantial. It's possible to raise 500 million won, and it's not a big deal. But don't forget that there are also individual courses recommended by the mentor. Seo Jun literally caught fire when he realized that to raise such a good amount of money, he only needed to do one thing: get first place in the training exam. However, a large number of people who wanted to participate made themselves felt, and there was a lot of noise in the room. Such turbulence surprised the crowd, as in fact no competition compares to the activity of the participants in this event. Seo-yoon completed her task and decided to leave, wishing her student good luck on the exam. As Seo-joon walked towards the waiting rooms, he suddenly stopped when he heard the sounds of a verbal altercation. Things were heading towards a fight, and all because of the blonde guy who cut in line. It turns out that cheeky guy was Kim Gang-chol, a student at Hunter Mill Academy. The exam inspectors asked the disgruntled person to remain calm, as everyone would have time to participate anyway. Suddenly, the students began to whisper among themselves, recognizing the young man who had cut in line. In fact, no one knew who the academy was sending from within. Ultimately, this guy was a worthy opponent for those sent by the other two top academies. Lee Doan participated from Isle and Jin Dong-min from Gaon. They said it would be the best practice exam in history. The crowd also discussed the fact that even at Hunter Mill, Gang-chol is among the top 3 experts among the students. The promising swordsman stopped, taking a closer look at the stranger who had passed before him. He didn't see anything interesting about the student from an unknown academy, so he simply passed by. In turn, Seo-joon understood that the rising star of Hunter Mill Academy would certainly cause him trouble. As the crowd began to discuss the favorites, Seo-joon decided to slow down to hear who else he would face. A very loud guy was talking about how Kim Gang-chol is undoubtedly superior to everyone else in terms of skill, although Lee Do-yoon and Jin Dong-min are far from weak. He even mentioned rumors that he was backed by the Order of Truth. Naturally, the exam was conducted by his own academy. The eccentric suspected that there was room for a conspiracy here, as the academy had probably shared valuable information with him about the training exam. And yet there were those who tried to reassure him, saying that even though he was a student at Hunter Mill, one of the best academies, he would keep his face and not break the rules. Meanwhile, the discussion was interrupted by the appearance of a strange, loud guy who was also trying to cross the line. It only took one look for Seo-joon to become interested in the identity of this eccentric. The fact that this disciple carried so many weapons with him raised questions. Sword, spear, bow, daggers. It was hard to believe he wielded them all at once. The stranger started poking the inspector with the application form, saying he needed to go in too, but the man patiently kept asking him to get in line. The young man was very persistent and asked why he was worse than the guy who cut in line. Meanwhile, the crowd had already begun to get angry with him, and the impatient ones began shouting that the eccentric should go back to the back of the line. Not wanting to stop anyone, 2 disgruntled inspectors grabbed this guy by the arms and dragged him to the end of the line. This was the first time Seo-joon saw such strange behavior from the members. Students from all over the country flocked to this place, and each of them wanted to start the exam as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the first stage began, in which the physical strength of the participants was tested. Park Do-suk, a normal guy, was preparing to become a hunter at the 2nd Division Academy. He believed he could match the talents of giants like Hunter Mill, Isle, and Gaon. However, the reason he was forced to choose the 2nd Division was money. The annual pay for one of Korea's top 3 academies exceeds 100 million. Therefore, he could only attend a minor league academy where he could receive a scholarship. People consoled him by saying it was better to become the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon, but he disagreed. After all, by becoming a dragon's tail, he would have the opportunity to compete with dragons, but by becoming a snake's head, he would have to compete with other snakes that would be no match for him. With so many problems, this guy participated in the simulation, immersing himself in the world of real professionals and being completely satisfied with his choice. The Hunter Mill training exam, excluding the test portion, covers the 5 disciplines of a professional hunter, including basic stamina, mana usage, monster fighting, and dungeon raiding. Baseline endurance was measured by a simple, straightforward task of running 3 kilometers in 5 minutes, repeating this several times. After successfully running 3 kilometers in 5 minutes, you must run 3 kilometers again, and if you suddenly fail, the assessment is over. Simply put, the main criterion for assessing endurance is how many times you've performed the pattern. At first, Park Do-seok didn't see any competitors, and Seo-joon seemed like a stupid weakling, but by the end, They were already on their 15th lap, and there was no one left but them. From the beginning, the redhead placed himself on the same level as the best students of the 3 academies, so when he saw a stranger running beside him, he decided that his effort was worth recognizing. However, no matter how hard he tried, his stamina wasn't enough to be on par with So-jun. At one point, a guy from an unknown gym took the lead. Pak Do-seok could no longer keep up with him, as his breathing was already interrupted. And yet he did not despair, because even this result suited him. However, as promised, he outdid himself, going into battle against dragons, not snakes. Seeing So-jun approaching, he extended his hand to greet him, saying that he recognized him as his true companion. However, to his disappointment, So-jun didn't feel like he was done and ran past him. He didn't even have time to realize Park Do-seok's sincerity, as the stage of testing his endurance was surprisingly easy for him. As expected, the rest of the tasks, designed to test physical indicators, were assigned to him with the same ease. All the students present were shocked that a quiet guy could perform exercises with a large amount of weight with such ease. It was hard to believe he was a person like them, because with the enormous weight, his bar began to bend on his back. While everyone was surprised, So-jun continued practicing, thinking the practice exam tasks were too easy. Although the daily tasks had strengthened his endurance, he was more confident that Xiang-yu's course had given him the ability to instinctively use enormous strength. When he came to this conclusion, he began to dream of what would happen when he completed the Hercules course, which promised an S-rank divine power skill. So-jun was literally excited at the idea of earning even more money to pay for Hercules' course, while the gym employee behind him asked him in a confused voice to take a break and move on to the next task. Meanwhile, Kim Gang-chul also finished his strength testing exercises and was asked to rest before starting the next task. He was in another room, but none of those present could compare to him. He believed that, indeed, for above-average specialists, the training exam doesn't play a big role. Kim Gang-chul, Lee Do-yoon, and Jin Dong-min, as the strongest participants in the training exam, were expected to do nothing more than demonstrate to confirm the prestige and greatness of the top 3 academies in Korea. Kim Gang-chul himself understood perfectly well that this entire exam could be called a battle to defend the honor of the 3 academies. However, his case was a little special, as he received some task from the Order of Truth. They asked him to take a closer look at the actions of a member named Kim So-jun. They didn't ask anything more of him, just to observe what that guy was doing. That representative of the Order of Truth had always supported him in all previous competitions, without making any special demands, speaking only when necessary and otherwise silently sponsoring him. It was strange that such a condition had appeared so suddenly. A month ago, Student Hunter Mill had already heard the name of the student the Order was interested in during the dungeon distortion incident, but when they collided in the passage, he didn't notice anything special about Kim So-jun. When Gang-chul entered the waiting room, he saw that all the students could not believe the results. The scores were released, and he wanted to look at the scoreboard himself, although he didn't think there would be anything unexpected there. In the end, not only did he not come in first place, but he also finished third. He couldn't believe how it happened that there were 2 people in front of him. Kim So-jun and Lee Min-yul were ahead by as much as 11 points. Gang-chul couldn't understand how this happened, as he didn't know by name a single expert who could defeat him. Sighing heavily, he calmed himself down, thinking that there are simply students who only achieve one thing. He was certain this wouldn't happen again in the next competition. However, when the battle strength test stage against the monsters ended, he was shocked to find himself in third place again. Seeing this, he remembered the words of the observer of the Order of Truth, who said that it was enough to observe what Kim So-jun was doing. The third discipline was to test mana usage. Students had to hit the shield to measure and assess the boost in their power. Academy officials assured the students that they should not retreat, using mana to the limit of their capabilities to break the shield. Mana was actually something So-jun wasn't sure about. Although, thanks to Merlin's course, he generally understood how it worked, he couldn't say he knew how to operate it. So he doubted he'd be able to get first place again. However, it was the turn of the student, from whom the best result was expected at this stage. Lee Doan, a student at Isle Academy, has long gained an incredible fan base due to her unique magical abilities. No one doubted that she would come first in the Mana test. The level of her magical abilities was so great that at such a young age, she could use energy transformation without any problems. Among his range of attacks, fire magic had the most destructive power. Using a fire arrow attack, she easily destroyed the magic shield, something no one had been able to do before. Taking first place and surpassing her main competitor from Huntermill Academy, she proved that in terms of mana, no one can keep up with Isle. At this moment, Seo-jun saw for the first time what mana conversion looked like. Although Lee Doan had made one more attempt, she had no doubt that no one could come close to her result. The next participant in line was Kim Seo-jun, who caught the attention of all the students by placing first in both of the previous subjects. As he passed, he met Lee Doan's gaze, sensing his arrogance. Sighing and looking away, she had no doubt he had no chance of coming close to her first place. Seo-jun, walking onto the stage, thought about the meaning of her appearance. So he was allowed to begin. Although he was a little unsure of his own abilities, he didn't shy away from trying his hand at magic. He had no doubt that the power that moved mountains would show itself remarkably well, so he decided to focus solely on Merlin's mana, which he had not yet fully mastered. In a moment, he rushed to the attack, performing the third movement of the spear, striking. He was simply shocked, because upon contact with the shield, it easily cut him in two, as if it were tofu. Furthermore, although he didn't make any special efforts, in addition to the shield, he also destroyed the strength measuring device and also left a huge crack on the surface of the arena. Within a split second of its impact, the powerful energy created a current so large that the Huntermill Academy proctors could barely stand on the stage. When Seo-jun couldn't understand how this happened, Lee Do-yoon, who was confident of her victory, was completely speechless. Only he understood that it was most likely due to some extraordinary ability of his spear, which made it possible to bypass magical shields to a certain extent. As a result, Seo-jun once again took first place. Afterward, because the shield-forming device was broken, the exam had to be suspended for a while. It seems they hadn't even considered a malfunction, so they didn't prepare an additional device. When the situation was resolved and the results were updated, the crowd fell silent in surprise. The results didn't change even when it came to mana usage. The top 3 Hunter Academies were knocked out, with Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-yeol once again taking first and second place, respectively. The crowd discussed what was happening with great interest, and then remembered that Seo-jun was the one who solved the dungeon's corruption problem by capturing the 6th-tier monster, Nursilla. Naturally, after mentioning him, people began discussing Dream Academy itself. Seo-jun, who was among the spectators, actually had no doubt that her student would demonstrate excellent results, but she didn't want to say that Kim Seo-jun would progress that much. She was sure that with such success, he could take first place not only in the training exam, but also in the main exam for professional hunters. Thanks to him, no one could predict what the next professional hunter exam would be like. Representatives from the major organizations overseeing the Huntermill practical exam suggested that the difficulty level and grading system would need to be revised this year. It was also surprising that Kim Gang-chul was so severely demoted in the Huntermill exam. The public speculated that if they had known this would be the case, they would have sent Lee Ha-yoon, whom the Huntermills had raised with extreme care, as their strongest weapon. Previously, no one doubted Ms. Lee Ha-yoon's superiority, but this training exam made it clear to everyone that even beyond the 3 strongest academies, there were educational institutions where incredible future hunters studied. Even in the waiting room, everyone was talking about how incredibly cool Kim Seo-jun is. Naturally, he himself could not even imagine that the last stage would happen this way. However, his weapon was a sacred spear that, according to legend, pierced Jesus while crucified on the cross. Judging by this legend alone, one might assume it possessed extraordinary functionality. The problem was that it was first necessary to discover what this spear was. All he knew was the legend passed down without any explanation of the weapon's properties. After this stage, it can be assumed that the Holy Spear has the power to bypass a mana shield or is capable of overcoming a specific defense value without being enhanced by mana. Even after the tests, it was impossible to find peace, because some idiot started singing ridiculous songs very loudly, giving no one peace. It turns out the noise was made by a guy with a whole arsenal on his back, who had already caused conflict with the entrance exam administration. As soon as Seo Jun and this guy made eye contact, he stopped the music and froze. After that, he happily ran towards Seo Jun and regretted looking at him. This man, like all the other exam participants, knew full well that before him was the superstar of the training exam, Kim Seo Jun of Dream Academy. It turns out that he himself was not just an absurd young man with an arsenal behind his back, but the one who took second place in all the previous stages. It was Lee Min-yul, an amazing guy who also easily managed to show more remarkable results than the students of the 3 strongest academies in Korea. His results and his behavior could hardly form a harmonious picture because he himself was not serious, and the large number of weapons in his arsenal gave him no rest because it was difficult to believe that one person could handle so many martial arts. Lee Min-yul was very uneasy as Seo Jun started to become silent. He thought he had done something wrong and began to apologize for being intrusive and starting the conversation in such an informal tone. In response, a gentle smile appeared on Seo Jun's face, as he was actually not against his company, as he did not come to curse or make any complaints against him. A few minutes after they met, the dungeon raid began. Surprisingly, it was barely different from reality, despite being created using augmented reality. The main assessment criterion for the 4th subject of the 100 training exam was the time spent in the raid. The monsters that had to be destroyed were the 10 Nursels. Seo Jun was surprised by the coincidence, but he still passed the test with ease. What was unusual was that although the augmented reality monsters were 2 stars weaker than the real ones, it was still a fairly difficult difficulty level. This time everything was different. With an incredible weapon in hand and plenty of experience behind him, Seo Jun easily destroyed them one by one. He felt great that he was now on a different level, both in terms of intuition and awareness of what was happening on the battlefield, and in terms of strength and endurance. Just 3 months ago, he was not alone at all. He worked every day to survive, being an ordinary person who fought for his life. However, after becoming a student at Transcendence Academy and meeting So-yun, he felt his life begin to change. Completing this step as quickly as possible turned out to be quite an arduous task, but this only confirmed that his path to transcendence was still long and thorny. And yet, after overcoming yet another challenge and taking first place in dungeon raids, he even began to think that a future in which he would become the best hunter in the world might even be entirely feasible. Having once again won first place, Seo Jun, still in the waiting room, was once again the victim of many envious glances. Representatives of the 3 strongest academies in Korea looked at him with incredible anger because he became the one who took all their glory for himself. Jin Dongmin and Lee Don placed 5th and 4th, respectively, though they would have been in the top 3 if not for the appearance of Seo Jun and Lee Min-yul. The Dream Academy student couldn't help but notice the hostility on their part. This wasn't surprising to him, as he was now guaranteed first place unless he was disqualified or personally refused to vote. Naturally, all the contenders for the win lost their will to participate in the competition, as Seo Jun was significantly ahead. The only unexpected reaction was the behavior of Lee Min-yul, the outsider who came in second. He spoke with joyful emotion about how he could win this time. Unlike the others, Kim Gang-chul was unusually quiet, though he initially seemed quite confident. Like most of the previous stages, he finished the dungeon raid in 3rd place. It was impossible to look at the other participants, because Lee Min-yul, with her obsessive way of speaking, began to enter straight into Seo Jun's soul. He proposed to become friends and was sincerely happy that the Dream Academy student did not object. As the conversation improved, Seo Jun asked about the arsenal on his new friend's back and whether he actually uses all that variety of weapons. It turns out this is indeed the case. Lee Min-yul wasn't trained in a specific fighting art, so he tried everything, mastering every weapon possible. When Seo-jun heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised to realize that Lee Min-yul was actually self-taught. In fact, he only reached this level through independent training, which surprised everyone in the waiting room. Self-taught students are those who study independently and do not belong to any academic institution. In fact, there are many such cases, and they are usually those who lack money or talent. However, sometimes, very rarely, such extraordinary personalities exist among students. Seo-jun couldn't help but recognize his talent, because this guy turned out to be so talented that he was able to defeat the rising stars of Korea's 3 top hunter academies by training alone. Of course, he still wondered why such an incredible hunter candidate hadn't gone to the academy, given the opportunity to achieve something. Lee Min-yul replied that he didn't really want to get involved with anyone. It turns out he didn't consider himself literally self-taught. He even admitted that he has a teacher, but doesn't know he has students. The sentence sounded very mysterious, and Seo-jun showed that he really didn't understand how that was possible, although he still had some suspicions. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by one of the representatives from Hunter Mill Academy. He immediately apologized, saying they had an unexpected problem. No one understood what was happening. Only a student close to Hunter Mill Academy itself expected something similar. An academy official said the people appointed to the jury were unable to arrive due to unforeseen circumstances. The Hunter Mill professors, who were assigned to evaluate combat skills in the battle, were on their way here when the dungeon rift occurred. According to him, unexpectedly, it was a 10-star dungeon. The teachers had no choice but to personally intervene. Naturally, Kim Gang-chul was reluctant to believe these words, while the rest of the participants began to worry about what would happen to the exam in this case. The academy representative responded that due to these unforeseen circumstances, an urgent meeting was taking place, so they would have to wait until the results were available. Kim Gang-chul was certain that what was happening was the work of the Order of Truth. He didn't know how they managed to create such a dungeon, but he had no doubt that the Order was more than capable of pulling it off. The problem was that this jeopardized the simulation's continuation. Although he was only asked to observe, he was haunted by the knowledge that Kim Seo-jun would emerge victorious if the exam were simply abandoned. Therefore, he decided to present a proposal to change the way the last stage of the exam is carried out. The remaining discipline was to test combat strength in battle, so he proposed to maintain the objective and hold this stage in a tournament format between students. After these words, the students began to whisper, and it was clear that they were not against improving their results in this way. The academy representative admitted that his words made sense, but warned that it would be difficult to implement, since there are so many people participating in the training exam, and it would take a long time to hold such a tournament. He was even more worried that they would definitely have problems with the assessment method, as they had not practiced this format before. Understanding what was happening, Kim Gang-chul quickly found a solution and, stating that A-level hunters were needed for the evaluation, said that Hunter Mill would have no difficulty finding a worthy replacement for the jury. No one wanted to just sit and wait, but the gym employee insisted on stopping without taking the final step. Kim Gang-chul still didn't give up and came up with another proposal. He proposed holding this tournament as an event so that not everyone could participate, but only those who wanted to register. This significantly reduced the completion time, as those who had already tested their strength would likely not worry about the final. Furthermore, the student mentioned that the exam is currently being broadcast nationwide, and among the spectators waiting are members of the association and government officials. He believed the organizers would be embarrassed if they interrupted the exam over such a minor matter. The gym employee couldn't help but agree with his words and thought about it, realizing that if everything ends without a conclusion, it would create a crack in Hunter Mill's reputation, which is among the top 3 gyms. There were already rumors that the exam would be postponed, and Gang-chul understood that although Kim Seo-jun was the real reason, from others' perspective, it would look like Hunter Mill's lack of preparation. The self-confident student decided that since this was happening, it was worth diverting viewers' attention and providing them with new content. He believed he now had the opportunity to defeat Kim Seo-jun, as in this case all his recent achievements would go to him. Even if Seo-jun had won the exam, what would have been more important would have been how the representatives of the top 3 academies confirmed their status as the strongest in practice. That's why Lee Do-won and Jin Dong-min immediately supported this idea, understanding the intentions of the Hunter Mill Academy representative. It turns out that even those who already had second place guaranteed did not object to this final phase format. Lee Min-yul was looking forward to the tournament between the best, so he happily asked what Seo-jun would do. Many eyes were on the tournament's first place. It was worth considering here because even without participating in the tournament, he had already secured a monetary reward for himself. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kim So-jun, confident of his advantage, decided to ask for an additional reward for the victory. However, the tournament was confirmed, and the public was delighted to learn that the top 15 students would participate, which meant they would see 3 students from the best academies in Korea in action. Of course, they were also thrilled that even Kim So-jun and Lee Min-yoon, who had blown away all the other contestants, appeared on stage. The entire internet was buzzing with excitement over their incredible results, which left even the strongest gym members far behind. The tournament started with confident victories by representatives of the top academies. Their skills were truly amazing, so the top 3 had no chance of winning. The number of participants quickly decreased, and interesting battles were already approaching. The 3 guys were very confident and eager to win over Kim So-jun. However, the man they'd been competing so hard against wasn't thinking about them, as he had the 1 billion won reward in mind. Winning the exam was already his, but along with winning the event match, he'll receive up to 2 billion won. The smile on his face wasn't wiped away by the thought of money, because even after buying a free gym pass, he still had an impressive amount left over. The courses his mentor recommended cost 2.5 billion, so he could start one sooner than expected. In fact, he wasn't the least bit worried about that evil and envious trio from the strongest academies, nor did he even think that there was any possibility of losing to them. And yet, this tournament still had a worthy opponent, one that would not be easy to deal with. Of course, he was thinking of Lee Min-yul. The audience and even the match commentators were blown away by his unusual fighting style. He switched weapons throughout the battle, utilizing his entire arsenal, putting enormous pressure on his opponent. Sometimes hunters use additional weapons, but usually they do not exceed 3, because most focus on one main weapon, because it is difficult to ideally master even one. But Lee Min-yul had at least 8 weapons on his back, and it was hard to believe that he could use all of them. His unusual fighting style embarrassed everyone who encountered him. The sudden use of a bow during a battle made the enemies go on the defensive, doubting what this guy's main weapon was. A rather good swordsman whom Lee Min-yul encountered in the first battle was not going to give in, and, having repelled the next arrows, closed the distance so he could fight the battle alone. However, he was very mistaken when he thought that this strange guy with an arsenal on his back was a bow user. He wielded 2 swords with no less skill, with which he easily stopped his opponent's attack. Furthermore, he threw the poor guy aside without much difficulty, even though he was initially on the defense. Watching the battle, Seo-jun only confirmed his suspicions that the fight with him wouldn't be easy. This isn't Kim Gang-chul or the other 3 from whom you know what to expect. This guy isn't limited by form and model. He's a free space with room to move. Because he is self-taught, the battle with him goes from sparring to a real fight, as this is the style that forms in those who have not received a standard hunter education. Seo-jun, while not quite as pattern-free, realized that their styles were definitely similar. Because of this, he might wonder if Lee Min-yul, like him, was a disciple of the Transcendence Academy. When the mentor said that among the dimensions using his academy, there were 4 people in the place with the largest number of Transcendence disciples, he didn't claim it was Earth, but he didn't deny it either. This means these 4 people could very well be Earth's inhabitants. Lee Min-yul's words that he has a teacher who doesn't know he is his student can very well be considered as learning from video lessons, because teachers don't know who is watching their videos. Meanwhile, this amazing guy with an arsenal behind him and a smile on his face has claimed his first victory of the tournament. He treated the battle as if it were a kind of game, demonstrating superiority over the enemy's intense efforts. Seo Jun had enough reasons to doubt, but since there was a possibility that this guy was also a Transcendence disciple, it was worth checking. Meanwhile, the host of the additional event summed up the recent battle as an invigorating and crushing fight, after which he went on to announce the next fight. Looking at the list, he paused for a moment, saying that everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The next participant was a talent recognized by the Devil's disciple herself. The magical world was anticipating that she would be the one to usher in a new era. Of course, all of these words described Lee Do-eun of Isle Academy. His opponent was described as a student who shone like a supernova, the first competitor in the history of the training exam to score 100 points in each subject. Of course, we were talking about Dream Academy student Kim Seo-jun. It is no exaggeration to say that Lee Do-eun is a true genius. She possesses abilities that go beyond the definition of genius. She is one of the 5 strongest students at Isle Academy, one of the top 3 Hunter Academies. Her talent was recognized by the Devil's successor, Young Jimin, a genius magician and witchcraft teacher. There was nothing impossible in Lee Do-eun's life up until this point, so she was anticipating her victory, thinking that the Hunter Mill training exam was simply drowning the magicians, and that's why she fell in the rankings. Starting the battle with her powerful fire magic, she thought that if this were a training or professional exam for Isle Academy, the results would be different, and she would have no equal. However, her confident smile soon disappeared from her face as she charged at her opponent. She was simply shocked by what happened because she expected a quick victory in an instant. It was hard to believe that Seo Jun, whom she considered overrated, by some miracle, without even taking an extra step, was able to dispel her technique with a light strike of his spear. Of course, he didn't even feel any danger from her magic after fighting the Destruction Dragon Fanfare 10 times. Seeing her reaction, he was a little confused, realizing that he shouldn't have dealt with her attack so easily. With her whole body trembling and her eyes wide open, Lee Do-eun screamed that this was simply impossible. Ultimately, in her understanding, it was impossible to simply cut off magic. Studying with the greatest magicians, she learned that magic can be destroyed in 2 ways. This is done with the help of overwhelming mana, but if it surpassed the law itself, embodied by the magician. Another option was to study the corresponding mage's ideal law and destroy his attack with a reverse spell. However, looking at this man, she thought he wasn't even a magician and couldn't understand magic, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to cast a reverse spell in such a short time. Naturally, Seo Jun dealt with her attack with the help of a spear, as he was interested in its properties. He acted as if he didn't understand what was happening, while Lee Do-eun, stunned, tried to figure out how he did it. Realizing that the spear still had some special effect that he could not accurately determine, Seo Jun decided that it was worth purchasing an additional weapon with $1.5 billion to conduct a comparative experiment. Within a moment, Lee Do-eun distracted him from his reasoning by sending her most formidable arsenal of magical weapons, consisting of fire arrows, towards him. She poured most of her mana into this attack with incredible fury, so as not to give her opponent any chance to counterattack. However, even in this situation, Seo Jun did not feel much danger and reacted to the magic with a calm and cool mind. Again, without even moving, he spun his spear and began to deflect each of the attacks with ease. Lee Do-eun, filled with rage, directed subsequent attacks at him even more furiously, hoping that at least some of them would hit their target. No matter how much she screamed, Seo Jun didn't feel any difficulty and calmly cut off all the magic arrows. Mana was running out, and the powerful form of fire magic that Lee Do-eun was famous for didn't bring any results. Shocked by what was happening, she dropped the magic cane and fell to her knees. She was completely overcome by fear and despair because of how terrifying Seo Jun was in her eyes. She understood that there was no way to defeat such an opponent. As he approached, he pointed his staff at her. With a gentle smile on his face, he asked if this was his first victory in the tournament. Confused that he couldn't break through his defense, Lee Do-eun shouted that he was a real monster. Next up was an equally interesting duel between Lee Min-yul and Jin Dong-min. Unexpectedly, the battle was initially evenly matched. The fight was fierce, and Lee Min-yul even agreed to follow his opponent's rules, using a heavy weapon in the form of a huge axe. The self-confident Dong Min believed that the advantage was on his side and that he would soon be able to defeat the enemy. However, from Lee Min-yul's smile, it was easy to understand that he was actually just joking, trying to gauge his opponent's level. Within a moment, he reached his leg, leaving his opponent nervous. Ultimately, he wanted to change the distance of the battle, and by throwing his dagger, he managed to throw the enemy further away. Dong Min was seriously angry because he barely had time to react to this unexpected attack. However, by the time he thought about when his opponent managed to draw his dagger, Lee Min-yul had already managed to close the distance and was right above him. With a joyful laugh, he lashed out with his sharp claws. His opponent barely had time to deal with such incredible speed, and on defense, shouted that Lee Min-yul was using dirty tricks. He couldn't predict her actions and felt uncomfortable, having had to be on the defensive all this time. Dong Min hoped that his opponent would soon exhaust his supply of varied attacks, and he would have the opportunity to find a gap in his defense without fear of missing a blow, because if the match continued in the same spirit, the advantage would be on his opponent's side. However, he didn't have time to deal with how quickly his opponent changed his fighting style, distance, and weapons. Under constant pressure, he relaxed his guard for a moment because he thought he had gained enough distance, but Lee Min-yul quickly closed the distance and delivered a heavy blow to his stomach. The Gaon Academy representative dropped his weapon a moment later and, grimacing in pain, knelt down. The judge thought this was the end, so he declared Lee Min-yul the winner. Dong Min's self-confidence was shaken, and he began to scream in dismay because his opponent was fighting against the rules. He didn't understand who would fight like that, so he said he wouldn't admit it, considering the fight invalid. Upon hearing his cry, the spectators' opinions were divided, but no one could deny that in a real battle, there is only one winner and one loser. Young Doman was ready to explode and continued to scream that this was all because of his opponent's dastardly tricks. Seo Jun, in the waiting room, watched the broadcast with some pity, realizing that no matter how hard this guy tried, he would still have ruined everything. Based on what he saw, he was sure that even if Lee Min-yul hadn't switched weapons during the battle, the outcome wouldn't have changed. After seeing the defeat of two representatives from the strongest academies, Kim Gang-chul finally understood why the Order of Truth pressured the organization to change the final event. They weren't just watching Kim So-jun, the Order was also keeping an eye on Lee Min-yul. That's why they asked Gang-chul to stay behind and just watch. The Order of Truth's true goal was to bring these two monsters together in a duel. The event match would have ended successfully without his intervention, but now he began to suspect that Lee Min-yul might be a member of the Order, because he believed that no matter how talented a person was, a self-taught person would not be able to suppress the tops of all the academies. The event match was coming to an end. The host said that the next match would become legendary. The first to enter the arena was the one with strength as strong as steel. Kim Gang-chul couldn't stand aside, even though he was asked to do so. His opponent was the one the presenter described as the main character, going forward, demolishing all obstacles in his path. Seeing Seo Jun in front of him, Kim Gang-chul, feeling deep resentment over the results of the previous stages, wanted to tear him apart. He was determined and did not intend to obediently follow the plans of the Order of Truth, as from the beginning they planned to use him as a witness. From the beginning, he wouldn't give up and put mana into his weapon. Seo Jun was also serious and rushed to attack. Although he didn't use magic, he had to use a spear with both hands to stop the furious blow of the enemy's blade. A powerful blast of energy created a shockwave that destroyed the surface of the arena beneath their feet. Crossing arms for the first time, they jumped back before the next attack. For the first time since the beginning of this final phase, the arena came under pressure from destructive techniques, although these were only the first few minutes of the battle. Observing the enemy more closely, Hook began to analyze his features. He immediately realized that his weapon did not contain the power of the sword aura, but it somehow blocked his sword aura with ease. Looking closer, he felt that his opponent's spear was not only blocking, but not allowing this force to pass through, as if it ignored it. Even from the outside, all of Kim So-jun's battles seemed unusual to him. Now Gangchul was certain that the reason he scored so high on the training exam was because he possessed a special, powerful weapon. Rushing furiously to attack, he decided that if he avoided this spear, the difference in skills would be practically erased, and he would easily defeat a newcomer from an unknown academy. With great effort, he tried to press down on Seo Jun, but he didn't realize that he was still getting used to his strength. Kim Gang-chul continued to press forward, not giving his opponent a moment's respite. It was hard to believe that a two-handed sword, inferior in high-speed combat, could deliver such a swift attack with such destructive power. Even though Seo Jun managed to block this attack without using mana, he still recognized his talent and that this guy was superior to all the participants he had fought. Kim Gang-chul didn't give him time to think. With his next blow of incredible destructive power, he hoped to obtain victory, however. This time, Seo Jun managed to block and contain. Seeing the opponent's rage and high-level skills, Seo Jun recognized his strength, realizing that he wasn't called one of the 3 most capable students at Hunter Mill for nothing. So Seo Jun jumped to a safe distance and thought that in such a battle he needed to show more respect for this enemy. At this point, he was ready to give his best for the first time in the exam. Within a moment, magic began to envelop him, bloodlust mixing with the aura. The sudden change sent shivers and surprise down Gang-chul's spine, who had believed his opponent had been fighting at the peak of his powers for a long time. However, it was only now that Seo Jun became serious enough. In an instant, he closed the distance and attacked with his spear with incredible speed. Gangchul, strengthening his blade with mana, barely had time to block the attack and struggled to hold his opponent back. With a powerful swing of his sword, he still threw the enemy aside, and Seo Jun, who was not used to such battles, could barely stay on his feet. Despite this, he was completely focused. On the other hand, his opponent felt insecure. He couldn't believe that Seo Jun had been hiding his true potential all this time. Until recently, his aura had been like a serene wave, but when it became saturated with real heat, Kim Gang-chul realized why the Order of Truth was showing special interest in his personality. Just a moment after Seo Jun rushed to attack, Kim Gang-chul, who had previously been pressing breathlessly, began to slowly give in. He couldn't significantly increase the distance with the enemy, so he was in constant defense due to the fact that Seo Jun continued to pursue him, delivering a large number of blows. Now he understood that Seo Jun was strong not just because of his weapons. The guy from an unfamiliar gym was different from the ones he'd fought before. Seo Jun was rough, clumsy, and tough, too simple in his fighting style. Compared to Hunter Mill's high-level swordsmanship and mana accumulation technique, his movements seemed like nothing more than the normal swinging of a weapon. However, if everything were as simple as it seemed at first glance, he would have defeated him long ago. Kim Gang-chul couldn't understand where the enemy had such a huge force. The blow, which he managed to block at the last moment, could easily have ended the fight, raising a huge cloud of dust. When the heat subsided, Gang-chul knelt on his sword, barely able to stay in the arena. He didn't understand why it was so difficult to handle simple swings, movements in which no trace of high-level fencing techniques could be seen. The issue wasn't just the weapon, as Kim Seo Jun initially didn't even use the aura sword's power, while Gang-chul put mana into his weapon right at the start of the fight. Just thinking about what level his opponent would be using an aura sword filled him with horror. He felt a terrible similarity between his opponent and the one who first made him feel fear. The arrogant girl changed her life once and for all with just one battle. She overpowered him in seconds, destroying his sword and dismissing his claims of power as nothing more than the ravings of a non-entity. She wondered aloud how he could be considered one of the 3 strongest in the academy. He couldn't forget his first meeting with Lee Ha-yun, who haunts his nightmares. Remembering that terrible despair, Gang-chul felt incredible rage. Being arrogant due to his previous successes, he could not accept the way Lee Ha-yun and the representatives of the Order of Truth looked at him. What made him even more angry was that Seo Jun, with her brute strength, reminded him of those past failures. He couldn't afford to lose, so with an incredible bloodlust releasing his mana, he rushed to attack again. With a loud shout, he jumped high and swung with all his might to deliver a heavy blow with his two-handed sword. Even though the Hunter Mill student put all his strength into this strike, Seo-jun didn't feel much danger and only released a small amount of his magic. Shortly after, in front of everyone in the audience, the fight ended unexpectedly. One of Hunter Mill Academy's 3 strongest students lost in a duel with Kim So-jun. He fell to his knees, his sword shattered, just as he had in his battle with the terrifying Lee Ha-yoon. As a result, Kim So-jun made it to the finals. Lee Min-yul was simply delighted because this was what he wanted. The spectators were impatient for the final battle and could not guess who would take first place. As expected, Seo-jun and Min-yul finished in the highly anticipated finale. These two took the lead, leaving Hunter Mill, Gaon, and Isle behind. Having met in the arena, Lee Min-yul said with a sincere smile that she wanted to fight him at all costs. Seeing his opponent's look, he assumed that Seo-jun had a lot of questions for him. In fact, they met for the first time since the start of the tournament, so after seeing their fights, Seo-jun wanted to make sure that no one had actually trained him on purpose. Min-yul repeated his words again that he has a teacher, but he doesn't know he has a student. When Seo-jun asked who his teacher was, he suddenly became more serious. With a predatory look, he asked why he needed to know. Seo-jun spread his hands to the sides, saying that he guessed he already knew who he was talking about. When Min-yul angrily yelled that he was lying, Seo-jun just blinked in response. He wondered if it would be better to directly mention Transcendent Academy right away. However, he immediately rejected this option, because if Lee Min-yul was not a student of the academy, everything would end in a simple misunderstanding, and if he was a student, the conversation would immediately turn different. Furthermore, So-jun understood that this would not make them comrades, but most likely on the contrary, it would be more accurate to call them rivals. In such a situation, he couldn't predict how Lee Min-yul would react, so it was more logical not to put his cards on the table first. In that case, he decided to ask for some clues and immediately got Min-yul excited with the idea that if his teacher was who he thought he was, then he must be a transcendental strongman. Lee Min-yul was shocked by such an accurate guess and confusedly asked who Seo-jun really was. The provocation worked perfectly, so he replied that he had the same question. He admitted that, apparently, neither of them would simply spill their secrets, so he proposed a bet in which whoever loses the duel must answer the winner's question. Lee Min-yul was interested in this result, but wanted to know if there was a guarantee that the answer would be true. Seo-jun, continuing to bluff, replied that it would be up to the winner to decide. Within moments, the presenter announced the start of the battle. However, even after a few seconds, the guys remained silent as before the battle began. There was a dead silence in the arena, and the audience began to whisper about what was happening and why the fighters didn't move, just stood there looking at each other. Seo-jun understood that at this moment his opponent was in great confusion. They both tried to feel each other out, but didn't notice any obvious weaknesses. Lee Min-yul, having a plethora of attack options, decided to strike first. He immediately shouted that he thought Seo-jun would not be easy in battle. This was the first fight where Seo-jun was fully focused. Initially, Lee Min-yul had a sword in his hands, but Seo-jun understood that given his fighting style, it shouldn't be assumed that everything would be limited to the sword. Considering the risks, he decided to give it his all from the start and move forward. Lee Min-yul was surprised by his opponent's strength, as he not only predicted his actions, but also executed the attack himself, destroying his sword with one blow. At the same moment, he managed to react and do a somersault backwards in time, dodging the enemy's blow. If Lee Min-yul had thought a little slower, the winner would have been a foregone conclusion, but he jumped back, throwing his weapon away. Seo-jun wouldn't let him relax and rushed forward. However, within a moment, he was stopped by many daggers flying towards him. Just as he dodged the blades, a dozen arrows flying from the sky were already aimed at him. Seo-jun was forced to stay on the defense. The enemy controlled his distance perfectly. Seeing how skillfully the enemy dodged his arrows, Lee Min-yul said with joy that it was incredible. Looking at the spearmaster, he said that his weapon was also quite a curious thing. Throwing his bow aside, Min-yul asked if he could learn more about this spear if he managed to win the battle. Rushing to attack, Seo-jun said with a smile that it was okay. But first you have to win. The fighting spirit of these fighters continued to increase and the battle became more and more intense. Lee Min-yul replied with a gentle laugh that she would do her best to reveal the enemy's secrets. After these words, they tried to exchange blows again, but were all blocked. The battle seemed evenly matched, with neither finding a gap in the other's defenses. After surviving another exchange of blows, Lee Min-yul happily shouted that So-jun was incredibly cool. They again rushed to attack each other, but Seo-jun was already experiencing an uncomfortable feeling. Although he was in control of the fight, he still couldn't fully understand his opponent. Not only did Lee Min-yul unhesitatingly use techniques that could be considered a violation of the rules, but she also acted as if she wasn't trying to win. Furthermore, he was not at all bothered by the laughter that sometimes came from the stands, nor by the fact that all his maneuvers were easily reflected. After another unsuccessful series of attacks from both sides, the guys stopped. Seo-jun asked an unexpected question. It seemed to him that his opponent did not want to defeat him, but upon hearing this, Min-yul was surprised, saying that he really did want to. He was taken aback by Seo-jun's question about why he didn't feel like winning. Waving his hands in confusion, Lee Min-yul said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, because he, like no one else, wanted to defeat such an opponent. It all clicked when he said he fought like this because he wouldn't be upset if he lost. Seo-jun didn't understand his reasons, so he nervously asked why, in this case, he was using all means and methods to win. Lee Min-yul simply did his best to win. He truly gave it his all, and when asked how others would react to his methods, he curtly replied that he didn't care. Pointing his finger at himself, he said with a sincere smile that his importance would not diminish because others scolded him. These words clarified the situation, and Seo-jun rethought everything that happened before. The enemy's incredible attitude towards the situation surprised him so much that it made him smile. After that, he suddenly pulled his hand into his pocket, and Min-yul wondered what kind of cunning trick his opponent would use. However, Seo-jun decided to take out his old spear, hiding the sacred weapon, and then said that he hoped Min-yul wouldn't see his actions as looking down on him. This struggle gave him the opportunity to rethink some of the Buddha's teachings. Then he mentioned the struggle for existence, how the strong devour the weak. Even the laws of nature force you to give up if you don't have the necessary strength. Because of this life, we are all forced to constantly adjust ourselves to a competitive level to keep up with others. Lee Min-yul's words reminded him of this talk by Shakyamuni. Now the words about freeing the mind from these thoughts sounded different. The Buddha wondered if the student had ever left his thoughts behind, looking at the world from a different perspective. So he told a story that happened during his difficult service in a dimension called Earth. The story took place at a time when Shakyamuni still had the human name of Siddhartha Gautama, when he had not yet received the title of Buddha and served as a simple monk. One day, Shakyamuni saw children running a race. Like all children, they seemed extremely carefree and enjoyed what they were doing. For some unknown reason, they started competing again and again, and all the time the same child came in last place. But for some reason, the smile never left the child's face. Shakyamuni became interested in this and approached the boy with a question. He asked why he was running, to which the child replied sincerely and happily that he enjoyed it. It was still difficult for him to run, but he wasn't upset because it wouldn't be long before I went for a walk. However, what was surprising was how he responded to the question of what would happen if others caught up with him during his rest. Upon hearing this, the child said with displeasure that his arrival was different from the arrivals of others, so no one could overtake him. At first, Buddha thought he had misunderstood him, so he decided to ask what about the finish line, which was visible ahead, where all the children were running. In response, the child said he wasn't sure, but for others this really was the end. For him, it was just a waypoint. After these words, the man fled again with the same gentle smile on his face. According to Shakyamuni, this boy continued to run last. But many years later, news reached the monk that he had achieved the best result in the country's biggest running competition. At that time, this monk thought that life was a tower built with difficulty. I thought that by accumulating effort, grain by grain, you build your own life. So this monk endured arduous service time and time again, trying with all his might to build an ideal life. However, after silently listening to this child, the monk suddenly realized that life in the tower didn't actually have to be ideal. It was hard for him to understand why he himself had never thought of this in his life. Long ago, a boy introduced Buddhism to the idea that our society is full of competition. If you don't improve every day, you'll be eliminated, and if you fall behind, you'll disappear completely. This is natural selection. The strong devour the weak. Seo-jun understood this, as others who started their journey from the beginning did. That's why he worked hard every day. Thanks to this, he was confident that in his rapid progress, he was not inferior to others. However, the further he went, the more anxious he became, and he began to realize that he was obsessed with the Transcendence Academy. He was only struck by the pressure he had to try even harder to keep up with the others. Everything he did was to survive the competition. Lee Min-yul became a true example to him, reminding him of that boy in the story of the monk. Thanks to him, Seo-jun, albeit vaguely, was still able to grasp the meaning of Shakyamuni's lecture. Like the monk, he also wondered why he hadn't thought of this before. The moment Seo-jun hid his sacred weapon greatly excited his opponent. He didn't think they were looking down on him, but he still didn't understand their reasons. Lee Min-yul even said that he was sure that with that spear in his hands, Seo-jun would definitely have won. Definitely, with the holy spear, he could easily win. After all he needed to do was stop Lee Min-yul's actions. In fact, his will to win hadn't changed. He also knew that winning with equipment was also a skill. However, in this sparring, his desire to take out the old spear was caused by his opponent's words that his importance would not diminish because others reprimanded him. In response, he made a counter-speech, smilingly declaring that his importance would not increase if others praised him. He no longer desired recognition from others, because he now understood that he was the one who determined his own worth. Hearing his words, Lee Min-yul froze with a surprised look. Then he said in confusion that Seo-jun turned out to be even better than he expected. Unexpectedly to everyone, he grabbed the belts that contained all his equipment. After dropping most of his weapons, he turned to Seo-jun and asked him not to think he was looking down on him. The dagger remained in his hand, and he said that this is the only thing he learned from the teacher, and in which he has the most confidence. Seo-jun responded with a smile that didn't despise him, but considered him a worthy opponent. After these words, they rushed to the attack with incredible force and, parrying each other's blows, caused powerful destruction. Now that they were united by a common goal, they fought freely, wanting to emerge victorious. Lee Min-yul wasn't lying when he said he was giving his all for his goal. While in close range, he pushed Seo-jun's spear away, opening his body to attack. Seo-jun expected a strike from him and was about to jump back, but the unconventional freestyle fighter suddenly acted very unpredictable. He didn't intend to attack, he just closed the distance to suddenly launch his blades. With an ordinary spear in his hands, it wasn't easy to deal with this attack. Some of the blades managed to leave small cuts on Seo-jun's body. However, this did not make him feel any discomfort. He enjoyed the difficult battle more and more. If he had a holy spear, he could easily deflect this blow, but now these things pose a threat to him. A moment later, Min-yul closed the distance and suddenly grabbed the tip of Seo-jun's spear. A characteristic of his attacks was his extraordinary mobility, which was difficult to adapt to. Seo-jun barely managed to stop his point-blank strike with a dagger. Losing control of his spear, he was forced to grip the blade with his bare hand. Snatching the spear from the enemy's hands, Seo-jun swung it powerfully, knocking the enemy away. What surprised him was that as soon as he accepted the possibility of losing, his body immediately felt much lighter. Now he understood that he didn't need to win and that there was nothing wrong with him if he lost. But for the sake of victory, he sincerely gave his best. Fighting had never brought him so much pleasure before. Lee Min-yul was incredibly fast. Leaping high into the air, he dodged a wide spear strike, proving that he wasn't lying, that his daggers were the only weapons his teacher taught him to use. This guy's dagger skill was truly at its best, but once behind Seo-jun's back, she threateningly said that it was too early for him to be surprised. After that, Lee Min-yul tried to hit him in midair, but the experienced spearman managed to dodge. As it turned out, this was exactly what his opponent was hoping for, and the blow was a distraction. At one point, it became clear that Min-yul simply hid her intentions of lifting the dust curtain with the help of the earth powder until the very end. After that, Lee Min-yul's silhouette began to disappear from view. Seo-jun became extremely cautious, realizing that the enemy had created the opportunity for himself to launch a series of unexpected attacks. This was certainly a concealment technique. Seo-jun couldn't believe that this young man was capable of such a high-level technique. Even so, he hadn't perfected it, and sometimes his rapid movements could be seen around the perimeter of the arena. And yet even Seo-jun, without proper concentration, couldn't keep up with his movements for long. Although Lee Min-yul had an ace up her sleeve, it's safe to assume this was her final winning move. With this in mind, Seo-jun decided to use his accumulated mana to respond with a brutal but powerful strike. But after a moment he stopped, wondering if he was doing the right thing. All the previous battles Lee Min-yul won ended after others underestimated him. It wasn't that Seo-jun lacked confidence in himself. Just watching this guy's frivolous fighting style made him realize something very important again. Now he saw clearly how limited his fighting style had been all this time. These reflections led him to continue Merlin's lecture. Now he was able to reflect on the speaker's words about the fact that if learning becomes a habit, it can become an obstacle to self-expression, because in any case, learning remains knowledge received from another person. It became clear that it would not be possible to fight well using only the knowledge acquired by other people forever. Focusing on his energy flow, Seo-jun realized that the time had come when learning alone was not enough. Now, using Merlin's knowledge and Chiron's sense of touch, Xiangyu's enormous strength, and Shakyamuni's ataraxia, he finally managed to turn his own method into reality. Having created his own, his body began to release an incredibly powerful magical aura. This bright yellow mana is quickly absorbed by your spear. The audience was shocked because the power he used was nothing more than an aura blade. It was hard to believe because even hunters who had dedicated decades of training could barely use this power. Focusing on the surroundings, Seo-jun suddenly began to clearly sense his opponent's presence and movements. As soon as Lee Min-yul tried to launch a sudden attack, he was immediately met by Seo-jun's spear. The powerful energy dispelled all the burning, and Lee Min-yul stopped. His dagger was shattered, and the spear blade was right at his neck. With cold sweat on his face and a smile of admiration, he admitted he had lost the battle. The Order of Truth, observing this event, soon reported Kim So-jun's victory to the Apostle's heir. Mrs. Kalia tried not to show surprise. In response, she asked the follower if they were able to detect the distortion. The man replied that he saw the distortion but did not believe it could be called that. It was something they couldn't even imagine. Kalia became seriously wary when she learned that Kim Seo-jun had suddenly switched weapons and used an aura blade during the battle, enhancing an ordinary spear. Taking this unexpected information into account, Lady Kalia ordered the target to continue surveillance while she reported it to the Apostle. In response, Calchas asked her why they should resort to such measures. Kalia didn't understand what they were talking about, so the confused follower explained his words by saying that although he understands that Kim So-jun is worth taking a closer look at, this has now become an obstacle to the plan they dedicated everyone this time to preparing. When he said he didn't understand why Mrs. Kalia was doing this for a particular student and asked what the Apostle of Abstinence had said, the Apostle's heiress couldn't bear it and nervously shouted his name. Seeing his stern gaze, Calchas suddenly fell silent, realizing he had indulged too much. After that, he apologized and left his mistress's quarters. What was happening haunted her, and the situation became even more tense after the last meeting with the Apostle. During this visit, she confirmed the information that a very large distortion had been detected in Korea. The Apostle of Temperance also heard that the distortion was quickly resolved. In response, Kalia confirmed this information and reported that the person who dealt with the distortion was a student named Kim Seo-jun. It seemed very strange to her that even though the Apostle knew the news about the distortion being eliminated, he still called her to find out what had happened. It was also strange because he asked who exactly had solved this problem. Suddenly, the Apostle ordered her to keep an eye on what Kim Seo-jun, who had handled the incident, was doing. Not understanding why, she politely asked why. The Apostle reacted very nervously to her words and released his terrible power of bloodlust upon her. After that, he said in a threatening tone that he knew very well that the young lady occupied the strongest position of all the successors of the Apostle of Chastity. Using incredible pressure, he forced her to apologize after saying she sometimes forgot that her position as heir did not make her the next apostle. His actions indicated that he was warning her that she was in no condition to ask unnecessary questions. However, after releasing the pressure, he still said that this order was not his will. Turning around, Mrs. Callia panicked and asked how this was possible. The Apostle of Temperance not only holds the highest place in the order of truth, but for the entire world he is one of the 7 apostles, whom no one dares contradict. In response, he said he knew Callia had been forced to handle matters alone all this time, without the support of her elders. He asked that this be considered a favor, given her title as successor. All he asked now was to report everything related to Kim Seo-jun. Callia wondered for a long time how it was possible that the Apostle of Temperance, one of the most influential people in the world, could be used as a messenger to transmit the order. There are only a few people in the entire world capable of this. However, there was obviously one man at the head of the entire order of truth, whom few people saw alive. Of course, we are talking about the Great Voice. The training exam ended, and people began to return home. Everyone was impressed by the results and how good Kim Seo-jun turned out to be. Seeing the students' incredible strength, the audience became increasingly interested in purchasing spectator seats in advance for the professional hunter exam. Seo-jun hadn't left the building yet, as he had some organizational matters to attend to, including collecting the reward. When So-yun saw him, she nervously asked how her student was increasingly turning into some kind of monster. When Seo-jun responded that that was a bit harsh, Seo-yun impatiently replied that her words were absolutely consistent with her progress, because anyone who looked at her results would think the same thing. What was especially surprising was her sudden ability to use the aura blade. When she asked the student where he learned this complex technique, he absurdly replied that he was lucky. These words caused So-yun to explode with anger, and she began to seethe, claiming the student was again trying to make an excuse. Sighing heavily, she decided to miss another awkward moment and simply asked if the student was going home. Seo-jun replied that he was indeed going straight home tonight, but he had one thing to finish before doing so. He said he needed to meet someone. Immediately after these words, a commotion arose behind So-yun because of the awkward situation surrounding Seo-jun's new partner. Many academy representatives aggressively attacked the promising second-place finisher. Lee Min-yul was self-taught, and this attracted organizations as they had a chance to sign him, but he ran away from them, saying he didn't care about them. Even so, it was to be expected that he would be glued to him immediately after the training exam ended. Even though he lost in the final, he attracted a lot of attention, and considering he's self-taught and doesn't belong to any academy, every educational institution was already drooling over him. Lee Min-yul was completely surrounded, and Seo-jun began to doubt that with such a long line they would be able to talk calmly. However, as soon as the fast travel master saw Seo-jun, he immediately stood behind him and shouted that he was going to Dream Academy. Everyone present was simply shocked, especially Seo-jun and Seo-yun, who heard this news for the first time. The gym representatives who tried to recruit him still had doubts, so the guys had to run away from them. Thanks to their skills as hunters, they managed to escape the pursuit. And Min-yul began to laugh awkwardly, realizing that she had caused trouble for the others. Seo-jun actually attacked him with a nervous question about what he was thinking when he said something like that. Ultimately, he was simply forced to say something like that because they weren't far behind. In his defense, he said it wasn't an unfounded statement. Hearing this, Kim Seo-jun was surprised, as his friend had already said that he would not go to the gym. He replied that he also didn't say he wouldn't go to the same gym as Seo-jun. These words confused the situation a bit. He didn't know what to say about his desire to join the academy. Besides, he was just a student himself. However, he couldn't refuse, because then So-Yun wouldn't accept him, and it would be as if he were pressuring her like Grandpa's star sword. To keep this conversation simple, Seo-Jun suggested we return to this topic a little later. He also remembered that there was a promise between them. With a smile on her face, Min-Yul replied that she remembered that. It was time to clarify the previous questions, so Seo-Jun immediately asked who the person Min-Yul called teacher was. Lee Min-Yul had expected this question, but at first he paused, as if it was very difficult for him to reveal such a secret. However, after a moment, he absurdly replied that he himself did not know who his teacher was. This sincere but stupid answer put the guys in an awkward position, and they started looking at him like he was an idiot. Seo-Jun immediately became enraged, then began walking toward him with a menacing, even bloodthirsty look, telling him that now was not the time for such stupid jokes. When he said that in this case he would force Min-Yul to speak himself, he began shouting that it wasn't a lie. The dissatisfied winner of the argument did not believe his words, and reminded him that he himself had recently said that he had learned from his teacher only the use of a dagger. Furthermore, he also stated that his teacher was a strong man beyond imagination, which meant that he still knew him. In response, Lee Min-Yul asked to understand him correctly, after which he said that he was observing the teacher because he did not teach him personally. It was hard to believe, and the words still didn't answer the questions. Lee Min-Yul is truly self-taught. Possessing incredible talent and wealth of money, he still chose this path because he didn't want to get involved with anyone. According to him, he trained alone on the mountain, no one taught him, but he still enjoyed not having to adapt to the tedious gym program. And then one day, as always, he was going to practice, but suddenly he felt someone's presence. Looking around, he saw a man in dark clothes and gray hair lying on the ground. Fearing for her condition, he immediately rushed to her aid, but she did not respond. This was his first meeting with the person he calls his teacher. The old man was seriously injured and could not be left in the mountains. Throwing him onto his back, Lee Min-Yul asked him to wait until she took him to the hospital. However, in a weakened tone, he replied that they couldn't get down. Min-Yul was very worried about his condition, thinking he was just delirious, so he repeated, worried that if they didn't get to the hospital, he would die. When the old man repeated this phrase, the man realized he had no other choice. These words sounded like a desperate obsession, and finally, he had to give up on taking him to the hospital. For lack of anything better, he treated the man in an abandoned house in the mountains. At first, he was in a deplorable state and could die at any moment, but over time, he gradually began to gain strength. Then a month passed, and one day when Lee Min-Yul walked towards him again with the hope that he would finally open his eyes, something unexpected happened. He was forced to stop near an abandoned house after hearing unfamiliar voices. Someone spoke to the old man, expressing surprise that he had managed to escape such a state. Peering from behind a tree, he saw the man he had been treating all this time standing there, surrounded by many armed, hostile men dressed in cloaks. The master he had saved was surprised to see the one who had recently become an elder come to him, a dying old man. According to Lee Min-Yul, he was shocked that his grandfather had already woken up, but even more important was the question of what was happening. The armed strangers were hostile to him and definitely not friendly. They were interested in whoever would help him, but the master didn't respond. The one the master called elder, in a cunning and arrogant tone, said that he had hunches, after which he asked if the boy hiding behind a nearby tree was his savior. Hearing his words, Lee Min-Yul realized that he had been discovered and was now in trouble as well. But a moment later, the master, realizing that his savior was also in danger, struck the first blow and instantly decapitated the bold young man who stood beside him. With incredible speed, he immediately dealt with 3 more armed strangers, using only a dagger. The enemies were simply shocked by his speed and strength, but taking advantage of their numerical advantage, they quickly regained their wits and advanced against him together. When talking about this incident, Lee Min-Yul couldn't hide the tremor in her body. However, as it turned out, it was linked to memories that weren't so much terrifying to him as enchanting. He admitted that at that moment, for the first time in his life, he met someone who fought with such skill. The injured elder was the only one who survived. He was stronger than the rest of his squad, so he managed to survive an attack from the master, but he already had a huge scar on his face. Covering the man he saved told the enemies that they probably forgot that they were unable to see his attacks and deal with his speed. Turning to his savior, the master shouted at him to leave this place immediately and never return. After that, the battle continued, and a powerful explosion of mana followed, which blinded the young man and exerted such pressure that he barely remained conscious. However, when he opened his eyes, the master and elder of the enemy squad had disappeared, and he was left alone among the bodies of the assassins lying on the ground. He absolutely couldn't understand what had happened, but according to him, at that moment, his intuition told him that he needed to listen to the old man, so he collected all the trophies and left. Upon entering the abandoned building where the mysterious master was treating, he discovered a book. He decided to pick it up at the same time, thinking that the old man had left it behind when he left in a hurry and would probably be angry if he lost the thing. With a deep sense of guilt, Lee Min-yul admitted that she wanted to return it if she suddenly met him later, but until now she had not had the chance to meet the mysterious master. With his hands clasped in front of him, Seo-jun remembered his words that the old man was his teacher, and then asked why he called someone a teacher who had taught him nothing. In response, Min-yul clarified that the book turned out to be a secret teaching. Seo-jun didn't understand what he was talking about, so the shy, well-mannered man admitted that the teachings were related to the art of dagger fighting and concealment techniques. As expected, he read it, though he regretted it, knowing it was bad form to look into other people's things. In fact, having seen how the old man fought, he believed this technique was created by him. He doesn't know he's acquired his secret technique, much less studied it, which is why he calls the master teacher. Seeing his friend's surprise, Min-yul tirelessly pleaded with him to believe him. The story turned out to be very confusing indeed. Seo-jun, of course, suspected the likelihood of his innocence was high, but now he remains convinced that this incredible autodidact is not actually a student at the Transcendence Academy. Lee Min-yul still thought no one believed him, so he swore his words were true. When asked if he really didn't know the master's identity, he replied that he participated in the mock trial because he hoped to meet the teacher at such a grand event. After hearing this incredible story, So-yoon was surprised, but then something else occurred to her. She wondered if her teacher might actually be Mr. Dark Star. Upon hearing this suggestion, Seo-jun's mouth fell open in surprise, and Lee Min-yul simply froze. The Black Star, along with the Sword Saint, is one of the 5 heroes who personify Korea. He is known for having the most secretive personality of all. He's called the mastermind of secret assassinations, and due to his excellent disguise skills, nothing is known about him except his name. But in the case of So-yoon, the Sword Saint's granddaughter, the story is different, as all 5 heroes maintain contact and know each other. When So-jun asked if she had ever met this gentleman, So-yoon replied that she had seen him a few times because when she was little, Mr. Darkstar would sometimes visit her grandfather. However, back then, they would start fighting whenever they met. Based on this, Seo-jun asked if she could ask her grandfather about the secret teaching Min-yul had obtained. He was confident that Mr. Park would understand if this was truly a Black Star technique. Yoon replied that it was a very good idea and that we could meet him. Lee Min-yul, who hadn't understood what they were talking about for several minutes, was simply shocked by these assumptions, and no less shocked when he heard that the headmaster of the academy, where Seo-jun studies, calls the great sword hero grandfather. The next day, Seo-jun went to the gym as usual. His day began with a look of great discontent on his face, because when he thought about picking up another weapon to compare with the sacred spear, he saw that the item he was interested in was worth 500 million won. The price of just one piece of equipment was enormous, so the student was outraged by the amount of money the gym was taking from him. He'd worked tirelessly and earned money, but the expenses weren't over yet. Sighing heavily, he decided not to rush, figuring it wasn't urgent. The billion earned for winning the training exam was credited to her account without issue within the day. though the rewards for participating in the event's competitions took some time to arrive. Meanwhile, Lee Min-yol discovered that her sweet sister, So-yoon, is the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. He was shocked by the news, but immediately respectfully asked her to help him meet his teacher, whom they had named one of the 5 heroes. Yun didn't mind. She enthusiastically asked him to skip the formalities and promised to ask her grandfather for help. At first, Lee Min-yol was hesitant to share someone else's secret teachings with someone else, but she agreed to personally demonstrate her technique to the Sword Saint, and then she would go to the academy. At that moment, Seo-jun didn't understand why Min-yol addressed So-yoon as you. Returning to his interaction with the Transcendence Academy portal, Seo-jun decided to purchase a free pass, but at that moment he was surprised by the message that several of his lectures had received progress, and Chiron's course was completely completed. Now it became clear to him that the course completion percentage accumulates even in the absence of the free pass. Within a moment, as a reward for completing the course, he acquired an A-level bone reconstruction skill. Upon learning this, he shouted happily with joy at his new ability and began to test the strength of his body, trying to bend bones and make unnatural movements with his limbs. To his surprise, he felt no difference. When he completed Xiang Yu's course, he could feel the power that could move mountains coursing through his body, but this time, there was nothing like it. He recalled that battle stories said that rebuilding bones corrects skeletal flaws and removes toxins from the body, forcing it to be reborn. Within a moment, he completely forgot about completing the course because he felt the sudden appearance of a terrifying energy and an equally terrifying bloodlust. Looking around, he saw nothing, but he was sure he wasn't alone here. The man thought in horror about what was happening, as he clearly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if someone had placed a sword blade to his throat. At one point, he heard the mysterious voice of a stranger, which surprised him with how the man reacted to his appearance. He wondered how the student had sensed his presence. He understood that the man with the spear hadn't seen him, but had probably just sensed him. Seeing Seo-jun's tension, the mysterious stranger said that there was no need to attack him in a hostile manner, as he was not here to kill him. When Seo-jun asked who he was, the stranger said that the disciple of the Sword Saint's granddaughter was a surprisingly strong opponent for the boy. Seo-jun realized which boy he was talking about, and then wondered if the stranger was Mr. After these words, an old man appeared in front of him, who was one of the 5 great heroes, as well as Lee Min-yol's teacher. Before him was indeed someone he knew to be a genius at secret assassinations and a master of concealment techniques. The old man with a scar on his left eye and a snake-like gaze admitted that Seo-jun was quite intelligent, after which he admitted that no matter how much he thought, he wouldn't be surprised at how he recognized his presence. Seo-jun had once again surprised a professional hunter, even though he was just a student. As always, he didn't know how to justify himself, although this time he himself had no idea how it happened. He simply guessed it might have something to do with the bone reconstruction skills he'd learned in Chiron's course. Based on this assumption, he might also wonder if this is an additional feature of this extrasensory ability and perception, and perhaps even something else he doesn't yet know about. Returning to the conversation, he suggested that the great master's visit was connected to his student. This was partly true, and Seo-jun thoughtfully said that he knew the master had deliberately left his teachings to him. Sighing heavily, the Black Star said it would be better if his ridiculous student spoke less, but afterward, he discovered that he didn't know Min-yol at all. Seo-jun said he had no idea who he was, or that he left the book on purpose. Returning to the topic, Seo-jun mentioned that Min-yol was already on her way to the academy. However, the old man had no intention of meeting him and was unhappy about the lack of time. When Seo-jun asked what he meant by saying he had little time, the old man replied that if he wanted to meet his student, he would have done so long ago. Now they can't cross paths, which is why the master initially came to Seo-jun for this reason. He said there was no time, so it was worth getting straight to the point. Then he asked an unexpected question about how Seo-jun was connected to the Order of Truth. The student was surprised by the question, but without hesitation, he said he denied any connection to them, even though he had met Kalia once. Upon hearing about the successor of the Apostle of Chastity, the old man said thoughtfully that he now understood what was happening. He explained that, in fact, all this time he has been acting especially secretly as he monitors what the Order of Truth is doing. When Seo-jun asked why he was doing this, the old man said with a serious look that he didn't trust them. Most people in the world know the Order of Truth as the heroes of humanity, and the organization that prevented the great disaster. But the master knew that wasn't all. After that, he suddenly mentioned a tragedy from the past, asking if Seo-jun knew about the giant berserker monster that was killed by the Order of Truth. He then shared a shocking statement that few people know. In fact, the berserker was not defeated, despite the Order of Truth's claims. Seo-jun couldn't understand how this could be true. The berserker is known to be a powerful monster, considered the second great calamity. It is said that at that moment he was struck down by the Great Voice and the 7 apostles, thus marking the end of the great calamity. The master of stealth and assassination techniques explained that the berserker was therefore impossible to defeat. He also said it was strange, to say the least, that no corpse of the defeated monster remained, as there is no material available about it. Even with the chaos that was happening at the time, it wasn't natural. Seo-jun was even more surprised by the news that the berserker had actually disappeared suddenly. Confused, Seo-jun emotionally questioned why everyone thought the Order of Truth had saved humanity. The old man replied that it was obvious to believe they had done something. He clarified that it was more likely that it was the Great Voice who had done something to the berserker, but either way, that monster was not defeated. Turning his back on his student, the master reminded him that at first it was just a small doubt, but an incident that occurred several years ago convinced him he was right. He clarified that it's difficult to truly name these events. To address this issue, he first asked if Seo-jun had ever considered why the Apostle of Chastity's seat was empty. In response, Seo-jun recalled that the Order of Truth claimed he died of old age. However, as soon as he said this, he cried out in surprise upon realizing the likely truth. The puzzle began to take shape into a more complete picture, and the old man confirmed that the Apostle of Chastity had indeed disappeared suddenly and precisely suddenly like a fury. With disgruntled mockery, he said that natural death seemed ridiculous, because the 7 apostles were together even before the great disaster. It was foolish to believe that the Apostle of Chastity was the only one who died of old age. This statement from the Order of Truth was nonsensical. The hero's information became increasingly surprising. He thought the two were somehow connected, so he began monitoring the Order and learned 2 things. First, the Order of Truth planned to kill him for this, and second, the 10-star dungeon rift is a trick of the Order, and the reason for this is Seo-jun himself. Naturally, the man didn't understand what he had to do with them. The old man himself didn't know the exact reason, but he was certain the Order closely monitored the young man's personality. When Seo-jun asked why Mr. Darkstar was telling him such secrets, he said with a serious look that he had come to him with a personal request. He wanted Seo-jun, whom he had only known for a few minutes, to take care of the boy for him. It was about Lee Ming-yul, and the assassin admitted that if he could, he would take care of him himself. But that's impossible while he's being pursued by the Order of Truth. They have their own unique way of tracking objects, and this turned out to be quite frightening news. The old man wasn't sure, but it seemed the Order could see the consequences of the target's actions, so they called it a vision. He was also under surveillance and left his mark on everyone he approached. Seo-jun didn't understand why he had to act as a mediator, since the information about the Order of Truth's vision likely also meant he himself was subject to this ability. Unexpectedly, the master replied that it was an exception. The apprentice is already under observation by the Order, but like the master, they cannot see him. Therefore, even if they meet, the Order will not sense anything unusual. At the same time, if he acts on Seo-jun's behalf, they will believe this is the work of a Dream Academy student. When the boy, astonished by the situation, asked why the Order of Truth could not see him, the master disappointed him with the answer, saying that he himself did not understand how this was possible. The old man himself managed to free himself from their gaze, finding himself one step away from self-forgetfulness. But the young man's method remained a true mystery to him. Naturally, Seo-jun thoughtfully thought that this had something to do with the fact that the academy had no data on him. Time was running out, and the old man was in no condition to continue this conversation. So he handed the academy student a new book describing his teachings and asked him to pass it on to his heir. He'd written the previous materials in a hurry, only managing to describe the art of wielding a dagger and the concealment technique. But here, everything was presented in greater detail. In response, the surprised Seo-jun uneasily asked where one of the great heroes had so much faith that he would grant him such a thing. As expected, such a powerful master couldn't be afraid of Seo-jun deciding to do something, because in that case, he could easily get rid of him. And yet, the people outside his surveillance are the only ones he can't exert pressure on. The master of assassination and stealth was prepared for such a matter, so he had something to give him as payment. He pulled out another scripture and said that this was another secret teaching he had written himself. He believed it could be very helpful for the young man's development. The master was simply surprised to hear that the guy replied that he did not need it, and then asked to give him something else after a heavy sigh. He tried to hide his reaction, thinking this brat didn't understand that even S-rank hunters would rip each other's throats out with the Black Star technique. Without losing his cool, he asked what exactly the young man would want in return for his request. Seo-jun hesitantly replied that he didn't want anything special, and after a thoughtful pause, with an arrogant expression on his face and an insolent tone, he asked the old man if he had ever heard of alimony. Lord Darkstar was surprised. He thought he'd heard correctly, as it's unlikely that one of the 5 heroes would receive money out of thin air, giving up a secret technique. However, the man convinced him that he really wanted the money. When Seo-jun brazenly said that if he didn't give him anything, then he wouldn't do anything himself, the teacher asked with displeasure what amount he was talking about. The student, with a cheerful expression on his face, said that at the moment he only needed a few kopecks, or rather 3 billion. Upon hearing this bold and disrespectful request, Mr. Darkstar angrily stated the amount and called the young man an idiot. In response, Seo-jun asked him not to get angry, but to listen to what he had in mind. Then he launched into a monologue about the importance of the situation. He began to manipulate the words that, frankly, he was the only one who could fulfill his request, because, as the master said, it must be someone the order couldn't see. The balance of importance continued to shift toward the young man after he said that he must be a friend of Min Yul's, because if some stranger comes and says that the teacher gave him something and throws teachings at him, then Min Yul will not accept it happily, but still begins to doubt. Then he said it might work once, but it wouldn't be possible to do something like that again, although it should be taken seriously because this is his student who saved his life. Seo-jun began to press, saying that Min Yul would never get involved in this and would simply go to the mountains to train. The final argument was that Seo-jun was putting himself in danger, as their interaction meant all eyes would be on him, and the order would become even more suspicious. After these arguments, the young man boldly declared that this amount was fully justified by the risks. Without showing unnecessary emotion, Mr. Darkstar resigned himself to his reasoning and once again asked if 3 billion would be enough. Seo-jun hurriedly shouted, "Yes," not believing it would all happen so easily. He regretted not having closed his eyes to his conscience and asked for more. When the old man said he would transfer him a little later, the money-hungry Seo-jun asked if the master could circumvent all taxes and laws, as he wanted the final price to be 3 billion. The dissatisfied old man replied that it seemed to him the young man's consciousness had reached the level of Anatman. As he left, the Black Star waved his hand, saying that the money would be received on behalf of the association, so that minor matters would be resolved by the association, and there would be no questions for the young man. The old man was already leaving, so Seo-jun asked if he should mention his visit in a conversation with his heir. Disappearing, the hidden master said he was free to decide for himself, because even if he did, the order still couldn't see him. He also asked Seo-jun to warn the boy not to gossip about his teacher's identity. While Seo-jun was extremely serious due to his thoughts about the surveillance of the suspicious Order of Truth, Lee Min-yul ran into the training room and said with sincere joy that she was already there. Even so, in a brief conversation with a friend, he discovered that his teacher was one of the 5 heroes, known as the Black Star. Although Seo-jun vividly told him about the Order of Truth, as expected, the teacher's identity shocked him. Of course, he didn't mention child support. To explain why he hadn't met him in person, Seo-jun said that Mr. Dark Star had to leave urgently on business, but in return, he asked to give the student some notes. After that, Seo-jun held out a small notebook towards him, similar to the one Lee Min-yul had found earlier, with detailed descriptions of daggers and concealment techniques. Having handed this notebook to the recipient, Seo-jun hummed and decided to leave on business, happy to have already fulfilled the request and received money in return. Now he could easily buy more weapons and listen to new lectures. At one point, Lee Min-yul, who had remained silent all this time due to the shocking statements, asked his friend, somewhat confused, why he was giving her this thing. Seo-jun was taken aback by his question and repeated that the Black Star had asked him to give it to him. To his surprise, Lee Min-yul said that with such a valuable item, Seo-jun could actually hide the truth from him. It was clear he was asking why he didn't steal the teachings and distribute them, as he was asked. Seo-jun paused before answering, thinking that if he said they were useless to him, he would be insulting the Black Star. Still, he couldn't reveal the truth that he was a disciple of Transcendence Academy. Acting important, he displayed feigned sincerity and said that would be wrong. Lee Min-yul was shocked by these words, and after a brief silence, he firmly stated that he had made a decision. Seo-jun didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked him to clarify what he meant by that. In response, Min-yul, with a sparkle in her eyes and admiration in her tone, shouted that she had now firmly decided that she would attend Dream Academy with her best friend. He stated that he would start that day because he was moved by how cool Seo-jun was. The glow of boundless confidence began to blind the academy student, and he himself began to worry anxiously that there was some misunderstanding he could not explain. When they met So-yun, Lee Min-yul leaned on his friend's shoulder and said that from that day onwards he would study at Dream Academy. In fact, the principal didn't object to simply being presented with a fact. She didn't mind and even admitted that she would have been happy about it. So Jun, trying to free himself from his obsessive friend's embrace, only confirmed his guesses that So-yun wouldn't resist his action either. In fact, at first it seemed stupid to him that he could actually derive any benefit from this whole situation. However, it has now become clear that Min-yul will train herself according to the secret teachings that Black Star will provide her, so Seo-jun will not frantically search for this troublesome guy every time Black Star gives her a mission. He was very excited by the simple realization that, on the contrary, if he carried it with him everywhere, the Black Star would have more reason to give him a large sum. Looking at this troubled boy from the other side, he himself began to hug him with joy and support the idea of him joining the academy, realizing that he was a true cash cow. While Seo-jun rejoiced at his genius and the prospect of taking all the money from one of the 5 heroes, So-yun thoughtfully said that now that they had a second student, they could participate in team competitions. Seo-jun hadn't heard of this before, so the director explained that among educational institutions, there are all kinds of events where multiple students from the same academy participate, and of course, if a group participates, the prize is much bigger. Hearing that he could earn even more money this way, Seo-jun felt incredible joy. His face began to glow at the thought that in this way he could meet some of his needs. Now he looked at the troubled boy completely differently, because he had truly become the goose that laid the golden eggs. 3 days later, Seo-jun had already begun studying the lecture of one of the most extraordinary speakers, who above all reminded him of some kind of avid athlete. At first, during the lecture, The student had difficulty understanding why he needed to look at what this man did in his spare time. It turns out that at the beginning of his lecture, this man with incredible muscles and a strange t-shirt with a picture of the sun continued training and asked the student to be patient and wait until he finished the approach. The fact is, 3 days after Minhyul entered Dream Academy, he received a 1 billion won prize for winning the match and 3 billion won in so-called Black Star alimony for raising his obsessive student. Although he only had to lift his finger twice for the enormous sum of 4.5 billion to evaporate instantly, he had access to the incredible lectures of Hercules himself, who is a student of Chiron and the strongest hero in Greco-Roman mythology. The muscular hero stated from the outset that for a combat group's transcendence, the physical body is the most important and integral factor, as strength, agility, reflexes, and other indicators are a complex interconnected system. What he would teach in his lecture was strength. With a wild look in his eyes, he said he was sure some of the students who heard this point probably thought that force would only add weight to them. With a loud, harsh, masculine laugh, he said this was an obvious fallacy and unprecedented stupidity, a mere trifle. Showing off his biceps, he shocked Jun with his incredible strength and size, and also said that in fact strength, agility, and reflexes are what derive precisely from muscular strength and the development of its interaction with the nervous system. As soon as the great hero of Greco-Roman mythology tensed a little, his muscles swelled twice as much, and he sat down for a while and said that now he would show something interesting. At one point, he began to demonstrate incredible speed, which the Academy's transcendental camera would hardly be able to capture. With a look of admiration, he said that he was able to run, fast as lightning, thanks only to his strengthened leg muscles. With an incredibly fast lunge, he destroyed a huge boulder with his bare hands, saying that thanks to his art, he had at his disposal a destructive muscular force that could bring down the heavens themselves. There was no doubt that he could demonstrate such incredible success, using only the brute strength of the muscles in his menacing-looking arms. Moving quickly from side to side, he demonstrated incredible conditioned reflexes that react with lightning speed to his thoughts, combined with intuition, which he learned from Chiron himself. Demonstrating an incredible number of push-ups in one go, he said that the endurance that knows no fatigue was given to him thanks to the magnificent muscles that cover his entire body. The splendor of this madman, who radiates incredible energy with only the help of physical strength, blinded the student, who no longer regretted having lost a fortune in 2 clicks, which would have been enough for several generations of a family living in Seoul. The veteran rocker turned transcendent surprised his student by saying that it all comes from pure brute muscle power. After the Hercules course's introductory lecture, Jun received a message about a new daily task, which only confirmed that this hero is Chiron's student. At first glance, it seemed the tasks were the same as Chiron's, only with more repetitions. But in the end, not everything was so simple, as the fine print indicated that all of this had to be done with a weight of at least 1 ton. Jun couldn't believe what was written there, so he decided to rub his eyes. But even after that, the crazy inscription about extra weight didn't disappear. Looking back at his phone, Jun yelled in panic that the 500-ton lecture title wasn't a joke. He really hoped Jang Sanfeng wouldn't have that crap in his course. With this thought in mind, he opened the second lecture on gait. Typically, gait refers to leg movement in sports. Roughly speaking, it's the mastery of the legs. But the old man clarified that when they strive to master not only the leg movement, but also the connection of the movements, this is called practicing technique. Jun expected a detailed and clear explanation of the Celestial March from Zhang Xiaofeng, counting on the fact that he was the founder of the Wudang clan and a Taoist, famous for creating several of the highest movement arts. His interest only increased when he saw this celestial being's abilities on display. The old man deftly rose into the air with incredible ease and began to walk as if he were on the ground. He then said that in this lecture he would teach students what is called walking on air, in which the master, relying on Neigong, with the help of acupuncture points of his energy, can step on anything, even on air. The principle of the lecture had been taught during the course, so the old man asked him to work on the daily task. Seo-jun was captivated by the mere thought that if he could fly freely in the sky, the restrictions of the air would disappear for him. As soon as he received the daily task, a deeply thoughtful expression appeared on his face as it mentioned maintaining a speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds, as well as falling from a height of 30 meters. Despite the madness of the task, it seemed more realistic to him than the one Mr. Hercules had given him. Sighing heavily, he considered that it wasn't as daunting as the advanced courses, because at first glance it seemed very doable. Then he was distracted by a girl who hesitantly entered the gym and, apologetically, said she had heard that Seo-jun was studying there. It turns out it was his close friend Suyeon who called him Appa. Seo-jun immediately invited her to the lounge and offered her coffee, asking about her destination at the academy and how she found out he was here. It turns out she's Uncle Manchiol's daughter, so she already knew where her brother was all along. First, in an uncertain tone, she asked if he had seen her father lately. Sitting across from her, Seo-jun replied that they had been in touch by phone and last spoke when he took the mock exam. Seeing Soyeon's worried look, he immediately asked what happened and why she was so sad. She replied that her father had stopped communicating, and so she decided to go to the gym to ask if Seo-jun knew anything about her disappearance. The student was excited by his words and immediately left, asking how long it had been since she had been able to contact Uncle Manchiol. Soyeon replied that it had been a day since he had contacted her since he left for some unscheduled extra part-time work. Seo-jun reassured her a little, saying that since it had only been a day, there was no need to worry too much, as it had happened before that her uncle had drunk and fallen asleep somewhere nearby, perhaps at one of the 24-hour bars or visiting friends from the company. Even after those words, although Seo-yeon accepted it as an option, she didn't stop looking so worried. Seo-jun realized there might be some other problem bothering her, so he asked if something else had happened. Ultimately, she was worried about a conflict with her father after saying she wanted to become a professional hunter. Seo-jun was simply shocked by her words and, remembering that he hadn't woken up, asked if she would do it artificially. The Dream Academy student was even more shocked by the news that she had woken up about a month ago. That's why she said she no longer wants to go to university, but rather choose one of the hunter academies. As expected, her excitement stemmed from her father's categorical opposition. After these words, she thanked him for his support. Seo-jun understood her perfectly, knowing that at that time, a hunter's salary was much better than a prestigious job after graduating from a good university. He understood her feelings, wanting to ease the burden on her father as quickly as possible, but no father would allow his son to engage in such a dangerous activity. Uncle Manchiol, as someone who works in a monster processing factory in dungeons, has heard many stories of accidents throughout his long career, so he would hardly accept such news positively from his only daughter. As they said goodbye, they exchanged good wishes, and Seo-jun asked her to be careful and call immediately if anything happened or if her uncle still hadn't gotten in touch. He tried to support her in this situation until the end, hiding his concern behind a smile and kind words. As soon as Soyeon left, he turned the corner of the gym and tried to call his uncle himself, but he didn't answer. He couldn't understand what had happened in the old man's life for him to allow himself such irresponsibility, so his daughter was so worried that she even came to ask for help. Even after several attempts, nothing changed. Hoping for the best, he went back inside, figuring that since his uncle hadn't contacted him the first time, it was unlikely anything dangerous would happen. He decided to wait another day, hoping everything would work out. Meanwhile, in a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul, Ms. Kalia was again making a report, and this time learned that Evil Doom, who is called the Devil among Hunters, noticed the activity of the Order of Truth and began digging under them. As expected, Lady Kalia was unhappy because, following the Black Star, another dangerous hunter from the 5 strongest heroes began monitoring her activities. Changing the subject, she asked how things were with Kim So-jun. She began chewing her legs nervously when she heard again that even after a while of trying to track her actions and future, they still had no success. To resolve the situation, the lady said that the truth about the 10-star dungeon rift should not be revealed under any circumstances. She urged that all possible resources available in Korea be used to prevent the spread of information, especially among government officials and hunting associations. The next day, Seo-jun returned to the gym and began training again. He already regretted selling all the monster bodies, as they could have easily increased his load. Instead, he began storing weights in his bag as weights. In such a situation, he was very happy to have obtained kibisis, although it was not intended for such purposes. As soon as the bag started to weigh a ton, Seo-jun began to perform the training with incredible effort. He still doubted whether he had enough weight, but he was surprised by the seriousness of Hercules' training. After several repetitions, he fell to the ground and said in a weakened voice that it was difficult even with the strength that moves mountains. To overcome his limits, he had to resort to using mana to complete the task. He couldn't even imagine that one day he would have to exert himself to play sports, even though in reality, such exercises were more torture than sport. Releasing his mana, he shouted that it was time to put all his strength into the task in all seriousness. A few hours later, when Seo-jun arrived at the gym, she was shocked by the photo she saw. Seo-jun was lying on the floor, exhausted after doing push-ups, and his bag was on his back, looking like he was being crushed by a weight. With a stern tone and look, she asked what her dear student was doing, and he, in response, asked her for help in a weak and pitiful voice. He asked her to remove the bag from her back before he left for the other world. Folding her hands in front of her and looking at her wonderful carrying case, she thought disapprovingly that now, for the first time, he reminded her of some kind of loser. Sighing heavily, she reached out to Kibisis, asking how much he had stuffed into this incredible magical object. However, as soon as he grabbed the bag and tried to pull it towards him using only one hand, he felt a tremor throughout his body and a resistance from the object associated with its enormous weight. Realizing it was no small thing, she grabbed it with both hands and used magic to strengthen her body. Using incredible efforts to the limit of her capabilities, she barely moved the bag, and Seo-jun finally managed to get up on at least all fours. The director couldn't believe that the bag he used as extra weight was making her, a B-rank hunter, tremble with tension. Seo-jun, standing up, sighed deeply and cried out that he thought he was going to die. After his words of gratitude, he asked an equally strange question about the height of the academy building. The director, not understanding the essence of such interest, replied, confused, that it was only 5 stories, and in total it was about 15 meters, taking into account the height of the training floor. Seo-jun said that wasn't enough, so So-yoon, with concern in her tone, asked why he was asking that. In response, her inadequate student, with a crazed expression on his face, replied that he would jump. Horrified by his intentions, So-yoon reached out to stop him, but he didn't even let her say a word, wondering aloud if he could jump from such a height in his current form. So he simply confronted her with the fact that he was leaving for a while to test her strength. So-yoon didn't even have time to move when his ridiculous student found himself on the roof, and a moment later, his shrill scream and the falling whistle were heard. What was even more alarming was how loud and muffled the sound of its landing on the surface was. Yoon couldn't say a word as she listened to what was happening outside the window. After landing, the student, whom she considered a true psychopath, shouted joyfully that he had survived, then climbed back up to the roof and jumped. Returning to her office, immersed in despair, So-yoon began to wonder what her new students would think when they saw this. She was even more worried about whether she would be able to accept new students if they thought this was an example of her training at Dream Academy. When Lee Min-yul arrived at the academy for his first day of training, he was as shocked as the director. Along with So-yoon, they watched with many questions as Seo-jun sent tremors throughout the building by squatting down with his bag filled with enormous weight. When the strange student finished his assignments, he began excitedly checking his phone, hoping for a response from his uncle, who hadn't contacted him. At that moment, Seo-yoon and Min-yul began whispering about what was going on with this guy and whether everything was okay in his head. Seo-jun paid them no attention as it had been 4 days since his uncle hadn't answered the phone. He was very worried, as he had known Uncle Manhwa for about 10 years. This was the first time he had been missing for so long. He was certain there was something wrong. Suyeon continued to write to him about how her father wasn't in touch and asking if there was any news about him. Concerned about the situation, Seo-jun informed the director that he needed to be away for a while. Seo-yoon began to worry, thinking she was going to jump off the roof of the building again. As her student tried to come up with a strange excuse, she yelled that she'd probably forgotten that because of this, they'd received a complaint from citizens who thought zombies were falling from somewhere. They'd even sent a request to see if there was a fissure in the dungeon somewhere nearby. To calm the academy director down a bit, he even admitted that this time he would leave the academy to look for Uncle Manchul. Seo-yoon was excited by the news and immediately asked what could have happened. Putting on his jacket, Seo-jun replied that they shouldn't worry, but he himself doesn't know what's wrong yet, so he'll tell him when he gets back. To get some information, he went to the company where he worked with his uncle. A warm welcome awaited him there. His former classmates began rushing to meet the new star of the future hunter world. They immediately began praising him for his success in exams and tournaments, saying his efforts had finally paid off. Seo-jun felt a little awkward, as he hadn't had a chance to say a word amidst so much praise and controversy about when he would become a professional hunter and what place among legends he would occupy in the near future. After calming down a bit, the old men inquired about the fate of the boy who had come to see them. When someone suggested he wanted to entrust them with transporting corpses from the dungeons, he replied that he had nothing to do with that and had simply stopped by to say hello. In fact, that's how he discovered that their lives had become much better after the previous foreman was fired with his help. Manchul still hasn't hidden the secret that he was the one who tried. Seo-jun felt a little awkward, remembering that this was his first request to So-yoon. Returning to the real reason for his visit, he asked if anyone had seen Uncle Manchul. The company employees replied that, in fact, they hadn't seen him in a long time. When discussing his disappearance, they, as expected, first assumed that he had gotten drunk again and was sleeping in some bar. However, one of the workers offered a clue, mentioning that Manchul had been missing since he went after someone who looked very much like a powerful hunter. Upon hearing this, Seo-jun eagerly asked for more details about the incident. The elderly worker said it happened about 4 days ago, when a stranger showed up and said he was looking for labor to transport monsters. That's when Manchul left with him, and no one has seen him since. It turns out that Manchul wasn't the only one who thought of this, because that stranger promised to pay an indecently large sum, and many were tempted, but lacked the determination, so he went himself. Seo-jun asked why his uncle was the only one who followed the stranger. The men mentioned that the man seemed confused, as he hadn't placed the order through the company, but had contacted him directly. The matter seemed impure, because that kind of money is dangerous. Everything fell into place when the boys mentioned their uncle's words that he needed a lot of money and was very risky to send his daughter to the Hunter Academy. When asked if they knew which dungeon their uncle and his unknown hunter had gone to, the boys replied that they hadn't been told anything about it. Discussing this situation, the boys became restless, realizing that Manchul's disappearance was likely related to their risky task. It seemed like Seo-jun was at a dead end, but one of the workers gave him a good idea, saying that the Hunters Association could probably tell him something, because they always report there about all kinds of attacks and transports. After that, Seo-jun hurriedly ran to the association, thanking the boys for the valuable information. When he went to the Hunting Association and reported his problem, a representative of the organization responded that it was personal information and that they had no right to disclose it to third parties. Seo-jun couldn't accept this and started shouting that it was a missing person, but the man in the tuxedo replied that until the loss was confirmed, he couldn't reveal anything, and even if the raid member was missing, he couldn't discuss the matter with third parties. No matter how hard he tried, the association's policy did not allow him to obtain any information about the situation. He left the building. Seo-jun sat with his hands folded on a nearby bench and began to think about what he should do next. Recalling the information obtained, Uncle Manchil stopped communicating since he went out with a suspicious person 4 days ago. There was no doubt that something unexpected had happened, but the problem that prevented him from resolving this situation was that, as the association employee said, there were no confirmed facts for them to deal with this. A feeling of anxiety haunted him, for Uncle Manchul is a man who always came to his aid with a smile and complete responsibility. They were connected by a long life journey and up to 9 years of hard work together in the company. Furthermore, he was the one who supported the orphan during the most difficult moments of his life. He gave him all his savings when Seo Jun ended up in the hospital due to a factory accident. Despite the boy's words that his uncle himself had gone through difficult times and should think about his daughter's future, he said that when an adult helps a child, he cannot simply refuse, but must thank him and take it for granted. The old man did everything he could to support him in difficult times. When Seo Jun was broke, having lost all the money he had accumulated after 9 years of hard work, the first person who ran to him and comforted and worried him was Manchul. Although he himself was poor, but with the words that one can always earn money again, he gave her a huge sum, enough to pay for his daughter's admission to a good university. It was those 3 million won that made Seo Jun what he is today. Therefore, the boy couldn't just sit idly by in a situation where Uncle Manchul was in danger. He needed to find some way to influence the situation somehow. It was because of this that he was forced to approach So Yoon to ask her a favor, arranging a personal meeting with her grandfather, the sword saint of the 5 heroes of Korea. Relations between them were far from the warmest. The old man still had a lot of prejudice against him, but despite this, he agreed to a personal meeting because his only granddaughter asked him to. In general, he already knew the situation, so he assumed the young man wanted to ask for his help, but said the purpose of the meeting would sound a little different. Ultimately, he wanted to find out how the Holy Sword looked to him to fight him in a duel once. After that unexpected and crazy sentence, silence began. Then Yoon was simply shocked by his words. The Sword Saint's chief assistant was speechless, as it was the first time he had seen someone who wasn't even a hunter above S rank think about fighting the strongest among swordsmen. Mr. Park himself initially thought he had misunderstood the cheeky young man, so he asked him to repeat himself. Seo Jun explained that he wants to arrange a duel with conditions, and if he wins, Mr. Park will not only help him, but will even take an active role in this matter. More sudden was the second condition, which concerned Seo Jun's loss. He stated that if he loses, he will leave Dream Academy. Naturally, he never dared to imagine that he would defeat such a formidable opponent. That's why he asked to take into account the condition that his victory would be counted as at least a small wound on the Holy Sword's body. The situation called for such crazy measures, as Uncle Manchul went after a suspicious person and something happened, but the association did not release details, citing the confidentiality of this information. However, the conversation will be different if the request is made by one of South Korea's 5 heroes, the Sword Saint. Although this is a game of roulette, he really had no other way to save Uncle Manchul. The old man, possessing a terrible power that even the suspicious Order of Truth fears, admitted that the young man's proposal was too self-confident. Still, he decided to agree and offered to follow him. First, Mr. Park Ming-chul went to a room that emitted a powerful energy. He hadn't been visiting him often lately, which surprised his assistant greatly. It turns out that inside, there was some kind of mysterious blade, from which came a terrible thirst for blood and the powerful energy that he himself possesses. Upon seeing this blade, Mr. Park's assistant was horrified. This blade is known throughout the world as the Blue Dragon Sword. According to legend, the military leader of the Silla state, Kim Yusin, having gone on service to Wolong, encountered Nansung on his way, receiving from him methods of army command and a precious sword. Even though it is only an imitation of a real blue dragon sword, it is still considered the pinnacle of creation, forged by the finest blacksmith in Korea. What was even more surprising was that the chief's closest assistant understood that he would only draw the blue dragon sword on one occasion, when he was certain that he must kill his opponent at all costs. The head had never withdrawn the blue dragon sword since the Great Scourge was officially stopped. The worried man, however, asked the man what he intended to do with the boy from his granddaughter's academy. He was worried that if something went wrong, the lady would suffer serious mental damage, but the old man asked him to drop this conversation. Min-chul explained that even if Seo-jun might lose his temper, he's still a student. You must, at the very least, be prepared for such an outcome to dare challenge one of the 5 heroes. Containing his terrifying energy, the old man asked his assistant if he really had no right to have fun. Seo-jun and Ms. Park were still outside, and the academy director did her best to stop him, saying that he shouldn't go to such extremes. She said she could ask her grandfather for help, because if she went to him personally, he would definitely intervene in the situation and find a way out. Despite his words, Seo-jun refused his help. In response, he sincerely thanked him for his concern, after which he said that this was a necessary measure for the future. He couldn't be sure something like this wouldn't happen again. At the moment, he couldn't figure out why Uncle Manhwa had disappeared, but the mere thought that he himself was the problem frightened him. If so, it was unlikely this incident would be the only one. Gathering all his resolve, he realized he still lacked the strength and authority to protect those around him, so he had to involve the sacred sword in this matter, reminding people that he was not an empty place, and if anyone touched him, he would deal with them personally. After that, he looked into So-yun's eyes and confidently said that he would return victorious. There was an unwavering determination in his eyes. He showed that he was ready to do anything to protect the people he loved. So-yun could only watch in silence, as she could not influence his choice in any way, and grandfather had already agreed to this crazy fight. Seo-jun and Mr. Park Min-chul went to the dueling hall, and a small crowd of people from the Sword Saint's palace gathered at the main entrance, in front of which stood So-yun and the hero's main assistant. Releasing powerful energy and a great amount of bloodlust, the stern sword lord said that if the academy student thought that because of So-yun he would receive a leniency, then he was mistaken, but he had the chance to retreat. In response, the determined guy said that this was not the case, and that, on the contrary, he hoped that Mr. Park Min-chul would keep his promise. Drawing his mighty blade from its sheath, the old man said he praised the bold boy for his courage. The duel was about to begin. The 2 warriors drew their weapons. Pointing his blade at the bold student, the experienced swordsman said he would give him the first blow. Seo-jun accepted his offer and prepared himself. He was excited about such a fight, but he believed that even if his opponent was a sword saint, with his current strength, he would be able to withstand a few attacks from one of Korea's 5 heroes. Within a moment, Seo-jun released his energy, strengthening his body and weapons, and rushed forward. From the beginning, he would attack with all his strength because he was given the chance to attack first. Using all his potential, he rushed forward. A furious blow was aimed at the Holy Swordmaster, but he remained standing in place with the blade lowered to the ground. Within a moment, despite all the young master's efforts, the blow was blocked. Mr. Min-chul, without even releasing his energy, easily stopped this furious attack. The old man not only didn't move, he didn't even look in the attacker's direction. When he turned his gaze to Seo-jun, he sternly asked if he had already seen everything that the one who dared to challenge him was capable of. With a light swipe of his blade, he threw the daring boy aside, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. It wasn't a blow. Mr. Park Min-chul simply threw him away, but even this move put incredible pressure on the student's body, even though he had mastered the path of an incredible force that moves even mountains. However, there was no time to be distracted by my well-being. Within a moment, the Sword Saint closed the distance and struck him with a swift blow, which Seo-jun barely managed to dodge. Now he could see the attacks of one of the strongest hunters in Korea, but it still wasn't easy to block them. A few more sword strikes, which did not cause the old man much fatigue, made the student feel his superiority. Mr. Park made it clear he meant business, and his incredible skill with the sword demonstrated that every attack, every movement, everything carried an air of lethality. The style the old man used was called sword dancing, and it seemed as if his fluidity was taken to the utmost limit possible. Now that he used a small portion of his mana to attack, a powerful wave of power shook the entire building, which was originally intended for Lord Min-chul's duels and training. Seo-yun and Moon-chul could barely stand because of the gust of wind from just one wave from their grandfather. Seo Jun, trying to resist the terrible force, continued to resist. This fight was the most serious test of strength of his entire life, as his opponent was the hero of the great disaster, S rank, who towers above the rest. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the level of the heavens above the heavens, such is the sacred sword of Korea. After this blow, the old man continued to apply incredible pressure with his endless attacks, which were deadly, but clearly not particularly serious considering the potential of the holy sword. Continuing to throw blows which the young man dodged or barely blocked, Mr. Park Min-chul admitted that he was still a brat. In his memory, just a few months ago, this clumsy boy was an ordinary dropout who couldn't stand up with just a flick of his hymn. Even so, he knew he had incredible potential, but it seemed his exceptionality didn't go beyond the level of a student. However, now Seo Jun, who had survived several minutes of battle with the strongest swordsman, looked different in his eyes. Even at this very moment, he continued to grow. Although he lacked experience, even the moment Mr. Park Min-chul picked up his spear, he was not at a loss. He put even more energy into freeing himself and even gaining an advantage in the situation by throwing a punch. Despite this, he failed to carry out his plan, as the holy sword suddenly managed to interrupt his attack, knocking the spear away with the help of the hilt of his blue dragon sword. Having knocked back the academy student's attack, Mr. Park Min-chul was at the ideal distance for the sword attack. So in a moment, Seo Jun was surrounded by a powerful energy. With a light blow, he delivered a strong blow that there was no time to block. And yet Seo Jun resisted. Park had noticed the unusual appearance of his weapon before, but he found it difficult to understand how it could suppress the energy of his sword, one of the most powerful imitations in the entire world. Frankly speaking, this incredible spear was the reason the battle wasn't over yet. Initially, the old man did not intend to fight with full force, but advancing and crossing weapons with the enemy, he said it was time to add some seriousness. Crossing arms with Seo Jun, the holy sword, without retracting the weapon, executed another heavy blow, which enveloped the poor fellow with powerful energy and sent him forward. Although there were no wounds on the academy student's body, such enormous pressure still caused him to cough out blood. Struggling to support himself on his leg, Seo Jun was still conscious, but he admitted that it was too presumptuous to challenge the holy sword to battle himself. Having encountered students like himself during this period and some of the academy's stars, he admitted that he began to vaguely expect no one to be better than him. But as they said, a student is a student. They were just young people unfamiliar with the world. After such a fierce battle, he realized an important truth about who is one of humanity's strongest hunters. Even though he had completed 2 beginner transcendence courses, he still wasn't able to see this enormous difference between the holy sword and himself. Even at this moment, Seo Jun felt disheartened, knowing that the sword saint was still not fighting at full strength, but was holding back so as not to upset his granddaughter. Seo Jun understood that he could not win this battle, but even so, he prevailed as best he could. Having dodged Mr. Park Min-chul's attack, he, using the last of his strength, with incredible speed avoided the second blow and delivered a blow himself, which was easily defended by the greatest swordsman. Blocking another attempt to inflict injuries, the old man calmly asked if the student had really decided to seriously challenge him with his low skill level. Even so, in this unequal battle, Seo Jun did everything to achieve such self-confidence and strength that, having heard only his name, others did not even dare to touch his people. And yet he understood that all he could do was acknowledge his position compared to this monster, bow to the sword saint. He sincerely wishes to become like him out of great respect for his strength. He admires not only his strength, but also the journey he took to reach that level. Exchanging blows and receiving more serious ones in return, he had no doubt that he had acted very arrogantly. Due to the dire situation, he regretted that he had been forced to unknowingly display arrogance towards the sword saint, being deceived by his false reputation as a transcendent. The old man, without much difficulty, continued to deliver very impressive blows, the energy of which those present in the dueling room were barely conscious of. It was obvious that at that moment he was immensely weaker than the holy sword, but persistence alone paid off. Once again rushing into a senseless attack, he was glad that he had at least been able to look at himself objectively for once. And yet, for the sake of all the people he loved, he thought that someday in the future, he would surely do everything to surpass this adoration and surpass such an incredible hunter. The stupid attempts to attack did not end. However, at the last moment before brandishing his spear, Seo-jun realized that by losing his composure, he had also lost control of the situation. He didn't yet have the speed to deal with his intuition and sense of space. Finding himself facing the enemy, he realized that although his palm tightly gripped the spear shaft, he felt nothing. Unfamiliar sensations surrounded him, and every step felt unnatural. Finding himself under the blow of the greatest swordsman, Seo-jun felt new sensations that arose in the most dangerous situation for his life. This was his first defeat, the first missed blow that ended his attempts to overcome his opponent. For the first time in his career as a student at the Hunter Academy, Seo-jun became so weak that he dropped his spear. This was to be expected, and none of those present doubted the outcome of the fight. Amidst their whispers came the sound of So-yun running toward her seriously injured student, breathing heavily. Seo-jun could no longer stand, but he continued to look into his opponent's eyes. Park Ming-chul, as the winner, said he hoped the academy student could fulfill his promise. The exhausted and injured man fell to the ground, and the stunned So-yun, who crouched beside him, looked with alarm and a bit of disappointment at her grandfather for ending the battle so rudely. Although the battle ended as expected, So-yun still couldn't comprehend what was happening, understanding what her student was capable of doing to protect the people he loved. Meanwhile, Uncle Manchul, along with the person from whom he accepted the order, struggled to escape the monsters inside the dungeon. The hunter he went with was on his uncle's shoulders, and the uncle himself already regretted his decision, saying that if he had known it was so dangerous he wouldn't have gone. The hunter he carried on his shoulders couldn't even imagine that a distortion would suddenly arise. He sincerely apologized for involving Manchul in such a dangerous matter. His uncle asked him not to worry about it, saying that they had probably already called for help. However, as it turned out, his assumption was incorrect, as the hunter asked the association not to disclose the details of his mission under any circumstances. This was done because the matter required confidentiality, but the association, on the contrary, tied his hands due to unforeseen circumstances. Considering the dire situation and the kind of monster they encountered in this place, the old man said it would probably be difficult for them to get out alive. Despite these words, Uncle Manchul still thought positively and kept smiling. In response, he said that there is actually a brat who will find another way to find them. Mr. Hunter had no idea who he was talking to, but Manchul himself was in no hurry to reveal the identity of the persistent young man who might come after them. He described the brat who might intervene in this situation as a stupid kid who never sits in one place. Meanwhile, Seo-jun has just woken up from a difficult battle with the Star Sword, where he was injured. He was seriously worried about how much time he had wasted while he was away. All this time, So-yun had been by his side, and as soon as she saw that he had woken up, she immediately asked about his well-being with concern. First, he asked how long he'd been unconscious and how much time he'd wasted in this place. Even though Seo-yun urged him to rest a little longer, he couldn't stay still, saying he didn't have any more time. At that exact moment, Lord Star Sword entered. Park Ming-chul arrived with his assistant, his expression extremely serious, and he glared sternly at the young man. Seo-jun and Seo-yun were surprised that he decided to visit them. Judging by the appearance, the old man, despite his attitude towards the troubled boy, still accepted his position. He handed him a sword and asked him to take this item. It turns out this was the same sword as the Blue Dragon, which he only uses when he needs to ensure the enemy dies. His deputy and Seo-yun were shocked by this decision and excitedly asked why he did it, because this is the most valuable weapon at his disposal. June, surprised by such a gift, asked why he needed it. Sighing heavily, the old man looked away to avoid showing unnecessary emotion, handing over a replica of the legendary blade, then asking him not to make rash decisions and simply accept it as the fulfillment of a promise. He asked the man to take the sword to the Hunters Association as proof of his willingness to receive classified information. He believed it would be best if the man resolved the issue using his own methods, without his direct intervention. Seo-jun was free to do whatever he wanted and was grateful for the help. This item was given to him temporarily as proof that the disaster hero trusted him. After that, the student joined the Professional Hunters Association, a government agency that oversees hunters' activities. It's also a trade organization created by professionals to protect hunters' rights. Lee Tae-bum, president of the Korean Professional Hunters Association, was surprised by the unexpected guest who came to meet him. Some disciple who made a lot of noise due to his exceptional talents and abilities brought with him an item that proved he had a connection with the Lord of the Holy Sword. He found it hard to believe that the imitation blue sword would fall into this young man's hands, and how he could be related to one of the 5 heroes of the Great Calamity. Seo-jun himself felt a little strange, as he had never thought he would have the opportunity to meet the president before. They hadn't met yet, so the young man began by introducing himself and apologizing for asking him a few questions. Tae-bum considered the young man a very mysterious person because recently a black star had personally come to him and extorted 3 billion won from him for this guy. He had no idea who this guy really was. But his connection to the heroes was only confirmed when he said that 4 days ago, a man named Seok Man-chul, following someone's instructions, entered the dungeon and disappeared. Seo-jun also knew that to enter the dungeon, he needed to submit a request to the association. He wanted to know where his uncle had gone, why, and why. Luckily, this was also one of the 5 heroes, and the president found himself in an awkward position because he asked to keep this information strictly confidential. Before answering these questions, the chairman requested permission to verify the authenticity of the Blue Dragon sword. Seo-jun didn't mind, but said it would be best if he got an answer to his question as soon as possible. Lee Tae-bum, as a representative of the association, asked not to rush, as he believed that establishing the truth came first. However, Seo-jun insisted that if the procedure took too long, they might waste valuable time and the matter would take a bad and unforeseen turn. The question of whether the president was confident they could handle the consequences left him perplexed. He found himself in an awkward position because the risk of the young man having come at the behest of the Holy Sword told him that delaying the matter was too troublesome. As a result, Seo-jun discovered that his uncle was actually taken with him by one of the 5 heroes, known as Evil Rock, or the magic hunting demon himself. At the request of the president, Mr. Ilrock was investigating the recent rift in the 10-star dungeon, and before entering, he said that he had found a clue and asked to keep the investigation secret. Having received this information, Seo-jun remembered the Black Star's words that the rift in the dungeon was likely the work of the Order of Truth. From this, it followed that perhaps the clue in question was evidence of the activities of a world-famous organization. The matter was very suspicious. Seo-jun had no time to waste, so he hurriedly left and thanked the president for his help. Before leaving, he asked the association president's opinion on an unusual proposal. He wanted to pawn the Azure Dragon sword to get a loan from the association. As he left the building, he was contacted by So-yeon, who was anxiously trying to find out if her father had contacted him. Seo-jun replied that his uncle hadn't been in touch, but tried to reassure her that he now knows roughly where he went. He also said that some sort of trouble had most likely arisen in the dungeon where Mr. Sak Min-chil was conducting a mission. Yeon was horrified by his words, fearing worse things to come. Her panic made Seo-jun realize how difficult it was for her right now. She had no one but her father, because her mother had died 11 years ago due to the same dungeon rift. Furthermore, she sacrificed herself to save her daughter. Perhaps this is why Soo-yeon was so eager to become a hunter. She didn't want to lose the people she loved to monsters again. With tears in her eyes, she said she didn't want to be alone. In response, Seo-jun said that he can count on him, as he will definitely return his uncle. He had to hurry toward the dungeon. Now he knew they had gone to the dungeons where the 6th-level Dryad had originally been. Although Evil Doom is now old and sick, he is still one of the 5 heroes, and there must be a reason he can't leave that place. Seo-jun guessed that the Order of Truth had likely set a trap to get rid of the hero. He knew perfectly well that no one could interfere with his task, as the Order of Truth would immediately discover it through a vision and remove the obstacle. The only exception in this case is Seo-jun himself. At that moment, the 500 million won had just arrived in his account. At first, when he mentioned the secured loan for the blue sword, the chairman shook his head and told him not to joke around like that. Then Seo-jun insisted on leaving the sword signed. Mr. Taebum was initially very confused, but eventually he accepted the sword, forcing him to return for it later. The association president couldn't believe that the sacred sword had entrusted this relic to someone, that he was willing to pawn it for 500 million won. Seo-jun himself understood that, considering the true cost of the Azure Dragon Sword, its price was very low, but it was enough to buy equipment from the Transcendence shop. He understood that even if it was difficult for the evil fate to leave, thorough preparation would be necessary. He had his eye on an interesting item for a long time, and it was a replica of Gungnir. The item seemed very powerful, and Seo-jun decided he would test its benefits in practice when he entered the dungeon. Upon entering, he found himself in a very cramped space, as there were many trees, among which were dryads. He knew it would be a daunting task to hunt a 6-star monster whose appearance was indistinguishable from an ordinary tree. From the beginning, he understood that he should not let his guard down, as it would be bad if the dryad suddenly attacked or surrounded him. On the other hand, cutting down all the trees along the way will be very long and difficult, and so he won't find his uncle and evil rock soon. To get out of this situation, he decided to involve touching the subject. Focusing on the area, he began to analyze the aura of the trees around him. Due to his lack of experience, it wasn't easy, but although vague, he still felt a discomfort that couldn't be described in words. The most suspicious thing was the nearby tree. It looked no different from the surrounding trees, but it was very dangerous to approach it, as there was a risk of the dryad escaping. This was the perfect time to test the endurance of my new equipment. Seo-jun took Gungnir out of his magic bag and filled it with his mana. Then he threw the gun at the tree in front of him. As soon as the energy from this weapon approached the tree, it woke up and began to scream angrily. Surprisingly, the dryad turned out to be very agile and managed to dodge at the last moment, after which she began to run towards the depths of the dungeon. However, as soon as Gungnir passed by her, he suddenly changed his trajectory and rushed towards his target again. With incredible speed, this spear reached the dryad and pierced her. Gungnir is not an ordinary weapon yet. It is an imitation of the spear that Odin used when he shattered the body of Ymir, the source of all, after which he created 9 worlds from it. Seo-jun couldn't believe how effective this imitation was. He assumed the spear had incredible power, but he still felt the replica must have its limits. Although he thought he should take the extraordinary spear to compare it with the sacred spear he already possessed, this time he also obtained an imitation of a legendary weapon whose power was beyond imagination. Most likely it was created by a master of transcendence. Stretching his hand forward, Seo-jun decided to test his knowledge of myths about the fact that in addition to the option of hitting any target, this spear also had the property of calling back. As soon as he directed his mana at Gungnir, the spear began to move, but it wasn't enough to rise into the air. To get the weapon working again, it would be necessary to invest a little more magical power, but Seo-jun had no idea that we would be talking about a solid reserve of mana. After increasing the impact, the spear rose sharply into the air. Within a moment, he returned with great force to his owner's hand, and Seo-jun barely managed to stay on his feet as he caught Gungnir. After using a large amount of magic to do this, Seo-jun fell to his knees and sighed deeply. The callback skill is a great option, but it costs a lot of mana, so with his magic reserves, he can only use it twice. Having exhausted his magic reserves, Seo-jun took another look at the legendary replica, realizing that its limitation was that it did not return on its own, but required a lot of effort. His current level only allowed him to return once in a tense battle, but he knew that the day would come when he would be able to use it freely, and then he would become a true walking bomber. Within a moment, another dryad appeared nearby, directing her branches at him from the start. Seo-jun managed to match his speed and jumped, cutting the branches with his holy spear. The Dryad's own torso was easily destroyed by the Gungnir he had in his hands at the time. Having destroyed another 6th-level monster, he rushed in search of his uncle. Meanwhile, Sakmanchol ran with the last of his strength out of the forest. He had a weakened evil doom on his back who could no longer do anything with the fact that they were being chased by up to 3 monsters. It was impossible to escape from such monsters without the skills of a hunter, because although the Dryads were slow, their attacks had a large range. The next attack of 6th-rank monsters caused an earthquake near the guys, and they fell to the ground. As the trembling Uncle Mankol tried to gather his thoughts and stand up, 3 deadly branches were already rushing towards him and were about to pierce his unprotected body. At the last moment, Evil Rock came to his defense. He managed to regain his wits, stand up, and create a magical shield that withstood the Dryad's pressure. Uncle Manchiol was very worried about his condition, but the old man, breathing heavily, shouted that he should run as far as possible until he stopped the monsters. Although Mr. Sack was not a hunter, he could not leave his new companion, even though he begged him to leave, saying that he himself did not have long to live. Evil Rock asked him not to hesitate, saying that there was no need to worry about him, especially in a situation where he himself had brought such great danger to an ordinary person. While my uncle was doubting, the magical powers of one of the 5 heroes dried up again. His magical barrier ran out again, and he himself began to lose consciousness. The old man fell, and Mr. Sack grabbed his body, as countless deadly branches of Dryads headed towards them again. Closing his eyes, Uncle Mancheol, with a deep and heavy feeling of guilt, apologized to Su-yeon for abandoning her so thoughtlessly because of the tuition money. However, after saying goodbye to life, he felt a strong gust of wind and a whistle, followed by the sounds of branches falling. Dr. Fate, who also considered this to be his end, noticed that the Dryads had suddenly stopped their activities. When they looked ahead, they saw a young man standing in front of them with a spear, protecting them from the Dryads' attacks. Looking at his uncle, Seo-jun smiled and asked if he understood that Su-yeon was very worried about him. With sincere tears in his eyes, Manchol said that Seo-jun is a real brat who still needs to be found. Seo-jun ran further towards the Dryads, asking to leave the conversations for later and get the evil Fate out of danger. He finally managed to find his uncle and Evil Rock. More importantly, he also drew the attention of the monsters to himself. To begin with, he needed to get to the main body of the monsters, but not everything was so simple. Many attacks had already been aimed at him, which he managed to dodge at the last moment before the collision. While in the air, he cut the branches. But no matter how many times he repeated this, the branches still grew back. In this situation, it was difficult for him to get close, so he hoped it would be best to simply launch Gungnir from a safe distance. Looking around hurriedly, he tried to find the place where he had left his spear. In the end, it was very close, but going at that moment was very reckless. First, he should have made sure his uncle and Evil Doom were safe. It turns out they were moving too slowly, and he didn't have time to think. They were very close, and the Dryads were already approaching a convenient distance for their attacks. Seo-jun returned to defense and began blocking countless attacks from the deadly branches of these monsters. Holding back the enormous pressure from the Dryads, he quickly looked around and saw that Mr. Sack and Evil Doom were already far away. After that, he jumped back and went towards his gun. Grabbing the Gungnir, he jumped high, dodging the branches. While in the air, the guy put mana into his weapon and threw it at the Dryad, who had been haunting them all this time. The Dryad's pillar was destroyed and a terrible scream was heard. However, the agonizing screams of this monster roused 2 more Dryads into action, who together with her pursued the evil Fate. His sudden attacks ended up being faster than the previous ones, and the guy barely had time to block them, and one of the branches even left a small cut on his face. Cutting through the branches, Seo-jun jumped again, looking for Gungnir. His spear was close, very close to the torso of the Dryad who had recently been struck by this weapon. The pressure from the monsters increased, and this time he was forced to force the weapon back by investing a large amount of magic into it. Within a moment, the spear was in his hands in exchange for depleting his magic reserves. Having returned the Gungnir to his possession, Seo-jun was fully armed. Although he was exhausted, He no longer needed huge reserves of magic and could fight using only the brute force of his weapons. Seeing Gungnir in their hands, the Dryads began to scream in panic, showing real fear. Looking around, Seo-jun started laughing at how pathetic their reaction was when the situation suddenly turned against them. With a smile on his face, he said they only needed to see Gungnir in action once to understand how dangerous it was. The Dryads screamed in fear on the spot, and Seo-jun jokingly began to choose which of them would become the first victim of his terrible spear. When he stopped at one of the monsters, he pointed at himself with a branch and began to scream in panic. Within a moment, the trunk of this tree was shattered into pieces by the unimaginable power of the legendary weapon. Having finished the first of them, Seo-jun looked around and saw that the fear of death had disappeared from the Dryads' faces again. They surprised him by the fact that, instead of trying to escape, they regained their courage and rushed to the attack. Ultimately, they tried to block Gungnir with their branches, believing that this was the most dangerous thing their enemy had. After that, the Dryads themselves crawled toward him, believing he was no longer a danger to them. In fact, closing the distance was what Seo-jun hoped for most. Within a moment, he released the enormous power of his magical aura. The Dryads were so frightened by Gungnir's deadly spear that they didn't realize Seo-jun possessed another sacred weapon. Having finished with these monsters, the boy returned to his uncle and hero of the great disaster. Manhwa thanked him for his help, but asked why it took him so long to look for them. Seo-jun replied displeasedly that it was his uncle's fault he'd suddenly disappeared. He also noted that he already knew he'd taken such a rash step to send his daughter to the academy. Seok was a little embarrassed when he heard the question about why he started a fight with So-yeon. Returning to more important matters, Seo-jun asked how Evil Doom was feeling. His condition was very serious. He could no longer stand. He was already in bad shape when he arrived at the dungeon, and here, on top of that, he had to expend a lot of energy defending himself. When Seo-jun sat next to the hero of the great disaster, he only confirmed that his condition was extremely deplorable. So he sought out Kibisis to get the elixir he always carries with him for emergencies. While it wasn't comparable to decent first aid, at least this elixir could greatly improve Master Doom's condition. After using the elixir, the old man began to cough and gradually came to his senses, starting to get up. Mr. Suk, seeing the old man's gaze at the amazing young man, introduced him as the brat he spoke of earlier. In fact, one of the heroes was even surprised by how strong the Hunter Academy student turned out to be. His voice faltering, he said he was surprised he'd come to save them. He couldn't understand how he'd managed to figure out where they were. When he asked where the Dryads who were chasing them had gone, the young man calmly replied that he had dealt with them all alone. The old man found it hard to believe that an academy student with little combat experience could simultaneously deal with 3 6th-level monsters. In response, Seo-jun demanded an explanation of how they ended up in such a situation and why the hero had brought his uncle here. The old man replied that to study the monsters, he needed someone to transport their bodies. Due to some circumstances, he had to act secretly, but since he was already very old, he needed help. He explained why he didn't use a transportation company because he was afraid of attracting too much attention. He'd had to act alone lately, so he could only take a few people to avoid raising unnecessary suspicion. Hearing this, Seo-jun suddenly assumed he'd acted alone for fear of being discovered by the Order of Truth. The mere idea that this young man had heard of his suspicious activities shocked the old man, as he hadn't even mentioned it to the Hunters Association. However, he couldn't find out more about how Seo-jun knew about it. Within a moment, they sensed the terrifying power of magic, which Mr. Evil Rock and Seok Minchul recognized. Seo-jun was the only one who first felt the tremor in his body at the appearance of this monster. The young man thought it was an earthquake, but Uncle Manchel replied in a trembling voice that it was the monster that brought the old man to such a state. In a frightened voice, he said that it was a monster that had taken all the strength from one of the heroes of the great disaster. Seeing his uncle tremble, Seo-jun thought he'd been wondering why someone of Evil Doom's stature would be locked in a dungeon, even if it was a trap by order. Now it was clear there was something here even he couldn't handle. As soon as a monster of terrifying size appeared on the horizon, whose energy exerted incredible pressure even from a great distance, Mr. Evil Rock thanked the young man for his support, after which he said that he shouldn't have done that, because now he himself had fallen into a trap. At first, Seo Jun thought a huge mountain was moving towards them, but after a moment he realized it was the trunk of a dryad of unimaginable size. This was the distortion monster that even Evil Rock couldn't face. The old man explained that this was the first time he had encountered such a species. He believed it was some kind of mutation, but that was the only thing he could say about this monster. Seo Jun doubted it was just a mutation. At first glance, the distortion monster was no different from the previous dryads. It was simply much larger and stronger than the previous ones, but without any additional properties. Until the monster noticed them, so Jun suggested simply sneaking to the exit and escaping the dungeon. However, his uncle replied that this was impossible because no matter how hard they tried, the giant dryad was always on their tail. Even the old man didn't know how, but as soon as they tried to leave, this terrifying tree immediately chased them. Trying to protect himself from its deadly branches of incredible size, he expended a great deal of magic. Furthermore, he remembered that this complex mutation has a bark so strong that it cannot be penetrated even by strong magic. And if it is possible to do so, the dryad regenerates at the speed of light, making his expenditure of magic useless. The monster proved so powerful that the Evil Rock's magic was insufficient at that age. He even wondered if this monster had evolved, shedding the dryad's shortcomings and enhancing their strengths. Sighing heavily, the old man admitted that he was no longer the same as before, for he was old and sick, and was just waiting for the day of his death to arrive. It was already difficult for him to call himself Evil Rock, because all he could do against this monster was break its shell and delay its regeneration. The moment he does this, he himself becomes too vulnerable. When the old man said that to deal with this monster, one must break its shell and destroy its core with a powerful blow, the young man had a good idea. Having specified that a powerful blow would be enough, he took out a powerful spear from his magic bag, which he had recently purchased from the Transcendence shop. Demonstrating an imitation of Gungnir, he suggested that the hero of the great disaster weaken the monster so that at that moment he could destroy its core with his own strength. The idea that came out of his mouth was very good, but as soon as he took out the Gungnir, the great wizard stopped listening to him. Not understanding what the academy student was talking about, the old man shouted that the core could not be destroyed with a single blow, because even if he made every effort, it could only weaken, not neutralize, the monster's defense. Continuing to cough, the weakened hero said that the most important thing was that they would hardly have another chance if they failed the first time. That's why he again suggested that the boys flee while he distracted the monster. Seo Jun realized Evil Rock was right, because although he could speak thanks to the elixir-powered first aid, it wouldn't be unusual if he fainted at any moment, compounding his troubles. Therefore, if they decided to implement the plan, they'd have to pull it off on the first try. Showing the old man an imitation Gungnir again, so Jun said that in fact everything is quite feasible and there should be no problems with a powerful blow. Sensing the magic of his spear, the old man asked in confusion what it was. Seo Jun replied that it was the spear that delivered the powerful blow. He invited Evil Rock to examine it closely and urged him to be careful, as this weapon recognizes only its owner and can tear apart a stranger. When Evil Rock saw this object up close, he was so shocked he couldn't utter a word. Within a moment, he began shouting in confusion, incredulous that such complex magical chains could coexist without conflicting, forming military weapons. He couldn't fully understand what kind of magic the weapon was made of and how it could work harmoniously without destroying the item. His shocked realization of such an incredible level of magic from the creator of this weapon turned into a loud scream, reminiscent of his student's behavior. Sighing heavily, Uncle Manchiol whispered that it was the first time he'd seen such an energetic and talkative old man. Seo Jun wasn't surprised, because when Jimin saw Kibisis, she'd acted exactly the same way. He was afraid to imagine what would happen to Evil Rock when he saw the bag. When Seo-jun said that now the old man probably understands that their plan is quite possible, he resolutely clenched his fist with a look of admiration and shouted with a surprised look that this would be more than enough, and with such a spear there was no need to weaken the monster. With a trembling and excited voice, he, like his student, asked the young man where he got this incredible thing. Seo-jun was once again confused by the question and couldn't think of anything better than to say that Mr. Park Min-chul had bought this item for him. The old man was surprised by his words, saying it wasn't part of the sacred sword's spirit. Even so, he was right, because it's hard to imagine how Min-chul will react when he finds out the truth. As they talked, the huge dryad continued to attack and destroy everything in its path, approaching the boys. Wasting no time, Seok Manchul threw the old man onto his shoulders, and Seo-jun said with a determined look that it was time to start hunting the boss of this dungeon. To begin with, they should have discussed the academy student's plan, and the boy said from the beginning that his idea was very simple. Discussing strategy, he said that Il-rock would weaken the monster, Uncle Minchul would support it with movements and destroy the dryad's core with a spear. When he asked Mr. Wizard if he could immediately activate the weakening spell, the old man replied that it was possible, but in this case the spell's effectiveness would be significantly reduced. However, he believed there was nothing to worry about, as the spear would be sufficient. And yet, there was a certain risk that the old man's lifespan would be shortened by such efforts. Based on this, Seo-jun suggested changing the plan slightly. Now he would distract the dryad while the men properly prepared for the spell to weaken the monster. In the end, that was the plan. First, Seo-jun must distract the giant dryad to buy some time for his uncle and Evil Doom. During this time, Evil Rock will gather all its forces to prepare for the activation of the magic. The last step will be performed by Seo-jun. Once the weakening magic takes effect, he will cast Gung-near on the monster, destroying its core in the process. The plan was simple and ingenious, but Seo-jun understood that there might be some unforeseen variables in it. First, he could be defeated the moment he distracted the monster. The second risk was that, having sensed the weakening magic, the dryad might recognize the Evil Doom and attack him immediately. The second variable was the riskiest, but either way, by using weakening magic, the evil fate cannot be distracted by anything else. Therefore, Seo-jun warned that even if he diverted all the dryad's attention to himself, he could not be certain of what would happen. When she said that in case of emergency her uncle would be responsible for the old man's life, he, with a sincere and gentle smile, asked her not to worry and to entrust it to him, as he himself would not die, leaving Soo-yeon without a father. With a joyful laugh, he urged the old man to remember these words and stay close to him to get out of this situation alive. In response, Evil Rock sadly said that he no longer has the former honor of a hero, so he relies on Mr. Evil's help. Their cheerful conversations and positive attitude brought a smile to the young man's face, giving him even more strength and confidence that everything would be okay. After discussing the strategy, the boys approached the monster and Seo-jun jumped onto the branch of an ordinary tree. As expected, the dryad haunting them is so large that it was easy to spot. Against the backdrop of the forest, it looked like a massive mountain reaching into the sky. Addressing the uncle and the old man, Seo-jun asked them to stay in this place because if they got too close, the monster might sense Evil Doom's magic. When the disaster hero asked the boy not to bring too much danger to himself, he objected, saying that in his opinion it would be better to distract the monster despite the danger, because he was the only one who could move deftly, avoiding the dryad's attacks. Even so, the old man was forced to agree to the brave boy's plan, and Seo-jun responded with a cheerful expression on his face, saying that the boys were probably already tired of wandering around this dungeon for several days, so it was time to put an end to it. With a gentle smile, Uncle Manchul wished him good luck and to be careful. Reciprocating, the young man quickly moved forward. The tree was located some distance away. From afar, it looked large, but the closer Seo-jun got, the more gigantic it seemed. Most importantly, he sensed an impressive energy surrounding this monster. Now, Seo-jun truly felt why this battle was so difficult for the old evil rock that he was forced to retreat. Fortunately, this monster with its enormous body swept away everything in its path, so there were no other dryads nearby that could get in the way. Finding himself next to the monster, Seo-jun began to focus on its branches, realizing that just one mistake could lead to his death and that his companions would not be able to survive in this case either. To distract the monster, Seo-jun shouted loudly at the dryad. As soon as the giant tree paid attention to him, everything around him was covered in its terrifying magic and frightening bloodlust. The impact of this force was so powerful that it affected not only the young man's body and the flow of mana within his body, but even his mental state. Sighing heavily, Seo-jun admitted that if he were a little weaker, he would go crazy upon encountering such a monster. Within a moment, the dryad directed her deadly branches at him, which were even faster and larger than those of the previous monsters. Seo-jun was forced to dodge, realizing that repelling such a terrifying attack was a useless waste of energy. However, as it turned out, the branches of this monster were so long that after an unsuccessful attack, they could continue the chase. Seo-jun moved between them with difficulty to avoid being seriously injured. It is the first time he finds himself in such a difficult situation where the monster does not give him a second to rest, inflicting countless dangerous blows. The massive dryad's attacks were indeed even faster than expected. Because of this, Seo-jun had to dodge slightly away from the man with evil doom. Looking around, he tried to spot the men to determine when the weakening spell would be ready. However, a moment later, another branch came toward him, barely able to jump from it. Seo-jun understood that in a battle with a monster so terrifying, significantly larger than any he had faced before, he shouldn't be distracted by anything other than combat. Not only were many of the dryad's branches directed at him from all sides, some of them even began to break through the surface. To avoid this attack, Seo-jun was forced to jump high into the air. While in the air, he still couldn't actively maneuver, but his holy spear was enough to repel the attack, cutting through the branches aimed at him. Pushing himself away from the branches, Seo-jun managed to return to the surface again to continue distracting the enormous dryad. Although he could still handle the monster's speed, the more he resisted, the stronger the monster's pressure became, and at that moment, it felt like even the air around him was spreading into tiny ripples. The attacks became more and more intense, and Seo-jun had no choice but to change his strategy to distract the monster. Resolutely gripping his spear, he decided that with such pressure from the monster, he would no longer be able to dodge all the time and would soon have to go on the defense. However, just as he was about to use his magic to enhance the weapon, a bright red flash appeared behind him. Ultimately, this was a sign that Evil Rock's preparations were complete. It arrived just in time because at that moment Seo-jun needed support the most. Within a moment, Seo-jun disappeared again just before the monster struck, and the giant dryad began to mutter thoughtfully and angrily, not understanding where her elusive target had gone. Finding himself several dozen meters away from the dryad's aiming point, Seo-jun once again attracted its attention and shouted that the stupid piece of wood had lost sight of him again. Seeing the guy in front of her again, the giant dryad began to rage with even greater force. Seo-jun tried with all his might to escape, but the huge branches continued to exert strong pressure on him, not allowing him to relax for a second. Using all his senses, including intuition, he managed to dodge these lightning attacks, but it was very tiring to continue like this for too long. All this time, the tree followed him, not lagging behind. They were already very close to the place where Evil Rock had left a trap. As soon as Seo-jun ran towards the previously mentioned location, he suddenly stopped, despite several deadly branches being aimed at his back. Seo-jun had no doubts about the effectiveness of the Evil Doom spell and did not resist the enemy's attack until the last moment. The moment the tree approached this location, a trap in the form of chains immersed in the ground was triggered. Many enormous magical chains directed at the dryad instantly restricted her movements, weakening her attacks. Seo-jun avoided the last attack without much difficulty, as the effect of the magic made the tree's movements much heavier and also reduced its power. The magic worked as it should, and all that was left was to destroy the core. The giant dryad, not having the highest level of intelligence, was still able to feel the energy of this spell, understanding who this magic belonged to. The dryad's spatial senses covered such a large area that she easily discovered her target's location. Noticing the troublesome magician, who had previously haunted her and miraculously escaped, the monster launched one of the branches in attack, chasing Evil Doom. Seo Jun immediately realized what the tree was doing. Evil Rock had already expended a lot of magic power, and Uncle Manchiel hadn't even been awakened, just an ordinary person, so they were in mortal danger. To avoid a worse outcome, Seo Jun decided to hurry and immediately drew his spear. He only had one chance, so he poured all his power into Gungnir. Pointing his spear at the monster, he was aware of the situation and didn't hesitate to focus on the target. The massive monster was weakened by chains, so there was no need to worry that it would somehow miraculously manage to dodge this attack. Using his instincts, Seo Jun discovered the target within seconds, the red core that was inside the dryad. Without delay, the boy threw his powerful spear into the center. The giant dryad began to let out a terrifying scream at the mere approach of the spear with terrifying destructive power. Within a moment, its shell was pierced by a spear flying at great speed. The mana invested in it was more than enough to destroy the monster's core the first time. Once the core was destroyed, the dryad fell silent, and the light in her eyes instantly faded. Leaving a huge hole in the giant monster, Seo Jun could barely stand. His magic reserves were depleted, and he fell to the ground with a heavy sigh. After putting all his strength into Gungnir, he felt incredibly tired and felt dizzy, as if all the strength had left his body. Standing up with a trembling body, he was glad that he had managed to get it right the first time, because in the state he was in, he couldn't even call Gungnir back. Having dealt with the monster, Seo Jun ran towards his uncle and Evil Rock. The old man was fine, but for some reason, his uncle was lying on the ground. It turns out that he was unable to run anymore because while escaping from the monster, his leg was injured. There was nothing strange about this, because even if the monster was weakened, it would still be very difficult for an ordinary person like Uncle Manchiol to avoid its attacks. Fortunately, the injury wasn't serious, so Seo Jun comforted his uncle by saying that he only needed a little treatment at the hospital. Having destroyed the main danger of this dungeon, the guys began to chat happily. It was clear that Uncle Manchiel and Evil Rock had become very close friends while they were locked together. All they had to do was exit the dungeon, as the main obstacle had been removed. Seo Jun stated that the core had been destroyed, so there shouldn't be any problems. While the old man helped Minchul up, Seo Jun would find his spear Gungnir, as he had no more mana to return. However, within a moment, they felt incredible pressure due to the spread of powerful energy. They all found themselves again in the shadow of the giant dryad, who somehow, even with her core destroyed, was able to rise again. Seo Jun couldn't believe this was possible. The tree hadn't actually moved before because Gungnir had hit the target. After that moment, it was clear that the core had definitely collapsed, so the dryad had to die. As it turned out, this terrifying monster had two cores in close proximity, but one of them was able to survive. It was hard even for Evil Rock to believe this. The pressure mounted. It seemed like Seo Jun was the only one who could somehow defend himself. However, as soon as the tree reached its branches, Mr. Evil Rock, with what strength he had left, created a magical shield, covering his companions. He was already at his limit, and his body couldn't handle the use of mana. Seo Jun understood that the old man had already used up a lot of mana and wouldn't be able to hold out for long. To defeat the giant dryad, it was necessary to destroy the remaining core. This situation was the worst unforeseen outcome of this plan. Furthermore, the Gungnir, with which Seo Jun destroyed the first core, was too far away and could not be approached due to the dryad's constant attacks. The monster's branches were intertwined everywhere, causing Seo Jun to panic as he couldn't even see his spear. It was even possible that the monster, sensing the danger of this weapon, was deliberately trying to hide Gungnir. The boy still had the sacred spear, which was enough to destroy the core, but to do so, he needed to land a direct blow on the target. Approaching the old man, Seo Jun indicated he would attack again, after which he asked if he could weaken the dryad. Containing the incredible pressure of the monster, The old man replied that he would try, but in such an environment, he could not promise anything. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Seo-jun stepped forward and said he would try to distract the tree so Evil Rock could make preparations. Despite his companion's concern, the young hunter candidate said that they now didn't have time to calculate every step. They could only do what was within their reach. After these words, Seo-jun advanced beyond the magic shield, despite the old man and uncle's pleas to change his strategy. It seemed like the tree's attacks had become even more active, but Seo-jun, using his intuition, avoided the branch in time and broke it. Dodging the blows, Seo-jun realized that just one wrong direct attack could send him to the other world. Despite the Dryad's unimaginable power, Evil Doom held back these attacks in such a dire state and continues to do so even now, being at the limit. Resolutely filling the spear with mana, Seo-jun realized that he was the only one who could somehow influence the situation. Moving forward wasn't easy due to the Dryad's more intertwined branches, so Seo-jun began to force his way through, cutting down everything in his path. Old Bad Rock could barely stand, his body trembling from the overuse of magic. At one point, he realized the Dryad had stopped attacking them and was completely distracted by her student. Seo-jun found himself at gunpoint from a dozen deadly branches rushing towards him. At the last moment, he managed to jump, avoiding a fatal blow. He could barely keep up with the monster's speed due to the battle being so long and intense. To pierce the giant Dryad's core with his spear, he needed to get very close, but he couldn't, as the branches kept throwing him back to avoid injury. This was a far cry from diverting the tree's attention. However, a moment later, something terrible happened. Seo-jun discovered that the branches had grabbed his left leg tightly. Seo-jun was immobilized and in danger because of other branches advancing towards him. At the last moment, Evil Doom activated the magic to weaken the monster, causing the branches to stop for a moment before delivering the fatal blow. After that, Seo-jun again managed to escape from the monster's branches and ran forward, approaching the monster. The number of weakened chains was less than last time, and they were no longer as thick as before. As expected, reactivation when lacking magical powers has limitations, so there wasn't much time. Having discovered the weak point of the tree where the last core was located, Seo-jun advanced with all his strength. He was already within attack range, but at the same moment the weakened magic was destroyed and the Dryad was freed. The monster avoided destroying its second core and hit the attacker with branches. Seo-jun hit the surface with great force and was seriously injured. Now he couldn't even move, while the Dryad became even more furious. Its terrible pressure, which the guy could barely bear before, was now driving him crazy. Within a moment, the monster directed dozens of deadly branches at him. Seo-jun knew he had made a huge mistake when he rushed forward recklessly without considering such risks. Now he found himself in a desperate situation, needing to escape a deadly attack, but his body couldn't even move. Just as the blow was about to occur, Mr. Evil Doom suddenly appeared in front of him. One of the 5 heroes could barely hold on to the Dryad's branches. He said in a weakened voice that Seo-jun must save himself. Evil Rock was truly amazed by his student's strength, having achieved such incredible power at the age of 20. For the first time in decades, he was in awe of another person's power. He believed that in 5 years, this man would surpass all the heroes of Korea and become great for all humanity. Now he was missing a lot, so Evil Rock considered it his duty to save him, even if in exchange he had to give his own life. However, despite his pleas, the young man refused help and salvation. Seo-jun began to get up again, despite the strong tremor throughout his body that hindered his movements. Mr. Evil Rock didn't understand his intentions and shouted nervously that a deadly battle with such a dangerous monster was definitely not the time to show character. Looking at a man of incredible talent leaning on a spear, the old man shouted that he should live, for he has a great future, which will make this world safer. However, Seo-jun paid no attention to his scream. Gritting his teeth, he responded by asking why Evil Rock didn't run away, leaving them behind the moment he was able. The man's words touched the old man's soul deeply, and he froze for a moment, continuing to resist the Dryad's attacks. Seo-jun tried to return to the battle, saying that he would not let anyone sacrifice themselves. However, no matter how much he tried to go further, his body was too exhausted. He fell to the ground again, but continued to hold the spear so as not to lose consciousness. All this time he was wasting valuable time, because the old man had been at his limit for a long time, and it was hard to tell when his defenses would be destroyed. Seo Jun didn't deny that the old man was right when he said the best option in this case was to flee. Evil Rock spoke of the most logical option, where he would cover his back while the talented student and Uncle Manchul found a way out of the dungeon. Engaging a monster in this state would be the worst decision. The answer was already in his pocket, but Seo Jun, unable to understand why, refused to flee the battlefield. Hercules' lecture suddenly flashed through his mind. In his introductory lecture, the hero of Greek mythology emphasized the importance of muscular strength, but in fact it was not this strength that he wanted to teach his student. He wanted to tell the story of a hero's destiny, a creature known only through the myths and legends that dominate this land. The lecture, as always, began with the professor's scientific narrative. Hercules insisted that strength is nothing more than physical force, but his task as a speaker is to teach a completely different concept. Seo Jun, upon hearing this, breathed heavily and understood nothing of what was being said. The lecturer's information didn't particularly interest him at the time, as he believed that the arduous daily tasks were all Hercules could give him. At one point, the lecture stopped completely. Seo Jun suddenly looked at the screen, not understanding what was happening. Ultimately, Hercules was forced to pause briefly to discuss his journey of atonement for his sins. He admitted that he could not overcome the madness sent by Hera's curse, so he killed his beloved wife and children with his own hands. Consumed by guilt, Hercules began to consider the extreme outcome, but with the persuasion of his friend Theseus, he began the path of 12 trials. We are talking about 12 impossible trials, which were considered the path of true suffering, because before no one had managed to overcome even some of them. However, feeling deeply guilty for his weakness, Hercules became the first to demonstrate incredible perseverance. With each new feat, his glory grew ever greater. Over time, people watching him perform crazy, impossible challenges began to mock him. They taunted him, saying that someone who murdered his wife and children couldn't be called a hero. Hercules didn't deny this was true, thinking he had committed too great a sin to be called a hero. People criticized him and invented 1,000 reasons why he couldn't become a hero, and yet he kept going no matter what. He believed that if he continued to live for the sake of others, sacrificed himself so much that he would be considered a fool, then in the distant future, still sacrificing himself for the sake of others, he would be able to forgive his past self. Thus, Hercules performed 12 labors and earned the title of true hero, and then performed a miracle and saved the gods of Olympus during the Gigantomachy, nicknamed the Decline of the Gods and the End of Greco-Roman mythology. Hercules, who in a fit of madness because of Hera's curse killed his wife and children, at the end of his path of repentance became the most outstanding hero. After telling his story, he went back to the beginning and said that the power by which he achieved all this was repentance. He insisted that when a student says he is going to do something or become someone, people will shake their heads and say it is impossible. People will give 100,000 reasons for failure, and Hercules heard these criticisms many times during the tests. However, having gone through that hell, he could speak about the power of repentance. He asked the students not to give up, saying that criticism was of no importance. After all, there will be thousands of reasons cited by others why you won't become someone. Hercules wasn't trying to debunk them all. He was saying that when a person decides to achieve something, that's the only reason to keep pushing forward. That's what makes an ordinary person a hero. Those words forced Seo Jun to get up again. Mr. Evil Doom continued to stop him, saying that this is madness, and the guy perfectly understands that he cannot win, because in such a state it is simply impossible to resist a monster of this level. Seo Jun didn't deny his words, realizing that the situation was truly too difficult for him to continue trying to fight. He knew better than anyone that he couldn't win, because he could see perfectly well the state of his body. A sticky fear tightened his throat, wrapping itself around him more and more, and the whisper of doubt rang endlessly in his ears. And at the same time, Hercules's voice broke through his consciousness again and again. In Evil Doom's eyes, his actions seemed merely youthful fervor, but Seo Jun, even realizing this, took a step forward. His entire life fighting for the right to belong was at stake. Seo Jun didn't want to mess up his entire life because of a momentary impulse. His true strength, coming from his muscles and soul, exploded with incredible power. The Dryad, seeing the terrible power of an ordinary person, trembled with fear. Energy exploded inside the guy with a completely different force than before. This was the superior force, capable of destroying everything in its path, of which Hercules spoke. The time has come for the final exchange of blows. The monster and the young man put everything on the line. Using the spear's aura, Seo Jun swung his weapon in a beam where the monster was about to attack. In a few moments, all the branches were destroyed into tiny pieces without achieving their objective. Gathering his energy, Seo Jun charged forward with a shout. The Dryad was unable to move as she delivered her final blow with unimaginable divine power. This blow caused a strong gust of wind. So Evil Doom, who could not see anything due to the blinding light, was forced to cover himself with his own hands, having exhausted his magic reserves. When he opened his eyes and looked ahead, he was so stunned by the sight that he couldn't move. Not only did Seo Jun manage to attack, his attack was so powerful that it completely destroyed most of the Dryad at the location where its core was located. The monster was destroyed and the exhausted Seo Jun, without letting go of the spear, lost consciousness and began to fly rapidly downwards. The caring old man, with all his strength, caught him in a magic ball, preventing him from falling to the ground. Suddenly, the thick clouds in the dungeon parted, and warm rays of sunlight appeared, and Uncle Manchol, excited by what had happened, ran towards the boys. Evil Rock urged him not to worry, saying that although the boys' injuries weren't superficial, it didn't appear that his life was in serious danger. He assumed the loss of consciousness was the price for using force beyond his capabilities at the time. In response, the uncle muttered thoughtfully that this recent strength was clearly not ordinary. He couldn't believe how long it had taken this stupid boy to become so strong. Sighing heavily, Old Rock admitted that he was very scared. Uncle Manchol, not understanding where this old man knew his fear, assumed he was referring to the end of the battle with the huge tree. In response, Evil Rock explained to him that, in truth, although he was not afraid of death, he was afraid just thinking about what would happen to the world after he disappeared. The words of the thoughtful old man of the 5 heroes of Korea seemed very mysterious. In response to Mr. Seok Mancheol's interest, Evil Rock sternly replied that the world is not as safe as commonly believed. As his death approached, the old and sick hero began to worry about it. He could not accept the approach of his inevitable death, realizing that the world still needed his strength. When Mancheol suggested that this was why Evil Rock had become a student, the old man replied that he was right. Jimin handled things better than anyone else, even exceeding his expectations. However, even so, he still couldn't shake the darkness that had settled in his heart. Looking up at the sky, Evil Rock finally realized that all his worries were in vain. Previously, he had no idea that during all this time there was someone who, even without him, would continue the legacy of the heroes who so desperately sacrificed everything to save humanity. Seo Jun became a true hero to him, showing zeal even at a time when his defeat was obvious. In this young man who refused to give up, Mr. Evil Rock saw a hero of a new generation to whom he could pass on his heavy burden. The brilliance of the 5 heroes' legacy instilled hope in the old man and the realization that much time had passed since the disaster, and during all this time he had not noticed how a worthy replacement was growing. They managed to get out of the dungeon without any problems, and Seo Jun only woke up after spending a day in the hospital. As soon as Evil Rock heard his heavy sigh, he immediately approached to find out how his savior was feeling. Upon seeing the hospital, the young man realized they had made it out of the dungeon, but he was still surprised to find himself in the same room as the hero of the great disaster. It turned out that Uncle Manchol was also here. The boys were in good health and good spirits. Uncle Manchol, with a gentle smile, said he hadn't suffered much, because even though the wound was deep, with proper treatment, there shouldn't be any problems. Evil Rock went through the same thing. Thanks to Seo Jun's emergency help, he'll soon be back on his feet. Despite these words, Seo Jun realized that the disaster hero was far from in good shape. Although he had indeed escaped serious injuries, and the elixir had helped him recover while in the dungeon, his age was taking its toll. Seo Jun stopped thinking about Evil Rock's poor health as soon as he learned he was out for half a day. First, he asked his uncle if he had contacted So Yeon, who was so worried about his disappearance. Although everything ended well, Uncle Mancheol felt strange, as he could not forgive himself for such recklessness towards his daughter's feelings. Ultimately, Uncle contacted not only So Yeon but also Dream Academy's principal, So Yoon. He did this at his daughter's request, because Lady So Yeon was ultimately very worried when she contacted him. Seo Jun could already imagine what she was thinking, as she went looking for her missing uncle, and in the end disappeared with him, ceasing to communicate. Furthermore, Lord Holy Sword's sword also disappeared with him. Upon hearing about his new friend's daughter, Evil Rock asked to tell him more. The cheerful Manchul revealed that he actually ended up in the bunk because he wanted to earn money to send So Yeon to the academy as a hunter. Of course, the hero of the great disaster didn't forget to adequately reward his assistant. However, instead of money, he offered a more attractive deal. The guys were shocked when they learned that Evil Rock was offering to train So Yeon. Hearing this, they froze in place, for the proposal came from the greatest magician, one of the 5 heroes of the great disaster. Seok Mancheol was so confused that he thought the old man was overcome by insanity or had simply gone mad. The dissatisfied Evil Rock replied that although his death was near, he had not yet fallen into dementia and was responsible for his words. It really wasn't easy to believe the old man's words, and my uncle still couldn't understand why he'd made such a proposal, because before he'd said he still had a lot to do. Evil Rock admitted that he did, but now he wondered if there was a need for such things. After recent events, he realized a new barrel would be best for the new wine. He had very little time and even assumed he wouldn't make it through the next year. He had nothing better to do, so he didn't mind spending his last year teaching his savior's daughter. With a cheerful laugh, Evil Rock said that he couldn't do anything if So Yeon refused to become a magician. Addressing Seo Jun, the old man mentioned that he is also his savior and can take him as his student. Despite his generous offer, Seo Jun responded, as always, that he could repay not with lessons, but with money. The old man wasn't surprised by this next oddity, so he replied with a gentle laugh that he was ready to pay for his life. He invited the cheeky young man to name the amount himself. Seo Jun, seizing the moment, was about to announce the bold amount of reward money, but at the same moment he was startled by a loud sound coming from one side of the chamber. Uncle Mancheol was even startled when he saw the door pass him and an angry man burst into the room. Seo Jun sensed the sacred sword's bloodlust and immediately understood what was happening. So Yoon did his best to stop his grandfather, saying there had been a misunderstanding. However, the old man nervously replied that this time he couldn't simply turn a blind eye to the crimes of the madman from his academy. The furious Park Ming-chul would punish the idiot for being so careless with his strongest weapon, the Azure Dragon Sword. Even his beloved granddaughter, So Yun, couldn't stop the Holy Sword's attack. Only Evil Rock managed to remain calm, as he finally saw his old companion from the time of the great disaster. Meanwhile, Seo Jun was considering his escape options. He believed escaping through the window was futile, and only Gungnir's throw could save him. However, when, in the midst of all this commotion, he saw Mr. Evil Doom's look of admiration, he realized that he was the one who could ease the situation and give him a chance to survive. Upon seeing his former comrade, Park Min-chul froze in place, unable to understand how he ended up in the same room as a cheeky young man from his granddaughter's academy. Evil Rock was happy to see him. He never imagined they would meet again after so many years. Reminiscing about the past, he said it felt like the 5 of them were young yesterday, spending their days together. When asked how he had lived all these years, the Sword Saint, sighing heavily, responded as usual. He then asked how the greatest magician had ended up in this place and why he looked so pitiful. Continuing the conversation, Evil Rock spoke about how he had nearly died. Old Pak Min-chul, who seemed to feel better than all the other heroes despite his age, sighed deeply and said that, judging by the great wizard's empty talk, he was just being an idiot. In response, Evil Rock once again stated that he nearly died. He made a major tactical error by mentioning that he only survived thanks to the young man who discovered his mission in the dungeon. As soon as the Sword Saint remembered that the idiot who made him lose the sword was here, he became angry again. Seo Jun, waving his hands in panic in front of him, tried to avoid the worst outcome, saying that he didn't do it on purpose, but that he simply had no choice. In response, he shouted that he hadn't given the sword to sell it. He even claimed to have tolerated his mischief all this time for Seo Yun's sake. But now he's convinced he knows no bounds. Trying to make amends, Evil Rock asked if the old man could forgive the boy for his sake. An unhappy Park Ming-chul tried to flee, claiming the matter didn't concern his old friend. Trying to calm the Holy Sword's fervor, Evil Rock said he could see. So Jun was guilty of something, but it's unlikely he did it intentionally and likely had important reasons. Hearing such reasoning from the Mad Mage, Park Min-chul froze in place, after which he said in surprise that he didn't think he could say something like that. With the words that Seo Jun had crossed the line, Park Min-chul turned and decided to have an educational moment. Seeing his mood, Evil Rock demanded to know what the young man was guilty of, which had led one of the heroes of the great disaster to such a state. He was simply shocked when he learned that Seo Jun, who seemed like a nice guy to him, turned out to be a brat for selling the blue dragon sword belonging to Park Min-chul. An image began to form in his head from the words of the two participants in the conflict, so he assumed that in this case, Park Min-chul had bought him a weapon with the money he received from selling the blue dragon sword. When Seo Jun heard this, he shuddered, and the Sword Saint asked what it was all about. The lie was revealed at the most inconvenient moment, and so Jun realized that now he would not live, as the Sword Saint shouted that he would never do such a stupid thing. Now Park Min-chul could no longer contain his furious energy and bloodlust, which he was about to direct at the impudent man. Seo Jun tried to stop him, shouting that he hadn't sold the sword, but had pawned it temporarily, but it was too late. At the words that this deal with the president no longer mattered, even Uncle Min-chul and Seo Yun, who were horrified by Grandpa the Holy Sword's power, decided to step aside so as not to get hurt during his furious punishment. Park Min-chul couldn't forgive the young man, and even Evil Rock couldn't intervene. The only thing the great mage did for his savior was a request not to kill the young man. The situation was dire because the old man wanted to resolve the matter immediately in the infirmary. He said that given Evil Doom's words and the fact that he hadn't yet sold the blue dragon sword, he wouldn't take the insolent man's life. He would strike just one blow, after which he could forget the situation. Extending his fist, with a stern, menacing look, he told Seo Jun to decide for himself whether to dodge, deflect the blow, or die because of it. It seemed more like with this blow, the sacred sword didn't want to solve the problem, but to end it. As the old man began to slowly walk forward, Seo Jun, standing in his shadow, continued to stop with an uncertain and frightened voice because he still managed to grab the president's blue dragon sword. Rushing furiously to attack, the old man pointed his furious fist at him, saying that this was why he said the situation would be resolved in one fell swoop. It seemed like it was already too late, as the old man had no intention of retreating, and his fist was quickly approaching, already just inches away from Seo Jun's face. All of this happened at incredible speed, but the man managed to take off at the last moment and stop the sacred sword's hilt with his own. The incredible power the young man encountered swept away everything in its path, creating a powerful airflow within the chamber. Even though the old man was serious, Seo Jun managed to stop the promised blow. Within a moment, the boy who managed to stop the veteran's power fell to the ground screaming, holding his hand. For the first time in all this time, Park Min-chul looked so confused, as he couldn't believe that this student from his granddaughter's academy would be able to instantly react to his fist, which was already right under his nose. What was even more surprising was that the young man's hand lying on the ground looked like new. Initially, the old man expected his hand to not just break, but even shatter. This outcome turned out to be extremely unexpected. The holy sword, being a rather harsh person, flared up again because the young man dared to somehow miraculously interrupt his punishment. Seeing him enraged, Seo-jun shouted in panic that the old man had promised only one strike and given him the freedom to choose the option to avoid death. Suggesting not to take back what was said, Seo-jun said goodbye and hurriedly left to get some fresh air, saying that it was better for the two heroes to talk in private, as they had not seen each other for a long time. Following the bold young man, So-yun left the room, as did Uncle Seok Manchol, who was stunned by the sudden and terrifying sight. The two heroes, who had just witnessed an inexplicable event, froze in place, their souls filled with emptiness. Seeing his companion's nervous discontent, Evil Rock tried to ease the situation with his gentle and friendly laughter, after which he realized that he saw that even the holy sword itself had aged, as at first it seemed that he was going to kill the boy, but in the end he chose to restrain his forces. Walking slowly toward his friend's bed, Lord Holy Sword replied that if he had actually killed the boy, he would only have added unnecessary trouble to himself. Still, he admitted that he hadn't expected things to turn out the way they did. In response, Evil Rock said he himself was surprised by the outcome of this one-hit punishment. Then the good old man, turning to his stern comrade, suddenly said that he must admit that he didn't hate his granddaughter's student that much. The Sword Saint acted as if he didn't understand what he was talking about, saying it was nonsense, and he himself didn't even want to see the insolent man. The kind and sincere wizard's awkward questions continued with the words that most likely the fact is that the Sword Saint's granddaughter really likes. So-jun. After these words, Park Min-chul, continuing to maintain his stern image, asked to stop the idle talk and sat down opposite his comrade. He wanted to hear what happened in that dungeon, that one of the 5 heroes couldn't survive alone, and on top of that, it involved an ordinary person and an absurd and rather troublesome academy student in this incident. The heroes of the great disaster are full of trust in each other. So despite the fact that these incidents were supposed to be kept secret, Evil Rock told his comrade how everything really happened. Even the Sword Saint had a hard time believing that in the 10-star dungeon where the distortion occurred, traces of the Apostle of Temperance, one of those they fought with during the Great Tribulation, were found. No less surprising was the fact that while spying on the Order of Truth, a mutant appeared in the dungeon and, above all, was treated by a student who all this time seemed to be, in the eyes of the Holy Sword, an ordinary lazybones with talent. Evil Rock once again confirmed his words, saying that the events were so surprising that it was worth seeing what was happening in person. Hearing this, the thoughtful Park Min-chul remembered that Seo-jun's strength was clearly not at such a high level when they faced each other a few days ago. His friend again distracted him from his thoughts, saying that it was clear in his eyes that his friend still could not recognize this young man and continued to be prejudiced against him. When the Sword Saint openly agreed with his words and admitted that he could not be convinced on this matter, Mr. Ilrock nodded and said that he could not trust the current professional hunters. The heroes of the great disaster, even among the so-called highest-ranking hunters, did not find a single worthy person. They were nothing in their eyes. When mentioning the heroes of the great disaster, they all think of the same thing, the holy sword or the bane of evil. But with the advent of the new century, the concept of the professional hunter has become distorted. Now it's nothing more than a job where you can earn good money. The heroes dreamed of peace more than anyone else and hoped for it to come, so they could not reject the trends of this century. But like Evil Rock, each of them continued to insist that this world is still not as safe as society thinks. They understood that someday the time would come for them to retire. So the question was whether the current hunters would have the strength to fight back if a threat of terrifying proportions were to emerge in the world again. Among all these events, one could assume that perhaps this was the true objective of the Order of Truth. During this tense conversation about the harsh truths of the world, Mr. Fate suddenly stood up and said that sometimes someone who seemed to be nothing is capable of doing what others cannot. Of course, he was talking about guys like Seo Jun, who they hadn't noticed before. Mr. Evil Rock could already calmly say that the era of the great disaster heroes was coming to an end. He wasn't even afraid to say that perhaps their time had already passed, but they hadn't had time to realize it yet. Such harsh words confused the Sword Saint, and he asked in confusion what his comrade was talking about. With a gentle laugh, Evil Rock replied that it had been a long time since they could only handle the situation on their own shoulders, without relying on others. Meanwhile, Uncle Manchul and his daughter met on the street. Then Yan was crying. She was sincerely happy that her father was alive. Lowering his head, Mr. Seok couldn't hide his guilt for acting so recklessly towards his daughter. At the moment of reunion, feeling incredibly relieved, he turned to Seo Jun. Holding back tears, he thanked her for helping them escape the dungeon that had been corrupted. Seo Jun could barely hold back her tears from such a touching moment, and Seo Jun said with a gentle expression on her face that it was nothing. They say the best outcome is when everything falls into place. Time passed, and the boys were finally discharged from the hospital. Everyone was able to return to where they were supposed to be. However, something changed. Of course, the changes began after So Yan encountered evil doom. She was encouraged that one of the 5 great heroes accepted her as his student. Furthermore, as a promised lifetime payment, Evil Rock paid Seo Jun a whopping 10 billion won, which was a huge sum. As always, he expressed an absurd amount, but he couldn't believe the old man would actually agree to it so easily. Evil Rock was impossible to convince. With a gentle smile, he agreed to such a payment for his life, saying he shouldn't be ashamed of spending the money because he would invest it in the Hunters' Society anyway. Sujong instantly spent 500 million of that amount to return the sword. Though he didn't plan it, what happened helped him obtain the incredible spear Gungnir and the enormous sum of 9.5 billion won. Furthermore, he was able to increase his progress in the Hercules course by up to 47%, and it was likely thanks to this that he was able to withstand the blow of the Holy Sword. Returning to the gym, he greatly pleased his friend. When Seo Jun saw him, he assumed he wasn't the least bit worried about him, as he hadn't even visited him during his hospital stay. Continuing to train, Minchul replied that this was not true, as he was very worried, but his sister said that he was fine and should not be distracted from training. When So Yun arrived at work, she was surprised to see that the entire team was together again. The boys made a full recovery and were able to continue working hard on their goals for the Hunter exam. Li Mingchul immediately distracted her with a small request. He needed to obtain something so that his study of the dark spirit techniques would be more effective. While they rejoiced at reaching an agreement on the deal, Seo Jun continued to diligently complete the daily tasks, using Kibisis as a weight. In the whirlwind of change, only Dream Academy remained unchanged, continuing to hold its place. Now this place felt like a second home to Seo Jun. During the next lecture, Hercules remarked that he knew someone could grasp the true meaning of divine power, even though it was very difficult. Furthermore, the lecturer caught Seo Jun off guard by saying that the incredible student was deeply embarrassed by the sudden increase in progress. With a gentle smile, he asked not to be surprised by this, saying that this course was actually dedicated to teaching students about divine power. What he meant was that the percentage of progress increased a lot because the student learned the subject. However, as it turned out, this was not enough to fully master the subject he taught, because divine power is close to its origins, and to fully harness the almost infinite potential of this power, a vessel that can support it is necessary. Therefore, he said that once the body is honed and trained to the limit, it will be able to withstand divine power. Showcasing his incredible physical prowess, Hercules said that this was why he had mentioned in his lecture the importance of muscles in creating a vessel from the body for the use of divine power. This meant that Hercules' true course was just beginning. In short, Seo-jun could now use divine power, but his body wasn't strong enough to withstand it. However, due to this enormous improvement, he completed Hercules' daily tasks much faster and still had some free time left. Therefore, he decided that now he would have the opportunity to enroll in another course, especially since the availability of funds allowed him to do so. However, as an option, he thought about also buying a miracle cure from the Transcendence store. He wondered if he had enough mana to constantly summon Gungnir. Then it would become a walking torpedo boat that demolished everything in its path from a safe distance. Additionally, the shop had several ways to replenish mana shortages. The choice was very difficult and made the guy think, and yet he made the right decision and would pursue a new path. Everything else aside, he was now unable to absorb all the elixir's energy. Although he has Merlin's course, it is more about understanding mana than generating it, and to absorb all the energy from the elixir, he needed to learn how to cultivate mana. He asked a mentor for help choosing a course, but he didn't expect a quick response, as they usually respond within a week or even longer. To his surprise, the mentor responded literally instantly, mentioned a lot of things, but did not explain what the difference is between stability and effectiveness of using magic. After comparing course prices, Seo-jun turned to So-yoon out of habit, putting her in a difficult situation. She was simply furious when she learned that he repeatedly needed money and demanded to be informed about the next competition. The academy director knew very well what values were involved. Her angry speech greatly repressed the strange student for not being able to tell him the whole truth. Then Yoon became really confused. She screamed and demanded to know where the huge sums of money went and why he was constantly asking for more. As it turned out, the courses he was interested in cost 10 billion won each, but he couldn't admit that was the reason he never had free money. To study even one of them, he needed to find another 500 million won. Then Yoon and his students sighed deeply, and the madman even admitted that he himself was about to go mad because of this race for money. Examining the documents, the director said that there would indeed be a competition in the near future. Upon hearing this, Seo-jun exclaimed with incredible interest about how much the reward would be. It turned out to be around 3 billion won, which was more than enough. However, as it turned out, not everything was so simple. The fact is that you can only participate in this competition as a team. To participate, the application must be submitted by a team composed of 3 students from the academy. Seo-jun was not happy with this news. At this point, only Kim So-jun and Lee Min-yul were students at Dream Academy. Seo-jun had been watching this guy all along and understood that even if they teamed up, Min-yul would do an excellent job in her role, but according to the rules, only 3 people could participate. When he said that he hoped that someone would suddenly appear and express a desire to enter his academy, So-yoon replied with a mischievous smile that they both understood that was impossible. Seo-jun thought hard about which students he had contacted before and who he could trust in the competition. Having remembered only a few people, the choice was obvious. Even though So-yeon was the most inexperienced among the other students, he would be happy to see her as the 3rd member. After that, he asked the principal what she thought about Soo-yeon, a student of evil doom, entering the academy. Hearing this, So-yoon was shocked, realizing that she would distract her training to participate in the team competition. It seemed to him that he had gone mad, planning to take the student away from evil doom, but So-jun was not going to stray from that path and said that he was forced to leave the academy for a while. Actually, So-yoon wasn't against it, but she didn't understand what the point of So-yeon going to the gym was. In response, Seo-jun said with a smile that the director could trust his decision, as it would not be just for the sake of the competition. Half an hour later, he found himself inside Evil Doom's mansion, where he was greeted by a kind butler who asked the visitor to wait until his master came out to receive him. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Seo-jun sighed heavily, as he couldn't even imagine that with just one phone call, he would be able to meet the hero of the great disaster. Before he had time to take a break on the road, the owner of this beautiful mansion came to him. Evil Doom looked very handsome, but he was leaning on a cane. He was genuinely surprised that it had only been a few days since they'd parted, and the promising young hunter had already expressed a desire to meet him. Sitting opposite, the old man said that although the young man had not expected the meeting to happen so soon, he was still happy to see him at any time. When Seo-jun asked about So-yeon's training, he cheerfully said with a gentle laugh that she had already immersed herself in the study of elemental magic. According to him, once she sets her mind to something, she won't let go until she achieves it. Hearing that she was already practicing elemental magic, Seo-jun jumped out of her chair in disbelief. It hadn't been more than 2 days since she became a student of evil doom. Such progress seemed unthinkable because they first studied mana-breathing techniques. The equally shocking news was that it took So-yeon less than a day to fully master mana, although it takes months. The old man himself was quite surprised, even admitting that it wasn't just surprise. He literally nearly fainted with joy at her talent. Evil Rock literally shone during this story, as he had an incredible second heir. He couldn't believe that this diamond in the rough So-yeon had been hidden from his sight all this time. He will dedicate all his time to the students, because it turned out to be a pleasure. When the question turned to the young man's reason for visiting, Seo-jun mentioned the Black Star's situation with some doubt. When the old man learned of the surveillance, he admitted with the same gentle laugh that he didn't know, and now understands that's why he couldn't escape the order. This was the first time he heard that the Black Star had his own student and was actually studying at So-yeon Academy. In response, Seo-jun explained that Mr. Dark Star is wary of the Order of Truth surveillance, so he even avoids his own disciple. Ultimately, Seo-jun decided to approach this issue from afar, so he boiled down the proposal to the fact that the Order of Truth is also watching Evil Doom, meaning that one day he will mark Su-yeon as one of his targets. No less dangerous was the possibility that the Order of Truth would attack the old man again, considering him still dangerous to their endeavors. Speaking of which, Seo-jun revealed the truth that if he, whom the Order cannot see, is involved in So-yeon's training, then it won't be so easy for the Order to get to the great magician's disciple. The reason why Seo-jun invited So-yeon to join the same academy as him was extremely clear. Furthermore, he insisted that although this would only shorten the training time with the student, it was still time for the old man to think about his own safety. In fact, since Su-yeon is Uncle Manchul's daughter, Seo-jun considers her his younger sister, so he wanted to offer the disaster hero a similar format without competition. After thinking about the situation, the old man said that if Mr. Dark Star also acted similarly, then he would be forced to consider the proposal as he did not have much time left. The positive response gave hope that the old man would agree to the conditions. In the end, he really didn't care. With confidence in the young and talented Dream Academy student, he advised her not to stay with him, at least for her own good. Furthermore, he believed this had another advantage. After all, gaining practical experience is also one of the most effective forms of training, so Jun ended up taking her to the gym that same day. Director Seo-yeon and student Lee Min-yul greeted her cheerfully near the entrance. Curious and overly friendly, Min-yul ran over saying he heard she was a student of Evil Doom. After these words, he almost revealed the truth about who his mentor was in a cheerful tone. Fortunately, Seo-jun managed to shut him up in time. He scolded him, saying that he had already warned him not to tell anyone about this. Despite his words, he himself introduced Lee Min-yul as a disciple of the Dark Star. Alongside the lively So-yeon, Seo-jun reintroduced her as a student of Evil Doom. Turning to Min-yul, he suddenly told her that she was still a high school student, so he shouldn't try to get in her way. In response, the shy So-yeon yelled disgruntledly that she would be graduating from school very soon, and therefore it was time to stop calling her a kid. After these words, all the presentations were concluded. Now, Kim Seo-jun and Lee Min-yoon weren't the only students at Dream Academy. They were officially joined by the diligent and very talented So-yeon. As soon as 3 students gathered at the gym, Seo-jun said that they would now participate in a team competition. This news was so sudden. Min-yul was overjoyed to hear it and shouted that it would be fun, while So-yeon wasn't sure she could handle it. Seo-jun assured her that there was still time before the competition, so she shouldn't worry too much. To confirm his words, Lee Min-yul said with joy on his face that Seo-jun is simply amazing, so he can take on all the work and maybe his efforts won't even be needed. The stronger student felt awkward because his companion had expressed the tacit truth. They were distracted from their conversations by So-yoon with a question about what their team name would be. The guys brainstormed what the name should be. They barely knew each other yet, so nothing in common came to mind. In a moment, all eyes turned to Seo-jun, and he, folding his hands in front of him, asked confusedly what they wanted from him. It turns out that everyone decided from the beginning that he would be the captain, so it was up to him to choose the appropriate name for the team. So-yoon was of the same opinion, as it was thanks to this student that they were able to assemble the minimum team to participate. Inside his head, a contest for original names started, although before he was only thinking about how to participate in the contest. He didn't think about the team name, but in that banal moment, he looked at the academy building. Everything was decided in seconds. Seo-jun suggested calling the team the Dream Team, and the guys, upon hearing this, beamed with happiness. Perhaps this name does have a meaning, but it will ward off enemies because of its boundless originality. Seo-yoon was very moved by the proposal and agreed to that name. His student was not only able to develop his own talent to such an extent that he became recognizable among humanity's greatest heroes, but even helped develop his dream academy. The next day, intense training for the upcoming competition began. Then Yoon couldn't say a word as the madness inside the building reached a new level. The Hunter Academy turned into an upside-down training room, where on one side the crazy Seo-jun sat and continued his supposed meditation. On the other side, Min-yul was flying and So-yeon was playing. After some time, preparations were completed, and talk began of raid battles, competitions organized not by the government or association, but by a private organization. More precisely, they are held with the support of large corporations for a very simple reason, all to recruit talented students. While there are professional hunters accustomed to acting alone, most hunters gather in guilds and operate in groups. Therefore, not only individual skills were assessed, but also teamwork. The hidden objective of the competition was to assess the hunter's potential. Naturally, the guild's next move will be to lure an interesting student to its side in advance, while they're still studying. As a result, large corporations have begun lobbying the government and the guild under the guise of sponsorship. Different channels smelled the money and all kinds of organizations came together and these competitions were born. Only first and second class academies can participate. In other words, raid battle competitions are for the elite, whose interests are focused on money. As soon as the participants began to appear at the competition building, those present began to whisper, seeing representatives of major hunter academies. The Gaon appeared first. They were extremely determined, as they sent Chong Shu, Park Yoon-jung, and Do Min-jun. This first-class team consisted of 3 students who were among the top 5 strongest. Seeing these 3 inside, the crowd began to go wild at the thought that Hunter Mill and Isle would surely send equally strong students. When the conversation turned to Hunter Mill, everyone hoped they would be lucky enough to see Lee Hyun in person, considered the most talented in the history of professional hunters. There are even rumors that she is a student of one of the 5 heroes. While the guys were discussing all sorts of ridiculous rumors about a truly worthy student of Hyun Academy, the gray horses of the Dream Team silently entered the building. Looking around at the people who paid them no attention, Lee Min-yul wondered why no one looked at her captain with surprise, who had also managed to acquire quite a bit of fame. In fact, Seo-jun was genuinely glad he hadn't attracted as much attention as his competitors. An hour later, it was time for the first round of raid battles. The task was to exterminate the 7-star monster Arachne, and the evaluation criteria was the speed of dungeon completion. The youngsters who witnessed the younger generation's success were, to say the least, unhappy. Among them, Lee Do-hyun, a B-rank hunter from the Aries Guild, couldn't fully express his reaction. Young teams from far from the most renowned academies left the competition one after another. Clutching his head, Lee Do-hyun wondered why so many teams had failed in the first round. His bald comrade suggested that the dungeon was incredibly difficult this time, likely due to Chung Jimin's recent research. Ultimately, Evil Doom's senior student conducted research on mutations, discovering them in real dungeons, and then introducing them into artificial dungeons for training. This was the reason why student teams failed one after another, never even reaching the finish line. Seeing the students leaving the tournament, Lee Do-hyun was already anticipating his boss's wrath, urging him to recruit more talented rookies. He had no choice but to look at the teams that would last the longest. Meanwhile, the first team to overcome the round emerged. Everyone was wondering who the tournament favorite was: Gaon, Hunter Mill, or Isle. They all entered at different times, so of course there will be a difference in progress, but not in the result. Gaon came first with a 30-minute result. Following them, the second team appeared, and most believed that it was the mages from Eel Hunter Academy who should have taken first place in this test. Everyone was shocked to learn that this time the successful completion belonged to the little-known Dream Academy, whose time turned out to be an incredible record, just 9 minutes and 34 seconds. It was hard to believe. The hunters thought it was impossible. They insisted that the equipment was probably broken or that there was a problem with the information displayed in the tabloid. The competition representative reassured the guild representatives, saying he would now clarify the information. A few minutes later, the man apologized, saying there had indeed been a mistake in the counting. His words reassured the guild representatives, as they understood that it was impossible for them to not only complete the task faster for the Gaon, but even set an unimaginable record. However, at one point they were so stunned that they couldn't utter a word for another minute, and all because, due to a malfunction of the measuring device, the countdown was delayed by a full 30 seconds, which meant that the guys cleared the dungeon in 9 minutes. The confused people did not believe these words and asked to double-check the information, but representatives of the tournament organization were confident in the result and reported that they would soon adjust the time in the tabloid. Madmen from a little-known academy dealt with the 7-star monster with incredible speed. In truth, that spider monster from the dungeon wasn't as formidable as it seemed, though it would be more accurate to say that he simply had no chance of a fair battle with Sojun. Having defeated the dungeon boss, the Dream Team captain was a bit confused, realizing that if the Transcendence Academy teacher, Arachne, discovered the monster's name, she would be horrified. In fact, the real Arachne is giving a lecture on the art of creative weaving. This wasn't the end yet, as there were still many small monsters that already trembled from just a single thrust of his spear. This matter could have been expedited with Gungnir's help, but Sojun wanted to save it for an emergency to conserve his mana reserves. The tiny spiders, offspring of the monster Arachne, used the same web, which boasts incredible strength and elasticity. This was undoubtedly the reason why many teams failed early in the test. But this was no problem for the Holy Spear, and with just one strike, Sojun was able to neutralize the threat. Having destroyed this thread spear, he advanced and dealt with most of the monsters with his own hands, and after him, the disciple of the Black Star demonstrated his incredible speed. The guys did a great job, and watching So-yeon was a real treat. Seo-jun and Mon-yul were amazing in defeating many monsters without much effort. Watching them, So-yeon couldn't stand aside and decided to demonstrate the results of her hard training. Although she had only managed to learn a few attack spells so far, it was enough to help the boys. Concentrating on her magic, the Evil Doom student created a magic circle beneath her, after which she cast a spell and shadowy wisps appeared from underground and followed the frightened monsters. Within a moment, the remains of the monsters were captured and crushed, and Seo-jun and Lee Min-yul praised her for her incredible magical talents. After the test, the boys returned to the waiting room, and along the way, Min-yul continued to pester the captain with praise and questions about where he learned such quick and dexterous movements. Seo-jun was embarrassed and asked his friend to be silent, but the sincere and friendly Min-yul continued his speech, saying that it was as if he was becoming a different person. Ignoring his words, the captain asked the Black Star disciple where all his arsenal had gone. He replied that he simply threw it away because the teacher said that he doesn't like to use everything because it's better to focus on what you have real talent for. This is how he abandoned his dual daggers, as well as his bow and arrows, to control the battle from a distance. With his swift movements, he could eventually become an incomparably dangerous and stealthy assassin. Seo-jun was surprised, as he didn't use a bow this time, though he kept it with him. After all, he had been protecting Su-yeon all along, but with a bow, he would have to keep his distance and then abandon the rest of the team members one by one. Then the younger sister's uncertain voice interrupted the conversation. She felt uncomfortable because of the oppressive atmosphere in the waiting room with everyone staring at her. It's no wonder this was due to the impressive results. As the Dream Team members took a closer look, those present recognized the winners of the Hunter Mill exam, Kim Seo-jun and Lee Manuel. Taking a few steps forward, Seo-jun looked into the eyes of the Gaon Academy representatives. The Dream Team captain couldn't understand why they were looking at him so much. Soon, the boys, disappointed with their participation in the tournament, turned around and went to a more secluded place. Seo-jun remembered that the guy who held a deep grudge against him was Jung-shi-woo, who they had met before. Lee Min-yul was so captivated by the attention from the students around him that he happily declared that people were finally starting to recognize them. Because of his tongue twitching, the captain clashed with him, and So-yeon, seeing the students' reaction to this dispute, shyly said that she was ashamed of them. The conversation was interrupted by students from Hunter Mill Academy. The captain of this elite educational institution literally radiated self-confidence, as he believed that the liveliness of those present in the waiting room was linked to his surprising result. However, after a moment, these three realized that no one cared about the outcome or the overall appearance. After them, representatives from Isle Academy entered the waiting room. Leon's team captain behaved more restrainedly, as he already understood that everyone had failed in the context of the Dream Team. During the second round, teams had to obtain a magic crystal from a dungeon within a limited time, and the judging criteria was speed. The Dream Team once again took first place, finishing in 4 minutes and 23 seconds. In the third round, they had to destroy the artificial monster Link Bell, and the judging criterion was again the estimated time for the attack. This time, the team succeeded in just 19 seconds, as So-jun aimed his spear Gungnir at the monster from the start. The fourth round was significantly different from all the previous ones. The monsters we had to face were the Draugr, which appeared in unlimited numbers. The task was to protect the magic crystal for as long as possible. It seems like the guys held out without any problems, but Lee Min-yul quickly ran out of arrows, while So-yeon was already at her limit as her magic reserves weren't big enough yet. The captain decided to advance, entrusting his comrade with the protection of the wizard and thinning the enemy ranks. The large number of Draugr they pursued were not serious enemies of the Dream Team captain. So-jun, even without using magical enhancements, dealt with not only the branches but also the Draugr cores themselves. He cut through them so easily as if they were made of tofu. Due to the fact that the monsters reappeared, it was simply impossible to get rid of them, but due to their efforts, their numbers were noticeably reduced. Going deeper into the dungeon, So-jun noticed a strange orb hovering in the air. It was impossible to see with his eyes, but Chiron's sense of touch clearly captured the strangeness of this object. Even without this, Seo-jun clearly sensed that we were talking about a massive accumulation of mana, which would certainly create these monsters. He didn't rule out the possibility that this could be the core that forms the artificial dungeon itself. Cutting down the cheeky dryads without even turning towards them, So-jun thought about how he could achieve this accumulation of mana. Without hesitation, he drew the spear Gungnir, for it always hits its target. Seo-jun decided to take a look once, so he threw the Gungnir into the core. To his surprise, the spear simply passed through the mysterious sphere, then cut through the air and fell to the ground. This was extremely unexpected, but it has now become clear that this mysterious object, which cannot be seen with the eyes, does not actually have a physical shell. Continuing to fight off the Dryad's endless attacks, he began to think that he might have been mistaken in thinking there was something there. However, he quickly dismissed that thought, realizing that Chiron's sense of touch always works perfectly, especially with the laws of his world. At one point, he realized he had another weapon in hand with which to attempt to destroy the mysterious sphere. His sacred spear, unlike Gungnir, still hid some effects, but it was clear it had capabilities in no way inferior to Gungnir. A crazy idea popped into this guy's head. A few minutes later, he was right in front of the manosphere, ready to attack. There was no risk in this, so he could try his luck once without fear of his comrades or the danger of the dryads. Meanwhile, the remaining strong teams continued to resist. Team Captain Leon had carefully worked on the team's chemistry, so they worked so well it was hard to believe they weren't hunters yet. They were already setting a historic record for this tournament, so they continued to hold on without experiencing any particular problems. With that, they managed to beat all other teams by a score of 45 minutes. As the emotionless captain advanced confidently, his crew rejoiced in the success of their flawless work. Since Captain Shu remained silent throughout, his comrades assumed this meant he was satisfied with the results. The captain himself firmly believed they had an excellent strategy in which they made no mistakes. They held out for twice as long as Hunter Mill and Isle, who had entered before them. They achieved the best result they could achieve to the limit of their capabilities. When Team Gion entered the waiting room, their attention was drawn to Team Dream's strange behavior. Lee Min-yul ultimately abandoned any idea of becoming team captain, and the confused So-yeon was constantly trying to figure out what had happened. The competitive academy guys remembered that the Dream Team had entered at the same time as them but left early. Based on this assumption, they thought they would win this time. Captain Shu believed his expectations were justified, and these incompetents simply got lucky. However, at the same moment, he was distracted by the shocked tone of his companion's voice, who was surprised by what was happening in the tabloid. He assumed there had been some error with the records. Looking at the tabloid, Shu was so shocked that his face was covered in cold sweat and he couldn't utter a word. His sentiments were shared by all the hunters present, who previously believed that the dungeon's magical core could not be destroyed, as it existed as matter without a physical body. Dream Academy's result was superior to the others, but the tabloid stated that its time could not be measured. Representatives from various guilds who came here to meet future hunters were surprised by what happened, because not even a month had passed since the end of the Hunter Mill training exam, and the students of Dream Academy had progressed so much in such a short time. Everyone understood that if this continued and after the exam, which was in a few months, they would enter the world of professional hunters, then in a few years they would make a big splash and rise above all hunters in Korea. Now everyone present considered it their duty to recruit the Dream Team guys, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, there was a tense atmosphere in the waiting room. On the other hand, Seo-jun didn't pay attention to this as he was trying to unravel the secret of his sacred spear. From the beginning, he assumed that the Holy Spear could have the effect of ignoring the mana shield, but Gungnir also had the same abilities, being unable to reach the dungeon core. Ultimately, to him, the Oppa spears were nothing more than large sticks with differences in level. Overall, he assumed that the Holy Spear might not be capable of such a thing. However, as soon as he attacked, the dungeon core was easily split into two pieces, similar to how the mana gauge was destroyed in the Hunter Mill training exam. Gungnir didn't work, but the sacred spear proved more effective. Based on this, Seo-jun suggested that this weapon's property was its ability to deal direct damage to the target. He still had to figure this out completely, but now he had even more clues. As Seo-jun pondered what his spear really was, the boys excitedly shared the final moments of the third round of the competition, when they were surprised by the Dryad's sudden disappearance. They couldn't fathom the idea that Seo-jun was capable of destroying the dungeon. Their conversations were suddenly interrupted by a question from a disgruntled student who asked what tricks the Dream Team captain used. It was Chong-shu who still couldn't bear it and couldn't survive with just a condemning look. The team behind him was extremely worried, and it was difficult to understand what exactly, their captain's behavior or some crazy result from the third stage. Most likely, Chong-shu wasn't paying attention to them, acting on his own impulse. Then June, surprised by his behavior, said he didn't understand what he was talking about. The team's determined captain, Guyon, responded that he would not stand idly by if the scammer continued to joke. Lee Manuel was the first to collapse and exploded, ready to tear the bold Guyon team captain to pieces. Seo Jun gently stopped him with his hand and asked if Chong Si-woo really believed there was room for cheating in the stage. Raising his voice slightly, Captain Shu let everyone present know that he had been closely following the conflict and that he did not think such a situation would be possible otherwise. In fact, he recognized that Kim Seo-jun had extraordinary abilities. He had already been informed of what happened in the Hunter Mill mock exam. But even so, he couldn't believe that the result couldn't be recorded in the fourth round. He believed that such a thing could only happen if Lee Ha-yun participated. Without waiting for an answer, Chong Shu simply turned and slowly began walking toward his worried team. He decided he was more surprised than he'd expected. He no longer believed Seo-jun could achieve such a result without trickery and compare to a true genius. As expected, the hot-tempered Lee Man-yul started shouting, wanting to deal with the one who spoke so ignorantly to his captain. But Seo-jun didn't allow him to make a mistake that would cause them to be disqualified. After this small conflict, the Black Star disciple couldn't recover his senses for a long time, and so Yeon unpleasantly asked him to behave more restrainedly because although this situation irritated everyone, it was worth thinking about the next step. She then asked the captain if victory was guaranteed after finishing first 4 rounds in a row. Everything turned out even easier than they expected. The competition turned out to be quite easy, but there was no need to worry, as they were only in it for the money. As soon as the Dream Team started walking towards the exit, they were stopped by a representative of the competition's organization, who began walking slowly towards them and awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. He was a little embarrassed to say what was happening, but after a few seconds of stuttering, he still said that his team had received a very interesting proposal. The guys asked what they were talking about, and it turned out that if they accepted the organizers' conditions, they would receive the entire 6.5 billion won that made up the prize fund. Upon learning that they could receive the entire prize fund, the guys immediately burst into joy. Not everything was so simple, because in exchange, there was a condition. They were worried that the boss would appear in the final round as a 9-star monster. Upon hearing this, the boys were horrified. But Seo-jun hurriedly grabbed them by the shoulders and told them there was no doubt about it. The organization's representative said there was no need to be horrified, although it went without saying that a monster created by magical technology was inferior to a real monster. But even so, the student's strength was not enough to capture it. It is precisely because this task is very serious for the students that the objective of the 5th round is not to catch the boss, but to test how the students attack the powerful monster and what resourcefulness they demonstrate during the battle. Seo Yeon and Manuel breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that the evaluation was formed precisely based on the overall indicators and the quality of the attacks carried out. The competition inspector continued, saying that the highest score is given to the team that will eliminate the boss. However, the raid battle is held once a year, and no team in history has been so successful. After these words, it was clear that the condition in question was the complete elimination of the 5th stage monster. The risk in this case was that if they failed, the Dream Team would be forced to forego the reward. If they simply refuse, they won't suffer any harm, as this is simply an attractive offer. The organizers have offered them to complete the 5th level according to the rules and receive a first-place reward if they refuse to completely destroy the artificial raid boss. It turns out that the inspector later admitted that the proposal hadn't actually come from the organizers. It became clear that, in this case, the 3 top academies were involved, likely because they were excited that the Dream Team had significantly lowered its results. Given Young Si-woo's recent reaction, it was logical to assume that other academies now believed that the Dream Team was indeed committing a foul. Reasoning this way, it eventually becomes clear that with this proposal they plan to destroy the Dream Team and restore the honor of the 3 best hunter academies. As expected, the decision depended solely on the captain, because with his strength, the entire team could not worry about facing any danger. The inspector himself said that if people are interested in knowing the organizer's opinion, then they are also eager for the Dream Team to accept this proposal. He then awkwardly admitted that there was no denying the tension in this attack battle. Seeing the obvious signs, Seo-jun understood that the organizers were simply being pressured by channels and sponsors from major hunter academies. Seo-jun was forced to deepen his thoughts. On the one hand, they could get 6.5 billion if they succeed, but if they fail, they'll simply walk away with nothing, despite now securing first place in the competition. With a mischievous smile, he asked if it was possible to present a counteroffer. Ultimately, the extremely greedy young man spoke about how dissatisfied he was with the prize fund. He asked the organizers to tell them they should add a little more of their own to bring the fund up to the 10 billion won mark so they could accept the offer. The Dream Team captain's audacity seemed unprecedented even to his members, as Seo-jun had never so blatantly crossed the line of reason before their eyes. Upon hearing such an amount, the inspector shouted in surprise that this was crazy. But Seo-jun calmly made it clear to him that with the current prize fund, they simply had no reason to accept offers, taking such huge risks. As an argument, he performed the manipulation with a confident look, saying that they already had 6.5 billion won in their pockets anyway. In reality, he desperately needed only 500 million, and if the prize fund were divided, it would be 2 billion won for each participant. The remaining 1.5 billion won't be enough for his ever-growing karma. But everything will change if the money suddenly increases to 10 billion. Thinking of this, a greedy smile appeared on the cheeky boy's face. If the organizers agree, he can also purchase a mana course and a large supply of elixirs. 10 billion would be a valuable enough prize to take the risk. Extending his hand to the stunned inspector, the self-assured manipulator and part-time money maniac asked if the organizers agreed to his conditions. Even so, they reached an agreement, and Seo-jun and the boys participated in a special event. In fact, the guild representatives had no idea the Dream Team would counteroffer. They had to shell out a lot of money, but the spectacle would be worth it. Now, the major academies understood that Seo-jun was no laughing matter, as he had managed to unravel the organizers' intentions. It seemed their intuition only worked in battle, and they didn't dare take such a risk. The fact that they did so spoke volumes about their self-confidence. Representatives of one of the hunter guilds, who had long sought to recruit members for their dream team, couldn't find a secluded spot where they wouldn't hear about the competition's favorites. Even they weren't sure the Dream Team would pull off the miracle again this time. And yet Lee Do-hyun surprised his comrade with his words, because for the first time in his life, he said that he didn't see anything impossible in it. The thing is, this stage will feature a monster far from the most difficult. We're talking about a revenant, a 9th-level monster. This is a type of undead that feels no pain and only dies after being killed twice. It seemed easy for only a B-rank hunter, but his companion urged him to reconsider, saying that for students, fighting a 9th-rank monster is pure madness. All that was left was to observe what was happening in the artificial dungeon. Passing through the rows of spectators, Lee Do-hyun paid little attention to the perplexed looks directed at the screen. The boys had already entered the dungeon, so he himself, although he had not reached his place, decided to see how the duel would begin. The atmosphere inside was unremarkable. Lee Min-yul, following the captain, asked him a strange question, suggesting that the spirit of money was connected to him. Then Yeon realized that although his older brother had always been eager for money, he wasn't as eager as he was now. In response to the conversation, Seo-jun asked them not to worry, as this was the last round for which they could receive up to 10 billion won. For such a sum, they had to work hard, so his words were very encouraging to the team. However, after a moment, the boys' mood changed drastically. They were confused when they felt a terrible energy slowly spreading throughout the dungeon. The rumors that their opponent would be a ghost turned out to be a lie. Lee Manuel and Seok, So-yeon suddenly showed horror on their faces, and cold sweat broke out on their skin. Even Seo-jun was surprised to see what a terrible monster they would have to face in this battle. The previously calm and confident Hunters Guild recruiter, Ares, dropped his coffee when he saw the monster on the screen. Everyone present was shocked because the one the Dream Team would have to fight was Draugr. They considered it absolutely crazy, as this monster has at least 10 stars. Worse still, it is famous for its killer difficulty level, not comparable to the previous monsters presented by the organizers. Lee Do-hyun was simply furious, shouting that recreating a mental-type monster was strictly prohibited. He couldn't believe this monster was on the testing list. The only thing anyone could think of was that the program had suffered some kind of unexpected glitch. Lee Do-hyun hurriedly left the spectator trumpet and headed to the artificial dungeon's control room. In fact, recreating a level 10 monster isn't that big of a problem, as the students won't be at risk of dying from damage caused by a monster created with magical technology. However, here the situation was different, because only in one case did a monster recreated by magical technology bring death. The Draugr uses mental attacks, which can cause severe brain damage to the competitors, as the mental damage is real. In the past, during a fatal incident, a similar 6-star monster was recreated, but now the finalist's opponent has turned out to be a mental-type monster with at least a 10-star rating. This isn't a level the students can handle. Unprepared for such a challenge, Lee Min-yul and So-yeon immediately succumbed to the influence of mental attacks from which they were not protected. Panic and deep despair settled in their souls, blinding them to the situation. It was impossible to escape these attacks, as the concept of range didn't apply to them. It was dangerous in every corner of the dungeon. All the spectators were sure that at this rate the Dream Team, made up of inexperienced students, would meet a terrible death. Rushing into the dungeon control room, which was already in chaos and panic, Lee Do-hyun shouted that they should immediately inform the participants that they must leave the testing area. The workers responded, confused, that they had already sent someone to the dungeons, but due to the overload, they couldn't reach them, and the connection was suddenly cut off. Hearing this, the hunter shouted and ordered them to immediately destroy the magic core or cut off the magic supply. When representatives of the organization began to mutter something about the cost of restoring the equipment, the hunter broke down and shouted in a threatening tone that they would be crazy to decide to abandon the children to certain death for the sake of just a few million. As expected, no one could argue with him, and the guys immediately began to destroy the magic core through hardware intervention. Lee Do-hyun, holding his head, began to wonder what research Jeon Jimin had used this time that caused the dungeon to fail so unexpectedly. Staring at the screen, the hunter suddenly froze in place. Something so shocking and unimaginable happened inside the dungeon that it made everyone freeze with their mouths open. Even the spectators, among whom were many experienced hunters, did not understand how this was possible. The terrifying mental-type monster, which only masters of the mental and spiritual arts can fight, also froze in place. Seo-jun proved to be incredibly resilient and seemed unaffected by the monster's power. Then Yeon and Min-yul were already lying on the ground unconscious, while their captain scratched his head with a strange look, not understanding what was happening. At one point, the monster's mental pressure increased and began to affect the Dream Team's captain. Doubts crept into his mind that his victorious path wouldn't last as long as he thought. The monster tried to suppress him by introducing the idea of uncertainty and the fact that he would not be able to face new challenges. Seo-jun, upon encountering such a monster for the first time, grabbed his head and then removed his hand with a confused expression, showing that he simply did not understand what was happening. The Draugr was simply shocked that his mental attack, which only masters of spiritual enlightenment could resist, had no effect on this guy. It turns out that at this time, Seo-jun began receiving messages about the progress of the Buddha's lecture. His comrades were unconscious, so he couldn't prolong the battle for much longer, fearing for their condition. Seo-jun rushed to attack with his spear, which cut through almost any object. Seeing him move so freely, the level 10 monster was horrified and began releasing even more magic to suppress the boy's mental state. This time, Seo-jun fell for another trick he couldn't imagine without the Transcendence Academy. Now he realized these weren't whispers from a real Draugr, but thoughts in his subconscious, dominated by worry about the Draugr. These were the seeds of anxiety and doubt he carried. However, After a moment, this whisper was interrupted. The voice of the speaker Buddha spoke words of hope so that his student would not limit himself in his consciousness. Coincidence always turns into connection, and connection ultimately turns into destiny. What we consider a series of accidents will ultimately turn out to be destiny. Inner doubts that clung to the concept of chance in the voice of a Draugr said that Seo-jun, as before, had not achieved anything alone, as all his success was the result of a chance encounter with the Academy of Transcendence. Seo-jun again began to sink into the abyss of despair, but his path continued to be illuminated by the Buddha's words, which now began to take on new meaning. He said that if a depressed person talks about the past and an anxious person about the future, then a peaceful person will talk about the present. The Buddha's teachings draw attention to the fact that sometimes you need to free your soul from the burden, so when the soul is in turmoil, it is worth accepting the existing reality. No matter what happens, we will always remain the same children of the universe as before. Our worries don't change this world. It's our worries that change the way we see this world. The words that we deserve to be in our place, even if we don't feel it, put Seo-jun in order, even despite the pressure from one of the strongest mental-type monsters. The Draugr continued to increase its pressure, and now Seo-jun's subconscious released doubts about his freedom, reducing everything to shameful luck, so he doesn't deserve the right to have what he has. In response, I remembered the Buddha's words that anyone who still remembers him probably believes he is a being who has attained all the peaks. Everyone will say this because they remember how majestic he was. However, in reality, even the Buddha is not made up of only these moments of greatness. In fact, every moment of life that we live gives us something and teaches us something. The great image remembered by the world is, in fact, just a tribute to what he received as he walked through his life. Of course, this applies to all people, and that is why Buddha insisted that if you do not accept a moment of life, then there will be nothing to give, because if there is nothing within you, then there will be nothing to share. Everything that fills us gives us the strength we need at the right time. This realization allowed Seo-jun to overcome the pressure the Draugr exerted on him. Now, he has managed to break through the prejudices and doubts that the monster had sown. Having regained his clear mind, Seo-jun ran forward, approaching the monster. The Draugr tried with all his might to resist, applying pressure to stop the boy. Every nerve cell in Seo-jun's body responded with a sharp sound, as if a current was running through it. However, after hearing the Buddha's talk, the seeds of anxiety and doubt that had once been firmly rooted in his soul finally withered. No other thought could shake him. Of course, this could be called true ataraxia. The progress of the lecture increased significantly, and the guy's mental strength increased significantly, so the Draugr was no longer dangerous to him. However, Seo-jun had to do everything he could to destroy this monster, as it still threatened his companions. Despite his exhaustion, just as he had fought a giant dryad, he once again drew on his divine power and advanced. It was too late for the monster to try to escape, but Seo-jun admitted that he ended up being the best teacher for him. Within a moment, the monster was pierced, and its body left the core. After that, a powerful mana energy was released, embodied in divine power. The dungeon broadcast was suddenly interrupted due to a flash of energy. No one could believe that an academy student was capable of not only withstanding mental attacks, but even dealing with a level 10 monster. The Draugr is one of the most menacing creatures that can be encountered in the dungeon. To be honest, none of the recruiters present at this competition could handle the mental attack of this monster. Furthermore, the Draugr is an incorporeal ghost, and physical attacks simply have no effect on it. This is why all 8 Draugr dungeons that appeared in Korea in the past were cleared only by the Soul Star, one of the 5 heroes. The most incredible thing about this situation was that everyone present saw Kim Seo-jun able to deal with the monster in one hit. Sighing heavily, Lee Do-hyun began to laugh out loud, saying that his guild wouldn't be able to put such an incredible hunter at their disposal. The waiting room of participants was no less shocked than the others. Most of those present were unaware of the Draugr's true danger, but Chong Shu, who knew the monster's mental type, was utterly shocked by what had happened. Furthermore, it is known that from rank 9 onwards, clearing becomes difficult not only for A rank, but even for S rank. Now the team captain began to doubt whether he should be compared to Lee Ha-yun. A cold sweat broke out on his face at the thought that Kim Seo-jun had achieved something that even the most talented hunter in the world probably couldn't. The protagonist of this competition could barely stay conscious. He leaned tremblingly on his spear, happy that at least this time he had not fainted like he had after the battle with the Dryad. Perhaps this is due to the progress made in Shakyamuni Buddha's course. During the entire 90 days of the free pass, progress increased by only 17%, while in this battle it surpassed the 31% mark. Draugr truly proved to be an excellent speaker. As soon as the monster's pressure stopped spreading throughout the dungeon, Lee Man-yul and Seok So-yeon, weakened by mental attacks, regained consciousness, not understanding what had happened before. Looking around, they realized that their caring captain had once again solved the problem himself. Supporting the weakened youth, the boys took him out of the dungeon. Seo-jun was about to fall asleep in his arms, but the bright light and noise around him made him open his eyes slightly. Dozens of representatives from large corporations were already rushing towards them, asking them to sign a contract according to which, after passing the hunter exam, they would join their organization on favorable terms. The boys were simply amazed at all the attention they received and began to think that it would be better if they returned to the dungeon again. Fortunately, at that moment, a representative of the competition organizers ran over and asked the intrusive recruiters to disperse, saying that the Dream Team had suffered a serious mental attack and first needed to rest. This time, they managed to escape the maddened crowd, each of whom suffered financial losses due to the students' refusals. A caring inspector led the children to the medical room. Excited by the terrible news, So-yoon immediately went to her students and, opening the door, shouted the name of the Dream Team captain. Seo-jun didn't expect her to come to them so quickly because the director has been very busy lately. So-yoon was very worried about his students' condition. Seo-jun replied that everything was fine, as they all escaped with little bloodshed. He was the only one who remained awake despite the severity of the battle. Lee Min-yul and Seok So-yeon went to sleep for a while, but they had already been examined and, as it turned out, were not seriously injured. Seeing Seo-yoon's look, Seo-jun didn't forget to repeat once again that he himself was completely fine, except for a slight discomfort. Hearing this, So-yoon breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't find a place for herself, thinking that this time something would definitely happen to So-jun. However, now she understood that he could no longer be considered an ordinary student, even though he hadn't yet confirmed his powers as a hunter with an exam, as expected. When the boy said he was still a little sick, he probably spoke too euphemistically, because when he tried to open the bottle, he accidentally tore it in two with a very stupid expression on his face. So-yeon believed she had foreseen his success from their first meeting, when she realized he was that very special student. She also had certain plans for him, but everything turned out even better than expected. She was sincerely happy that fate had brought her to this man. It seemed like they both achieved their goals with this collaboration. However, So-yeon, looking at her student, couldn't understand what kind of complex feeling was pressing down on her chest. Noticing her gaze, Seo-jun asked if she was okay. The excited girl replied with an awkward smile that everything was fine. It seems Chiron's intuition wasn't enough for Seo-jun to understand how this girl was feeling. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. A man in a formal suit entered the chamber and apologized at the outset for distracting the winners of the team competition. The gentleman who visited the Dream Team captain was the president of the Hunters Association himself. It turns out he immediately went to the event site as soon as news of the incident reached him. He was worried and decided to visit the competition site himself. Of course, we're talking about the appearance of a Draugr, which only a star spirit could face. Lee Taebum did not expect that at the center of the next crazy events, he would meet the same guy who once came to him with the Blue Dragon's sword, who all this time was the only user of the Holy Sword, because he did not entrust this weapon to anyone. Having received the report about the appearance of the Draugr, Mr. President was already mentally prepared for the fact that the entire Dream Team would die in battle. Now, seeing the boys in full health, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Lee Tabum looked at the Academy student with admiration, thinking that the Sword Saint probably valued this young man greatly. Besides, with him was Mr. Park Ming-chul's granddaughter, whom he cherished like the apple of his eye. Ms. So-yoon still didn't know how her student knew the president. Seo-jun once again found himself in an awkward situation due to his tricks, so he stammered and said that he lent this gentleman the Blue Dragon sword. Upon learning that Seo-jun had sold the Blue Dragon sword to the president of the Hunters Association, So-yoon began to look at him with a look of condemnation, realizing the madman had done it for money. Observing their behavior, Mr. Lee thought they must have a special relationship. The president mentioned the Sword Saint so often while observing the Dream Academy student that Mr. Park Ming-chul was already starting to suffer from the feeling that someone was mentioning him. Standing up, Seo-jun asked the chairman not to worry about his health conditions, as they were able to leave easily. After that, the student asked Mr. Lee what really happened during the competition. He wanted to know why the Draugr was recreated instead of the Revenant. Hearing the president's assumption, Seo-jun was shocked, as he said that the dungeon's magic core was overloaded. Cho Jimin was indeed involved in this, as she conducted research on the mutation, and the results of that research were applied for the first time in this competition. Based on this, Seo-jun thought that if suddenly the reason for the magic core overload was in the mutation research, then it turned out that the distortion can actually be created artificially. Even more terrifying was the subsequent logical conclusion that if a mutation could be artificially created in the form of a dungeon distortion, then the Great Calamity distortion could arise in the same way. After the story ended, the president once again apologized for what had happened and assured that he would take care to ensure it wouldn't happen again. More interesting were his words that not everything will be limited to mere words. Seo-jun was surprised by this, as he believed that given the president's reputation, this matter would simply be hushed up to avoid publicity. Lee Tabum asked if the Dream Team had any special requests. So-yoon looked at her student with a disapproving and intense look, realizing what that crazy guy was going to ask. In response, Seo-jun extended his hand forward, showing 3 fingers. Naturally, he offered to settle everything once and for all with 3 billion won. Mr. Lee Tabum agreed to the proposal without hesitation. Last time, it was exactly the same. He already knew Seo-jun loved money, but the association felt quite free financially. However, his reaction was a green light for the young man to display even greater boldness. Seo-jun added with a gleeful expression that he was actually talking about a 3 billion won refund for each member of his team. Lee Tabum was shocked that he had underestimated the petty manipulator's greed, but he couldn't refuse. At this point, the difficult raid battle finally came to an end. Hunter organizations couldn't remain the same after witnessing the skills of the Dream Team that easily defeated the elite of the top 3 academies. Thanks to the Draugr incident caused by the magic core explosion, the academy's fame soared. From guilds to common people, all of Korea was heatedly discussing the Dream Team and especially their captain, who proved that all their previous results were not false. The hype heroes themselves were not yet ready for such recognition. Lee Min-yul and Seok So-yeon felt they didn't deserve such a large reward, so they gave up most of their reward in favor of their captain, who, for some reason unknown to them, always needed large sums. Their action surprised So-jun greatly, as it seemed like fate had given her another gift. They had their own problems, so they didn't care at all about what was going on outside the academy. Walking slowly down the academy hallway, Seo-jun, who had received an incredible amount of money, was having trouble calculating which courses he would have enough money for. The total was a staggering 19 billion won, of which Soo-yeon and Min-yul would each receive only 3 billion. There was an indescribable joy on his face when he realized that there was only 4.5 billion left to raise to enroll in the course of the Great Sage equal to the heavens. In a good mood, he went to the Academy Director's office and asked how things were going regarding the institution's promotion in the rankings. It turned out that this time they had made it into the first league. When Seo-jun said that the 6th-level dungeons were now available to them, So-yoon felt uncomfortable, knowing what he was talking about. She was forced to inform that to visit such a dungeon, the student must be accompanied by a hunter of at least rank A. Seo-yoon seemed to be filled with guilt, as she was only a B-rank hunter, which meant they wouldn't be allowed to attack because of that. When the director started apologizing and lost his temper, Seo-jun started to panic and shouted that it was no big deal because she had actually done a lot for them, as without her help, he wouldn't have even been able to participate in the recent competition. After these words, he hurried out of the office so that So-yoon wouldn't feel even worse. He really regretted asking so rashly about how to raid high-level dungeons. It seemed like the money problem was almost solved, but now that the path to the 6th-level dungeons was closed, Seo-jun was forced to think again about how to earn extra money. As a result, he had a choice: wait a little longer until he accumulated the necessary 5 billion or listen to lectures on mana. Unsure of what to choose, Seo-jun decided to contact his mentor and wrote to him requesting a meeting. Before he had time to send the message, the speaker immediately jumped off the phone screen, startling the young man. The mentor began to rejoice at having managed to surprise the student, while Seo-jun clutched his heart, saying that it would be good if the mentor started using a different method to appear. It turns out, this was a way to entertain the mentor. Leaving aside details about his hobbies, the Transcendence Academy representative asked why Seo-jun wanted to see him. Having gone up to the roof to avoid attracting attention with his ridiculous conversations with the air, So-jun said he didn't know which lecture was best to start the training. The attentive mentor mysteriously said that the student's current level is probably already sufficient to implement a trick. Ultimately, he suggested trying to get a karma discount, as in that case, Seo-jun could enroll in both courses instead of choosing between them. Seo-jun was very interested in this offer, but he didn't know what a karma discount was. The mentor explained that a truly amazing event was happening right now, allowing the student to receive a discount on their calculated karma. It was the first time the guy heard that even at the Academia da Transcendencia, there are discount periods. Upon learning that he would get a discount of up to 100%, the shocked guy was paralyzed with his mouth open, as it was an incredible chance to enroll for free in the course of the Great Sage Equal to the Sky, which costs up to 27 billion. The impatient man began shouting that he wanted this discount immediately, but was instantly interrupted by an instructive click from the mentor. It turns out the guy who was offended by the teaching moment didn't just get that discount, he had to comply with the terms of the promotion. The karma discount was part of an event to support the Academy's excellent students. As the name suggests, this event will benefit those who achieve the highest scores on the practical transcendence exam. Hearing the mention of that terrible exam, Seo-jun remembered with horror how humiliating it was to take it. Now, your hopes of a discount began to fade before your eyes with the words that last time your results were worse than ever. And yet he pondered it still, because unlike last time, he could now use Hercules' airborne technique and divine power, and he had also made significant progress in Shakyamuni's ataraxia. Now he had no doubt that he would score more points than before. Even so, achieving grades that would qualify him as an excellent student still seemed an impossible task. Seeing the student's mood, the mentor realized he had probably misunderstood him or had expressed himself incorrectly. It turns out that these aren't particularly good students, but rather those who are showing a positive growth trend. Simply put, the main criterion was how much their scores had increased compared to the previous attempt, and the discount percentage would be directly dependent on the percentage increase. In short, if a student's grades improve by 50% this time, they can get a 50% discount. Regardless, organizers will base their grades on previous scores, so it's not necessary to get the highest score. Seo-jun was surprised because this meant he had to do better than last time. With his insane progress in such a short time, it felt like nothing. Flying overhead and blocking the sun, the mentor asked if the student would take the risk. He believed that at his current level, it was quite possible, as a 50% discount would be granted if he scored 15 points higher than last time. Seo-jun couldn't miss such a big chance, so he happily shouted that he agreed to take the risk. First, he prepared for the stage where he would have to fight the greedy dragon. To do so, he bought several gold bars, as before, listening to the lecturer's advice. Taught by experience, he remembered how to properly fight Fafnir. Meanwhile, 1,000,000,000 was debited from his account, because this time he had to pay for the mock exam. In fact, the loss of that money was the only risk he was exposed to by participating in the karma test. Within a moment, he began brainstorming, because he realized that if he could get a 100% discount, then he would have up to 22,000,000,000 left in his hands, which would allow him to additionally purchase lectures on mana, as well as a sufficient amount of elixirs. For this plan to work optimally, he needed to score 21 points, that is, 3 points in each of the 7 subjects. After realizing these details, Seo-jun began forming practice exam questions based on last year's assignments. The first discipline was combat power. Seo-jun expected the dragon of destruction, so as soon as the monster appeared, he prepared to distract the dragon. From the beginning, he began to move quickly to confuse the monster. As soon as the few seconds needed for the monster to appear passed, Seo-jun, without raising his head, threw forward a gold bar that should attract Fafnir's attention. After that, he wasted no time, drew his spear, and rushed to attack. Following the previous plan, he would take advantage of the moment when the dragon was distracted by the gold to climb onto its back and deliver a powerful blow using Hercules' divine power. However, after a moment he realized that the dragon had nothing to do with him throwing the ingot in its direction. Furthermore, the huge monster looked completely different from Fafnir, as, in addition to a different color, it had many heads. Looking closer at this monster, Seo-jun realized he had miscalculated. His face was covered in cold sweat, as his plans did not include a battle with the Hydra. At that moment, it was easier to believe that it was Fafnir who had gained several tons of weight and grown extra heads. Looking at his phone, which was in the hands of his mentor, Seo-jun, without paying attention to the monster's preparation for attack, he simply confirmed that his opponent was a Hydra. The cheerful mentor, expecting a series of interesting defeats for his student, encouraged him with words of faith and urged him not to give up. In response, Seo-jun cried out in panic at not having been warned that the tasks would change. A moment after that scream, he was destroyed by a Hydra attack and returned to the world. It turns out that the mentor was surprised that a Transcendence Academy student had taken this test, unaware that the practical tasks could not be repeated, as in this case, one could simply learn the answers in advance, rendering the exam useless. Now it became clear to him why the young man had bought a gold bar for the first stage. This effort was futile, so Seo-jun began searching for the Hydra's weak points. This monster's attacks were very dangerous, and the many heads of this aggressive lizard significantly increased the radius of its destruction. Every time the Hydra breathed, everything around it turned to dust. Seo-jun barely dodged the monster's first attack. Observing the terrible crushing power of the Hydra, he firmly decided that he would not give in and would score exactly 3 more points so as not to go mad. Airwalking, which he learned during one of the lectures, turned out to be the most useful skill in this battle. Only with its help could he avoid the dragon's furious long-range breath attacks. The mentor, watching him move through the air, was genuinely surprised that the student could so skillfully master this technique, which he had only recently advised him to study. All this time, Seo-jun could only dodge, because every time he thought about attacking, the Hydra would push forward one of its heads, which was ready for a breath of poisonous fire. Another incinerating attack nearly hit the student. Seo-jun miraculously managed to escape the end of the attempt. He escaped with only a minor injury to his hand. However, as it turned out, this minor injury was enough to incapacitate him. At one point, he grabbed his injured shoulder and began to scream in pain, although it seemed like the injury was nothing serious. The wound turned out to be so painful that he couldn't bear it, and it was more like a kind of mental attack. As a result, Seo-jun was unable to handle the pain, and the attempt again ended in failure. He was so shocked by what had happened that he didn't even know how to answer his mentor's question about whether the Hydra's wounds actually hurt. With a strange laugh, the mentor explained that the Hydra's venom is very painful to bear, and because of its venom, This monster is one of the highest-level demonic beasts. Seo-jun didn't even know how to describe the pain, as it was the first time he had felt such terrible despair. Now he looked at the situation from ancient Greek mythology from another perspective, when Chiron was poisoned by the Hydra's venom. Even the transcendent could not bear the pain and begged to be killed, renouncing immortality. He recounted this in lectures and said he never wanted to experience that horror again. Although nothing significant was achieved at this stage, Zhang Sanfeng's Skywalk course made slight progress and reached 22% mastery. Although this Hydra ordeal was terrible and painful, Seo-jun knew that if this continued, he would not only get a discount, but also practice, making great progress in several lectures. However, his inspiration faded the moment the system prompted him to try his luck again, using one more attempt at the combat power stage. With tears in his eyes, he asked his mentor if he could finish at this point. He could indeed have refused to continue the test with the Hydra, but in this case, even the mentor was unsure whether he could get the necessary number of points to receive a karma discount. Despite the fear of the unbearable pain of the Hydra's venom, Seo-jun again tried to pass the stage. This time he decided to approach the task wisely, so instead of trying futilely to avoid taking damage, he tried to attack from the start. Since this task is a combat-based task, it stands to reason that points can only be increased by dealing decent damage to the Hydra. The easiest way to do this would be to use the Gungnir spear, which allows for long-range attacks. Seo-jun decided not to waste time and filled the weapon with mana before throwing the spear at the target. Fortunately, now his strength was enough to destroy the monster's head with one blow. Seo-jun was happy with his success, mistakenly thinking that he now had a chance to deal with the monster. However, the bitter truth did not spare him because in a moment, the destroyed head regenerated itself almost from a state of complete absence. Seo-jun had no idea what to do in this case, so he simply accepted the fact that he had failed again. Once outside, he began to sway on the ground again, his body trembling at the knowledge that he was simply powerless against such a monster. Things were incredibly dire, because now he couldn't get any results, even though last time he received 4 points for piercing Fafnir's body with a holy spear once. He didn't know exactly how the points were awarded, but if the criterion was the effectiveness of the strike, then it was very vague, because no matter how many heads he took off, they were constantly regenerating, and there was a possibility that this would bring no result. The young man's mood improved a little as soon as his mentor reminded him that in difficult times he could attend an explanatory lecture from the Academy's professors. It turns out there was a nuance to this too, as attending a lecture deducts points for the stage. The advisor asked him not to be upset, because despite the reduced grade, he could still achieve a high grade, relying on the knowledge gained from the lectures. With tears in his eyes, Seo-jun gritted his teeth as he faced a difficult choice. Even so, he decided to move forward without explanatory lectures, drawing conclusions based solely on his mistakes. As the frightened boy tried to do something against the demonic monster, the cheerful mentor danced nearby, encouraging his team. Seo-jun, having difficulty dodging the Hydra's deadly attacks, was not satisfied with his mentor's behavior, and yet he continued to try to do at least something. The next stage ended in failure, like all the other attempts. The longest time he spent fighting a Hydra was 1 minute and 25 seconds. The first subject exam was over, and scoring began. Seo-jun, staring at his phone, begged fate to play along with him and give him a good result. Luckily, he scored 9 points, double his score from the last time he took the practice exam. Even his mentor was surprised and said that Seo-jun transforms into a completely different person every time they meet again. The student began to feel embarrassed by his praise, as the mentor considered the speed of his progress simply incredible, incomparable to any other student he had seen. Indeed, the fact that he had mastered the technique of movement and divine power seemed unimaginable. And yet the mentor was unable to put him in a good mood, so he realized that although the student uses these skills, their level is the saddest he has ever seen. Still, Seo-jun was grateful to his mentor for at least being honest when he told him such a bitter truth. Regardless, Seo-jun earned a serious promotion in the first round. With a happy expression on his face, he said that if he continues at the same pace, despite the difficulties, he will certainly succeed. 9 days later, his mood changed a lot. Looking at his stats, he fell to his knees and declared with a devastated look that it was all over. What made him feel so desperate? Subsequent tests revealed no gifts. The second discipline pleased him, the first stage, in which, instead of the incarnation of the Atlantean, he had to hold the heavens for a whole hour. As the serene atlas sped away like golden apples, Seo-jun was left alone each time with an unimaginable burden on his shoulders. His endurance discipline showed insufficient progress, and he received only 2 bonus points. The third discipline, which concerned adaptability, met its first level in the form of a staring contest with the incarnation of Argus. This creature, with many eyes all over its body, seemed simply invincible. And again, he did not succeed in the subject. And the difference with the previous result was again 2 points, which was still not enough. The fourth discipline concerned mana. During the first level of the test, he had to resist the Archelich's mana absorption for the allotted time. As expected, at this stage, he literally lost all his mana reserves in an instant. Seeing the undead's disappointment, Seo-jun absurdly stated that he hadn't yet completed the mana course. Because of this oversight, he only managed to score half a point more than last time. All of the previous stages, except the first, proved to be a complete failure. Up to this point, Seo-jun had managed to increase his total by 9 points and was still 11 points shy of the required 20. Hopefully, he asked the mentor if he could get at least some kind of discount if he couldn't increase his score by 50% compared to his previous result. It turns out that if he doesn't pass the 50% mark, he will be left with nothing, as he will only lose the billion he spent on admission to the training exam. With a dark look, he pressed the button again to start a new stage, and the mentor, watching this, burned with interest in what success the incompetent would have this time. The fifth discipline was mental strength. The first level was enjoying Archelich's requiem for 30 minutes. Seeing the young man before him, Archelich asked him not to disappoint him this time. Seo-jun was extremely serious because he needed to score as many points as possible during the test. Summoning all his will, he did something that would strike even the greatest undead. Archelich couldn't even imagine that this incompetent man would be able to surprise him after disgracing himself in a test of mana. After completing the first stage, Seo-jun breathed a sigh of relief. Last time, he'd also had no problems on the first stage, so he prepared himself for the fact that it wouldn't be so easy later on. In the second stage, everything became much more serious. In 1 hour, he had to drive away the demon from the 9th circle of hell that had invaded his consciousness and begun to sow thoughts that it was practically impossible to get rid of him. Although the terrifying spirit was going to make this guy its puppet, at least during the training exam, Seo-jun miraculously managed to get him out of his head by slapping his ear and proudly saying that he wasn't interested in it. Shaking the mental spirit from his ear as if it were water, Seo-jun moved on to the next stage, where his task was to free himself from the spell of the beauty goddess Aphrodite. Her appearance drove both people and gods mad. It seemed impossible to resist such beauty. However, the ridiculous boy defended himself, not even realizing she was seducing him. Seeing Aphrodite in front of him, he called her aunt and asked if she was cold in such revealing clothes. After these words, the third stage ended instantly, and Seo-jun faced the mentor, whose facial expression showed true shock at what he saw. Seo-jun didn't understand why he was so surprised, so he replied that all the previous tests were quite tolerable. The fourth level of discipline concerned the screams of the hell martyrs Avicii, which had to be endured for 30 minutes. Surrounded by unfortunate souls, Seo-jun felt their touch and their plaintive cry that he was the one who made them like this, so he must take responsibility and surrender. The young man's confused gaze collided with the souls who tried to impose on him the idea that what happened in hell was his fault. It turns out that his confusion was due to sincerity, which is why he even replied to the dead souls that he was actually seeing them for the first time and therefore could not be associated with their sins. When he began to wonder how they knew him, the souls began to remain strangely silent, because for the first time they saw such a strange option to avoid the mental pressure of the screams of hell. After a stupid question, Seo-jun came back to reality, having overcome another stage. The mentor, watching from the sidelines, was so surprised that he wanted to hear the young man's explanation. Seo-jun immediately went to test the demon king Mephistopheles. This time, he had to resist the temptation of the 7 deadly sins. The first was fornication. He was offered a trip to the hell of adultery, which would allow him to fulfill all his most intimate fantasies. Having easily overcome the first sin, Seo-jun faced a more serious challenge regarding greed. He barely avoided falling into the hell of greed, where he could acquire an unlimited amount of money, because there was no shortage of it. The next sin of gluttony wasn't something Seo-jun abused during his life, so it was easy to deal with. The hell of laziness, where even angels can't contain their happy smiles, attracted the mentor more than Seo-jun. And yet I had to try to keep my cool. A hell of rage, where he could torture those who bullied him as much as he wanted, was foreign to Seo-jun. Mephistopheles could only mock his former boss and some bully, but Seo-jun never held grudges against others and followed his own path. The hell of envy offered him compensation for what he had previously been unable to receive. First and foremost, it concerned his family and a peaceful life, so this place was much more difficult than all the others. With incredible difficulty, Seo-jun somehow managed to resist this sin and only had to endure a little longer to reach a new level of testing. The last was the sin of pride. Finding himself in the hell of pride, Seo-jun smiled in panic with cold sweat on his face, realizing that this was really dangerous. As a result, he found himself screaming again in reality, because the sin of pride turned out to be something he succumbed to. For the first time in this subject, he made a mistake, but he wasn't going to give up. Seo-jun admitted that, unlike previous levels of discipline, it was much harder to resist the 7 sins. Even so, he didn't give up and decided to see it through to the end. Ultimately, he tried every attempt to pass this level, but he could not resist the temptation of the hell of pride. Despite his sad expression, the mentor was surprised by the student's success and wanted to know how he managed to last until the 5th stage. Seo-jun again said it was tolerable because he has very good ataraxia skills. Sighing heavily, the mentor replied that he couldn't believe he had actually managed to improve his ataraxia so much in such a short time. He was simply shocked to learn that Seo-jun had managed to increase his level by 16% since their last meeting. However, the mentor didn't know that his student nearly died after being forced to fight a terrifying mental-type spirit during a team competition. He even wanted to make sure that it really wasn't a lie, so he snatched the phone from the student's hands to see the real result with his own eyes. It turns out this was the first time he had seen something like this, and he even doubted the reliability of the website's data. Seeing the progress of Hercules' lecture, he even thought it was some kind of joke. Seo-jun justified himself by saying he was just lucky, but the mentor couldn't understand how lucky he had to be to improve his progress to such an extent. When the student said the expression on his mentor's face offended him, he aroused the ire of a transcendental boy and began shouting in panic about how it was literally impossible to make such progress. Most of all, he was shocked by the speaker Shakyamuni's result. To every question his mentor asked him, Seo-jun replied that it was a matter of luck. Snatching the phone from his mentor, he discovered he'd received an impressive 23 points in the mental toughness class, 13 more than his previous score. A few days later, he received his overall score. He managed to not only surpass the 50% mark, but also obtain an 80% discount. Now he could follow the course of a great sage equal to the heavens, acquiring access at a relatively affordable price. With a heavy heart, Seo-jun thanked fate for having managed to significantly improve his ataraxia thanks to a series of unfortunate mental challenges. If he hadn't had this level of ataraxia, he wouldn't have received karmic discounts. The mentor still couldn't gather his wits after learning how enormously this student had made progress. Seo-jun distracted him with a question, so he calmed down for a moment and looked at the talented student. Seo-jun was curious to know how many points he needed to achieve a satisfactory score. It turns out that to achieve a satisfactory score, he needed to score 60 or more points in each subject, but if the total score exceeded the threshold and at least one subject was below 60, then the score was considered a failure. Seo-jun, realizing that even his overall score was far from 60, still asked how much he needed to reach the passing score. The mentor thought for a bit and then said that it actually depends on the exam, but normally a score of 90 points is considered transcendent. In total, to obtain a transcendental result, it is necessary to obtain up to 630 marks in the main exam. Seo-jun was still a long way off, as his maximum was only 52 points. Putting these concerns aside, he returned to considering the electives. He was certain he should enroll in the Great Sage's course immediately, but he hadn't yet decided which mana course would be most useful. Suddenly, he realized that among the Great Sage's lectures, there was something more interesting about the fundamentals of staff and spear use. He was invited to learn the techniques of the staff of the stars of the sky and the moon. Considering the 80% discount, Seo-jun expected the price to be reasonable. When he decided to check the price, the system displayed an error as to enroll in this course. He needed to study the fundamentals of the Great Sage. Scratching the back of his neck awkwardly, Seo-jun admitted his mistake. The trick hadn't worked, so he returned to the available course. Essential property items that previously cost up to 27 billion won were now available for just 5.5 billion won. The discount was simply incredible, and so Jun hoped the price of this course would truly be justified. When he bought and launched the lecture, the same image of mountains appeared on his screen for several minutes, so he thought the lecture had simply frozen. The student began tapping his phone nervously, hoping this wasn't why he'd paid 5 billion. Immediately after applying this technically competent solution, part of the speaker's face appeared on his screen, smiling, apologizing for the delay. Seo-jun was simply delighted to see the Great Sage again. The smiling, sincere man apologized again for being late, saying that the Tripitaka monk had called him suddenly and he had to leave. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he began muttering that the monk couldn't do anything alone and was always annoying him. Even though the speaker was off-topic, Seo-jun was still very happy to hear and see the great heaven-equal master who was one of the first to initiate him into the transcendental teachings. Returning to the topic at hand, the great sage recalled that in the last lecture he had already explained interception, blocking, and thrusting. Since the student had mastered these 3 spear stances, the lecturer wanted to suggest moving on to the art of wielding. But with a thoughtful look, he suddenly changed the teaching plan. Sighing, he said mockingly that one of the students had probably already forgotten what the 3 stances for using a spear were. The Grandmaster was about to demonstrate his skills again, and Seo-jun held his breath in anticipation of such an incredible spectacle. First, he demonstrated a block, which is a thrust from the inside out. A single block had such crushing power that the surrounding mountainous area turned into a plateau. Seo-jun was mad about the sage's power. The second was the interception, which is twisting the spear inwards after advancing. Once again, this movement was so powerful that it destroyed the top of the mountain that was in the path of the energy that the great sage was emitting. With an animalistic look, the wise man said that the last thing is a hole. When delivering the blow, he stated that when piercing, one must pierce the target directly, aiming at one point. After demonstrating the fundamentals of wielding a staff and a spear, he destroyed an entire mountain. These 3 stances are an integral part of other martial arts, which include a spear and a staff. The lecture ended with the student being tasked with mastering the block in the next class. The tasks turned out to be very interesting in their madness, as the student was forced to repeat the block 1,000 times a day, according to the method of the great sage equal to the sky. At that point, the mentor reminded him that while the initial courses included basic theoretical lessons, from the intermediate courses onward, students begin to study directly transcendental subjects, which is why their karma becomes so valuable. What was significant about the differences was that the level of study had changed significantly. It would be easier to understand what we were talking about if we experienced it in person, so Jun drew his spear and took a few steps to the middle of the room to repeat the exercise. The level of this technique has increased significantly, but the execution itself has not differed, so the movements turned out to be extremely smooth and clear. Without investing any mana, Seo-jun performed a block to see if it worked or not. However, as soon as the tip of his spear reached its final point, Seo-jun saw a massive amount of energy being released. He unconsciously released a large amount of mana. Just a moment later, the area around him began to crumble under the pressure of the force caused by executing the transcendent level blocking stance. Looking around at the destruction, Seo-jun couldn't believe this actually happened. Having flown closer to him, the cheerful mentor repeated his words that the transcendental teachings are of a completely different level compared to the introductory course. As Seo-jun developed his skills, the whole world was talking about his incredible abilities, which is why representatives from Korea's 3 biggest academies were forced to gather. Representatives Isle, Gaon, and Huntermeal gathered in one place to discuss a plan to regain their authority. Seo Jin-hyun, who initiated the meeting, looked very tense. From the beginning, he said that recently the prestige of his 3 academies has fallen below nothing, which it is. When he mentioned that lately in the community his gym has been considered mediocre compared to his dream gym, Lee Jin-sung replied dissatisfied that he had no idea what to do and that it would be a very cruel act to frame Kim Seo-jun. When the Hunter Mill representative clarified that he didn't want to set him up, but simply undermine his authority a bit, the blonde Gaon angrily shouted that his comrade must have lost his mind as he punched the young man, who was covered by the sword saint himself. Cha Hee-won completely agreed with him, saying that if they made a single mistake, not only would they lose their minds, but their academies would also be devastated. Rising from the table, the Gaon Guild representative said he would pretend he hadn't heard the proposal. Cha Hee-won also didn't want to get involved in a dangerous situation, so she politely announced that she would also leave. It seems the Hunter Mill madman was ready for this. When he mentioned that he would settle the situation with a friendly match, the guys stopped and looked around. Mrs. Cha was horrified to realize that he was going to use his main weapon, sending Lee Ha-yoon, an unsurpassed genius, to participate. Anticipating his victory, the proud Seo Jin-hyun asked what the academy representatives thought about it. Returning to Seo-jun, he still couldn't recover from seeing the destructive power of the great sage's block. Immediately after performing this stance, he fell to the ground. He felt a sense of exhaustion, as if he had released some of his divine power. This had indeed taken a lot of magical energy, though Seo-jun hadn't intended for this blow to be so serious. The mentor explained that this was to be expected because, after all, the path of the great sage equal to the heavens is a mid-level one. Considering that Seo-jun began his training after completing the Divine Power course and other related courses, this was not surprising. And yet now, Seo-jun started to regret buying this course, thinking it wasn't a good idea to immediately sign up for a high-level lecture. The mentor replied that in a sense he was right, because it was not for nothing that the academy created an order in the study of its program. It was clear that the daily task the sage demanded was practically impossible, because at that moment, Seo-jun could not even dream of 1,000 repetitions, as his maximum was 12 repetitions of the blocking stance. Noticing the look on his student's face, the mentor urged him not to be upset. After all, if studying this course were truly impossible, he would have insisted in advance that Seo-jun take the easy route. In this situation, there was another way to progress, perfect for such a talented student. The mentor asked if Seo-jun had ever considered taking mana courses at the same time. The proposal was logical, and given the high percentage of progress in divine power, combined with the lectures on mana, success according to the great sage's lecture seemed quite feasible. Seo-jun tidied up the place and put back the benches scattered around the area due to his last mission. Returning to the question of choosing the lecture, Seo-jun recalled the mentor's words that if you choose stability, then this is Master Naigong's training, and if efficiency is the technique of mana, that is, of the aura. The mentor suggested that he choose according to his preferences. To make the task easier, He advised listening to an experimental lecture. Seo-jun decided to look into the accumulation of Nagong, also known as vessel capacity expansion. By this ship, swordsman Lu Dongbin meant Dantang. Dantan reflects the most important areas of the body of martial artists, and since ancient times it has been customary to distinguish three main areas. Naturally, we were talking about the upper, middle, and lower Dantian. First, the speaker mentioned that the upper Dantian reflects the adept's spiritual life, allowing one to learn the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism through contemplation. Simply put, it is the ultimate vessel that ascends to the world of transcendence. He called the practice of mana the process of sublimating the Shen spirit and returning it to emptiness, which is the last stage of spiritual contemplation when the being returns to its origins. Everything related to the upper Dantian seemed so complicated that the guy himself had trouble understanding what was being said. And yet, the lecturer said that in this course they will not study the upper Dantian. The amazing thing was that even though Seo-jun didn't know what the speaker was talking about, he intuitively understood what he was talking about. This was likely due to the Merlin course he completed, which gave him an S-rank insight skill. Thinking about the speaker's words, Seo-jun came to the conclusion that the Niwan Palace refers to the human brain, meaning that the upper Dantian is the region of the mind. Based on this, the middle Dantian is the heart and lower abdomen. Summarizing the results of Lu Dongbin's lecture, Seo-jun decided that Nagong's effectiveness in the middle Dantian is lower, but it is easier to accumulate. At that moment, he remembered his mentor's words about breathing techniques being characterized by stability and the effectiveness of mana control techniques. And yet, something seemed off here. With this thought in mind, Seo-jun considered Siegfried's experimental lecture, which discussed the seething dragon power that can be obtained through the dragon's aura. However, after considering his student's feedback, he was so confused that he had to consult a mentor. Seo-jun wanted to know if he could study both mana lectures at the same time, both in terms of efficiency and stability. Hearing this question, the mentor was a little confused, not understanding what that strange boy meant. Then Jun explained that based on speaker Lu Dongbin's explanation, upper Nagong is the area of the mind, which means that Shakyamuni's ataraxia is responsible for the upper Dantian. Ataraxia is a mandatory subject of study in the process of cognition of transcendence. It can even be said that all transcendents have tempered the upper Dantian with Shakyamuni's ataraxia. Based on this, when choosing a mana course, the master utilizes two Dantians simultaneously. Seo-jun wondered if it would be possible to use all three zones simultaneously. Hearing his question, the mentor was a little confused, as he wasn't sure if that was possible. He hesitantly replied that he didn't really understand the intricacies of the courses and was afraid to answer that question. At that very moment, Seo-jun realized that his Merlin course progress had suddenly increased by an impressive 16%. Now he was certain his theory was valid. When he asked the mentor if other students had mentioned a similar approach, he replied that they simply chose one of the two that they liked best. Seo-jun was the first to demonstrate such a thirst for knowledge. His mentor had never heard of such a thing, so he assumed it was simply impossible. Even so, the student wanted him to try to clarify his theory with the lecturers. He himself was unable to find out more because despite having access to the community, he did not have the right to leave the posts due to an inexplicable error. Still, it would be better to ask the relevant professors than the students. Seeing the lecturer's confused look, as if he'd rather avoid the question, Seo-jun assumed it was about money. Remembering that students could ask questions during the lecture, he still forced his little assistant to deal with this matter. Returning to the academy, Seo-jun thought it would be great to study two subjects at the same time. But on the other hand, he realized that purchasing courses and elixirs would entail significant costs, which would lead him back to bankruptcy and the urgent need to find new income. Before making a decision, he decided to think it over carefully and wait for Medtner's return. When Seo-jun returned, he saw that So-yun was not alone this time. Upon seeing the student, she said he had arrived just in time. The three hunters standing beside her were unfamiliar to him. Then Yoon said with a gentle smile that representatives from Hunter Mill, Isle, and Gayon had come to visit them. Seo Jin-yoon and Cha Hyun greeted the amazing Dream Team student with fake, kind smiles. Lee Jin-sung, who had previously shown a less friendly expression, greeted him separately from the others. Seo-jun didn't even know how to react to their appearance, so he first asked what had brought representatives from Korea's 3 major academies to his modest educational institution. That's how he learned about the friendly. Seo Jin-hyun said it was an unofficial competition between the 3 strongest academies. He noted that under the current circumstances, Dream Academy had the right to join them on equal terms. A representative of Isle Academy expressed hope that the captain of the Dream Team will light up the friendly with his presence. When he looked at So-yoon to ask her opinion, she said she wasn't against a friendly meeting, but the decision would be up to her students. As expected, the only thing Seo-jun was interested in was the cash prize. Unfortunately, a representative from Hunter Mill Academy responded that there were no prizes. Hearing this, Seo-jun was disillusioned by the suspicious event and feigned kindness. When the honored guests saw her reaction, Lady Cha explained that this was just a friendly meeting, and its sole purpose was to cultivate the desire for improvement through duels between geniuses. Turning to Seo-yoon, Seo-jun asked if his participation would benefit Dream Academy in any way. The director teased him, saying she didn't see much significance in it, as it was an unofficial event. The final decision hinged on what Seo-jun would say. Representatives from major academies doubted he would pass up such an opportunity. Despite this, he suddenly turned around and said he refused to participate. The academy representatives were stunned by his sudden response, and Ms. Cha began following him, saying this was an opportunity to exchange experiences with geniuses like him. What Academy Representative Isle called a great opportunity was nothing more than a waste of time for Seo-jun. He replied that he didn't care, as winning wouldn't bring him anything. The obsessive people who pursued their own goals became so annoying that they continued to follow Seo-jun, trying to persuade him to participate. Seeing Lee Min-yul in front of him, the team captain realized that this was a great opportunity to shift all the responsibility onto him. To distract him from training, he asked if he would like to participate in a friendly meeting with representatives from major gyms. Lee Min-yul understood that Seo-jun was too busy to waste time on this, so he replied that he didn't mind. Seeing the disappointment in the academy representative's eyes, Min-yul also played along with the team captain, saying that he could agree as he just wanted to test the new technique, which would hardly work on Kim Seo-jun. Hearing this, Seo-jun took his leave of the gyms, saying that Min-yul would go in his place. The excited men began to panic, thinking they would miss their target, so they continued to chase after him, begging him to wait. After a brief conversation, they found out why Kim Seo-jun was participating in the competition. Even so, he admitted that he was only interested in a friendly match if they offered a reward of 6 billion won. The amount was serious even for hunters, and the guys had no idea he was so rich in money. Ms. Cha said they had no choice but to seek the 6 billion won, because if Kim Seo-jun refused to participate, the meeting itself would be meaningless. The original purpose of this competition was to undermine her authority as the invincible student. And yet, Isle's representative could not recover from such unprecedented audacity because it was the first time she had heard anyone propose awarding a reward for a friendly encounter. In fact, Seo-jun wasn't happy about needing money either. He was already driving himself crazy with the constant pursuit of income, so he had no choice but to seek profit in everything. After a brief conversation with his classmates, Mr. Seo Jin-hyun apologized for the wait and went over to the guys from Dream Academy. Seeing that the Hunter Mill Academy representative had regained his former self-confidence, Seo-jun assumed that the differences of opinion between the 3 major academies had finally been resolved. Seo Jin-hyun replied that it was nothing and that the Dream Team had nothing to worry about. Trying to hide his true intentions, he called his speech frank and said they wanted to have a friendly meeting with the captain of the Dream Team, hoping that by competing with him, his students would curb their arrogance and awaken their desire for self-improvement. He admitted that the conditions demanded by Kim So-jun were so unexpected that they were caught off guard. Even so, they took the situation into account and appointed a reward for a friendly match. However, even so, they would not lose control of the situation. Seo Jin-hyun said his gyms will impose several conditions. The Dream Team, smelling the money that so attracts their captain, agreed to participate in a friendly tournament, not knowing what tricks their miscreants had prepared. All participants began to focus on intense training to appear in the best shape for the tournament. Then Yeon, who continued to hone his skills in basic magic, communicated with his mentor using a spatial spell. In turn, Min-yul, who was unable to contact his mentor, continued to hone his skills through hard work and studying the teacher's manuals. Seo-jun was happy to see how much his teammates' skills were improving. Concealing his presence, Min-yul easily destroyed over a dozen targets without being noticed. The dedication of the guys was simply incredible, and so Jun understood that he hadn't made a mistake in taking them to his team. Everyone worked hard to perform at their best during the tournament. Even so, Seo-jun didn't forget that there were some risks. Of course, the monetary reward was decent, as the organizers accepted the 6 billion yuan offer for first place, bringing the total prize fund to 12 billion yuan. There was nothing special about the tournament's funding, but it's important to note that they had some conditions in exchange. First, they were informed that, in any case, all competition expenses would be covered by the party that volunteered to participate. That's why they themselves took charge of establishing the methods and rules for holding a friendly meeting. Seo-jun had nothing against it, as the 3 academies were responsible for the prize money. The first condition was that all Dream Academy members participate in a friendly match. As expected, Lee Min-yul and Seok So-yeon weren't against it. They'd been training all this time, so they themselves were interested in testing their skills in a real battle. Seo-jun was happy to know that all the guys on his team were ready for this challenge. When asked if there were any other conditions besides these, Mr. Seo Jin-hyun smiled mischievously and said that someone else had not given their consent. Seo-jun didn't understand what he meant, as there were only 3 students in the academy. However, when Seo-yun took a small step forward, it became clear what was happening. The tournament organizers required her to also participate in a friendly match. So-yun couldn't let the guys on the team down, so she agreed and added regular training to her duties as academy director. It was the first time Seo-jun saw him train his sword skills. Still, he didn't understand why So-yun was involved in individual competitions. It all seemed like some kind of clever ploy, but it was hard to fathom what exactly the guys from Korea's 3 strongest academies were doing. Seo-yun was completely focused on training, but Seo-yun distracted her to apologize. It was the first time he had seen her training, so he hesitantly said that if she was trying so hard because of him, then she shouldn't overwork herself so much. In response, she said that during all this time, she had done nothing but receive help from her student without giving him anything in return. Feeling indebted to him, she decided she should at least once help with her own hands. Seo-jun didn't understand what he was talking about, so she approached him and asked him to stop it. When he got too close, So-yun couldn't take it anymore and turned her back to her and started pushing him towards the exit, assuring him that she was fine and there was no need to worry about it. Having asked not to worry about herself, the academy director invited the student to take care of his mysterious affairs. Seo-jun walked toward the exit, realizing he should also prepare for the friendly. Walking away, So-yun reflected sadly that she wasn't yet strong enough to provide adequate support to the academy. As Seo-jun walked out into the hallway, he wondered why there was still no news from his mentor regarding his question about the study of mana. At that very moment, he received an email message from the Transcendence Academy student, in which the mentor asked him not to rush things and not to touch the mana course until he had resolved the matter. The mentor said it was too difficult to explain everything in the message, so he'd talk about it later. He was busy at the moment, so he forwarded the matter to the academy director for more detailed information. All this time, Seo-jun was busy updating the basic courses, and time passed quickly. The following events occurred on the morning of the friendly match. Looking around, the boys were surprised by the size of the training arena for the unofficial event they had agreed to participate in. In terms of scale, the building was in no way inferior to the one where the raid battle took place. It was clear they'd decided to turn the friendly match into a full-fledged event, with media participation. Still, the three best hunter academies couldn't miss the opportunity to showcase themselves in front of all of Korea. While Lee Min-yul and Seok So-yeon were looking for popcorn, Seo-jun noticed the crowd standing nearby. In addition to tight security, a large number of journalists were also present. It was clear that the organizers had indeed invited major publications to document the results of the friendly match. Looking at the documents provided by the organizers, Seo-yeon said that the first competition will be a student tournament. Hearing the director's words, everyone immediately looked at each other, and Min-yul and So-yeon stepped back and turned around. They seemed unenthusiastic about the idea that they might have to face their captain in battle. Seeing how Min-yul began to pray not to be caught in a battle with the captain, So-yeon repeated after him and also began to ask that they not meet. Seo-jun always struck fear into their hearts when he displayed his extraordinary skills. However, recently, the men also witnessed how his usual spear strike turned the area to dust. They must have seen him practicing blocking, grappling, and spear skills. While the crowd was panicking about how the first half of the friendly would go, they suddenly started looking at the executive car that arrived at the entrance to the arena. When Seo-jun heard the shout that Lee Ha-yoon had arrived for the friendly meeting, he looked at the crowd with interest. Lee Ha-yoon, considered the most brilliant hunter of all time, arrived at the arena. The girl with long dark hair and a determined and arrogant appearance seemed disproportionately proud and arrogant. She was accompanied by serious security guards, and every journalist was trying to get an exclusive photo. Despite her popularity, she garnered attention for her taciturn personality and rarely appeared in public. That's why every representative of the mainstream media tried not only to get a few words out of her, but at least to capture her chilling gaze. The journalists wanted to know if she knew why this friendly match was made public and if she would participate in the competition, or if she would be present as a spectator. The tallest student at Hunter Mill Academy only stopped when one of the journalists dared to spread the rumor that she would not participate in other competitions because of Kim So-jun. When she stopped, everyone around her went silent, and the journalist apologized in a frightened voice, explaining that he wasn't serious. Arrogantly tossing her hair back, the girl mockingly said that she had no idea who Kim Seo-jun was. His answer so shocked the journalists who arrived at the friendly meeting that the one who asked the bold question was unable to stand up and fell on his butt in confusion. The Dream Team members, with the exception of So-yeon, had seen Hunter Mill's Lee Ha-yoon live for the first time. So-yeon was the only one who treated her as a truly dangerous threat. However, the situation changed greatly when she heard Min-yul say that this bold and arrogant girl looked like a real beauty. Hearing her words, she asked with displeasure what beauty had to do with it. Lee Min-yul, still dismissive of her words, replied that she was simply stating a fact, as there's nothing wrong with calling a beautiful person beautiful. After his words, So-yeon threw a tantrum, saying they were clearly not in the right situation to say such things. Furthermore, she found it insulting that he never called her beautiful. In response, the annoying woman said she was still a high school student. Then Yeon nervously said that it had nothing to do with beauty, and the disrespectful and arrogant young man looked away and said that it actually plays a big role. Evil Rock's student couldn't take it anymore and shouted to the entire platform that he was tired of annoying her. His scream couldn't go unnoticed. At the same time, many journalists paid attention to his modest company, having no idea that Dream Academy was also participating in the friendly. Now all the lenses were on them, and it became clear to the mainstream media why the organizers decided to make the friendly open to the public. Lee Min-yul continued to taunt So-yeon, saying it was her fault that all the reporters were now picking on her captain. Representatives from various media outlets began asking Seo-jun a lot of questions, including whether he would fight Lee Ha-yoon in a duel. Seeing so much attention wasn't very convenient for the Dream Team captain, so he invited his friends to leave all the fighting behind and rush to the meeting participants' waiting room. Upon arriving at their private waiting room, they were greeted by Inspector Amigavel and reiterated that the use of personal equipment was strictly prohibited in this competition. Instead of their own weapons, they were offered the one located in the arena. The inspector clarified that everyone needed equipment, except So Yeon, who could use magic without additional weapons. In the end, the weapons they received were of very good quality, but the problem was that So Yoon and Lee Min-yul had to get used to using the new equipment. Seeing how her friends hesitated, So Yeon proudly said that a true master wouldn't complain about the tools because he relies primarily on his skills. Lee Min-yul didn't get the joke and began to be insolent, saying that this is all just lip service, because there isn't a single master who speaks like this and uses every kind of consumer goods in their arsenal. According to him, those who say this are actually using good tools that unleash their full potential. While the young people tried to sort out their scandalous relationship, Seo-jun decided to inspect his spear. Looking at the captain, So Yeon said that unlike her ridiculous friend in misfortune, So-jun would not blame his weapon for the failure. After that, the conflicting boys completely switched to a childish battle, trying to resolve or strengthen their romantic relationships. In fact, Seo-jun was a little worried whether there would be any problems if he used this primitive weapon. After half an hour of waiting, the first match of the first stage of the training exam was announced. Looking at his rather famous opponent, the Gaon team representative thought what kind of beast he was, who was forbidden from using his own weapons. Furthermore, he was astonished by the fact that even the strongest of his teammates during one of the friendly training matches admitted that he would not participate in this friendly match. The blonde-haired boy was surprised and assumed that Chong-shu was scared because he heard rumors about the participation of the great and terrible Lee Ha-yun, a genius from Hunter Mill Academy. In response, he coolly said that this was clearly not the main reason he refused to participate. Ultimately, what he feared most was meeting Kim So-jun. Upon seeing him in person, a Gaon student couldn't understand what was wrong with this guy, as he seemed extremely inappropriate and unserious. He was angry that his main competitor, Chung-shu, had given up because of some ridiculous guy from an obscure academy who, through a stupid streak of luck, managed to eclipse the glory of Gaon, Isle, and Huntermeal. Considering his opponent was just a lucky little one, he decided this was a great chance for him to show who the real star was among the rookies. As he was thinking about how to punish his ridiculous opponent, the judge announced the start of the battle. Shortly after his words, Seo-jun disappeared from sight. Now, the guy from Gaon's team took this fight more seriously. He began to look around in panic, realizing that the enemy's speed was a serious problem. Having missed So-jun's first move, he only realized at the last moment how he was behind him and had already rushed to attack. Seo-jun, checking his opponent, delivered a regular blow without using magic or spear stance. The Gaon boy began to tremble. He could barely withstand a normal spear strike from his opponent. He couldn't believe that such a frivolous young man could have such a terrifying amount of power. Furthermore, each of Seo-jun's strikes carried such enormous weight that it felt like his opponent's body was about to be torn to pieces. Jumping back, the trembling young man tried to gather his thoughts so he could catch his breath and try to counterattack. However, Seo-jun continued to exert a lot of pressure, not giving him a moment of rest. His speed was so superior to the Gaon team member's reaction that he didn't even have time to realize how the spear tip was in his face. Seeing the enemy in front of him, the poor man felt threatened with death and began to say goodbye to life. However, Seo-jun stopped his spear at the last moment before it hit his fragile opponent's body. Just a moment after stopping, his spear was caught by a powerful current of air, indicating the incredible speed at which he had been moving all this time. Seeing the condition of the poor Gaon guy, the judge declared Kim Seo-jun the winner. While the boy in the red suit trembled in fear at the overwhelming power of the Dream Team captain, Seo-jun, paying no attention to him, focused only on the state of his spear, which had begun to crack. He said he was uneasy because he imagined this would happen. Looking at the frightened poor guy who had fallen on his butt, he sighed deeply and said that if the battle had lasted a little longer, then his spear would have broken into splinters, and he would have had to deal with it without delay using his fists. The inspectors immediately rushed towards the loser and shocked, while So-jun, not giving any importance to his victory, began shouting with displeasure to the organizers that he needed a more durable weapon because of this spear he was holding back, fighting not at full strength. Returning to the Dream Team waiting room, Seo-jun was given a new spear that seemed stronger, but when he picked it up, he realized that it too couldn't withstand even a fraction of his true strength. In fact, he was anxious as soon as he received the equipment provided by the competition organizers, but he never expected such a weapon to break after 3 strikes. Now he realized he would probably have to replace his spear after each fight. As he was thinking about how to bankrupt the organizers of the friendly gathering, his friends slowly approached him and looked at him, full of joy. Min-yul was the first to speak, saying she hadn't even realized that during training the captain had only shown a small portion of his capabilities. Seo-yeon's sister noticed that after his first fight, the entire internet began discussing his strength. Then Yoon joined in the conversation. All the while, she watched the turmoil in the broadcast's comments, and even came across an article from a major media outlet containing the personal biography of a promising young man. Picking up the academy director's phone, he was surprised to have attracted so much attention in such a short time. The article was most likely written by one of the journalists present at the tournament. The strong reaction was accompanied by the news that the major corporations had agreed to cover the costs of holding the friendly meeting, and the hunters were only obliged to attend. In response to this news, Seo-jun happily declared that this meant Lee Ha-yoon must be a remarkable person. Dissatisfied with the captain's false conclusions, Lee Min-yul shouted that he was wrong, because in reality, only he was remarkable in this tournament. Seo-jun was surprised to see Min-yul fiercely defend her captain's honor. Laughing at the situation, So-yoon agreed, saying that such interest in this meeting was due to So-jun. Both inside and outside the community, people had the impression of Lee Ha-yoon as an unshakable wall, but Seo-jun completely destroyed it, earning him the respect of others. All anyone could say was that Seo-jun was an unassailable opponent for a genius. Following those words, Lee Min-yul and So-yeon began shouting in one voice that if they were suddenly told to choose an opponent between Lee Ha-yoon and the captain, then they would choose Lee Ha-yoon without hesitation. The online buzz didn't go unnoticed by the Hunter Mill Academy team. Lee Ha-yoon, having met with the academy president, admitted that Seo-jun definitely deserved attention. She had watched his battles and was certain he was head and shoulders above the rest. In response, the president asked if she could defeat Kim So-jun. Without waiting for an answer, he told her not to worry too much, as they had prepared a well-prepared plan in case she lost. In response to the president's disrespectful words, Lee Ha-yoon coldly asked if he believed that no matter how special Seo-jun was, his extraordinary nature truly did not exceed the level of an academy student. In response, the president said she was right, and that what he said about the alternative plan was a stupid outburst of concern. And yet, watching Seo-jun switch spears one after another after landing a few regular strikes, he continued to feel great excitement. How calm and even reckless the invincible guy from Dream Academy was drove him crazy. Seo Jin-hyun has never felt this kind of anxiety before. The tournament continued with a string of winning performances from Dream Academy. Min-yul, as expected, rose to the top with a significant lead over the competition. Even Soo-yeon, who expected it to be tough, to everyone's surprise, fought without a single loss. Naturally, Seo-jun continued to justify his status and forced his opponents to surrender one by one. Each of his fights ended with a spear exchange. Although he vowed to control his power, it wasn't so easy, as all his rivals were excellent students from the 3 strongest hunter academies. The inspectors ensuring the tasks were completed anxiously discussed this misunderstanding. Although the first stage isn't over yet, Seo-jun has already managed to destroy up to 9 spears. Mr. Jinhen knew this too. Considering that a spear cost tens of millions, he understood that replacing the weapon alone would cost over 100 million. He feared that if the cost of the weapons exceeded the reward, the entire event would be unprofitable. Despite this, they couldn't be ashamed to say that they were no longer able to replace Kim Seo-jun's broken weapon. In fact, Seo-jun himself was already tired of changing spears, so he turned to the inspectors with a request to allow him to use his own weapons, which can handle his strength without any problems. In response, tournament officials hesitated, saying that given the current situation, this could be considered not a privilege, but rather a forced measure. Addressing the presidents, the inspectors enthusiastically asked if they considered revising the rules. Although the inspectors promised to investigate, it was clear that it was a lost cause, as they likely feared the exclusivity of their sacred spear, believing that it was the reason for all their conquests. Returning to the waiting room, Seo-jun saw that So-yeon couldn't find a place to sit. She was next in line, but this was the first time she had shown so much excitement before a fight. Seo-jun approached and asked her what she was so afraid of. It was noticeable how she was trembling, and her face turned completely white. Looking down with cold sweat on her face, she hesitantly said that her next opponent would be Lee Ha-yun. Hearing this, Seo-jun himself felt a chill run down his spine. Now he understood why she was in that state. The reason for her nervousness was truly serious, because as we know, her opponent would be one of the most outstanding geniuses of all time. Soo-yeon had recently started training with Evil Rock. She had an acute lack of fighting practice, so it was obvious that such news would be a great stress for her. When the insecure sister asked if she could handle such a challenge, Seo-jun, with a gentle smile on his face, told her to calm down, as this wasn't some kind of dungeon raid, but just a friendly duel. He reassured her that she should relax, because winning didn't mean much. On the other hand, he emphasized that while the desire to win is good, one shouldn't focus too much on it, as overdoing it can cloud one's cool mind. It turns out that uncertainty has been lodged deep in So-yeon's soul for a long time. She felt it was a risk during the attack battle. She remembered the feeling of overcoming difficulties together. The recognition from others and the results of the work that came from honing her skills made her braver. Being with good friends and having consistent success gave him real pleasure. However, this was also the reason why she was so sensitive to the difference in their levels, comparing her strength to that of Lee Min-yul and Kim Seo-jun. Gathering all her will, she listened to the captain's words and decided she had to show that she was also capable of something, that she had the right to be alongside all the other members of the Dream Team. The sincere and gentle conversation was interrupted by a message that Seok Soo-yeon from Dream Academy was to take over her position. Finally, Seo-jun again asked her not to worry and asked her to do her best to please her mentor. Running towards the exit of the waiting room, So-yeon resolutely said that she would do everything in her power. She sincerely wanted to prove that she deserved the right to be among these excellent students. Running into the arena and taking her stance, So-yeon sighed heavily, remembering again why she wouldn't give up. However, looking at Lee Ha-yun, who seemed like an insurmountable wall, his confidence was shattered again. As soon as the judge announced the start of the battle, So-yeon began to quickly close the distance. She unleashed her magic using a mana aura that strengthened her entire body and gave her increased speed. However, despite this, Lee Ha-yun remained motionless in her spot and watched her with unprecedented arrogance. With her hands clasped in front of her, the genius student Hunter Mill coldly said that she wanted So-yeon to attack with all her strength, showing what she was capable of. Yeon didn't understand why she was addressing her in that tone. In response, Lee Ha-yun placed her palm on the hilt of her blade and said that this was the only way for So-yeon to realize her own insignificance. Taking out her sword with a slight movement of her hand, the arrogant girl moved the blade to the side and began to glare at the Dream Team girl. With a self-confident tone, she said that when So-yeon demonstrates her meager abilities, then she will have no choice but to struggle with all her strength, being at the limit of her capabilities. Yeon couldn't believe the rumors about Ha-yun looking down on everyone were actually true. The red-eyed girl, who remained in her original stance, wasn't at all eager to fight, simply drawing her weapon without even bothering to pose. Seo-yeon started to get angry at how disrespectful she was being treated by this angry Hunter Mills student. Releasing her mana, So Yeon took this battle more seriously and confidently said something that would quickly make her regret what she said. Sighing mockingly, Hyun began examining her nails and said that So Yeon, just like all the other insignificant students, says the same naive things. Despite their taunts, the Dream Team member didn't fall for it and rushed to attack without thinking of a plan. From a safe distance, she released dense, murderous energy to suppress her opponent, which is the magic of fear. Like a stealthy assassin, the mage hid her presence and accelerated with an even greater release of mana that sustained her magical aura. After that, she rushed to attack through the shortest path. Watching his actions, the presidents wondered how unusual his fighting style was. Above all, Ms. Cha was intrigued by the fact that she was the president of Isle Academy, which trains magicians. It was unusual for her to see a magician using hand-to-hand combat. Among her excellent students, only Jong Jimin could dare to use such strength. What was even more worrying was that the brave Dream Academy student decided to use hand-to-hand combat against Lee Ha-yoon, who is an unsurpassed swordsman among the students of the most famous academies. Using her aura-enhanced bare fists, So Yeon began applying intense pressure with a barrage of attacks. A true master of the Academy's melee, Hunter Mill easily dodged all the attacks, controlling the distance without using his blade. Simultaneously with her attempt to attack with her fist, So Yeon also used magic spells in the form of traps that were located all over the arena, but Lee Ha-yoon managed to predict her every move. Chairman Cha Hein watched this fight from a standing position. She couldn't believe that, even though So Yeon was still studying, she was already able to move so quickly while using so many spells at once. Although it was a blow to her pride, she recognized why her students had to suffer so much in their battles with this talented and modest girl. Among magic-wielding hunters, it's generally accepted that their sole role in the team is to remain in the rearguard, casting powerful spells upon monsters. However, this is merely a rule to be followed, as in practice, it's not so easy in the heat of a real battle. Each dungeon is fraught with dangers, such as mana and spell restrictions, mana corruption, or the risk of encountering a massive magical explosion that would shatter even the laws. A real fight is unpredictable and can take a wrong turn at any moment. Concerned by So Yeon's bold style, Lady Cha reasoned that it was rare for a mage to be ideal for melee combat. Everyone knows that after Evil Doom, practically no one uses this method anymore. Lee Ha-yoon's first battle attracted a lot of attention, not only from the spectators in the arena, but also from those who listened to the broadcast without much interest as they went about their routine. Watching So Yeon, Seo Jun also remembered that a similar fighting method was used by Evil Doom, the hero of the Great Disaster and the idol of all magicians. In the midst of the Great Disaster, Evil Rock became famous for being like a natural hurricane. It was because of this that the still young and remarkable mage was called an exceptional battle magician abroad. The world didn't know that So Yeon was his student, but her fighting style indicated that another excellent battle mage would appear in the future. However, despite his incredible abilities, they were eclipsed by the exceptional strength of the genius Lee Ha-yoon. Dodging another blow, Ha-yoon shifted her grip on her blade and asked if this was really all So Yeon, so confident in her abilities, was capable of. Ha-yoon then struck the Dream Team girl's stomach with a strong blow using the handle of her blade. One strike from her was enough to overcome So Yeon's mana aura defense. Upon receiving a heavy blow, her entire body began to tremble, and she could no longer stand, so she leaned against her opponent, grabbing his clothes. Looking arrogantly at So Yeon, Ha-yoon asked if she had noticed the difference in their strength. Without allowing her to finish her speech, the battle mage said in a weakened voice that Ha-yoon had fallen for his trick. Within a moment, she began releasing a large amount of magic. A powerful explosion began to spread from the epicenter to the edges of the arena, destroying the surface. However, even despite such efforts, she was unable to break through Ha-yoon's defenses. Instead of the expected result, Lee Ha-yoon began to lose her composure, and anger appeared on her face. Yeon couldn't believe that, despite his point-blank attack, Ha-yoon hadn't even suffered a scratch. Only the brilliant Hunter Mill student's clothes had suffered minor damage. The difference in strength between them was so great that the arrogant Ha-yun responded with a bare-handed slap to the face, which sent the poor guy flying at the speed of light. So Yeon didn't even have time to realize how he received a crushing blow. However, Ha-yun's angry expression made her realize that she had lost her composure. All the spectators were shocked by what was happening. Their admiration for the battle mage's skills suddenly turned to sympathy for the cruel Ha-yun. President Hunter Mill and Isle had expected this, but Park So-yoon and Lee Min-yul were overcome with fear. Although the trembling So-yeon lay on the ground, indicating that she could no longer continue the battle, Ha-yun continued to walk menacingly towards her, sheathing her blade. Lifting the poor fellow's body, she raised her hand in hatred for another slap. Watching her student being beaten, So-yun froze in a stupor, and Min-yul angrily ran towards the arena. Seo-jun barely managed to contain his anger as he gripped his spear tightly and began walking towards his sister. However, seeing him walking towards her, So-yeon asked him to stop in a pitying tone. After that, she said everything was fine. Before So-jun's eyes, the vile student, recognized throughout Korea as an unparalleled genius, continued to defeat the helpless So-yeon. Seeing this, the inspectors rushed into the arena shouting that student Lee Ha-yun should immediately stop beating the losing contestant. After their intervention, Ha-yun's anger subsided. She heard the inspector's request, then silently and disrespectfully threw So-yeon aside and began walking slowly towards the exit. Immediately after that, Seo-jun rushed into the arena and ran towards the beaten So-yeon lying on the ground. After the last throw, she lost consciousness. When Seo-jun started trying to revive her, the arrogant Ha-yun stopped and sighed deeply. She made the Dream Team captain really angry when she mockingly said he cared about a pathetic girl. Seeing the hatred Seo-jun began to feel towards the reckless Ha-yun, So-yeon grabbed his hand with a trembling palm. With tears in her eyes, she begged him not to make a mistake and not try to resolve things with her outside of the fight. After these words, she began to say that all of this happened only because of her own stupidity. When the match officially ended, the rest of the Dream Team members also rushed into the arena. A team of doctors was assigned to Soo-yeon, but fortunately, there were no serious injuries. For the use of disrespectful violence, which more closely resembled lynching, Lee Ha-yun escaped with only a warning, which was to be seen at the Hunter Mill Academy tournament. Lee Min-yul was furious and wanted to avenge Soo-yeon, but he couldn't handle Ha-yun when it was his turn to fight. During the battle, he sustained injuries that forced him to leave the arena with the help of medics. Turning to the captain, he urged him to be careful. It became clear why Ha-yun was nicknamed the best of the best. Seo-yun couldn't stand how cruelly she treated the academy students. She couldn't find a seat for herself and was about to go to the president's to further the protest, but Seo-jun stopped her. Then Yoon saw that it wasn't easy for him either, but he didn't understand why he refused to seek justice by protesting the Hunter Mill students' unsportsmanlike behavior. In response, Seo-jun asked to trust his method and not interfere in the tournament. After that, the tournament continued, but it didn't stick in Seo-jun's memory. Filled with anger, he only remembered So-yun's face, full of emotions, and also how he replaced a few more copies after a series of crushing victories. As a result, it was his turn to fight the genius among geniuses, Lee Ha-yun of Hunter Mill Academy. At that moment, the duel that everyone had been waiting for so long began. Seo-jun took an interest in his opponent for the first time since his fight with Lee Min-yun. So-yun couldn't say exactly what this battle would be like, but she could tell from her student's gaze that this time he was taking the fight more seriously than ever. The presidents of Korea's 3 major academies have long awaited the moment when Lee Ha-yun and Kim So-jun would fight. The invincible student Hunter Mill was their trump card, restoring their glory to its rightful place. The inspectors were very uneasy, unsure of how the battle would unfold. They understood that they had no place in the arena alongside such monsters, and that they would hardly be able to do anything if both participants lost their composure. Before the fight began, Seo-jun asked Ha-yun if there was a need to arrogantly beat up the poor girl because she was just trying to fight to the best of her ability. He recognized that she possessed the strongest skills in the history of professional hunters, which meant she had never felt the despair of reality, which forced her to keep time, no matter how hard she tried. She didn't know what it meant to bow her head. Saying that he doesn't understand the feelings of So Yeon, whom he brutally abused, he said that the despair of the girl on his team is the embodiment of his efforts. He said with dissatisfaction that Hyun dared to trample on other people's efforts. Trying to reach the cold and arrogant student Hunter Mill, he said that his useless skills did not give him the right to look down on others. In response, Lee Hyun showed no remorse for her low action and asked if Seo-jun was done with his moralizing. Her response made it clear that there was no point in any of this, so Seo-jun said he was truly done, realizing she was unlikely to understand what he was saying with just words. Throwing the spear over his shoulder, he invited Hyun, who was standing calmly with his hands clasped, to begin the battle. The surprised girl saw for the first time that someone with so much self-confidence was trying to show arrogance towards her, saying that he wanted to see everything she was capable of. At this moment, the sin of pride that Seo-jun couldn't overcome worked as it should. Lee Ha-yoon began to lose her composure and become consumed by anger and the desire to trample her trust into the earth. At that moment, Seo-jun decided to retaliate with the same attitude Ha-yoon had insulted and humiliated So-yeon. With incredible arrogance, he confronted her with the fact that he would be the one to dictate the rules of this fight. Demonstrating his seriousness, with the gaze of a true predator looking at his prey, he invited her to try to stumble at least once and feel for herself that her attempts were futile. Holding back her anger, Hyun replied that he should calm his ardor, because he imagines God knows what, just because others praise him. She asked him to stop forcing bravado on those who elevated themselves above the heads of incompetent losers. In response, Seo-jun calmly said that she still couldn't compose herself. The next manipulation worked perfectly, and Hyun truly exploded. Seeing the mood of the two participants, the inspector, who overheard the conversation, asked the fighters in an uncertain tone if they were ready for the fight. As soon as the starting gun was called, Lee Ha-yoon, for the first time in this tournament, quickly positioned himself and grabbed his blade, knowing how fast his opponent was. However, within a moment, she froze in place because of what Seo-jun had done. He remained standing in place with the spear slung over his shoulder while his other hand was hidden in his pocket. When the battle-ready Hyun asked him displeasedly what he was doing, Seo-jun replied that he had already said he wanted to see what the genius student Hunter Mill was truly capable of. When she became inflamed by his insolence, Seo-jun decided to insult her pride even further and disrespectfully scratched her ear and asked why all the losers who challenge him say the same thing. Lee Ha-yoon didn't like the way he repaid her in kind. Within a moment, she closed the distance and drew her blade. Seo-jun, who didn't even blink when he saw the blade of her blade in front of him, pointed at his neck, admitted that her speed was indeed better than those he had fought before. And yet, no matter how fiercely she tried to attack, even with a perfectly honed sword technique, it was impossible to reach her. Hyun continued to chase him, landing each blow with concentration. However, Seo-jun dodged without much difficulty, continuing to disrespectfully hold the spear on his shoulder. His attitude towards battle already infuriated Hyun, as she had never felt such humiliation before when trying to attack. Then Jun, to irritate her even more, started yawning during the fight. With that, continuing to dodge each blow, he hit the wall, but even in this situation, he still controlled the fight. The final blow of the sword, missing the target, caused a whirlwind due to the enormous speed of the blade. As soon as she put away her sword, Seo-jun took advantage of the moment of calm and asked a provocative question about whether she had anything else she could really surprise him with. Previously, Hyun herself had asked similar questions of her opponents. Now she was in a more serious mood, so she jumped back before using a more dangerous technique. She became seriously irritated and, assuming a stance, began releasing even more mana, strengthening her aura and blade. Seeing the stirring of her energy, Seo-jun realized that this time she would be much more dangerous, as even the aura blade technique was used. Seo-jun couldn't stand still with his hands down any longer, as that would seriously injure him. He had to block the next blow, but even then, he didn't seem to notice her attack had any meaning. A powerful blast of energy from the blocked blow began to destroy the surface of the arena, and rocks rose into the air. The flow of power was so powerful that even the inspectors were afraid, because that day no one had used such serious techniques. The presidents were also surprised by the scale of the duel, as due to the release of Ha-Yun's mana, the glass in their office, from where they watched the duel, cracked. Even with all her efforts, Ha-Yun seemed helpless. She couldn't believe that some boy from a little-known academy was looking at her and was not only blocking her blade aura attack, but even throwing her aside. Without even moving, Seo-jun threw her away. Ha-Yun couldn't believe that any of the students could be capable of challenging her and not only fighting on equal terms, but not even paying attention to her attacks. All this time, Seo-jun easily defended her attacks, and she was completely exhausted from the constant attempts to hurt him. Swinging his spear, the confident guy said that Ha-Yun was wrong if she expected him to hold back in a fight with her because she was a girl. Releasing an energy that made the bodies of the spectators and inspectors tremble, Seo-jun showed determination to retaliate. All her life, Lee Ha-Yun told herself she was special. There was nothing strange about that, because no one compared to her exceptional talent. Unlike others, she didn't have to work hard to reach the top. Her abilities can only be described as extraordinary talent. She knew her true talent surpassed any effort, and this had been proven time and time again. At some point, the people around her began to insist that she had the most remarkable talent in the history of professional hunters. But this didn't make her the least bit proud or happy. This attitude toward her reputation as the most brilliant student of her generation did not seem strange to her. She felt no need for the attention of others because she believed they were saying obvious things. Her world turned upside down the moment she heard that she, the brilliant Lee Ha-Yun, was being told not to expect any favors. She couldn't believe Seo-jun wasn't fighting at full strength before that sentence. Within a moment, he swung his mana-filled spear into a blocking position. Everything around her began to crumble, and Ha-Yun herself could barely stand. Although Seo-jun didn't hit her directly, and was actually at a long distance, the pressure was so enormous that Ha-Yun's body began to feel enormous stress. She couldn't understand what had happened, as Seo-jun simply swung his spear, causing great destruction. When Seo-jun moved to the next stance and grabbed, Lee Ha-Yun, who was trying to stay in place, couldn't stay on her feet and started flying towards the enemy. Everything around him, including the rocks on the destroyed surface, began to approach Seo-jun like a funnel. In a moment, everything around literally lost color, because at that moment, Seo-jun performed the last posture, piercing with a spear. The unimaginable power of his spear was directed at Lee Ha-Yun, who couldn't even move due to the force of the previous technique. Fortunately for her, the blow was not executed, and she was only thrown back by a strong current of air after Seo-jun's spear was shattered into tiny pieces. For the first time in her brilliant career, the brilliant Ha-Yun found herself on the ground, the blade lost in her hands. She was shocked, her body still trembling, and thoughts kept swirling in her head that all of this couldn't happen, that what had happened was not only absurd and abnormal, but completely unheard of and impossible. She couldn't accept the fact that he might be stronger. As she struggled to her feet, her mind couldn't accept the fact that there might actually be someone superior to her in this world. The owner of the most remarkable talent in the history of professional hunters couldn't believe what was happening. In response to his refusal to acknowledge reality, Seo-jun, who was left weaponless, ignored the unsuccessful completion of the spear stances and simply threw aside the useless staff, saying that the fight was not over yet. Gritting her teeth in anger, Lee Ha-Yun glared at her with hatred, thinking that she would never accept such a reality. Grabbing her sword, she again rushed to the attack with a furious cry, striking hard at the unarmed man. However, within a moment, her beautiful face, which had previously missed the fist of a rough man, missed an ordinary but swift blow. Filled with rage, Lee Ha-Yun couldn't believe that he had surpassed her once again in terms of speed and technique. Calling him a damned bastard, she again rushed to attack, but another strike of the blade brought no result, because Seo-jun again easily dodged. Seeing this, the inspectors panicked, unsure how to separate these lunatics. One of them said that, considering the situation as a whole, these are excellent circumstances for Hunter Mill, as Lee Ha-Yun, with a gun in hand, has more advantages over the unarmed Seo Jun. Most importantly, Lee Ha-yoon still had no intention of stopping, meaning no one except the chairman had any influence over her. However, all her furious attacks were balanced, and So Jun repeatedly struck her across her beautiful face with his bare fist. Having flown to the side, she again began to breathe heavily and cough, but full of anger, she got up again, not wanting to accept the bitter truth. When Seo Jun said that he might not know that there are people in the world whose lives are a continuous series of scams, Ha-yoon shouted nervously that she would not listen to any more nonsense from the mouth of an ignorant person. Ignoring her screams, he continued, saying that there are those for whom life is very difficult because, unlike her, they were not blessed with exceptional talents. Avoiding another blow, he looked at the sassy girl and explained that those who are not as lucky as her are forced to endure beatings from fate for their entire lives. Trying to attack again and again, Lee Ha-yoon, waving her blade in panic, began to scream in bewilderment as she couldn't understand why she couldn't hit him even once. In response, Seo Jun asked her to try to guess what surprises him most about people who are used to fate's disrespectful attitude. Appearing before her with an enormous and terrible thirst for blood, Seo Jun said that he was very surprised at how unhappy people don't care how to lash out in response when life turns its back on them again and again. Finding herself under the unimaginable pressure of his aura and bloodlust, Ha-yoon froze in place with a dazed look and began breathing heavily. Seo Jung Chili looked very menacing, and she could no longer ignore his words. He continued by saying that those unhappy people she doesn't care about live day after day, which continues to harm them. That's why, no matter how hard the blow, these people cannot be broken and move forward step by step, always getting back up after being hit. Even when they stumble, they move forward, because the only way to win an obviously losing battle is to not let it end. Approaching her, Seo Jun said that this is true talent. In response, enraged and confused by his unimaginable power, Lee Ha-yoon shouted that his words were nonsense, because such a trifle could not be considered talent. She wanted to continue talking about her exceptionality, but Seo Jun arrogantly said it was funny for him to hear that her talent was considered the best in history. Showing her his formidable fist, he said he saw no talent in the girl, who had gone limp after a few ordinary strikes. Releasing the terrifying energy of divine power, he said in a cold tone that someone like her has no right to humiliate and trample people on earth, that after every failure they tirelessly get up and move forward. After that, he demonstrated his helplessness by aiming his deadly fist at her face. Horrified by his power, Ha-yoon froze in place because she could no longer oppose his terrifying power beyond the limits of her imagination. Her entire life, all her achievements, which she considered deserved and obvious, were destroyed in an instant due to Seo Jun's exclusive dominance. Fortunately for her and Hunter Mill Academy, Seo Jun stopped his attack at the last moment right in front of her face. A powerful flow of energy spread across the arena, throwing dust and rocks into the air. The invincible Lee Ha-yoon's hair flew to the sides, and her eyes were so wide in shock that her thoughts became so pure for the first time. Before the eyes of all of Korea and the shocked presidents of the 3 strongest hunter academies, who could not even allow their defeat, an event occurred that no one could have predicted. For the first time, Lee Ha-yoon fell to her knees before her opponent. Looking into her eyes, Seo Jun wondered if she had seen the light at least a little after seeing the true reality she had been denying all this time. At this moment, the first stage of the friendly tournament ended with Kim So Jun's victory.